last second. You are still being endlessly demanded by your childhood sweetheart Lin Qingshuang. Discussing why we should have sex every day. The next second, he collapsed to the ground, exhausted. Not only did the energy accumulated for a long time pour out. Even the pure yang energy in the body dissipated completely. Your face suddenly darkened. Looking at his fiancée Lin Qingshuang in disbelief. But her eyes were full of disdain and sarcasm. They are totally different from the previous couple. Lin Qingshuang sneered with a long sword in hand. I wanted to wait until you were completely unconscious before I took action. I didn't expect you to find out so quickly. Why do you do this? Have I been bad to you all these years? You were originally an abandoned baby picked up by my Mu family. My father treats you like his own son. The entire Mu family treats you well. Why are you hurting me like this? At this moment you look at Lin Qingshuang in disbelief. My childhood sweetheart. Before the wedding. Absorb all the pure yang energy in your body. Lin Qingshuang smiled coldly. Her eyes were full of coquettishness and cunning. This is completely different from the usually graceful and charming Lin Qingshuang. No, you are not Lin Qingshuang, who are you? Looking at the woman in front of him who looks exactly like Lin Qingshuang, but has a completely different temperament. Mu Feng's expression suddenly changed. No wonder Lin Qingshuang was so abnormal today. Not only did she seek dual cultivation with me, but she also threw herself into my arms like this. The Lin Qingshuang in front of me is not her at all. As expected of you, my sweetheart of more than 10 years, but you just realized it now, don't you think it's too late? Idiot. Who are you? Looking at the woman gradually walking towards him, Mu Feng was furious. The person in front of him actually pretended to be Lin Qingshuang to deceive him. She offered herself voluntarily just to devour the pure yang energy in his body. Who am I? For the sake of you being a dying man, I will tell you. I am the Emperor of Heaven, the Empress of the End. The end of the Queen. The last Empress among the 10 great emperors in human history. Impossible. The Queen of the End died 10,000 years ago. How could she appear again? Unless. The words have not been finished yet. A terrifying thought grew in Mu Feng's mind. Lin Qingshuang was possessed by another spirit. You took over Qingshuang's body. Give Qingshuang back to me. You bitch. Mu Feng could no longer suppress the anger in his heart, and rushed towards the Empress of the End with all his might. Tisk, tsk, that's not so stupid. Unfortunately, your pure yang energy has been devoured by me, and you have lost your usefulness. Now, die. As soon as he finished speaking, strong spiritual power surged out of Lin Qingshuang's body, turning into an air blade and attacking Mu Feng. Swoosh. The air blade pierced through Mu Feng's body and blood spurted out wildly. The spiritual power dissipated, Mu Feng's eyes became dull, and he knelt on the ground, his eyes full of unwillingness and resentment. You, give my Qingshuang back to me. Bang! His figure fell to the ground, and Mu Feng's life was completely cut off. Seeing this, Lin Qingshuang smiled coldly, kicked Mu Feng's body away, and walked away. I didn't expect that there is such pure yang energy in this small area. God is really helping me. Ha 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 ha. The harsh sound kept reaching Mu Feng's ears, and the anger and unwillingness in his heart made him clench his fists gradually. The gradual weakening of consciousness. Let him feel the blood in his body being lost. Finally, close your eyes completely. Bang! The door closed and Lin Qingshuang left without looking back. After an unknown amount of time, a man came to Mu Feng's door. Mu Feng, the great elder wants to see you. As he stepped through the door, the man was so frightened by the scene before him that his face turned pale. Seeing Mu Feng lying in a pool of blood, the man was about to go forward to try him, but his heart told him not to act rashly. "Do you want to save me?" "But he is the young master of the Mu family. What should I do if I save him? As long as Mu Feng is above me, I will never be able to turn over." Struggle and contemplation. After hesitating for a long time, the man gently closed the door, pretended that nothing had happened, and walked away. "Mu Feng, don't blame me, blame the person who killed you." Blood oozed out and stained the jade pendant on Mu Feng's chest. With no one watching, the jade pendant turned into a stream of light and merged into Mu Feng's body. "I can't die, I can't die." I don't know how much time had passed, but Mu Feng's silent heart gradually began to stir. "Qingshuang's revenge and my father's whereabouts are all waiting for me. I can't die. You can't die." Anger and unwillingness turned into an unprecedented obsession to survive at this moment. Even if that person was the former queen of the End, Mu Feng would make her pay with blood. Boom! His eyes suddenly opened. In front of him, there was a strange and tragic purple space, which made Mu Feng shudder. "I am not dead?" Mu Feng moved his hands and feet curiously and looked around. Before his eyes, 7 cages covered with chains were emitting an extremely powerful aura. Each cage was thousands of times more powerful than the strongest one Mu Feng had ever seen. Feeling the life-threatening pressure, Mu Feng couldn't help but feel scared. Where the hell is this? Why am I here? Suddenly, a charming voice rang in Mu Feng's ears. "Oh, you're such a delicate boy." Hearing this strange sound, Mu Feng hurriedly clasped his hands together. "May I ask, Senior, where is this place? You don't even know where this place is, and you dare to barge in? Well, I will mercifully tell you. This place is the most solid prison in the world, the 7 evil prisons of the Sea of Sin. The most solid cage between heaven and earth. Why am I here?" Mu Feng was a little surprised. He clearly remembered that he was already dead. Suddenly, he remembered the luster that the jade pendant seemed to emit before he died. Could this be the inner space of the jade pendant? Boom! The leading cage burst out with a surge of spiritual power, which transformed into a human figure and appeared in front of Mu Feng. She was a woman of incomparable beauty. With a long black veil draped over her shoulders, her curvy figure loomed in front of Mu Feng. No matter her temperament, face, figure or skin, she is the most beautiful person Mu Feng has ever seen in his life. Even Lin Qingshuang cannot compare to her. Good, so beautiful. Kid, where are you looking? Do you want to die? Upon hearing this, Mu Feng hurriedly clasped his hands together and saluted. I have been reckless, and I hope you will forgive me. May I ask who you are, Senior? The woman smiled lightly, obviously not bothering to care about Mu Feng peeking at her. I have just said that this is the most solid prison in the world. The reason why it is called the 7 evil prisons of the Sea of Sin is because it holds the 7 most sinister and vicious criminals in the world. I am one of them. So, Senior is very powerful. How does he compare to the Empress of the End? Mu Feng couldn't help but feel curious. Empress of the End? What is that? The woman touched her chin and looked at Mu Feng with some surprise. He is one of the 10 most famous heavenly emperors in human history. Senior, have you never heard of him? Human history? Before I entered the 7 evil prisons of the Sea of Sin, I had never heard of the existence of the Empress of the End. At this moment, one of the cages made a sound. You've been locked up here for 30,000 years. How could you possibly know who the Empress of the End is? Maybe she's a beautiful woman younger and prettier than you. Third brother, will you die if you shut up? The woman looked at the prisoner who made the sound unhappily and yelled at him. When Mu Feng saw all this, he became more and more shocked. 30,000 years. The existence of these guys is even longer than that of the 10 heavenly emperors. Mu Feng couldn't help but swallow his saliva and felt a little scared. He just wanted to back off, but on second thought, his eyes became extremely determined. Aren't the 7 most vicious criminals in the world the 7 most troublesome people in the world? That is to say, this 7 evil prisons in the Sea of Sin might be a chance for him to regain his strength. If he wants revenge, he must have strength. Thinking of this, Mu Feng suddenly knelt down on one knee and saluted respectfully. Senior, please accept my greetings. Please give me some advice, Senior. The woman showed a look of surprise in her eyes. She turned her head to look at the other 6 cages behind her, and then continued to stare at Mu Feng with interest. Why should I teach you? This Sea of Sin 7 evil prison would not bring me in for no reason. There must be a purpose. Besides the 7 seniors, there is no one else here. So I dare to guess that the 7 seniors do not want to go out, but they just can't do it. I thought maybe I could help. After she finished speaking, the woman laughed playfully. You are very clever. Then Senior, do you agree? Mu Feng raised his head with some excitement and looked at the woman in front of him. But the woman shook her head gently. I didn't agree. Just because you can come in doesn't mean I have to instruct you, but I have watched you grow up, and I have seen you wearing open crotch pants. I will give you this opportunity. If you can fulfill the 2 conditions and give you some pointers, there is room for negotiation. Please explain, Senior. Mu Feng clasped his fists respectfully and spoke. First, I want you to enter Kunling Academy as the top student in Shuiyue City. My disciple must be a rare genius. Second, within 1 year, reach the heaven and earth realm and unlock the first seal of the 7 evil prisons of the Sea of Sin. These conditions are indeed difficult. Just the first one made Mu Feng feel a little chilled. Kunling Academy is the holy place for cultivation that all the young generation in the entire Tianxian domain yearn for. Even Mu Feng in his prime might not be able to do it, not to mention that Mu Feng has now lost the pure yang energy in his body. But Mu Feng believed that since the other party proposed such conditions, he had the ability to do it. Junior agrees. The woman nodded slightly in appreciation, but her expression immediately turned serious. Think carefully, my technique is extremely cruel, it goes against the way of heaven, and is even comparable to the devil's technique. Aren't you afraid? Mu Feng grinned and nodded firmly. Strength is dignity. If I have strength, even if the whole world hates me, so what? At worst, I can conquer the world and be the only one who is respected. After changing the subject, Mu Feng lowered his head dejectedly. But now my body is no longer able to practice, so it seems a little impossible to fulfill this condition. Having lost his pure yang energy, it is like a pipe dream for Mu Feng to make further progress. The woman saw this and smiled faintly. You can't practice? The yin and yang energy in your body is flowing endlessly, so how can you not practice? Yin and yang qi. Mu Feng was extremely surprised, as Lin Qingxuang had clearly devoured all the pure yang energy in his body before this. Why are there more yin and yang energies? Could it be because of the jade pendant? Before Mu Feng could think about it, he saw the woman point with one hand. A stream of purple light slowly flowed into Mu Feng's body. This is the technique that the 7 of us have been studying together for 10,000 years. It is called the 7 Absolute Divine Technique. It is perfect for you to practice it with the yin and yang energy in your body. There are 7 unique magical skills, and each one is the specialty of 7 people. And the first unique skill is the sword skill created by the woman in front of him. Looking at the martial arts technique emerging in his mind, Mu Feng's face trembled with shock. This 7 absolute divine skill was actually a method of cultivating both the spirit and the body. You know, in the world, physical cultivation is extremely rare. The 7 absolute divine arts not only cultivate both the spirit and the body, but also contain a unique sword technique. If people knew that Mu Feng possessed such a skill, all major forces would surely flock to him. An innocent man is guilty of possessing a treasure. Boy, remember, if you want to fully exert the 7 absolute divine art, you must integrate the spirits of the world and strengthen yourself. Otherwise, no matter how powerful the 7 absolute divine art is, you will not be able to exert its effect. Soul. Mu Feng raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard this. That is a rare treasure coveted by everyone in the martial arts world. All things have spirits, and when the spiritual power of an object reaches a certain level, it will give birth to a soul. Not to mention that the spirits recorded in the Atlas of all spirits are not only powerful but also hard to find. Once it appears, thousands of people will flock to it. It is as difficult as ascending to heaven to obtain it. Seeing Mu Feng's difficulty, the woman pointed with one hand. A palm-sized sword appeared in the woman's hand. The sword emitted a faint silver-white glow. Just feeling the fluctuation of spiritual power made Mu Feng shocked. This item is called Jianyao Lingpa, and is ranked 371st in the Wanling Atlas. It is the most suitable for Jianzhu. I will give it to you now, and I hope you can fulfill the 2 conditions I gave you. As soon as he finished speaking, the small sword in his hand rushed into Mu Feng's eyebrows. Before Mu Feng could react, he felt the spiritual power in his body expand violently, and his empty body was filled with spiritual power again. In just a few moments, Mu Feng broke through the qi training and reached the first level of Xianhuang. The familiar feeling returned again, and Mu Feng was overjoyed. He could even foresee that as long as he could master the 7 absolute divine arts, he would be able to fight against even the 10 heavenly emperors who stood at the top of the human race. Father, Qingshuang, wait for me. One day, I will step onto the top of the world. This day will not be too far away. After saying that, Mu Feng clasped his hands together. Thank you, Senior. Thank you. It's too early to thank you now. If you can't meet those 2 conditions, I can forgive you. But they are not so kind. After saying that, the woman looked at the 6 cages behind her with a half-smile on her face. Mu Feng couldn't help but swallow, feeling a little scared. This is like escaping from a mountain of swords and falling into a sea of fire. Forget it. Now that things have come to this, it all depends on how you perform. Go ahead. The woman waved her hand and was about to send Mu Feng away. I haven't asked for your name yet. This seat, Yuhongking. A white light flashed, and Mu Feng's figure disappeared in the 7 evil prisons of the Sea of Sin. As Mu Feng left, the other 6 cages were no longer silent. Countless spiritual powers surged, and the figures in the other 5 cages, except the one in the middle, all emerged. I didn't expect that after waiting for tens of thousands of years, would finally see this kid. Humph, I think it's better to kill him, so as not to disturb our peace. Old 5, I really want to say that you are brainless, but have you ever thought about the consequences of killing him? The man called Lao Wu was speechless. That's enough. Be quiet. Yu Hunqing spoke with a cold face, signaling the 6 people to be quiet. He is our only chance to get out. After being trapped here for 10,000 years, we can only fulfill that condition. Otherwise, we will turn into 7 dry bones here. After hearing Yu Hunqing's words, the others were not prepared to buy it. It's hard to say whether that kid can complete the 2 conditions. If he can do it, I don't mind giving him some pointers. If he can't, I will kill him myself. Old 5 is right. I will teach you a lesson. I despise such a weak boy. Even if I am trapped for another 10,000 years, I will never even look at such an ant. Stubborn. Yu Hunqing said a few words, and then he dispersed and returned to the cage again. Wow! With a loud shout, Mu Feng sat up suddenly, looking a little dazed. Xianhuang realm, it's really Xianhuang realm. Looking at his own hands and feeling the surging power in his body, Mu Feng was extremely ecstatic. Princess D. Just wait for me. One day, I will make you regret what you did that day. Mu Feng spoke excitedly, his eyes full of murderous intent. Boy, don't get carried away. Although you have entered the Xianhuang realm, this is just the beginning. Although you have refined the sword Shining Spirit with my help, it does not mean that you have mastered the sword Absolute. Remember this, if you fail to reach the heaven and earth realm within a year, your fate will be dire. Yu Hunqing spoke to remind Mu Feng, but beneath her charming tone was an unmistakable murderous intent. Mu Feng was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and train. Hearing this, Mu Feng nodded slightly. With a thought, the sword spirit rushed out of his body and turned into a long sword. Holding the sword shining with spiritual power, Mu Feng turned over and came to the small courtyard. He slowly activated the spiritual power in his body and used the first level of the sword. The sword skill is divided into 10 levels. But just this first level was enough to make Mu Feng suffer. You are too slow in drawing your sword. Try again. Not strong enough. Try again. Your steps are off, try again. The spiritual power is not under control, try again. After Yu Hunqing's repeated training for a whole night, Mu Feng finally understood the key points of the first level. The sword turns into a shadow, which is impermanent and uncertain. Elusive and irresistible. Sword Ju. As Mu Feng finished speaking, the long sword in his hand flew, and countless sword energies were like wild geese passing by, sweeping towards the sky. Bang! The clouds broke apart, revealing the rising sun, which reflected on Mu Feng's face. Success! Being able to wield the first level of sword skills within one night shows that Mu Feng has great talent. But Mu Feng understood that this was also inseparable from Yu Hunqing's sharp eyes. She could always accurately capture the shortcomings of Mu Feng's practice. Sure enough, these monsters that had lived for tens of thousands of years were extraordinary. Suddenly, Mu Feng had an idea. These 7 criminals have extraordinary backgrounds and may be able to find a way to save Lin Qingxuang. Not that I know of. Yu Hunqing's decisive reply came from Mu Feng's heart. But just when Mu Feng was feeling discouraged, Yu Hunqing spoke again, giving him hope again. But what? But I have never practiced any soul-related skills. You can ask the third brother about this question. He knows more about it. Who is the third brother that the senior mentioned? As soon as Mu Feng opened his mouth, a cold voice suddenly came. Ask me? Humph, I have roamed the world, when did I fall to the point of answering questions for this kid? Just say it if you're told to. Do you want to be beaten? Yu Hunqing spoke in a bad mood. It was obvious that she had an extraordinary status among these 7 people. Seeing this, the third brother spoke reluctantly. Humph, just say it. After taking over another body, there are 2 possibilities for the soul in the original body. The first is to be wiped out, and the second is to be expelled. The Lin Qingxuang you mentioned was only at the Qi training stage before, and her strength was low. This means that the guy who took over her body was also pitifully weak. So the possibility of being expelled is greater. As long as we use the soul-searching technique, we can find it back. Hearing what the third brother said, Mu Feng was so excited that he couldn't express it in words. Then please help me, senior. Mu Feng will be very grateful. You are the one who can make a move. How can I make a move when I am trapped in this damn place? At least the first seal must be removed before I can make a move. Also, don't blame me for not reminding you. If the expelled soul cannot turn around or find a host, its intelligence will dissipate and it will become what we call a wandering ghost. Even if you find it, it won't recognize you. Boy, your time is running out. Click. Mu Feng's heart trembled. A wandering ghost. Doesn't that mean we will never be able to meet in this life, and that bitch Diji will get the advantage for nothing? Mu Feng clenched his fists suddenly, and an unprecedented desire to become stronger rose in his heart. Qingshuang, wait for me. I will definitely bring you back safe and sound. Right at this moment. A hurried knock on the door interrupted Mu Feng's practice. Young master, wake up quickly. Something terrible has happened. When the door was opened, Mu Yun, the Mu family's steward, was seen breathing heavily. It was obvious that something unusual had happened. Seeing the other person's expression, Mu Feng's heart sank. What happened to make you so flustered? Young master, you're awake, that's great. The second elder has proposed to depose you from your position as young master and make Mu Kuang the new young master. Mu's hull. The great elder was furious and slammed his palm on the table. Bang! I don't agree. Mu Feng once made great contributions to the Mu family, and even fought for 3 spiritual mines for the Mu family a year ago. Now that he is seriously injured and dying, you want to deprive him of his position as young master. If this gets out, wouldn't outsiders say that my Mu family is taking advantage of his misfortune? You have no conscience. Great Elder, you also know the current situation. Kuanger's realm has already surpassed Mu Feng. Moreover, Mu Feng is seriously injured. It is better to give up the position of young master and let the capable one take over. The second elder looked at the first elder with a forced smile. Can you do that? The first elder was not a good-tempered person either, and he started cursing at the second elder. Why didn't you say you were the young master? You wanted your son to be the young master while Mu Feng was still seriously injured? Not only do I find it hard to listen, even the dogs on the street would shake their heads if they heard it. Watching the great elder insulting him like this. The second elder's mouth twitched constantly, but he decided not to pretend and stood up immediately. This matter is not up to you. Get it for me. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of Mu family guards rushed in from outside the hall and surrounded the great elder in an orderly manner. Second brother, who gave you such courage? Do you want to rebel against Tian Gang? Seeing that the guards had surrounded him, the great elder was furious and his face became increasingly gloomy. You're against Tian Gang? Humph, who told that kid not to wake up? You can't blame me. If you don't want to depose him, I can only kill you. And then I'll go get rid of that seriously injured useless guy. The Mu family wants a ruthless leader. You are old and not suitable for this responsibility. But don't worry, after you die, I will give you a grand funeral. I think the mass graves in the back hills are good, very suitable for you and that useless guy Mu Feng. You. The great elder was extremely angry and was about to signal the other elders when he discovered. Except for him, everyone else remained silent and avoided looking. Not only did he not show any intention of getting up, but he just sat there and watched. Only then did he understand that this group of people had long been bribed by the second elder and had become Mu Kuang's pawns in his ascent to power. You. Are you trying to make the world laugh at my Mu family by doing this? Laugh at me? Great elder, since ancient times, the victors have been kings and the losers have been bandits. You and Mu Feng are both dead. Who else would know about this? Mu Kuang, who was standing next to the second elder, grinned, with murderous intent already emerging in his eyes. At this moment, outside the hall, the wind was blowing fiercely, and surging spiritual energy was rushing towards the hall. A figure slowly stepped into everyone's sight. The murderous aura filled the air, making everyone in the hall shudder. The man opened his mouth slowly, his face looking extremely ferocious. Mu Kuang, I usually regard you as my brother, but I didn't expect that you would kill your fellow countrymen just for the position of young master. You, damn it! Mu Feng. The great elder secretly thought that this was not good. Mu Feng had not yet recovered his strength and yet he came here like this. I'm afraid that the sheep will fall into the tiger's mouth. Mu Feng, go. You are no match for them. The great elder shouted anxiously. If the second elder had not held the knife at his neck, he would have wanted to fight his way out and escort Mu Feng away. Leave? Where else can he go? Mu Kuang grinned and looked at Mu Feng in front of him with a cruel expression. I wanted to deal with the great elder first, and then look for you. I didn't expect you to fall into this trap. You are truly hopelessly stupid. Mu Kuang, do you really want the position of young master that much? Mu Feng's expression grew colder and colder. The repeated betrayals of his relatives and friends had already caused his anger to rise to an indescribable level. He wished he could kill everyone in this room. Hearing Mu Feng's question, Mu Kuang burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Mu Feng, I think you are really stupid. Only by becoming the young master can I participate in the competition for the spiritual mine, enter the Snow Moon Spiritual Academy, and stand out. You shouldn't have woken up and blocked my path to success. In order to succeed, I, Mu Kuang, will not show mercy when it comes to killing even my former brothers. Facing Mu Kuang's ridicule, Mu Feng remained unmoved. Since you want the position of young master so much, let me see how much you have grown in the 3 months I was unconscious. You were no match for me before, and you won't be my opponent now. Mu Feng was seen with his hands behind his back, his expression cold. His words were filled with arrogance and extraordinary power that swept across the world. Do you really think you are still the #1 genius in Shuiyue City? In the past 3 months, I have already stepped into the Xianhuang realm. You are just a mere qi training. Let alone the young master of the Mu family, even if you kneel down and want to be my dog, I will not look down on you. At that time, Mu Feng was so glorious that he defeated all the geniuses in Shuiyue City and won 3 spiritual mines in the competition. From that time on, Mu Kuang began to develop murderous intentions towards Mu Feng. So when he saw Mu Feng was seriously injured, he not only did not choose to treat him, but instead let Mu Feng die. Boom! The aura of the first level of Xianhuang exploded completely, forming countless cyclones that gathered around Mu Kuang. Did you see it? I've become so strong, so strong. Mu Feng, what are you going to use to fight me? As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Kuang raised his foot and rushed out suddenly, spiritual power filling his body, and slapped Mu Feng. The pressure from the Xianhuang realm is extremely terrifying. As a powerful Xianhuang master, the great elder naturally knows how terrifying Mu Kuang is now. Mu Feng, hurry up. As long as you have the Green Mountains, you will never run out of firewood. If we don't leave now, both of us will die here today. Faced with the great elder's call, Mu Feng remained unmoved. Is that all? He raised his palm lightly. Boom! With both palms colliding, Mu Kuang's body unexpectedly flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. You just woke up, how could you possibly break through the Xianhuang realm? This is impossible. Faced with Mu Feng's extremely domineering power, blood flowed from the corners of Mu Kuang's mouth and his face was full of disbelief. The previous blow caused his right arm to tremble and he couldn't use any strength at all. I'm sorry to disappoint you. Mu Feng took a step and moved away. He punched Mu Kuang in the face. Puff. Blood gushed out, dyeing Mu Feng's fist red. With his fist raised, Mu Kuang had lost the strength to fight again, and collapsed to the ground listlessly, like mud. Kill with one punch. Impossible. Impossible. I went to see you yesterday, and you only had the aura of the Qi training realm. How come you broke through to the Xianhuang realm today? The past was the past, and the present is the present. After saying this, Mu Feng grabbed Mu Kuang's throat and lifted him up high. Now, it's your turn to die. Father, save me. Father, save me. Feeling the threat of death, Mu Kuang was no longer as arrogant as before, and hurriedly asked the second elder for help. The second elder didn't care about anything else and rushed towards Mu Kuang. Mu Feng, let go of your hands. If you dare to kill Kuanger, I will kill you today. Mu Feng smiled coldly when he heard this. Threatening me? The 5 fingers clenched suddenly. He actually crushed Mu Kuang's throat and separated his head and body. Kuanger. Kuanger. Mu Feng, I will kill you. Seeing Mu Kuang's miserable death, the second elder trembled and chopped down Mu Feng with the long knife in his hand. Bang! The sword spirit transformed into a silver sword and gathered in his hand. The two collided and burst into brilliant sparks. How is it possible? A Xianhuang level 1 person can actually block the full force of my spiritual sword. The second elder's face suddenly changed. Not to mention that he was already stronger than Mu Feng at the 3rd level of Xianhuang, the spiritual sword in his hand was a spiritual weapon that had the function of amplifying spiritual power. It could actually be blocked by Mu Feng. Want to know why? Go down and ask the King of Hell. Swish! The sword blade flashed, and a trace of blood spurted out from the second elder's neck. The body fell heavily to the ground. Faced with Mu Feng's thundering methods and cruel nature, even the great elder couldn't help but tremble. What on earth happened to Mu Feng that caused him to change so drastically? Someone, take these 2 bodies away and feed them to the dogs. Seal off the second elder's residence, confiscate all assets, and thoroughly investigate all those involved in this rebellion. The whole family will be executed. For a while, a bloody feast of slaughter took place in the Mu family. Nearly 30% of the entire Mu family's strength disappeared overnight. Despite the heavy losses, Mu Feng, who had died once, understood that if the grass is not uprooted, it will grow again in the spring breeze. Early morning. Mu Feng sat cross-legged in meditation. The yin and yang energies in the body continued to circulate, but Mu Feng's brows gradually furrowed. I have been practicing for a long time, but I still haven't noticed any signs of a breakthrough. It has been a long time since the civil unrest was quelled. Mu Feng is still stuck at the 1st level of Xianhuang. Although his Qi Ju divine art was improving day by day, he did not feel any breakthrough at all. It seems that I need to continue to devour spirits in order to grow stronger. Boom! At this moment, a purple beam of light rushed into the sky, causing a huge noise. Mu Feng suddenly opened his eyes. When I walked out of the room, I saw a purple beam of light rising into the sky from the top of the mountain in the distance, turning most of the sky dark purple. This scene shocked Mu Feng extremely. What is this? If my guess is correct, the one that could cause such a big commotion must be a spirit. Yu Huanqing's voice sounded, causing Mu Feng's eyes to gleam with brilliance. In this case, he had to go to the place where the beam of light was. Young master. The great elder wants to see you. The chief steward Mu Yun once again came to Mu Feng in a hurry and said. In the Mu family hall, the chief elder and a group of Mu family senior executives sat upright on chairs, waiting for Mu Feng to arrive. Mu Feng meets the great elder. Mu Feng stepped forward swiftly and saluted the great elder with his hands clasped together. Hurry up, Mu Feng, you must have seen the beam of light. I saw it. I was planning to go explore it. Yes, I also plan to let you go, but before you go, I have something to give you. After saying that, the great elder took out a piece of light armor from the storage ring and handed it to Mu Feng. This is... Looking at the soft armor in front of him, Mu Feng frowned. This is the Xianling armor, which can resist the attack of ordinary Xianhuang realm cultivators. If you carry it with you, it can save your life at the critical moment if you are in danger. Ah! Mu Feng was shocked. Only the head of the family was qualified to wear the Xianling armor. It had always been a personal item of his father Mu Zhanting. Before his father left, he left it to the great elder. Now, the great elder gave it to him. Isn't it just an indirect recognition that Mu Feng will be the next head of the Mu family? Seeing that Mu Feng was a little surprised, the great elder patted Mu Feng on the shoulder. Mu Feng, I'm old. The future belongs to you young people. From now on, the great cause of the Mu family depends on you. Remember, safety is everything. No matter what the danger is, you must come back as soon as possible. The great elder handed the soft armor to Mu Feng and spoke earnestly. Upon hearing this, Mu Feng nodded vigorously. Thank you for your kindness, great elder. Mu Feng will definitely live up to your trust. Go ahead. Patting Mu Feng on the shoulder, the great elder waved his hand gently. Looking at Mu Feng's departing back, the great elder smiled with relief. Zhanting, you gave birth to a good son this time. Snow and Moon Mountains. Mu Feng touched the first-grade Xianling armor on his body and couldn't help but feel a deep pressure. However, this Xianling armor is indeed the Mu family's most valuable treasure. It is very useful. With the protection of this Xianling armor, Mu Feng is confident that he can also fight against the 5th level of Xianhuang. A mere first-grade spiritual weapon makes you so happy. Boy, is this all you have? Yu Huanqing's rather disdainful voice echoed in Mu Feng's heart. You are a full man who doesn't know the hunger of a hungry man. When I go out to take risks, I must prepare a backup plan to save my life. If I die, no one will be able to help you remove the seal. Boom! At this moment, a whistling sound came from the sky. A huge spirit beast sprinted towards them. The wings of that spirit beast were huge, covering the sky and blocking out the sun. The strong wind created by its wings alone made the surrounding flowers, plants and trees tremble. Seeing this scene, Mu Feng's pupils shrank. It's actually a second-grade spirit beast. Who is that guy who can use a second-grade spirit beast as a mount? Even a powerful family like the Mu family does not have the capital to do so. Because this second-grade spirit beast is already comparable to 3 Xianhuang realm powerhouses, it is already difficult for the Mu family to defeat it, let alone tame it. Suddenly, a joyful voice came from the back of the spirit beast. Brother Mu Feng. When I looked up, I saw a girl in white gauze waving her hand to greet me. Su Xian? Why is it you? The Mu family and the Wen family have been friends for generations, so naturally the relationship between Mu Feng and Wen Suxin is not bad either. Seeing that it was an acquaintance, Mu Feng did not hesitate to jump and jumped towards the back of the spirit beast. Brother Mu Feng, long time no see. Su Xian, why are you here? Mu Feng was a little puzzled. The Wen family was one of the 3 major families in Xiuyue City, so it was impossible for them to own such a powerful mount. Hehe, you probably don't know this. I have been recruited as a disciple by Kunling Academy in advance. This time the secret realm is not far from the Wen family, so senior sister Ruqing brought me here. Hearing this, Mu Feng looked Wen Suxin up and down. I didn't expect that after not seeing her for a few months, this little girl actually reached the 5th level of Xianhuang. Not only that, but she also had an extremely mysterious aura. While Mu Feng was somewhat surprised, he also felt sad that he had been in a coma for 3 months and a lot of things and people had changed. By the way, brother Mu Feng, where is sister Qing Shuang? She used to follow you wherever you went. Wen Suxin asked with some curiosity. When asked this by the other party, Mu Feng didn't know how to answer for a moment and could only talk nonsense. She's going on a trip, and won't be back for a while. Travel. Hee, that's great, bah, no, it's too sad. I haven't seen Sister Qingshuang for a long time, and I miss her a little bit. How come this little girl can talk nonsense even more than me? Mu Feng had a strange look on his face. It didn't look like he missed her at all. However, he didn't think much about it. The most urgent thing was to go to the secret realm to explore. If he could find the soul, he would be able to raise the 7 absolute divine arts to a higher level. Just as the two were talking, a figure quietly approached them. Su Exayan, who is this? Senior Sister Ruqing, this is Mu Feng that I mentioned to you. He is so amazing. He was the #1 genius in our Shuiyue city. The first genius? Ruqing looked Mu Feng up and down, a hint of disdain flashing in her eyes. For Su Exayan's sake, I can take you with me to the secret realm this time, but I cannot guarantee your safety. Your life or death has nothing to do with Kunlingyuan. You should take care of yourself. After hearing what the other party said, Mu Feng understood. This guy obviously didn't want to bother with me, and only agreed to follow me for Wen Suxin's sake. But Mu Feng doesn't care about these. He had no intention of leaving his life and death in the hands of others. Thank you very much. In response to Mu Feng's thanks, Ruqing simply nodded and turned away. Brother Mu Feng, Senior Sister Ruqing is just so cold. Don't mind it. She's actually very nice to me. Don't worry, I know she's not a bad person. Mu Feng nodded slightly and didn't want to discuss this matter too much. Not only that, he was also secretly surprised. She is just a senior sister, but she has reached the peak of Xianhuang cultivation. This Kunling Academy is indeed the #1 holy place for cultivation in the Tianxian realm. About half an hour. The spirit beast reached the sky above a valley. Mu Feng and the other two stood on its back, overlooking the entire scene. The entrance to that valley is the secret place. Ruqing said coldly. Then he frowned. I didn't expect so many people. At this moment, from the distant sky, several powerful auras rushed in from all directions. The power of that aura was no weaker than the spirit beast under Mu Feng's feet. The clouds broke apart, and 4 spirit beasts of different shapes appeared in front of Mu Feng. Boom! One of the spirit beasts opened its mouth to gather spiritual power. Shoot suddenly towards the sky. The huge spiritual power rushed to the sky and turned into a dazzling light, attracting everyone's attention. On the back of the spirit beast, a man stood with his hands behind his back. This place has been taken over by Kunling Academy. All idle personnel must leave. Those who disobey will be beheaded. As soon as the words fell, everyone was stunned, but in the blink of an eye they scattered in all directions. Seeing this scene, Mu Feng secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If he hadn't met Su Exayan by chance, he wouldn't even have the chance to enter the secret realm. While feeling relaxed, Mu Feng was also shocked. This was the first time he intuitively felt the power of Kunling Academy. This transcendent overlord force that controls the entire Tianxian territory can scare those people into panic with just one sentence. This made Mu Feng even more determined to join. Only such a powerful force could help him practice the 7 absolute divine arts better. In less than half an incense stick of time, all the people around had dispersed. After all, Kunling Academy has already made it known that staying here is tantamount to seeking death. 3 people jumped off the spirit beasts, and at the same time, several figures also came down from the other 4 spirit beasts. The aura of these people is only stronger than Ruching's. Although there is no heaven and earth realm, as long as these people want, this force is enough to sweep across the entire Snow Moon City. They come from the 5 major peaks of Kunlingyuan. A teasing voice sounded in Mu Feng's ears. Hey, isn't this Mu Feng? Why didn't you hear me just now? Why don't you guys get out of here right away? Are you looking for death by staying here? Turning around, I saw a man in a red robe. Looking at him with ill intentions. Sun Shao, the eldest son of the Sun family. The Mu family and the Wen family have always been at odds with the Sun family. When Sun Shao saw Mu Feng at this moment, he naturally wanted to step on him hard twice. Mu Feng didn't expect that Sun Shao had also been recruited by Kunling Academy in advance. It turned out that while he had been in a coma for 3 months, other families had already been recruited in advance. Brother Mu Feng is my friend, he is not considered an outsider. Wen Suxin spoke unhappily. If you haven't joined Kunling Academy yet, how can you not be considered an outsider? Senior Sister Ruching, this is against the rules. How can such a useless person be qualified to enter the secret realm with us? Everyone, do you think this is right? After saying this, Sun Zhao's face was full of pride, and the shame of being defeated by Mu Feng seemed to be washed away at this moment. After he finished speaking, the other disciples of Kunling Academy also became dissatisfied. They all blamed Ruching and Mu Feng. No one wanted anyone to bring their relatives and friends to share a piece of the pie. That's right, Xian Huang Level 1, how dare you be with us? Ruching, if you do this, I will even call my mother over next time we go to the secret realm. For a moment, Ruching felt a little embarrassed. He could only look at Mu Feng with some resentment. What nonsense! Brother Mu Feng has already been accepted as a disciple by Master Xue. What's against the rules? The sudden outburst of words made everyone look at each other in surprise. Even Mu Feng himself didn't know that he had become a disciple of Kunling Academy. Everyone looked at Wen Suxin in disbelief. Even Ruching's expression changed suddenly. The disciple recruited by Master Xue himself has a very important background. You know, whether it was Wen Suxin or Sun Shao, they were noticed by Kunling Academy because of their great talents, and then the Academy sent disciples to recruit them in advance. If you fail to pass the Kunling Academy assessment, you will still be at risk of being eliminated. Whether you can join depends on the assessment results at that time. But when it comes to recruiting tutors, it's a different story. Even if Mu Feng ranks last in the assessment, the Spiritual Academy will still accept him if Tutor Xue asks. That's the gap. Humph, Teacher Xue recruited Mu Feng? How come I didn't know? Wen Suxin, are you lying? Sun Shao looked at Wen Suxin with suspicion. Others may not know, but he knows it very well. Mu Feng was seriously injured and in a coma for 3 months. How could he be recruited by Teacher Xue in advance? Wen Su looked at Sun Shao with disdain without blushing or feeling any nervousness. Dr. Xue need to report to you about what he does? If you don't agree, you can go and confront Teacher Xue in person. Confrontation in person? It took 2 days to go back and forth, and by the time the confrontation was over, the secret realm was completely emptied. Wen Suxin, can you really be sure that this person has been recruited by Teacher Xue? The disciples from other peaks also became curious. Mu Feng's strength of the first level of Xianhuang is so great that not only the instructor but even the disciples in their academy look down on him. It's absolutely true. It was also Teacher Xue's idea to bring Mu Feng here this time. Seeing Wen Suxin so confident, everyone began to hesitate. If they don't let Mu Feng in and offend Teacher Xue, these young disciples will probably have a hard time. In this case, this person will come in with us. Yes, we are both disciples of the spiritual academy, so it's okay for us to enter. The other disciples from the peaks also nodded. It was no use for Sun Shao to protest at this moment. He could only stare at the two of them with a gloomy face and walked towards the secret realm helplessly. Seeing this, Wen Suxin gave Mu Feng a look that said, "It's done," grabbed Mu Feng's clothes and followed Ruqing. On the way, Ruqing looked at Wen Suxin with some blame. "Su Exin, you acted too impulsively. If Teacher Xue knew about this, not only you but also I would be punished." "It's okay. Teacher Xue has always been kind-hearted. Why would she bother with us over such a small matter?" Wen Suxin chuckled. Since Mu Feng had already been brought in, they could talk about what happened next later. Sun Shao is now walking at the front of the team. His heart was filled with murderous intent. He was 100% sure that Mu Feng was not a disciple of the spiritual academy. Looking at the two people talking and laughing behind him, Sun Shao gradually felt murderous. "Since you two are so ungrateful, don't blame me for being ruthless from now on." Unconsciously. Half an hour passed and everyone still found nothing. Suddenly, several people from Huling Peak in the front stopped. "In front of me is a three-way intersection with 3 dark forks in the road, which makes me shudder. These 3 forks lead to unknown areas. How about we split up and act separately?" "Okay, I'll take the one on the far left." "I'll choose the one on the far left, too." "I choose the one on the right." Everyone was talking about it and wanted to take the 2 forks in the road. After all, the spiritual energy erupting from these 2 roads was the most intense and there was a high probability that there would be treasures inside. As for the one in the middle, it looks extremely ordinary. Mu Feng originally wanted to take the left path, but Yu Huanqing's voice suddenly rang out. "Kid, take the middle one." "Why?" Mu Feng was a little puzzled. No matter how he looked at it, the chances of encountering a spirit soul were greatest on the left and right sides. "I can feel that there are violent energy fluctuations deep in this middle fork, which are not present in the other 2 forks." Seeing this, Mu Feng nodded slightly. Since Yu Huanqing has spoken, he has nothing to worry about. "Senior Sister Ruqing, let's take the middle path." Hearing Mu Feng's words, Ruqing frowned, and the looks of the others became even more strange. The way he looked at Mu Feng was as if he was a lunatic. Even a fool would know that he can't choose the middle one. "Since you from Shuling Peak want to take the middle route, we definitely can't compete with you. Go quickly." "That's right, I think the path in the middle offers great opportunities, so I'd better give it to you, Shuling Peak." Everyone spoke hurriedly, each of them grinning with pride. They wished there was one less person competing with them for the opportunity. Ruqing was so angry that her face turned blue. Looking at Mu Feng, he couldn't help but feel angry. If he hadn't already come here, he would have been affected if he exposed Mu Feng's identity. She would definitely throw Mu Feng out. "Humph, let's go." With a cold snort, Ruqing led the 2 of them towards the middle road. Little did they know that Sun Shao was secretly observing the 3 of them with a sinister smile on his face. Inside the passage, Ruqing looked at Mu Feng angrily. "Mu Feng. If you make decisions on your own again next time, I will never protect you again. I won't even look at them even if they kill you. Don't think you can get away with anything just because you're Su Xian's friend." Facing the furious Ruqing, Mu Feng laughed it off awkwardly. "Oh, Senior Sister Ruqing, don't worry about it. Believe me, there are great opportunities on this road, and I will definitely not let you come here in vain." At this moment, Mu Feng could only place all his hopes on Yu Huanqing. If she made a mistake, she would really offend Ruqing in front of her. It would not be a good thing no matter how you think about it to offend internal staff before joining the spiritual academy. It's better to be like this. If not, you can't even enter the outer courtyard, let alone become Master Shui's disciple. Wow, what is this? It's so beautiful. Ruqing had just finished speaking when Wen Suxin's words suddenly rang out. The two looked in the direction Wen Suxin was looking, and saw red crystals appearing on the stone wall on the left. Each one is crystal clear and emits a red luster. The spiritual energy that came towards them made the three of them feel like spring breeze. It's the blood essence crystal, a rare treasure that can strengthen the blood in the body. I didn't expect to see it here. Ruqing walked forward excitedly and wanted to pick them. Careful. Mu Feng hurriedly grabbed Ruqing's hand, only to see the latter take a step forward without having time to retract her steps. Countless pieces of rubble rolled down suddenly. Right beside the three of them was a bottomless abyss, and they would fall in if they were not careful. Ruqing was pulled back by Mu Feng, her face extremely pale. If Mu Feng hadn't been quick-witted, he would have been smashed to pieces. Thank you very much. It's okay. It's extremely dark here. You should pay more attention to your step. Seeing that the danger was over, Mu Feng breathed a sigh of relief. He gathered spiritual energy with one hand and illuminated the entire passage in front of him. A winding path appeared in front of the three people. At the end of the path is the blood crystal. Brother Feng, you are amazing. How do you know there is a treasure in the middle of the road? Looking at the blood crystal as big as a head in front of her, Wen Suxin looked at Mu Feng excitedly. The latter chuckled. Hey, you don't understand. This is called the truth is in the hands of a few people. Let's cut the blood crystal quickly. If we attract the attention of the people from the other two roads, we won't be able to keep it all. The two women nodded slightly, and just as they were about to take the blood crystal away, a powerful spiritual force rushed towards the three people. It's right to keep it all for yourself, but it's not you who keep it all for yourself, it's me. The sound attracted the attention of the three people, and they turned around to look. Sun Zhao's attack had already appeared in front of the three people. Mu Feng secretly thought that it was not good. The attack came too suddenly and he had no chance to react at all. Both eyes went dark. All three of them fell into the abyss, and their lives or deaths were unknown. A dark abyss. Mu Feng opened his hazy eyes. Touching the Xianling armor on his body, Mu Feng couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I found the old man to get gold coins before going out. Otherwise, if you fall into this abyss, you won't even know how you died. Fortunately, the abyss is not that deep, otherwise the Xianling armor would not be able to protect itself. Su Exayan, Senior Sister Ruqing. In the dim environment, Mu Feng gathered spiritual power in his palms and reflected it to the surroundings. Keep calling the two girls names. Although the two women are not protected by the Xianling armor, their realm is much higher than Mu Feng, so there shouldn't be any big problems. But when I looked around, there was no trace of the two of them. He couldn't even sense the breath of the two of them. Kid, don't look for it. There's no one around here. Those two guys either didn't fall down, or they accidentally fell into another corner during the fall. Yu Huanqing's words suddenly rang out, making Mu Feng feel helpless. It would be better if they didn't fall, otherwise the deaths of these two people would be somewhat related to Mu Feng. It will make Mu Feng feel guilty. Damn Sun Xiao, he must be trying to kill me and Su Exayan because of the fight for the spiritual mine in a month. The Battle for the Spiritual Mine is an annual event in Shuyue City. The three major families sent out the strongest young men in the clan to compete for the mining rights of the spiritual mine. The last time Mu Feng competed for spiritual mines, he took first place, allowing the Mu family to obtain 3 spiritual mines. Sun Shao must have thought of killing the two men because he saw that the battle for the spiritual mine was about to begin. You bastard, you'd better not let me get up there, or I'll definitely kill you. Mu Feng cursed viciously, looked up at the sky, and felt sad. But how do I get up there? The Xianhuang realm does not have the ability to fly in the air at all, this abyss has no end in sight. Does Mu Feng have to climb up? Senior Yu, what should we do? After thinking about it, Mu Feng felt that he had no ability to go up by himself. I can only ask Yu Hunqing for help. Faced with Mu Feng's request for help, Yu Hunqing could only shake his head helplessly. This kid, who has little experience in the world, will be busy in the future. Although the Xianhuang realm cannot walk in the air, there are records of flying with a sword in the Sword Absolute. If you can learn it, flying over this abyss will not be a problem. Flying with a sword? After hearing Yu Hunqing's words, Mu Feng closed his eyes and thought. He went over in his mind and slowly deduced the techniques needed to fly with a sword. Call out. His eyes suddenly opened, and Jian Yao's soul turned into a long sword and rushed out of Mu Feng's body. Driven by Mu Feng, the long sword fluttered and lingered around Mu Feng, like Mu Feng's arm, moving freely, at will, and according to his thoughts. Seeing this scene, Mu Feng shouted excitedly. Senior Yu, I have become what I have become. Before he could finish his words, Mu Feng's eyes turned black and he fell to the ground, fainting. Yu Hunqing. It was unknown how long it took before Mu Feng slowly woke up. As soon as he stood up, he realized that the spiritual energy in his body was almost dried up. I didn't expect that this sword-controlling technique consumes so much energy. In just a few breaths, my spiritual energy has been completely drained. Seeing Mu Feng's stupid look, Yu Hunqing said unhappily. What else? Is it that easy to master anti-air capabilities in the Xianhuang realm? But if you can master this sword-controlling technique, not only will you be able to fly through the air, but you will also be able to take the enemy's head from a distance of 100 feet without any problem. Mu Feng nodded slightly. If it's a sneak attack, maybe even a strong man at the peak of Xianhuang level won't be able to withstand it. Having made up his mind, Mu Feng once again circulated his spiritual power. This time, he did not rush to do things as he did before. I saw him slowly controlling the sword spirit and flying slowly. The faster the speed, the higher the demand for spiritual power. With Mu Feng's current spiritual power reserves, he can only proceed step by step and take it slow. I don't know how long it took. A figure stepped on a silver sword and jumped up from the abyss. Call out. There was a sound of breaking wind, and Mu Feng's figure landed quietly on the ground. Senior Yu, I really succeeded this time. Mu Feng spoke excitedly, after practicing for who knows how long. He was finally able to fly on his sword for half an incense stick of time. Although the time is not long, it is already a huge advantage for the Xianhuang realm warriors who do not have the ability to fly. What are you so proud of? It's only been half an incense stick of time. I really don't know how you can be so proud of such a short time. Although Yu Hunqing kept slandering Mu Feng. But I was secretly surprised. He mastered flying with a sword in just half a day, this speed is already extremely amazing. When Yu Hunqing created this technique, he never thought that Mu Feng would be able to practice it so smoothly. Even though Yu Hunqing kept attacking him, Mu Feng was still extremely excited. This excitement comes from one's own progress. Looking at the sword-like spirit in front of him, Mu Feng couldn't help but feel confused. Senior Yu, I have a question, but I don't know if I should ask it or not. Yu Hunqing, if you have to fart, just fart. Mu Feng touched his chin and asked seriously. Am I from a super big family? Hearing Mu Feng's question, Yu Hunqing couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha ha ha, why do you say that? Look, Why is this Sea of Sin 7 evil prison in my body, and why did you choose me as the successor? So I guess I must have a strong background. Xiong and I Nai. Yu Hunqing was so angry at Mu Feng's words that she started laughing. If you really have a strong background, do you still need us to guide you? Putting aside other things, why didn't your father take you with him when he left the Mu family? Is it because he has a strong background and doesn't love you? Well, that seems to be true. Mu Feng shrugged helplessly. But he didn't know when he asked this question. The entire 7 evil prisons in the Sea of Sin was filled with a sense of uneasiness. At the same time, outside the secret realm, Wen Suxin stood at the entrance with a sad face. She had been ambushed by Sun Shao before, but fortunately Ruqing climbed up the rock wall at the last moment and held her hand. The two of them failed to fall into the abyss. But she could only watch Mu Feng fall into the darkness and she was powerless to do anything. Brother Feng, I'm sorry, it's Su Xian who is useless. Su Xian can't save you, woo. Seeing Wen Suxin crying so hard, Ruqing walked forward with some heartache. She cares very much about this lovely little junior sister. How could I bear to see her so grief-stricken? Su Xian, the dead cannot be resurrected. I think Mu Feng's spirit in heaven would not want to see you so sad. If you really want to, then defeat Sun Shao in the battle for the spiritual mine in 7 days to repay Mu Feng's spirit in heaven. Wen Suxin raised her head eagerly, tears welling up in her eye sockets. Senior sister Ruqing, you are right. I must kill Sun Shao and avenge Mu Feng. Puff. Deep in the cave, Mu Feng sneezed for no reason. Why do I feel a chill in this cave? Mu Feng couldn't help but clasp his hands together and walked towards the depths of the cave. There's no way. Senior Yu, where is that violent energy fluctuation you mentioned? Why can't I feel it? Just ahead. Front? Mu Feng looked up in confusion, and the scene before him shocked him completely. In front of me is a huge stone door. Looking up, I couldn't see the top of the stone gate at all. 2 ferocious beasts are engraved on the stone gate in a confrontation posture. Lifelike. Just looking at it made Mu Feng extremely frightened. What a terrible feeling of oppression. Mu Feng raised his hand and touched the stone door, and a huge force immediately rebounded and knocked him out. Bang! Amidst the rubble, Mu Feng struggled to get up. I was flung so far away just by a touch. Where on earth is this place? Senior Yu, have you seen this thing? I haven't seen it, but I can conclude that this is a sealing formation, and it is of a high grade. The strange beast on the stone gate looks like it came from the demon world. Demonic world? Could it be that there is a powerful demon sealed in here? Thinking of this, Mu Feng already had the idea of escaping. Anyone who can be sealed in a formation of this level must not be a good man or a good woman. With Mu Feng's ability, if it is released accidentally, the high and low will be caught to fill the gaps between teeth. Mu Feng just smiled awkwardly. Senior Yu, I think this place is not suitable for me. I'd better leave. But for Mu Feng, he had already died once. Without absolute certainty, I will not act rashly. Yu Hunqing couldn't help but roll his eyes and sighed. This formation has been in disrepair for a long time and has long lost its original effect. If we can find the center of the formation, we can easily break it. But it is easier said than done. Mu Feng observed the gate for a long time, but could not find the core of the sealing formation. It is too difficult for him, a warrior at the Xianhuang realm, to observe such a high-level formation. Seeing that Mu Feng had not achieved any results for a long time, an impatient voice sounded. You ignorant kid! How long do you want to observe? Faced with this inexplicable sound, Mu Feng couldn't help but tremble all over. It seemed as if the person who was talking to him was the peerless devil who should be sealed behind the stone gate. Senior, it's not that I don't want to crack this formation, it's just that I really don't understand it. The core of the formation is in the eyes of those two beasts. Can't you see that? The voice sounded again. Mu Feng looked up into the eyes of the two monsters and nodded with some surprise. Thank you for the advice, Senior. As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Feng gathered spiritual power in his hands and bombarded the beast's eyes. Bang! A breaking sound was heard. The formation covering the stone gate shattered. Yu Hunqing saw this scene and said unhappily, Old Five, you know this formation, why didn't you speak up in advance? Humph, this formation is not considered top-notch in my Blood Demon clan, so why bother to mention it? If this kid hadn't made me anxious, I wouldn't bother to pay attention to it. The Blood Demon clan? Mu Feng raised his eyebrows. These 7 evil prisons in the Sea of Sin hold more than just humans? Senior, are you from the Blood Demon clan? It's none of your business, be quiet. After being yelled at like that, Mu Feng stopped talking. The people in the 7 evil prisons of the Sea of Sin have weird tempers. Maybe he got mentally ill because he was locked up for too long. Shaking his head helplessly, Mu Feng pushed open the stone door that had been sealed for a long time. In front of me is an empty hall. Perhaps due to years of disrepair, the building is now covered with cracks, as if it will collapse at any time. Where is this? Is this the palace of the demons? It's the palace of the Blood Demon clan, but I have never seen it. I think it was built after I was sealed. Why is the Demon clan's palace located in the human clan's living area? Mu Feng walked forward with full of doubts. A solemn blood-red throne appeared in front of Mu Feng. On the throne, a skeleton sat. The blood stains on his body had long since dried. But the strong smell of blood still made Mu Feng feel extremely tormented. This shows how powerful the owner of this throne was when he was alive. A red spiritual light was suspended within the skeleton, emitting waves of energy that made Mu Feng salivate. Is this a spirit? But why is the aura different from that of ordinary spirits? Feeling the fluctuations emitted by the soul, Mu Feng frowned. There is no spiritual power in this soul. Instead, it is a strong demonic energy. This thing is the Blood Demon soul. It should be formed by the demonic energy gathered from the body when it was in the state of sitting in meditation. Although it is not included in the Myriad Spirits Atlas, it is still considered a top-notch soul. Boy, what are you doing? Lao Wu's voice suddenly broke out, full of shock. Mu Feng had already arrived in front of the Blood Demon spirit and was reaching out to grab it. Yu Hunqing also spoke hurriedly. Boy, the spirit and the devil are in conflict. If you devour this spirit, you might explode and die. You must know that from ancient times to the present, no one has ever been able to successfully achieve dual cultivation of spirit and devil. If you do this, you are courting your own destruction. Self-destruction? Mu Feng grinned. This powerful force is here. Wouldn't it be stupid if I don't use it? My opponent is the Queen of the End. If I practice normally, when will I be able to defeat her? Since no one can do it, I will be the first person to do it. After saying that, Mu Feng suddenly grasped the spirit in his hand. For a moment, surging power surged into his body, making Mu Feng feel extremely uncomfortable in every limb, as if it was about to explode at any time. Purple-red demonic energy swept around Mu Feng, making Mu Feng scream in pain. Ah! Snow Moon City. On the big square. Countless younger disciples gathered around the square, ready to participate in the annual Snow Moon ceremony. The leaders of the 3 major families are now standing on the platforms representing their respective families, looking down at the crowds of people surging below. Sun Shao looked at the empty Mu family's house with a smug look on his face. Father, Mu Feng is dead. I will definitely take first place in this spiritual mind competition. Upon learning the news of Mu Feng's death, Sun Quan couldn't help but smile. My dear eldest son, you have done a great job. Mu Feng is dead, and the Mu family is in a state of lack of successors. Wen Suxin is a woman, and in a few years, the entire Shuiyue city will be the domain of my Wen family. After saying this, he laughed out loud with joy. Some are happy and some are sad. Everyone in the Mu family was shrouded in a depressed mood. I originally thought that Mu Feng would appear again with a miracle just like last time. But up to now, Mu Feng is still nowhere to be seen. Everyone had to believe that Mu Feng was really dead. Bang! An old man stood on the stage, beating the gongs and drums in his hands. Please invite the 3 contestants to the stage. The battle for the spiritual mine is about to begin. As soon as they finished speaking, Wen Suxin and Sun Shao leaped and landed steadily on the platform. Seeing that no one from the Mu family showed up, Sun Quan, the head of the Sun family, also smiled proudly. Why hasn't the Mu family sent anyone out yet? Do they want to give up? Or does the Mu family not even have a young man they like? Tisk, TSK, what a pity. Last year, the Mu family was in first place, but this year they don't even have the courage to participate. Faced with Sun Quan's sarcasm, everyone in the Mu family was angry. But I didn't dare to speak. Because what Sun Quan said was right, the current Mu family is indeed not qualified to fight on the stage. Seeing this, Sun Quan looked at the old man. Hurry up and announce that the Mu family has given up. Don't let this useless family delay my son's chance of winning the championship. Hearing this, the old man could only shake his head regretfully. Raise the gongs and drums in your hands and gently strike them. Bang! In this battle, the Mu family. Suddenly, a stream of spiritual power shot out and landed on the gongs and drums with incredible precision. Everyone looked in the direction where the spiritual power came from. I saw a figure, standing on a long sword, floating in the air. The Mu family, joined the battle. High in the sky, Mu Feng stood on the sword and looked down at the earth. In just a few days, Mu Feng's aura became extremely deep, and even had a hint of madness and domineering. The originally short hair also grew rapidly and became extremely flowing. If not everyone in Shuiyue City knew Mu Feng's face. No one would think that this guy is Mu Feng. Wen Suxin cheered excitedly. Brother Mu Feng. As Wen Suxin's voice rang out, the originally silent Mu family became silent. Cheered loudly too. Young master. Young master. Young master. The great elder was extremely excited. No one understood better than him how difficult it was to master the art of flying in the Xianhuang realm. This time, Mu Feng must have obtained a great opportunity from the secret book. The sword dissipated. Mu Feng landed smoothly. Sorry, I'm late. It's okay, it's good that you're here, it's good that you're here. The great elder patted Mu Feng's shoulder happily. This scene made Sun Zhao's face turn blue with anger. Impossible. Impossible. I saw you fall into the abyss with my own eyes, how could you still survive? As soon as the words came out of his mouth, the entire square was immediately in an uproar of public opinion. I was wondering why Mu Feng didn't come. Turns out Sun Shao had set him up against me. The Sun family is not a good family. Only the Sun family can do such a thing as sneak attacking others before a battle. Although there are a lot of frictions among the 3 major families on a daily basis, they are all kept in the open. Although there are such things as secretly doing something, they are limited to small-scale actions and cannot amount to anything big. Sun Shao blew himself up like this. This is tantamount to making the Sun family and the Mu family become complete enemies. No matter what the outcome of this battle is, the two families will inevitably fight to the death. After hearing everyone speak, Sun Shao realized that he had said the wrong thing. The hatred towards Mu Feng in his heart continued to grow. Come back? Even if you come back, you are only at the third level of Xianhuang. You will still be defeated by me. Feeling Mu Feng's realm, Sun Shao suddenly felt proud. Xianhuang 5th level versus Xianhuang 3rd level. The advantage is mine. At this moment, the old man on the stage gently struck the gong in his hand. Bang! Now that all the contestants have arrived, I will announce the rules of the Spirit Mine battle. There are a total of 6 spiritual mines in this fight. The top winner will receive 3 spiritual mines, the second place winner will receive 2, and the third place winner will receive 1. The champion of the last competition can directly enter the final. In this battle, life and death are at your own risk. Please do not interfere, lest you break the rules of the competition. Now, the second and third place winners of the previous competition, please step out. After the words fell, Sun Shao and Wen Suxin walked out slowly. Mu Feng stood at the foot of the platform with his arms folded. He originally wanted to deal with Sun Shao directly, but then he changed his mind. He also wanted to see how strong Sun Shao and Wen Suxin were now since they were recruited by Kunling Academy in advance. On stage, Sun Shao looked at Wen Suxin viciously. Surrender. With your strength, you are definitely no match for me, Sun Shao. Wen Suxin was quite disdainful of Sun Shao's arrogance. We are both at the 5th level of Xianhuang, but you are a little too self-righteous when you say this. You think highly of yourself? Sun Shao's face was full of pride. You will understand later whether it is you who is ignorant or I who think highly of myself. As soon as he finished speaking, Sun Shao suddenly rushed out and punched Wen Suxin in the face. Sun family shock fist. Sun Shao shouted loudly, and his fist turned into countless afterimages, shaking towards Wen Suxin. The shock fist is not a high-level martial art, but Sun Shao has already mastered it to perfection. Even smashing a huge rock with one move is no problem. Wen Suxin naturally sensed that this shocking punch was extraordinary, and her expression suddenly changed. 2 sleeves were swung out quickly. The sleeves were infused with spiritual power, becoming extremely tough, and they charged head-on towards the vibrating fist. Bang bang bang. Countless spiritual powers impacted, emitting waves of aftereffects. Accompanied by several explosions, the two of them took several steps back before they could stabilize their bodies. Everyone was also stunned by the scene. The Xianhuang realm is already a top-notch powerhouse in Shuyue City. This level of battle is not seen on a daily basis. But when Sun Zhao's father Sun Quan saw that he was unable to suppress Wen Suxin in the first round, his face gradually became gloomy. It's actually a spiritual weapon. I didn't expect that the Wen family would even bring out something like this for this battle. Although he was confident that Sun Shao could defeat Mu Feng. But if he consumes too much energy in the first battle, it will not be easy to face Mu Feng next time. Shower, just use all your strength and don't let her consume too much of your energy. Hearing his father's words, Sun Shao nodded slightly. He looked at Wen Suxin with great pride. Since father has spoken, I won't play with you anymore. You were chosen by Kunling Academy because of your special spirit body, but I am different. In the next move, I will let you understand what it means to be the #1 genius in Snow Moon City. As soon as he finished speaking, Sun Zhao's aura surged. In just a short moment, Wen Suxin was completely suppressed. How is this possible? How can the Xianhuang realm emit such a powerful aura? A physical cultivator. He is a physical cultivator. Someone shouted, and everyone looked shocked. Physical cultivation is the most difficult path of cultivation. Among spiritual bodies, spiritual cultivation can be practiced quickly, but the body will be much weaker than that of physical cultivation. As for physical cultivation, although the speed of practice is slow, it can reach the same level. Crush spiritual practice. Both of them are at the 5th level of Xianhuang. For Sun Shao, who is a physical cultivator, it is not difficult to defeat Wen Suxin. Earth-shaking punch. Sun Shao suddenly jumped up and disappeared on the spot. The extremely fast speed made Wen Suxin unable to detect Sun Shao's location at all. The next moment, Sun Shao appeared in front of Wen Suxin. Even if you have the great spiritual saint body, so what? I, Sun Shao, am the best in Xiuyue City. Boom! A punch was thrown out, and layers of spiritual power vibrated in. Wen Suxin crossed her arms, but facing the full-strength attack of the physical cultivator, she had no strength to resist. Just a moment. Blood spurted out of his mouth. The figure shot out of the square. Call out. Mu Feng was quick-eyed and quick-handed, and took a step forward. He had already come behind Wen Suxin and caught her steadily. Puff! Wen Suxin, who had just stopped, suddenly spit out blood again and her face turned extremely pale. Suxin, are you okay? Seeing Wen Suxin spitting out blood mouthful after mouthful, Mu Feng looked at Wen Suxin with some worry. No. It's okay. Wen Suxin shook her head firmly, staring at Sun Shao. Brother Mu Feng, this move of his is really powerful, you better be careful later. After saying this, Wen Suxin's eyes turned black and she fainted in Mu Feng's arms. Suxin, Suxin. Looking at the unconscious Wen Suxin, Mu Feng couldn't help but get furious. Wen Suxin is his only remaining good friend. If anything happens to Wen Suxin, Mu Feng will lose all his relatives. How could he not be angry? He was wrong. He should have killed Sun Shao just now and should not have given him the chance to attack Wen Suxin. Mu Feng handed Wen Suxin over to everyone in the Wen family. He turned around and jumped, landing in front of Sun Shao. Looking at the furious Mu Feng, Sun Shao couldn't help but laugh playfully. Ha ha ha, even Wen Suxin is no match for me, you. Bang! A heavy punch hit Sun Shao's face, causing him to fly backwards and roll dozens of meters on the ground. Take the bullshit. I climbed out of the abyss not to listen to your nonsense. I'm here to kill you. You actually attacked by surprise. Sun Shao stood up, covering his slightly swollen face, his eyes full of anger. He was interrupted by Mu Feng before he could finish his words. This is against the rules. What's wrong with sneak attacks? Is there a rule against sneak attacks? Mu Feng shook his neck and looked at Sun Shao indifferently. Although Sun Shao's realm is far higher than his own, he is not the same as before after crawling out of the abyss. Sun Shao clenched his fists and couldn't help but nod repeatedly, with crazy murderous intent surging in his eyes. Okay, I'll let you know in a moment how bad the consequences will be if you anger me. Earth-shaking punch. Sun Shao yelled angrily and slammed his fist to the ground. Seeing this scene, the great elder couldn't help but feel a little worried. Although Mu Feng arrived successfully, it does not mean that he can defeat Sun Shao. Those who are able to be recruited by Kunling Academy in advance are not ordinary people. In an instant, countless earth spikes rushed out from the ground and quickly attacked Mu Feng. Faced with this kind of attack, Mu Feng didn't move, and didn't even try to dodge. This made Sun Shao extremely proud. See? You can't react to my attack at all. A mere Xianhuang 3rd level, die. But the next moment, a silver sword appeared out of thin air. The sword blade flashed with a sharp cold light and gently scratched the oncoming earth spikes. Bang! The sword energy flew, and the earth spikes in front of him shattered immediately and turned into dust. Sword control technique. Everyone was shocked and they saw the long sword appear out of nowhere. Above spiritual practice is physical practice. In addition to physical cultivation, there is also sword cultivation. Sword cultivation is extremely rare in the universe, and its cultivation method is more difficult than the previous two. Not only do you need a weapon that suits you, you also need a great understanding to achieve a little accomplishment in swordsmanship. Mu Feng was only at the 3rd level of Xianhuang, but he could master the art of wielding a sword. It can be seen that his talent is so great that it is no exaggeration to say that he is one of the best among men. Sun Zhao's expression became more solemn at this moment. I originally thought that it was extremely rare for Mu Feng to master the art of flying. Unexpectedly, he has already mastered the more advanced sword-wielding techniques. It seems that I have to deal with you seriously. Sun Zhao narrowed his eyes slightly. The aura around him continued to rise. The pale yellow spiritual energy began to spread out in all directions. Spirit. Mu Feng looked at Sun Zhao with some surprise. No wonder he, as a physical cultivator, was able to cultivate so quickly, advancing from the 8th level of Qi training to the 5th level of Xianhuang in just 1 year. It turned out that his body was integrated into his soul. The pale yellow spiritual power gathered in his arms, forming a layer of faintly visible armor. Everyone also looked at this scene curiously. Although most people have heard of spirits, they have never seen one. Ha 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 ha, it's worthy of being a spirit soul. Although it's not included in the Myriad Spirits Atlas, its power is also quite strong. Mu Feng, my son is so powerful, how are you going to deal with him? Boom! Sun Zhao suddenly stood up, and his pair of iron fists, as powerful as the wind, fell from the sky and smashed towards Mu Feng like King Kong. Xiao Feng, get out of the way. This move is extremely powerful and cannot be countered. Just by standing in the distance, the great elder could feel the tremendous power. Not to mention Mu Feng, who was at the center of the attack. Call out. The silver sword swept past, Mu Feng grasped the hilt and slashed upwards. Bang! A huge roar sounded, and Mu Feng's feet suddenly sank into the ground, with both of his calves sinking deep into the ground. This power is indeed huge. This spirit should be an earth-attributed spirit. I didn't expect Sun Zhao to have such a great chance. Mu Feng thought secretly in his heart. Unfortunately, a mere low-level spirit was not enough to deal with Mu Feng as if he were facing a formidable enemy. Boom! Mu Feng lifted his feet with force, holding the sword in one hand and punching with the other. He punched Sun Zhao. The surging power caused the surrounding spiritual energy to tremble, and just feeling the wind from the fist made Sun Zhao tremble with fear. The two fists collided. Even though Sun Zhao had the blessing of the spiritual soul, he still retreated several steps. How is this possible? As a spiritual practitioner, he actually has power comparable to that of a physical practitioner. This is impossible. Feeling Mu Feng's power, Sun Zhao couldn't believe it. I can't lose, I can't lose. This spirit was given to me by Elder Gni. If I lose, I will be doomed. Thinking of the extremely rebellious elder of Kunling Academy, Sun Zhao couldn't help but feel a little scared. When he obtained this great spirit soul, he promised to join Kunling Academy with the first place in the assessment. Otherwise, he will pay a heavy price. I can't fall here. Because I have a reason not to lose. Sun Zhao roared madly. Use all your strength to activate the spirit in your body. In a short period of time, the aura around his body increased rapidly. Sun Quan spoke quickly. Shower, stop it. If you continue like this, you will definitely suffer the backlash. How powerful the soul is. It is simply impossible to fully unleash the power of the soul in the Xianhuang realm. Sun Zhao's move is tantamount to killing the goose that lays the eggs. Backlash? Ha ha ha, I will kill Mu Feng before I suffer the backlash. Feeling the surging power in his body, Sun Xiao took a step forward. As a result, cracks appeared on the ground. The next moment, Sun Xiao disappeared from the spot. He appeared again and came in front of Mu Feng. Mu Feng, even if you are a swordsman, you will never be my opponent in close combat. A punch was thrown. This punch was far superior to all of Sun Zhao's previous moves. Even the heads of the three major families couldn't help but sweat profusely when they felt this power. But Mu Feng remained calm and composed. It seems that you don't know what kind of opponent you are facing. Who gave you the illusion that sword cultivators' bodies are weak? Boom. After a punch was thrown, Sun Xiao felt a sharp pain in his right hand. The figure immediately flew backwards. How is it possible? How is it possible that you have such a strong body? How is that possible? Mu Feng smiled coldly. Now, he is the first person in history to practice both spirit and devil. His physique is an unprecedentedly strong body. Immortal bone devil blood. Want to know? Go down and ask the King of Hell. The murderous intent surged, and the silver sword had already descended. At this moment, a powerful spiritual force vibrated from afar. Feeling the murderous intent emerging from the spiritual power, Mu Feng quickly dodged to the side and slashed with force. Crush the attack in front of you. Sun Quan, what do you mean? The rules of the competition are that life and death are your own responsibility. Are you going to break them? Mu Feng looked at Sun Quan viciously. If it weren't for this villain, Sun Xiao would have been beheaded by now. Destroy it if you want. Even if you destroy it, what can you do to me, Sun Quan? Today, no one can touch my child while I am here. Sun Quan stood up and spoke loudly. Sun Xiao was on the verge of death and he didn't care about his face. He. Mu Feng smiled faintly, loosened his grip on the sword, and let the sword fall to the ground. Since Patriarch Sun has spoken, I will move. With a change of mind, the sword flew out of his hand and pierced Sun Zhao's forehead completely. Hiss. Everyone present gasped. No one expected that Mu Feng would actually kill Sun Xiao in full view of everyone. You bastard! You bastard! You dare to kill my son? Today, I will grind you to dust. Sun Quan was furious as he watched his child die before his eyes. He wished he could skin Mu Feng alive and pull out his tendons. Come and die. A shout of anger. Sun Zhao's strength at the peak of Xianhuang completely erupted. His arms vibrated, and countless spiritual powers gathered to form two faint shadows of heavy fists. He rushed towards Mu Feng. Xiao Feng, get out of the way. The great elder spoke hastily. How could Mu Feng possibly withstand the angry attack of a Xianhuang peak powerhouse? Faced with this powerful attack, Mu Feng had no intention of dodging. Instead, the fighting spirit is rising. He wanted to see how powerful he would become after fusing with the blood demon's soul. Sword 1. The sword rises with the wind. He silently recited the mantra of the first level of Sword Absolute in his heart. Mu Feng's sword was like a stream of light, sweeping across with lightning speed. The magnificent sword energy hit the giant fist head-on. In an instant, the huge residual force spread in all directions, forcing the surrounding warriors to adopt a defensive posture. What a terrifying force! Are these still human beings fighting? How can this Mu Feng be so terrifying that even the patriarch of the Sun family can't do anything to him? I heard that he was personally recruited as a disciple by Master Xue of Kunling Academy. I thought it was a joke, but now it seems to be true. Everyone was talking about it. I have a new understanding of Mu Feng's powerful strength. Even Sun Quan could hardly hide the shock on his face. Even the full-strength attack from Xianhuang Peak was not enough to take down Mu Feng. How strong is Mu Feng now? But this also shows that Mu Feng has a great opportunity. A greedy thought arose in Sun Quan's heart. He just took a step and rushed towards Mu Feng. If you lose your child, just have another one. If the opportunity in front of you slips away, it will be gone forever. Boy, I admit that you are very strong. It is not unfair for my son to lose to you, but you are still too immature to face me. Sun Quan laughed with a ferocious look on his face. Seems to have it all planned out. The great elder hurriedly opened his mouth and shouted. Mu Feng, retreat quickly, he is about to activate the soul trapping rope. The soul trapping rope is a spiritual weapon inherited from the Sun family. As long as it is activated, anyone below the Xianhuang realm will be able to be captured. What? Mu Feng was about to retreat, but unexpectedly, a long red gold chain had already rushed out. Boy, it's too late to run now. The soul trapping rope rushed out quickly and killed towards Mu Feng. As soon as he touched the soul trapping rope, Mu Feng felt that all the spiritual power in his body was suppressed, and even the silver sword in his hand dissipated. Bang! In just a moment, Mu Feng was tightly entangled, and the spiritual power in his body was suppressed to freezing point and could not be mobilized at all. Sun Quan. What do you want to do? The great elder stood up suddenly and glared at the other party. Sun Quan smiled coldly. Mu Feng killed my son. I'm just seeking revenge. Why are you in such a hurry? Mu Feng is in my hands now. If you dare to take a step forward, I will twist his head off. You. Seeing Mu Feng being captured by Sun Quan, the great elder did not dare to act rashly. But the people around just enjoyed watching the fun. They began to criticize Sun Quan. It's really shameful that an elder has to rely on spiritual weapons to win. That's right. The rules say that we are responsible for our own life and death. How dare you interfere? How shameless. The more indignant the crowd was, the more intense the smile on Sun Quan's face became. Even if I am despised by others, it doesn't matter as long as I can be strong. What face, what reputation. It's all fake. Ha ha ha, just say whatever you want. Once I take out the opportunity from Mu Feng's body, I will come back here and kill all of you one by one. Sun Quan had a hideous face and was extremely evil. Bang! A muffled sound was heard. Sun Quan felt a chill in his heart and looked down. A big hand had pierced my heart without me knowing when. This, how is it possible? He turned around in disbelief, only to see that Mu Feng had broken free from the soul-binding rope and was looking at him with a smile. The soul-binding rope can only bind spiritual energy. I forgot to tell you that in addition to being a sword cultivator, I am also a body cultivator. You know, the Blood Demon Clan is the top physical body of the Demon Clan. Mu Feng, who has merged with the Blood Demon soul, has no rival in the same realm just in terms of physical body. Bang! With a strong squeeze, Sun Quan's heart exploded immediately. Turned into a pool of rotten meat. This is impossible. With a trace of unwillingness, Sun Quan fell towards the ground. Mu Feng shook the blood off his hands and waved his arm. All soldiers of the Mu family, listen to my orders. Exist. Everyone in the Mu family stood up one after another, and the noise was deafening. The Sun family is insidious and cunning, and their crimes are unforgivable. Now that the leader of the Sun family is dead, the remaining members of the Sun family are still alive. Kill all. The words fell, without waiting for the Sun family to react. The Great Elder brought everyone from the Mu family and wiped out all the remaining members of the Sun family in front of the entire Shuyu city. Not only that, even the Sun family mansion was turned upside down by the Mu family. To cut the grass, you must remove the roots. This is the truth that Mu Feng learned from himself. I don't know if the Queen of the End will regret not finishing off Mu Feng many years later. High altitude. On a suspended flying carpet. Ruching frowned, finding it difficult to look at the scene before her. What a cruel heart, mentor. I suspect that if this person comes into contact with Su Xian too much, Su Xian will learn bad things. Shui Rui looked at everything happening on the ground with an indifferent expression. You are ruthless, and extremely capable. You are qualified to be my disciple. Teacher Snow. Ruching looked at Shui Rui in shock and wanted to speak up to stop her. But Shui Rui just gave her a faint look, and Ruching didn't dare to speak. She and Shui Rui came here today just to take care of Wen Suxin's safety, but unexpectedly, Shui Rui really fell in love with Mu Feng. Although she had some complaints about Mu Feng, after all, Mu Feng almost caused her and Wen Suxin to fall into the abyss, but Shui Rui liked him. She didn't dare say much. Tell him to come and see me. I have something to say to him. Yes. It's late at night and everyone is asleep. Mu Feng and Wen Suxin's father Wen Long were both standing in the hall. Uncle Wen, this is the mining certificate for the other 3 spiritual mines. Xiao Feng, this is absolutely not possible. You fought hard to get this spiritual mine, how can you give it to me? Looking at Wenlong's panicked expression, Mu Feng smiled faintly. The Wen and Mu families are old friends. After my father passed away, Uncle Wen took good care of me. I, Mu Feng, am not an ungrateful person. How could I not know how to share the benefits? Besides, after the Sun family is destroyed, Shuyu city will belong to the Wen family and the Mu family. If Uncle Wen is unwilling to take these 3 spiritual mines, then he will be suppressed by the Mu family. Hearing Mu Feng's slightly joking tone, Wenlong also laughed. You kid, now you are making fun of your Uncle Wen. Fine, I will accept these 3 spiritual mines. However, Uncle also has something I want to ask of you. Uncle, just tell me. I want you to marry Su Xian. Mu Feng, Uncle Wen, this isn't good, right? Although he and Wen Suxin have known each other since childhood, he has always treated Wen Suxin like a younger sister. There is no such feeling as love between men and women. Wenlong also shook his head helplessly. Xiao Feng, Su Xian has liked you for a long time. As a father, I have seen it all. Moreover, she is so young and beautiful. After entering Kunling Academy, she will definitely be pursued by others. If I can arrange a marriage with you, not only will it fulfill her wish, but it will also prevent anyone in Kunling Academy from plotting against her. It's like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. But, I only have brotherly and sisterly feelings towards Su Xian, not romantic love. If we conclude a marriage contract, wouldn't that delay her life? Mu Feng refused. Marriage is always a serious matter, especially since Lin Qingshuang just left not long ago. He also didn't want to get back into a relationship so early. Well, since you don't want to, I can't force you. Wenlong looked a little depressed and sighed helplessly. Uncle Wen, rest assured. With me here, Su Xian will never be bullied in Kunlingyuan. With me here, I will definitely ensure that Su Xian is safe and sound. After hearing Mu Feng say this, Wenlong finally relaxed his brows. With your words, I feel relieved. In that case, I will take my leave now. Go ahead. Looking at Mu Feng's receding back, Wen Long couldn't help but sigh. The Mu family is about to produce another great figure. As he walked out of the Wen family, a powerful aura suddenly emerged, making Mu Feng extremely alert. Who is it? It's me. Ruqing walked out of the darkness and looked at Mu Feng with indifference. Senior Sister Ruqing, are you here at the Wen family to look for Su Xin? No, I'm looking for you. Someone wants to see you. To see me? Come with me. Ruqing waved her hand, and a floating blanket appeared in front of her. Soon, the blanket flew high into the sky, and in the moonlight, a human figure was vaguely visible. The figure was wearing a long white gauze dress, with a stunning appearance and a cold temperament. The arrogant look is like a polar iceberg, which makes people shudder. The most important thing was that Mu Feng noticed that the figure was flying in the air. In other words, the guy in front of me. He is a master who is at least at the level of heaven and earth. Are you Mu Feng? Xue Rui looked at Mu Feng and asked coldly. Junior Mu Feng, I am here to greet you, Senior. May I ask who you are and what do you want from me? Mu Feng clasped his hands together and saluted respectfully. He understood that the person in front of him could kill him instantly with just a thought. You have become my personally recruited disciple, and you still ask who I am? Why? Didn't Su Xian tell you who I am? Looking at Xue Rui's half-smile, Mu Feng's expression suddenly changed. Snow is as you wish. The youngest instructor in Kunling Academy. Disciple Mu Feng, greetings to Instructor Xue. Hehe, when did I admit that you are my disciple? Xue Rui smiled coldly, which made Mu Feng feel uneasy. If you didn't want to admit it, you wouldn't have come looking for me. Since you came looking for me, you must have seen something good in me. Isn't that right? Yes and no. Xue Rui was amazed at Mu Feng's quick thinking, and she felt even more admiration for the kid in front of her. You do have the qualifications to enter Kunling Academy, but it is unlikely that you will become my Xue Rui's disciple. However, if you can meet the 3 conditions, I can consider it. Another condition? Mu Feng felt very strange. Why do these experts like to make conditions so much? Although he thought so in his heart, Mu Feng still spoke respectfully. Please speak, Senior. First, I want you to enter Kunling Academy as the top student. My disciples cannot be ordinary people. It's unbelievable that the first condition is exactly the same. Mu Feng thought secretly in his heart. Second, I want you to defeat the disciple guarding the gate. My disciples must have the power to cross the border. If you are not the strongest in the same realm, you are not qualified to be my disciple. As for the third one, I haven't decided yet. This. Why does it sound so sloppy? But it doesn't matter. As long as he can join Kunling Academy, Mu Feng believes that with the training resources there, it will be no problem for him to make rapid progress. I will definitely complete the conditions, please rest assured, Senior. In that case, I'll wait for your good news. Xue Rui nodded slightly and turned and left immediately. Just as Ruqing was about to follow Xue Rui away, she suddenly stopped and looked at Mu Feng with a serious expression. I would like to remind you that Sun Xiao has a close relationship with the registered disciples of Yanling Peak. It is because of him that Sun Xiao was recruited by Kunling Academy in advance. During this period of time, you must be careful of his revenge. Thank you, Senior Sister Ruqing, for the reminder. Mu Feng nodded slightly and watched the two of them leave. At the Mu family at this moment, the Great Elder and all the Mu family disciples were immersed in a rare joy. Mu Feng's killing of the Sun family father and son can be said to have greatly enhanced the power of the Mu family. Compared to the ridicule and abuse they suffered a few months ago because of Mu Feng's coma, the Mu family can now be said to be proud. At this moment, a powerful force swept towards the Mu family. The fluctuation of that aura shocked the entire Mu family. Bang! With a loud bang, the door of the Mu family shattered. A young man slowly walked into the Mu family's house and looked around. The peak of Xianhuang realm. No, it's not just the peak Xianhuang level. It's several times stronger than Sun Quan. Feeling the opponent's powerful aura, the Great Elder was trembling with shock. Although they were both at the peak of Xianhuang, the aura of the person in front of him was so strong that it made it difficult to breathe. Where is Mu Feng? The young man looked around and asked. The Great Elder frowned. He didn't expect that this person was looking for Mu Feng. He immediately clasped his fists and saluted. I wonder where you are from, sir, and why you are looking for my young master. Call out. The young man didn't say much and disappeared from the spot in an instant. Before the Great Elder could react, he threw a punch right at the Great Elder's heart. Boom! In a hurry, the Great Elder crossed his arms to block, but facing the powerful strength of the man in front of him, he still couldn't withstand it. After just one encounter, the Great Elder vomited blood, flew backwards, and fell heavily to the ground. Sir, what do you mean by this? Why did you break into my Mu family and hurt people for no reason? The Great Elder struggled to get up and looked at the young man in front of him with a pale face. The young man had a cold expression and pinched with one hand. The surging spiritual power poured into his palm and rushed towards the Great Elder again. I am Ding Zhen, a registered disciple of Yanling Peak. Mu Feng killed my brother. I came here today to take his life. You are from Kunlingyuan. He didn't expect that Sun Shao would become so familiar with the disciples of Kunling Academy and become sworn brothers with them. Mu Feng killed Sun Shao, but brought disaster to the Mu family. Just when Ding Zhen was about to kill. An inexplicable sense of crisis made his face change suddenly. Before he could react, a silver sword came breaking through the air. Puff! Blood gushed out. A right arm flew out directly. Ding Zhen turned around quickly. Unexpectedly, Mu Feng grasped the sword in reverse and pierced Ding Zhen's throat in one stroke. Before I could utter a word, the round head fell to the ground immediately. Come here, drag the body away and destroy the evidence. Mu Feng put away his sword and spoke coldly. Fortunately, Ruqing reminded him in advance and asked him to come back early, otherwise the Mu family would have suffered heavy losses tonight. Great Elder, are you okay? Mu Feng stepped forward and helped the weak elder up, his face filled with worry. The Great Elder let out a long sigh and looked at the corpse with some worry. I'm fine, but if you kill this disciple from Kunling Academy, will it cause trouble? Causing trouble? Mu Feng smiled and shook his head. Don't worry, Great Elder. Kunling Academy is so vast, and there are tens of thousands of disciples under the 5 major peaks. It's just a small registered disciple who died, and no one will come to investigate. That's good. That's good. Hearing Mu Feng say this, the Great Elder finally felt relieved. In a little while, it will be the day of Kunling Academy's assessment. Shao Feng, you must work hard. The future of the Mu family now depends on you. Mu Feng smiled and nodded. The Great Elder treats me as his own son. I can only repay this kindness when Mu Feng becomes successful in the future. Even if you can't achieve success, you can always come back. You must remember that the Mu family will always be your home. There will always be a position for you as the young master here, no matter where you are or what your status is. The Great Elder patted Mu Feng on the head and said with a smile. Seeing this, Mu Feng couldn't help but feel a warm feeling flow through his heart. Thank you, Great Elder. The next morning, Mu Feng bid farewell to the Great Elder and set out for Kunling Temple. Fortunately, Wen Suxin was with him along the way, so Mu Feng was not so bored. "Brother Feng, the city ahead is Kunling City, which is also the venue for the entrance examination." In the carriage, Wen Suxin pointed to a huge city in front of them. The city was magnificent in scale, several times larger than Shuiyue City. Not only that, there were also many young talents coming and going from it. This city, which is just a place for entry assessment, is much richer than Shuiyue City. The carriage slowly entered the city. Countless powerful auras rushed towards Mu Feng. Even the guards patrolling the roadside have reached the Xianhuang realm. You know, in Shuiyue City, the Xianhuang strong are already qualified to establish a sect, but here, people at the Xianhuang realm can only engage in the lowest level professions. It's really frustrating to compare yourself with others. No wonder everyone is trying so hard to join Kunling Academy. Mu Feng said with a wry smile. The people who are taking this assessment are already so powerful, so how powerful must Kunling Academy be? Go further. In front of us is a huge square. The square was already crowded with young boys and girls. These people are all disciples who came to take the assessment. A rough estimate is that there are tens of thousands of people. Mu Feng and the other person got off the carriage and came into the crowd. Is this the examination site of Kunling Academy? Feeling the pressure from the people around him, Mu Feng's fighting spirit was high. The people who can stand here are at least at the first level of Xianhuang. Mu Feng felt indescribably happy when he thought about how he would stand out from these geniuses from all over. This girl looks unfamiliar. May I ask where you are from? A young man holding a paper fan came up to Wen Suxin with a smile on his face. The greed in his eyes was not concealed at all. Seeing those obscene eyes, Wen Suxin couldn't help but frown. "Where I come from is none of your business, don't bother me." After saying that, Wen Suxin turned around and didn't want to pay any attention. "I am Pan Jiang, from the Taiping sect, and I am the holy son of the Taiping sect." The young lady's words are so cold, which really chills my heart. Taiping sect. When they heard about this sect, everyone around was shocked and started talking about it. I didn't expect that the holy son of the Taiping sect would come. I heard that Pan Jiang is very capable and is a popular candidate for the top spot in this assessment. He entered the Xianhuang realm 3 years ago, and now he has merged with the inherited spirit of the Taiping sect. If you provoke him, you will not end well. Everyone was talking about it, and Wen Suxin became a little scared when she heard it. She was just from a small family in Shuiyue City, which was far inferior to the Taiping sect. On the other hand, Pan Jiang felt extremely proud when he saw everyone around him praising him. He just walked straight to Wen Suxin. "Miss, today's assessment is over. Can you please give me a favor and have dinner with me?" I. Looking at Wen Suxin's timid appearance, Pan Jiang smiled jokingly. He reached out and wanted to hold Wen Suxin's wrist. Bang! A muffled sound was heard, and Mu Feng stood in front of Wen Suxin with an expressionless face, holding Pan Jiang's wrist tightly. "Oh? Who are you? How dare you stand in front of me?" Pan Jiang withdrew his hand and looked at Mu Feng with some fear. He could feel Mu Feng's unusual spiritual power fluctuations. Such power is extremely rare in this assessment venue. Shuiyue City, Mu Feng. Snow Moon City. Pan Jiang was a little stunned for a moment. What kind of force is Shuiyue City? Why had he never heard of it? Suddenly, Pan Jiang's expression changed and he immediately became proud. I thought he was the young master of some big family. Shuiyue City? It's just a small city on the border of Tianxian territory. Get out of here now if you know what's best for you. After learning about the other party's origins, Pan Jiang naturally had no fear in his heart. He even raised his hand, ready to push Mu Feng. Put your hand away. Looking at the hand pressing against his chest, Mu Feng spoke coldly. Humph, you dare to give me orders, I. Snap. There was a sound of bone breaking, and Pan Zhang's right hand was immediately deformed. It was crushed to pieces by Mu Feng. I said, take your hands away. Mu Feng's cold words rang out again, causing Pan Zhang to shudder. You actually dared to attack me. Do you know that I am the holy son of the Taiping sect? My father is the leader of the Taiping sect, a powerful person at the level of heaven and earth realm. Faced with Pan Zhang's chattering, the murderous intent in Mu Feng's eyes became even stronger. If I kill you now, can your father save you? As soon as the words fell, everyone around was shocked. No one expected that Mu Feng would be so cruel. If Kunling Academy had not stipulated that fatal fights were strictly prohibited in the examination venue, Mu Feng would have probably already taken action. You. For a moment, Pan Zhang was at a loss and didn't know what to say. Faced with a low-class person who came from a remote city, he was actually frightened to the point of being speechless. Let's go. Mu Feng gently held Wen Suxin's little hand and walked away. When the many people around who were interested in Wen Suxin saw this scene, they immediately dispersed and no longer dared to have any improper thoughts about Wen Suxin. Looking at Mu Feng's receding back, Pan Zhang felt extremely angry. Mu Feng. You actually dared to break my hand bones today. One day, I will take revenge. With full of murderous intent, Pan Zhang slowly left the assessment venue. While the people in the square were still talking, a figure quietly appeared in the sky. Everyone, welcome to Kunling Academy's entrance examination. Next, the first test is about to begin. The person who spoke was a young man. He was seen standing on a flying carpet, looking down at the young men and women who came to take the test. I am a disciple from the outer courtyard of Kunling Academy, Lin Qing. Kunlingyuan is extremely large. It is divided into outer courtyard and inner courtyard. Only those outer court disciples who have passed strict assessments are eligible to join the inner court. Disciples who enter the inner courtyard can choose to become disciples of the 5 major peaks. If one fails to enter the inner courtyard but is selected by the mentors of the 5 major peaks, he or she can become a registered disciple of the 5 major peaks. Ruqing and Dingzhen are registered disciples. He is just an outer courtyard disciple, but he has such a strong aura. He is worthy of being Kunling Court. Don't underestimate the outer courtyard disciples. I've heard of Lin Qing. He's ranked in the top 100 on the Xianhuang ranking. He's only half a step away from entering the heaven and earth realm. Ah, such strong disciples can only stay in the outer courtyard. Everyone was talking about it, and Mu Feng couldn't help but sigh at the strength of Kunling Academy. Quiet. Lin Qing's voice rang out again, accompanied by waves of spiritual power, allowing everyone to hear it clearly. Hearing this, everyone was afraid to speak. I will first announce the rules for the first level of the assessment. Lin Qing cleared his throat and said repeatedly. In front of you, there are 100 stone pillars. These stone pillars can emit corresponding beams of light by sensing the quality of your spiritual power, the strength of your physical body, and the level of your realm. The light columns are divided into 5 levels: white, green, blue, red, and gold. The higher the level, the more advantageous it is for the second level assessment. Of course, if you can't make the stone pillar respond, it will be considered a failure. Now, the assessment begins. As soon as the words fell, everyone lined up in an orderly manner and began the first round of assessment. A man walked forward expectantly and placed his hand gently on the stone pillar. Just when he thought that at least a blue beam of light would appear, there was no movement before his eyes. How is it possible? I am clearly at the 5th level of Xianhuang, why is there no reaction from this beam of light? The man shouted in dissatisfaction. Lin Qing glanced at him with disdain and said immediately, "Your realm is superficial. You must have relied on pills to reach your current realm. Naturally, your spiritual power and physical body are not as good as those of other disciples. Please go back." Hearing Lin Qing's words, the man was quite dissatisfied. He was still cursing as he left. "Humph, I am a rare genius in our area that only appears once in a century. How dare you say that my realm is superficial? This Kunling Academy is really blind. Call out." A spiritual force broke through the air. The man's head immediately fell to the ground. The sudden change made everyone around dare not breathe. Lin Qing spoke coldly. "Everyone who comes here is a genius from their own family, but genius is just the threshold to enter Kunling Academy. If anyone says anything bad about Ling Yuan again, don't blame me, Lin Qing, for being merciless." Hiss. Hearing this, everyone shuddered and kept silent. Suddenly, a beam of red light shot straight into the sky. "It's amazing. It's Qing Tianxian from Qingcang Mountain. Qingcang Mountain is one of the 10 major forces under Kunling Academy. I heard that King Tiangshuan awakened the Qing Tian Dao body when he was born, and practiced both the spirit and the body. No wonder it can produce red light beams. It seems that the first place in this admission assessment has been chosen." Everyone was talking about it, but there was no joy in Qing Tianshuan's eyes. His eyes were on Mu Feng and Wen Suxin from beginning to end. From the moment Mu Feng took action, he could see that Mu Feng's strength was extraordinary. He had seen Pan Zhang's strength. "Not to say that I can definitely win against him, but at least I am on par with him. Being able to crush Pan Zhang's right hand in an instant, not to mention other things, just this strength alone makes Mu Feng surpass most of the so-called geniuses present." He was very curious about what color of light beam Mu Feng could produce. "Get out of here, everyone." A voice suddenly rang out among the crowd. As many people groaned, a burly man grabbed the person in front of him and threw him aside. The man who was captured was already at the Xianhuang realm, but in front of that man, he still had no power to resist. They were thrown out at random like chickens. Who is this person? How dare he be so rude and openly cut in line? Keep your voice down. His name is Shi Shan, and he is a disciple of the Huangshi sect. I heard that he devoured a spirit a few months ago, which made his physical body extremely powerful. Even Qing Tianxian may not be his opponent. Shi Shan glanced around with a sneer, completely ignoring the disgusted looks from others. To him, fear and respect are the same. Since these people hate me so much but dare not do anything to me, it means they respect me. But when he saw that there was a blind person blocking the way right in front of him, he immediately became angry. "Hey, I told you to get out of here, didn't you hear me?" Mu Feng, who was supposed to be taking the test, was upset by the sudden scolding. "Where did this wild dog come from? Just let it go when you told your father to. What did you say? How dare you call me a stray dog?" Shi Shan looked at Mu Feng with great anger, his eyes almost popping out. "You catch people and scream. If you are not a wild dog, then who is it?" Mu Feng responded unhappily and prepared to turn around and continue the assessment. "You're looking for death, kid." A punch was thrown out with tremendous force, making people around shudder. Wen Suxin shouted even more excitedly. "Brother Mu Feng, be careful. With this punch, ordinary warriors in the Xianhuang realm would probably die tragically on the spot." No one dared to open their eyes, for fear of seeing Mu Feng being beaten into a pool of rotten flesh. Bang! A muffled sound was heard. The fist landed on Mu Feng's back, but it couldn't make Mu Feng move at all. How is that possible? Shi Shan looked at Mu Feng in front of him with horror. This guy is so small, why can't my punch even make him move a step? You know, even if it's a boulder the size of several people, I can smash it into pieces with just one punch. Could it be that the guy in front of me is harder than stone? Get lost. Feeling the attack from behind, Mu Feng roared. The spiritual energy in his body surged instantly, forming a powerful impact force that pushed the stone mountain back several steps. He was able to push back the stone mountain with his spiritual power alone. Who is this person? I heard he was from Shuya City, but isn't that a small city? How could there be such a terrifying person? Even Shi Shan looked at Mu Feng in disbelief. I was speechless for a moment. Lin Qing in midair saw this scene and smiled with interest. This kid is quite interesting. After dissipating his spiritual power, Mu Feng placed his hand on the stone pillar to conduct a test. Everyone was looking forward to what color of light beam Mu Feng could stimulate with such powerful strength. Qing Tianxian was even guessing secretly. Apart from his realm, Mu Feng was superior to him in both spiritual power and physical body. If I am red, then Mu Feng must be red too. Maybe even gold. But after a few breaths of time, the scene that everyone was expecting did not appear. The people around him had gone through several rounds of assessments, but Mu Feng alone showed no reaction. Hey, he's so powerful, is he also taking drugs? It's possible. The last person who took drugs couldn't activate the stone pillar. No wonder he's so powerful even though he came from such a small city. I guess he spent all his belongings on buying pills. Everyone was talking about it and looking at Mu Feng with contempt. And Shi Shan, who had just been taught a lesson by Mu Feng, also had a sarcastic look on his face. Ha ha ha, kid, you still want me to get lost? Now it's your turn to get out. You don't even have the qualifications to enter Kunling Academy. I advise you to go home and farm. High in the sky, Lin Qing frowned. With Mu Feng's ability, if there is no red, there should be at least blue. Why doesn't this stone pillar react? Even Mu Feng himself was a little stunned. This is not right, right? Suddenly, a surge of spiritual power emerged, and the stone pillar in front of Mu Feng began to tremble violently. With a roar, a beam of light shot straight into the sky. It was so powerful and fast that it was far ahead of all the other 100 beams of light. Looking at the color of the light column, Lin Qing was shocked. How is this possible? Purple and gold. The only purple-gold color in 1,000 years. Purple gold? Aren't there only 5 levels in the first round of assessment? The reason why there are only 5 levels is because the 6th level has not been triggered for thousands of years. Thousands of years. The expression on everyone's face was nothing but shock. Especially Shi Shan, who had just made a sarcastic remark, now opened his mouth so wide that he could almost swallow 2 lumps of reply. My dear aunt, is this still a human being? Shi Shan looked at Mu Feng in front of him and felt a surge of fear in his heart. Fortunately, I didn't push Mu Feng into a corner just now. Otherwise, if Mu Feng gets mad, I'm afraid even 10 lives won't be enough to die. There were also many cold eyes in the crowd, and they began to pay attention to Mu Feng. These people are not ordinary characters. Boy, you are being too arrogant this time. Do you know that there were at least 10 auras at the peak of Xianhuang watching you just now? During the second round of assessment, I'm afraid something bad will happen to you. Yu Huanqing's voice suddenly sounded, reminding Mu Feng. Facing these gazes, Mu Feng smiled slightly. I want to see how powerful these so-called geniuses in these big forces are. His opponent is the princess of the 10 heavenly emperors. Not to mention 10 people, even if there are hundreds or thousands of people, he will face the challenge head-on. After Mu Feng, it was naturally Wen Suxin's turn. The golden beam of light also surprised everyone. But this result was not surprising to Mu Feng. Wen Suxin had already awakened the Tailing Holy Body, which was a top-level cultivation physique that was unparalleled throughout the ages. If Wen Suxin wasn't bad at fighting, her cultivation of spiritual power wouldn't be so thorough. I'm afraid it's purple and gold like me. About 3 hours passed. The first round of assessment has finally come to an end. Lin Qing looked at the book in his hand and nodded with satisfaction. In the last assessment, there was no one in the gold or purple category, let alone the gold category, and there were only 3 people in the red category. The quality this time is totally different from last time. Yes, this time the assessment has 1 purple gold person, 1 gold person, 8 red people, 350 blue people, 5,420 cyan people, and 13,458 white people. Depending on the color, you will also receive corresponding benefits in the second round. The higher the level, the more benefits you will receive. At the end, she did not forget to look at Mu Feng with a smile. But when Mu Feng saw Lin Qing smile as if he had seen a ghost, he felt something was wrong. He couldn't tell what was wrong. Lin Qing restrained his smile and spoke again. Everyone, get ready, we are about to head to the next assessment site. Pay attention, breathe deeply, it's normal to feel dizzy. As soon as he finished speaking, layers of spiritual energy erupted around the square, and a white formation quietly appeared under everyone's feet. The next moment, shrouded in white light, the square, which was originally crowded with people, was empty in an instant. The white light in front of their eyes faded away, and everyone felt dizzy. Those with lower realms even vomited violently. It's actually a teleportation formation. I didn't expect that Kunling Academy has this kind of method. Mu Feng said with some surprise. It's just a first-grade teleportation array. My palace back then had several 10th-grade teleportation arrays. Yu Hunqing spoke with disdain. Mu Feng had long since become too lazy to pay attention to Yu Hunqing's pretentious behavior. They have been imprisoned for tens of thousands of years, and it is hard to catch a living person. Let her pretend. Mu Feng just looked up and glanced. Before our eyes is a vast expanse of land that stretches as far as the eye can see. In front of everyone, there was a vast forest. Feeling the spiritual power coming from the forest, Mu Feng couldn't help but feel refreshed. The spiritual energy in this forest is several times more abundant than that in Xiuyue City. If you can practice here, you will surely make rapid progress. At this moment, Lin Qing's figure appeared in front of everyone again. Everyone, welcome to the final stage of the Kunling Academy entrance examination. This place is the venue for Kunling Academy's simulated combat training. It is called Litong Mountain Range. Hearing this, Mu Feng couldn't help but be secretly shocked. The Kunling Academy is really wealthy to use that mountain range as a venue for simulated battles. The Litong Mountains are extremely large, and there are spiritual beasts everywhere. What you need to do is to cross the mountains and reach the center of the mountains. Only the Rick Palace in the center of the mountain has a teleportation array to Kunlingyuan. This condition doesn't seem to be difficult. Everyone was ready to rush into the forest. Everyone, wait, I haven't finished talking yet. Lin Qing chuckled and pointed with one finger. Suddenly, a badge appeared on everyone's chest. The color on the badge directly corresponds to the color of the light beam in their first round of assessment. When Mu Feng saw the purple and gold badge on his chest, he felt a strong sense of uneasiness in his heart. Everyone, your first round of assessments will give you corresponding levels for the second round. According to the rules of the second round, all disciples below blue will be eliminated. Even if they successfully reach Rick Palace, they will lose the qualification to join Kunling Academy. Ah! Everyone couldn't help but panic. You know, the number of people above blue is only about a few hundred. Most of them are blue and white. Doesn't this mean you're disqualified before you even start? Lin Qing chuckled and waved his hand for everyone to be quiet. Don't worry, the badge level is not fixed and can be upgraded. As long as you hunt spirit beasts in the Litong Mountains, you can upgrade the level of this badge. Of course, there is another way. It means snatching someone else's badge. Badges of the same level can speed up the badge upgrade. If it is a high-level badge, it will be upgraded directly. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's faces changed. Doesn't this encourage them to fight each other? But such rules are a bit too bloody. I'm afraid that if I'm not careful, I might die at the hands of my own people. What if I die in there? Someone suddenly asked. Faced with this question, Lin Qing patiently explained. You're dead, what else can I do? Do you expect me to collect your body? If you want to give up, you can just quit now. But it won't be that easy to leave once you enter the forest. After the words were spoken, everyone looked at each other. Faced with this cruel rule, some people eventually chose to leave. These people are naturally despised by everyone. But compared to being despised, saving your life is the most important thing. Oh, I forgot to remind you. The level of the badge determines how you will be treated when you go to Kunlingyiwen. The higher the level of the badge, the better the resources you will get. As soon as he finished speaking, almost everyone turned their eyes to Mu Feng at this moment. The eagerness and greed in his eyes were barely concealed at all. Mu Feng's expression suddenly changed and he looked at Lin Qing, who was smiling. This remark from the other party made him the target of public criticism. Oh my God, this is directed at me. In a lush forest. Wen Sushi nervously tugged at the corner of Mu Feng's clothes and followed him quietly. As the treasure held in the hands of the Wen family. Wen Sushi had never been in such a dangerous situation before, which made her nervous. Brother Mu Feng, I always feel like someone is paying attention to us around here. Wen Sushi looked around nervously. This feeling has never stopped since Mu Feng began to be noticed. Don't worry, I'm here, nothing unexpected will happen. Mu Feng smiled and patted his chest. Although he had a smile on his face, he was also paying attention to his surroundings with caution. Suddenly, a huge beast rushed out of the jungle. It was a tiger as tall as 2 men, and its sharp white teeth alone were as thick as a man's forearm. Extremely terrifying. Second-level spiritual beast, the golden spiritual tiger. Looking at the golden luster on the tiger's body, Mu Feng quickly determined its species. But I didn't expect to encounter such a powerful spiritual beast just after entering the forest. Aren't there even third-grade ferocious beasts in the depths of the Litong Mountains? That is an existence comparable to that of a strong man in the realm of heaven and earth. Brother Feng, what should I do? Wen Sushi looked at Mu Feng somewhat panicked. A second-grade spiritual beast is equivalent to the peak realm of Xianhuang. It takes at least 3 Xianhuang realm masters to subdue it. Leave it to me. Mu Feng's face darkened and he grabbed in the air with his right hand like a claw. The surging spiritual power turned into a vortex and filled the palm of his hand. The 7 wonders divine art started to work smoothly. Devil's absoluteness. Broken bones and remaining bodies. Just as the golden spirit tiger rushed towards Mu Feng with its bloody mouth wide open. The spiritual power turned into a ball of light and was forcibly pressed into the mouth of the golden spirit tiger by Mu Feng. A muffled groan was heard. Before the golden spirit tiger could react, he exploded in its mouth. The brain shattered into pieces of rotten flesh and fell to the ground. A trace of spiritual power rushed out from the body of the golden spirit tiger and fell into Mu Feng's badge. I should have let you finish off the enemy earlier. My badge can no longer be upgraded, so it would be a waste of spiritual power for me. Mu Feng said with regret. Zijin has reached the maximum level. His current task is to ensure that his badge is not stolen and to protect Wen Suxin's safety. How could that be? My brother killed this spirit beast. How can I be greedy? Wen Suxin smiled slightly and waved her hand gently. But suddenly, a bloody mouth appeared behind Wen Suxin. Mu Feng's pupils suddenly shrank, and he recalled the records about the golden spirit tiger in his mind. Golden spirit tiger, if it finds a mate when it reaches adulthood, it will begin hunting in pairs. Careful. He pulled Wen Suxin away, and Jian Yao's soul rushed out and turned into a silver sword. Stabbed towards the throat of the golden spirit tiger. Blood was splattered all over the ground, and the golden spirit tiger felt an excruciating pain all over his body. Turn around and escape. Su Xian, hurry up and finish off the enemy. We can't let it get away. Mu Feng spoke hurriedly, motioning Wen Suxin to come forward. Call out. Just as Wen Suxin was about to step out, a white light appeared and blocked the two of them. Another sword energy rushed out and cut off the head of the golden spirit tiger. Someone intercepted it. Get out of here. Mu Feng spoke angrily. Boy, be careful, there are 3 of them, and they are quite strong. Yu Hunqing spoke up to remind her. Hearing this, Mu Feng's murderous intent became even stronger. These 3 people must have followed him early in the morning. You are quite capable. It seems that your purple gold badge is not in vain. In the dense forest, joking words were heard. 3 figures walked out slowly. They surrounded Mu Feng and the other 2 from 3 directions. The leader, holding a long sword, looked at Mu Feng as if he was looking at fish on a chopping board. 1 blue and 2 green. Looking at the badges on the chests of the 3 people, Wen Suxin was quite shocked. These 3 guys all have the strength of Xianhuang level 5 or above, and the one with the weakest aura is much stronger than Sun Shao. Not to mention the swordsman holding the sword. Although Mu Feng defeated Sun Shao in 1 move in Shuiyue City, the 3 people in front of him combined. Can Mu Feng be his opponent? Brother Feng. Wen Suxin released her spiritual power and quickly came to Mu Feng's side, looking extremely nervous. If you can't handle it later, leave as soon as possible and I'll hold them back. Mu Feng looked at Wen Suxin with a somewhat amusing look. This guy always thinks the worst about everything. I didn't expect that you were such a loving couple. I can't bear to kill you. What a shame, the badges you 2 have are so attractive. Since we are both sword cultivators, I, Nition, will not kill you today. As long as you 2 hand over your badges, I will let you go. The sword-wielding man in the lead looked at Mu Feng with a smile and spoke. He didn't think that Mu Feng had the ability to survive the siege of the 3 of them. Su Xian, stand behind me later. Facing the threats from the 3 people, Mu Feng smiled faintly and said to Wen Suxin. Wen Suxin's face changed slightly. Mu Feng is going to fight 3 alone. Oh. You're still thinking of being a hero and saving the damsel in distress when you're about to die? Do you really think you have the capital to be arrogant just because you have a purple and gold badge? Nition narrowed his eyes slightly. Obviously, he was angered by Mu Feng's ungrateful behavior. The next moment, Nition rushed out suddenly. The other 2 followed closely and rushed towards Mu Feng. Boy, today I will let you know how miserable the fate will be if you only have fame but no strength. Faced with the siege of 3 people, Mu Feng couldn't help but sneer. Why do you think that you 3 country chickens and clay dogs can be my opponent? Call out. The long sword flew out of Mu Feng's hand and shot towards the 3 people. The art of wielding a sword. Seeing that Mu Feng could actually use the sword-controlling technique, the faces of the three people suddenly changed. Ni Tian's eyes were full of shock. As a sword practitioner himself, he naturally understood that the art of wielding a sword was not only hard to find, but also difficult to practice. Mu Feng is much younger than him, but he can already skillfully control the sword to kill the enemies. Careful. Knowing well how terrifying the sword-wielding technique was, he quickly spoke up to warn the two people around him. But Mu Feng's sword-wielding skills were too fast. Before the two could react, the sword pierced their throats. Puff! The two people in midair fell vertically and hit the ground heavily. Random sword shadow. Seeing that the two people beside him had died in the battle, Ni Tian no longer hid his incompetence. He used his innate unique skills to attack Mu Feng. Countless sword shadows were like flowers filling the sky, and their speed was so fast that Wen Suxin couldn't help but be dazzled. Oh! That's interesting. Although this chaotic sword shadow is not as good as the sword absolute, it also has its merits. Although there are not many. Sword. With a wave of his hand, the sword returned to Mu Feng's hand. Surging spiritual energy surged and filled the sword. Mu Feng raised his hand and swept it horizontally. The powerful sword energy instantly broke through Ni Tian's attack and attacked Ni Tian. Impossible. Ni Tian looked at Mu Feng in disbelief. The Mu Feng in front of him was only at the third level of Xian Huang, but he could actually destroy his strongest attack directly. Impossible? Huh. You are worthy of being a sword cultivator like me? This is called a sword. Mu Feng's faint voice echoed in Ni Tian's ears. Before Ni Tian could react, the sharp cold light had already pierced his heart. Looking at the sharp blade rushing out of his chest, Ni Tian widened his eyes in disbelief and lay on the ground with unwillingness in his eyes. 3 streams of spiritual power rushed out and merged into the badge on Mu Feng's chest. Looking at the 3 corpses in front of him, Mu Feng smiled slightly. Everyone, I know you are jealous of my purple gold badge, but if you want to snatch it, you have to consider your own level. Otherwise, these 3 will be your fate. In the dense forest, those people who were secretly observing the battle situation trembled all over, and inexplicable fear grew wildly in their hearts. This guy who is only at the 3rd level of Xian Huang is ridiculously strong. I'm afraid that only those red beings can fight with him. Let's go. Mu Feng waved at Wen Suxin and continued walking into the dense forest. But the two of them didn't know. At this moment, Ni Tian, who was lying on the ground, began to tremble slightly with his fingers. The moon is high in the sky and the wind is blowing coldly. From the dark forest, one could occasionally hear the roars of spirit beasts, the wails of humans, and the sounds of battle. In a tree hole, Mu Feng lit a bonfire and tore into the freshly roasted tiger meat. Very comfortable. After eating and drinking her fill, Wen Suxin touched her belly and lay happily on a mat. I wish the days ahead could be this peaceful. That's a nice thought. Mu Feng said with a helpless smile. Hasn't there been no one causing trouble these days? Brother Feng, your deterrent effect is still very effective. Wen Suxin said with a smile. You don't understand. The deeper you go, the stronger your opponents will be. The stronger they are, the more confident they will be. In other words, a true master would not be scared off by Mu Feng's little tricks. Hearing this, Wen Suxin sighed helplessly. Alas, it's all my fault for being useless. Senior Sister Ruqing told me that the great spiritual saint body is extremely powerful, but even though I have awakened it, I still don't know how to use it. Don't worry, I'll use it naturally when the time is right. There's no need to rush. Mu Feng touched Wen Suxin's head and comforted her softly. At this moment, a sudden earthquake interrupted their conversation. Two powerful spiritual energy fluctuations were approaching the two of them. Mu Feng frowned and went out to take a look. A big man was being chased by a spirit beast as big as a hill. He ran and cried with his teeth bared. "Help! Someone come save me! Wow, I don't want to die yet, help me!" The big man was tall and strong, but he cried bitterly, like a little woman. Mu Feng's forehead was full of black lines. This big man was none other than Sher Shan, who was repelled by Mu Feng in the first test. And behind him, there was actually a second-grade tiger dragon. The tiger dragon is a member of the dragon clan. Although it is not as good as the pure-blooded dragon clan, it does have powerful dragon blood. This second-grade tiger dragon, let alone the Xianhuang realm, even if someone from the Tiandi realm came, he would have to think twice. Logically speaking, spiritual beasts of this level would not care much about the movements of humans. How could this stone mountain attract it? Help! Help! Just as Mu Feng was deep in thought, the stone mountain actually ran towards Mu Feng with the tiger dragon. Fuck! If you want to die, don't drag me into it. Mu Feng stamped his feet anxiously, grabbed Wen Suxin who was beside him, and ran away quickly. But the pace of these three people is not as fast as that of the tiger dragon. In a moment, the strong smell of blood was approaching Mu Feng and the other two. "Sher Shan, you bastard, I'll punish you later." At this point, Mu Feng no longer cared about being polite. Kicked towards the stone mountain. Oops! Sher Shan, who was kicked over, screamed immediately and rolled on the ground, losing his balance. Mu Feng stopped and his spiritual energy boiled. "Let's fight." Mu Feng's blood surged, and the spiritual and demonic power in his body was fully activated. The power of the immortal bone demon blood was increased to the extreme by Mu Feng at this moment. That aura was comparable to that of the tiger dragon in front of him. Seeing this scene, Sher Shan and Wen Suxin were so surprised that they were speechless. And the tiger dragon was also attracted by the surging blood and energy from Mu Feng. If it can be swallowed, it will definitely be able to enter the third grade. Roar! With an angry roar, the tiger dragon rushed towards Mu Feng. Mu Feng took a deep breath, and the blood demon spirit in his body fired at full power. His eyes were suddenly filled with blood-red light. Devil's absoluteness. Broken bones and remaining bodies. The magic power of the seven absolute divine arts rose up with the momentum. A punch was thrown, hitting the tiger dragon on the forehead. Boom! Like a truck that was stopped by a crash, the back half of the tiger dragon's body rose high up and then fell heavily to the ground. Completely fainted. Seeing that the crisis was over, Mu Feng relaxed all over, and a feeling of sleepiness surged into his body and mind. His eyes went dark and he collapsed to the ground. It was unknown how long it took before Mu Feng regained consciousness. "Senior Yu, why did I faint?" Inside the seven evil prisons of the Sea of Sin, Mu Feng asked Yu Hunqing. Faced with Mu Feng's question, Yu Hunqing couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Fainted? You're lucky you didn't die. The physical strength of the immortal bone demon blood is already extremely powerful. You forcefully enhanced it this time, and even added the power of the blood demon soul, which made your body unable to bear the burden. If you weren't so lucky, the seven of us would have died with you." Mu Feng was a little surprised. He thought he was just physically exhausted, but he didn't expect the problem to be so serious. "Ha ha 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 ha, not bad kid, I admire you very much. To be a demon, you must be brave and fight. If you were born in the demon clan, you would definitely be a one-in-a-million warrior." Lao Wu spoke excitedly, his tone full of appreciation. "Although you almost died this time, your physical strength has greatly improved after this battle. Given time, you may be able to use the human body to practice the Blood Demon clan's fighting methods. Dang Shenmi! Shut up! Do you want him to get carried away? Yu Hunqing shouted angrily. Snort! Hearing Yu Hunqing's words, Dang Shenmi snorted coldly, but did not speak again. A bull is a bull. He doesn't even understand such a simple truth. Yu Hunqing frowned and muttered, then turned to look at Mu Feng. Boy, get back to your body and don't disturb our peace here. After saying that, she swept her jade hand lightly. Mu Feng was driven out of the 7 evil prisons of the Sea of Sin. I opened my eyes and the warm sunlight shone onto my face through the gaps. Suddenly, a big smiling face came in front of Mu Feng. Brother, you're awake. When he saw this man, Mu Feng immediately got up, rolled up his sleeves and prepared to start working. Shi Shan, you bastard, you still dare to hang around in front of me, I'll kill you this time. Brother, brother. Shi Shan ran back quickly in a hurry and hid behind Wen Suxin. Sister-in-law, help sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, come here. Mu Feng walked forward angrily, grabbed Shi Shan by the collar and was about to beat him. But he was stopped by Wen Suxin. All right, brother Feng, stop making trouble. Su Xian, if that bastard hadn't seduced the tiger dragon here, would I have almost died here? Wen Suxin gently stroked Mu Feng's back. Okay, sit down and have a good rest first, I'll talk to you. Shi Shan, go and prepare something to eat for your elder brother. Upon hearing this, Shi Shan nodded excitedly and ran out of the cave. Wen Suxin sat obediently in front of Mu Feng. Brother Feng, the thing is, if it weren't for Shi Shan, the two of us might have died here. What's the meaning? Mu Feng frowned and looked at Wen Suxin. The latter then slowly explained. After the last battle, Shi Shan was shocked by Mu Feng's strength and was determined to follow Mu Feng no matter what. Wen Suxin disagreed at first and refused it sternly. But Shi Shan still didn't give up and continued to follow the two of them secretly. It was not until someone discovered Mu Feng unconscious and wanted to snatch Mu Feng's badge that Shi Shan came forward to rescue Mu Feng and the other person. He was also injured because of this. Looking at the bandage on Shi Shan's arm that was oozing with blood, Mu Feng knew that the injury must be serious. The resentment in my heart was also relieved a little. If the stone mountain had not attracted the tiger dragon, his physical body would not have been able to make such great progress in such a short period of time. That's all. Mu Feng shook his head helplessly. With Shi Shan around, the strength of his team would be strengthened. After all, it is a red-level badge, and Shi Shan's strength is among the best among the students taking the assessment this year. Soon, Shi Shan came in with food, smiling. Brother, please drink meat. Ugh, brother, please drink water. Looking at Shi Shan's cautious appearance, Mu Feng's eyes were full of suspicion. He asked as he grabbed the food. You kid, why do you want to provoke the tiger dragon when you have nothing to do? Ishiyama scratched the back of his neck in embarrassment. Well, that's a shame. I wanted to steal the spirit guarded by the tiger dragon, but I didn't expect it to be too powerful and I couldn't defeat it. Upon hearing this, Mu Feng's eyes widened. What did you say? Spirit. Yes, it's the spirit. Brother, I'll tell you the truth. Before I entered the Litong Mountains, I had already spent a lot of money to find out that this mountain range contained spirits. I came here this time to secretly take the spirit away, but I didn't expect that the spirit was actually guarded by a tiger dragon. I have no choice, so. After hearing Shi Shan's words, Mu Feng couldn't help but fall into deep thought. If what Shi Shan said was true, then this spirit must be extraordinary. Being protected by a spiritual beast like the tiger dragon, even if it cannot be included in the Atlas of all spirits, its level is probably not low. Mu Feng touched his chin and smiled slightly. Okay, if you can help me get this spirit, then I will recognize you as my younger brother, how about that? Sher Shan raised his head excitedly. Really? Now he has great respect for Mu Feng. Being able to become Mu Feng's younger brother is more attractive to him than this soul. Of course. How is your recovery now? Are you ready to leave? It's already about 70% better, no problem. Sher Shan smiled and waved his injured left arm, indicating that he had almost recovered. Okay, let's move now and take action as soon as possible before the spirit is discovered. Mu Feng stood up and walked quickly towards the cave entrance. At this moment, on the other side of the dense forest, several men came to a tent in a hurry. Brother Tian, the mission failed. Several of them looked pale and trembling all over, fearing that they would be blamed by the man in front of them. Hearing what the people in front of him said, Tian frowned and looked suddenly angry. Bang! With a sudden slap of his hands, the armrest beside him shattered into pieces. He raised his finger and pointed at several people and cursed. A seriously injured and unconscious patient, and a weak woman who can't even lift a finger. If you can't even handle a combination like this, what use do I have for you? You're a bunch of trash. Get out of here. Hiss. In anger, the wound on his chest split open. Blood suddenly gushed out. Tian is really lucky to be able to survive after being pierced by a long sword. Little brother, don't be angry, be careful not to break the wound. A man in a white robe walked slowly into the tent with his hands behind his back. The person who came had a strong aura and walked steadily. The pressure that permeated out alone made the people who failed in their mission tremble. Seeing the man in front of him, Tian endured the pain in his body and bowed respectfully. Brother. The man nodded slightly, looked at the people who failed the mission, and said in confusion. You guys are all at the 5th level of Xianhuang, why did you fail in this mission? According to Tian's intelligence, although Mu Feng is strong, he has been seriously injured. Although Wen Suxin has the Tai Ling holy body, he does not know how to use it at all. It should be easy for 5 Xianhuang 5th level warriors to take down 2 of them. It was Sher Shan. Our mission was almost completed when Sher Shan stepped forward to rescue them. Stone Mountain. If it was him, then it was normal for the mission to fail. Tian frowned and looked at the young man. Brother, Sher Shan has always been arrogant. There is no reason for him to help Mu Feng. Could it be that he wants to keep these 2 badges for himself? The man hummed. Well, that's possible, but it doesn't matter. Sher Shan has a bad temper and a great reputation. No one will take the initiative to provoke him. After all, this badge is a hot potato. Putting it in his hands can help us share a lot of attention. Just take the badge before the end of the assessment. After saying this, a hint of viciousness flashed in the man's eyes. The purple and gold badge, wow, it's really tempting. Follow Sher Shan secretly, and report to me immediately if there is any movement. At this moment, Mu Feng and the other 2 had already set out for the Tiger Dragon's cave. Along the way, the 3 of them kept hunting spiritual beasts. Mu Feng also noticed that Sher Shan was a big idiot. Don't be fooled by his big and strong appearance, he is actually very timid. When fighting, they like to bully those who are weaker than themselves. I become timid when I meet someone who is similar to me or better than me. If a life-and-death fight really comes to a head, Mu Feng doubts that this guy will just give up and run away. But no matter what, the 7th level of Xianhuang plus the red badge is enough to illustrate Sher Shan's deterrent power. In a team of 3, I'm afraid no one would dare to have any bad intentions. With the strength of these 3 people, ordinary second-grade spirit beasts are no match at all. Basically, no spirit beast can last more than half an incense stick of time in the hands of these three people. But the closer he got to the tiger dragon's lair, the more frightened Sher Shan became. Whenever he recalled the scene of being chased by the tiger dragon, he couldn't help but get goosebumps. "Brother, I think we should just forget it. This tiger dragon is so powerful, there's no way we can defeat it with just a few of us." "Then don't follow me." "Hey, big brother, I'm worried about your safety. This tiger dragon is so dangerous. Let's..." Bang! A fist hit Sher Shan on the forehead. Sher Shan grimaced in pain. "Can you die if you stay quiet?" Mu Feng retracted his fist unhappily. He now regretted letting this big fool follow him. At this moment, an earth-shaking roar was heard. Roar. The sound waves carried spiritual power, layer upon layer, causing the surrounding grass and trees to sway. Like a violent storm, it bombarded the three people. Wen Suxin was petite and was almost blown away by the scream. What a terrifying strength! There was some surprise in Mu Feng's eyes. "I had to use all my strength to barely repel it the previous time, but this time I had to face it head-on. It's hard to say whether we can win." But Mu Feng knew that only the soul could improve his strength. He had to come this time. The three of them climbed to the top of a mountain and looked down from above. "In front of me is a deep pit surrounded by mountains, with a pool of clear water in the center of the pit. The tiger dragon was lurking beside the lake, tearing into the corpse of a second-grade spiritual beast with its big mouth. As both were second-grade spiritual beasts, the tiger dragon hunted the other without any injuries itself. This shows how powerful it is. Brother, what should we do? This guy is creepy just by looking at him. Don't act rashly. We can only outsmart him. This guy is very powerful. Even if we can win in a head-on confrontation, we will inevitably suffer heavy casualties. Good. Sher Shan nodded tremblingly. Suddenly, a piece of rock on the cliff broke and fell straight towards the tiger dragon's lair. Bang! The stone fell to the ground, and the three people's hearts were suddenly hanging. But the tiger dragon was so busy eating that it paid no attention to what was happening around it. Just when the three of them breathed a sigh of relief, Sher Shan suddenly opened his mouth wide and sneezed loudly in the direction of Hujiao. Ahahaha. Oh no! Mu Feng's face turned pale instantly, and he grabbed the two men and retreated violently backwards. The next moment, a huge figure rose from the ground, and a shadow that covered the sky and the sun quickly enveloped the two of them. A huge head glared at the three people. Roar! The huge roar shook the three people back. Seeing that the tiger dragon was already rushing towards him, Sher Shan collapsed on the ground with a sad face. Oh no, it's over. I'm really going to die now. At this moment, Mu Feng suddenly jumped up and punched out. The surging power shook the surroundings, and the aftermath visible to the naked eye turned into a circle and spread out in all directions. Get up right there. If you keep looking half dead like this, I'll throw you into this tiger dragon's mouth. Mu Feng looked at Sher Shan with gritted teeth and spoke loudly. Sher Shan was determined to respond after hearing Mu Feng's yell. Forget it, let's die, let's fight. Brother, I'll do the hard work. Sher Shan roared, and the arm ring on his right arm emitted a bright light. It transformed into a spiritual armor, covering the entire right arm, and rushed towards the tiger dragon. Deliberate punch. Mobilize the spiritual power in your body and attack with all your strength. The huge fist smashed into the tiger dragon's body, causing it to twist wildly in pain, and its thick tail swept towards the stone mountain. Wow! Seeing the attack approaching, Sher Shan shouted excitedly. Wen Suxin took a step forward, holding a long sword. The sharp sword light slashed down towards the tiger dragon's tail. Bang! The two collided, causing a loud noise like the collision of metal. The long sword only left a faint mark on the tiger dragon's body, without even hurting its skin and flesh. What a terrifying defense! Wen Suxin was horrified and backed away, holding Shi Shan's neck. Mu Feng frowned at this moment. After wrestling with the tiger dragon for a long time, this big guy didn't seem tired at all. On the contrary, I fought with all my strength every time. Physical strength decreases rapidly. If I don't solve it, I'm afraid I'll die of exhaustion. At this moment, Yu Huanqing's voice sounded. Boy, this tiger dragon has a keen sense of smell unlike other spirit beasts. You only need to attack its eyes to make it panic. Thank you for the advice, Senior. Mu Feng spoke with a hint of gratitude. With a thought, Jian Yao's spirit transformed into a long sword and grasped it tightly in his hand. He spoke to the two of them and said, "Help me hold it back." As soon as the words fell, Shi Shan and Wen Suxin nodded and rushed towards the tiger dragon. He used all his unique skills to help Mu Feng buy time. Mu Feng was seen holding a long sword with his eyes closed. The whole body was filled with sharp sword intent, and the surrounding spiritual energy surged, transforming into countless sharp sword qi, sweeping around. Countless spiritual powers gathered on Jian Yao's soul, making it harder and sharper than ever before, emitting a cold glow under the sun. Sword 1. Break. Eyes open. The long sword left his hand and stabbed straight into the tiger dragon's eyes. This is a sword move that Mu Feng improved upon from the sword controlling technique. He infused the sword's soul with spiritual power, allowing its speed and power to have a qualitative leap. Can kill the target in a short time. This move requires a long charging time, but it can be released as long as you release it. No one can defeat him in the same realm. The next moment, the long sword approached the tiger dragon's eyes. But the tiger dragon had been entangled by the two men and could not drive its tail to resist the attack. It could only watch as the long sword pierced its eyeballs. Puff! Thick blood and unknown liquid spurted out from the tiger dragon's eye sockets. Scattered on the ground. The tiger dragon, having lost its eyes, suddenly became extremely irritable. However, it was unable to detect the movements of the three people, and all of its attacks were avoided by the three people. Just a few moments. The tiger dragon collapsed on the ground exhausted, losing the strength to fight again. Mu Feng walked forward with a smile and stepped on the tiger dragon. What a pity! Although you have the powerful fighting power of the Jiao clan, this fighting power also makes you lose the perception ability of ordinary spirit beasts. Once your eyes are destroyed, you will be useless. Rest in peace. I will miss you. The sword flashed. The tiger dragon's head was split open violently. A gray soul fell out of its head. Tiger dragon spirit. Mu Feng picked up the soul and was quite surprised. A spirit beast with a strong bloodline has the potential to give birth to a spirit. There is nothing surprising about that. But the tiger dragon's blood is mottled. Absorbing this spirit will do you no good, but will cause you more harm. Yu Huanqing spoke up to remind him. Hearing this, Mu Feng couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. This spiritual soul with such violent energy cannot be absorbed by herself, and it is even more unsuitable for Wen Suxin. It will only benefit the fool Shi Shan. Take it. It's yours. Mu Feng threw the soul to Shi Shan. The latter took it and looked at Mu Feng with surprise. Brother, are you really giving it to me? You and your sister-in-law don't want it? Wen Suxin looked at Shi Shan with a smile. It's thanks to you that I was able to kill this tiger dragon this time. Besides, I am not suitable for this spirit, so it is most appropriate to give it to you. Hearing this, Sher Shan was so excited that he burst into tears and looked at the two of them with excitement on his face. "Thank you, brother and sister-in-law." Mu Feng looked at Sher Shan with a frown on his face. This guy keeps calling her sister-in-law, and the key point is that Wen Suxin seems to like this title quite a lot. It's hard to refute it myself. Forget it, let him be. Let's go down and take a look first. Time is tight. It would be bad if we attract other people. Okay. Sher Shan put away his soul, took the lead, and jumped into the lake. Bang! 3 figures fell to the ground. Looking at the clear lake water in front of me, I couldn't help but exclaim. The sparkling lake surface looks like sparkling jewels under the reflection of sunlight. In the blue water, you can also see various fish and turtles swimming slowly. A scene of peaceful times. More importantly, Mu Feng could feel the violent fluctuations of spiritual power coming from the bottom of the lake. The bone-chilling cold made Mu Feng extremely excited. Soul. Only the soul can possess such pure spiritual power. Without saying anything more, Mu Feng jumped to the bottom of the lake. Before my eyes, an ice crystal-like spirit was slowly floating in the water. The ice crystal spirit ranked 9821st in the Atlas of all spirits. I'm going to make a fortune this time. Mu Feng in the water couldn't help but wave his fists to express his joy. He was just about to raise his hand to take the soul away. However, unexpectedly, the other 2 spirits in the body suddenly vibrated violently. The 2 spirits seemed to be sensitive to the ice crystal spirit and quickly absorbed it. Before Mu Feng could put it away, the ice crystal soul has already rushed into Mu Feng's body. An indescribable feeling of coldness swept through Mu Feng's body, and countless cold spiritual powers surged. In a short time, the entire lake was frozen. Brother Mu Feng. Wen Suxin hurried forward and tried to break the ice to rescue Mu Feng. However, unexpectedly, as soon as her hand touched the ice, it was immediately frozen by the ice, and her delicate hand was frozen. What's going on? Why did the lake suddenly freeze over? Brother Mu Feng, Brother Mu Feng. Wen Suxin screamed in panic. Just when he was about to use his spiritual power to forcibly break the ice, several powerful auras suddenly fell from the sky. I never thought that the 3 of you could kill this tiger dragon. It's really surprising. When he saw the person coming, Sher Shan's face changed suddenly. Ni Kun, it's actually you. The man in white robe smiled slightly, and with a slightly greedy look, he kept looking at Sher Shan and Wen Suxin. TSK, I didn't expect she's such a beauty. This Mu Feng is really lucky with women. Sher Shan's expression suddenly changed, and he stood in front of Wen Suxin. What you up to? Ni Kun raised his head coldly, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. What? Of course I'm doing what I should do. Ni Tian, I'll leave this girl to you. Remember, be gentle. Such beauties are rare. And you? Turning his gaze to Sher Shan, Ni Kun licked his lips with a little excitement. You can die now. Sister-in-law, please go quickly, I will hold them back. Sher Shan's expression suddenly changed. He hurriedly stood in front of Wen Suxin. But having said that, this place is surrounded by mountains and the other side has more people and more power. It's not easy to escape. TSK, I didn't expect that Sher Shan, who has always looked down on others, would actually recognize a guy from a small city as his big brother. Sher Shan, you don't feel ashamed, but I feel ashamed for you. Ni Kun looked at the 2 of them with a smile on his face. Beneath the smile was a strong murderous intent. Ni Kun, I advise you not to be too proud. Your strength is on par with mine. It won't be easy to deal with us. Sher Shan plucked up his courage and encouraged himself. But he knew in his heart that after the battle between the tiger and the dragon, his spiritual power was less than 30% at the moment. It is simply wishful thinking to want to deal with Ni Kun. On par with others? Ha 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 ha, how can you defeat me with the current you? Ni Kun walked forward slowly, his pressure gradually becoming stronger, and he pressed down on the two of them forcefully. He figured it out, damn it. How can I protect my sister-in-law's safety when my brother is not here? Sher Shan was extremely panicked and slowly stepped back. Sher Shan, please go. This matter is between me and Brother Feng. There is no need for you to get involved. Wen Suxin spoke. She knew that Mu Feng was frozen in ice, and with their strength, there was no way they could survive. If Sher Shan tried his best to escape now, he might still have a chance of survival. But Sher Shan was afraid, but he had no intention of retreating. He is simple-minded and unreasonable, and has been a bully since childhood, but he understands the principle of repaying kindness. Mu Feng once saved his life and gave him the tiger-dragon spirit. It was not logical for him to leave. Brother, don't waste your time talking to them. Get rid of them and take away the tiger-dragon spirit. Ni Tian couldn't hold back any longer. He had long wanted to avenge that sword attack, but had no chance. Now, the opportunity is here. Okay. Remember, just grab the badge and don't hurt this little beauty. Yes, sir. Ni Tian rushed out laughing and went straight to Wen Suxin. With a flick of his right hand, the sword stabbed towards Wen Suxin's shoulder. The speed was so fast that Wen Suxin turned pale. Ni Tian, who is also Xianhuang and has experienced many life-and-death battles, is much stronger than Wen Suxin. But at this moment, Wen Suxin had no choice. She could only fight. She believed that Mu Feng, who was frozen in the ice, still had a chance of survival, and she couldn't give up. Spiritual energy roared up. The light sword danced, blocking Ni Tian's attack. My little beauty is actually a swordsman. Unfortunately, your crude swordsmanship is far inferior to that of Mu Feng. His expression froze, and he could only hear the whistling sound of the sword. The sword energy in the sky rushed down, blocking Wen Suxin from all directions, leaving her with no way to retreat. Sister-in-law, be careful. When Sher Shan saw this scene, he shouted loudly. Just when he was about to go over to help Wen Suxin, a flying kick came straight towards his neck. Bang! He raised his hand to block, but the huge force still kicked him back several steps. Your opponent is me. Ni Kun landed on the ground and looked at Sher Shan with a sneer on his face. I didn't expect that after the battle between the tiger and the dragon, you still have such strength. You are indeed a physical cultivator. Unfortunately, you are still not as good as me. Whirlwind kick. Ni Kun came walking on the wind, his legs like long whips, rolling up gusts of wind blades, constantly tearing the stone mountain's body. In just a moment, Sher Shan's body was covered with blood. The shoulder was the most seriously injured, the bone was visible and blood was gushing out. If he hadn't dodged in time, the wind blade would have cut his head open. Seeing that both of them were at a disadvantage, Wen Suxin gritted her teeth and began to dance with her slender hands. A ray of light appeared in his hand, accompanied by violent spiritual power fluctuations. Boom! The light turned into a green bamboo, enveloping Wen Suxin. Countless sword energies fell and impacted the green bamboo, causing a sound of metal collision. It ended with a metallic clanging sound. Wen Suxin looked a little tired, and was breathing heavily. But there was not much damage. It's actually a spiritual weapon. I didn't expect you to have such a treasure. Too bad, it will be mine soon. Ni Tian said in a deep voice with a grim expression. After saying that, he gripped the sword tightly and slashed at the green bamboo fiercely. The surging power shook the surroundings. My little beauty, it must be very strenuous to activate this second-grade spiritual weapon. I want to see how many of my moves you can block. Boom. Press down hard. Wen Suxin and the green bamboo around her body sank heavily into the ground. The other side. Shi Shan and Ni Kun have already fought with all their strength. The two seated players with red badges unleashed their absolute destructive power at this moment. Fists and feet clashed. The remaining force spreading around alone caused cracks to gradually appear in the surrounding stones. Although Ni Kun is a spiritual practitioner, his leg skills are indeed very strong. Not to mention dealing with the exhausted Shi Shan, it can be said that he can handle it with ease. On the other hand, Shi Shan's reaction, speed and strength have all decreased a lot. It seems that the two are evenly matched, but Ni Kun is relaxed while he himself is already out of breath. Seeing Wen Suxin struggling to hold on, Shi Shan became anxious and wanted to get rid of Ni Kun to go and provide support. Want to protect others? Take care of yourself first. Ni Kun smiled coldly, leaped up, and knelt firmly on Shi Shan's shoulders. The heavy force almost made Shi Shan fall to his knees. Shi Shan's legs trembled, and he spoke with gritted teeth. "Ah! I'll fight you." In the ice, Mu Feng closed his eyes. The biting coldness throughout his body made his heartbeat seem to stop. The three kinds of spiritual spirits in his body kept swirling around and rushing wildly in his meridians, as if they wanted to tear his body apart. As the three forces continue to impact, finally, the sword spirit wandered to Mu Feng's dantian and transformed into a small sword, floating there quietly. The blood demon's soul was integrated into his body. Let the blood and flesh continue to boil, as if to break through the shackles of ice. As for the icy spirit, it was hidden in Mu Feng's meridians. Mu Feng had to get used to the cold and biting air around him. The slow heartbeat gradually became faster, and the three spirits reached a delicate balance in Mu Feng's body. The surrounding ice was cracked. Boom! The powerful sword energy rushed down, and the last trace of spiritual power in the body dissipated. The green bamboo in front of me shattered. The effort of maintaining the second-grade spiritual weapon and the exhaustion of spiritual energy in her body made Wen Suxin unable to hold on any longer. She just let out a muffled groan. Blood was oozing from the corner of his mouth. Sister-in-law. Shi Shan looked at Ni Tian angrily, his whole body trembling. Ni Tian, you actually bullied a woman, I will kill you. But now that he is entangled with Ni Kun, how can things get better? Ni Kun clenched his right fist and hit Shi Shan's abdomen hard. Wow! Shi Shan spat out big mouthfuls of bitter water and felt his internal organs churning. He knelt on the ground with a look of pain on his face. Looking at Shi Shan's red badge, Ni Kun's eyes were filled with excitement. 2 badges. Maybe my badge is eligible to be upgraded to purple and gold. Ha ha ha, God is really helping me. The first place in this assessment must be mine, Ni Kun. After saying that, spiritual power gathered in his palm. Shi Shan, I've had enough fun. Now you can die in peace. Shi Shan looked at the attack approaching his face, closed his eyes helplessly, and faced death calmly. Brother, I'm sorry, I failed to protect my sister-in-law. Boom. In an instant, smoke and dust rose up, and a powerful spiritual force rushed over. This forced Ni Kun to retreat step by step. Who? With his brows furrowed, Ni Kun looked forward in shock. A figure slowly walked out of the smoke. Looking at the two people who were seriously injured, Mu Feng's expression was filled with murderous intent like a demon. Leave your last words, then. Die with hatred in your heart. Mu Feng, you are not dead? When he saw Mu Feng, Nition's expression suddenly changed. Looking at the broken ice, he couldn't help but tremble. He was actually able to break through such a cold and harsh ice. Is this guy in front of me still a human? Is this your last words? As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Feng suddenly jumped up. Like a tiger descending from the mountain, he rushed towards Nition. Before Nition could react, Mu Feng had already appeared in front of him. His right hand turned into a fist and went straight to Nition's heart. Nition felt the power of this punch and couldn't help but feel frightened. He knew very well that he would die if he received this blow. But he just can't avoid it. Ni-kun rushed towards Mu Feng while shouting. Be careful, brother. Bang! A chill ran through Nition's body. Nition staggered and lowered his head in disbelief, looking at the big empty hole in his chest. His eyes completely lost their luster and turned into chaos. Can't get up. Mu Feng dealt with Nition, helped the weak Wen Suxin up from the ground, and held her in his arms. Don't be afraid, I'm back. Brother Mu Feng. Seeing that Mu Feng was safe and sound, Wen Suxin hugged him tightly with tears in her eyes. I thought you were dead. Stupid, how could I die? Mu Feng grinned and carried Wen Suxin to Shirshan. Now is not the time to reminisce about the past. Keep an eye on your sister-in-law. Big brother. Shirshan was so excited that he couldn't speak. He just clenched his fists and looked at Mu Feng eagerly. Nition. Seeing his brother being killed by Mu Feng, Ni-kun was furious. He held Nition's body and shouted. He looked so angry that he wished he could cut Mu Feng into pieces. He planned for a long time just to get the purple gold badge, but in the end not only did he fail, but he also killed his own brother. You dare to kill my brother, Mu Feng, you deserve to die. Oh? Is this your last words? Mu Feng smiled at Ni-kun and spoke. Seeing that Mu Feng could still laugh, Ni-kun rushed towards Mu Feng with resentment. You are such a fool. I will kill you today to avenge my brother. Act recklessly. Mu Feng looked at Ni-kun who was rushing towards him without any fear. Wrong, it's the hero who's here. After saying that, he threw a punch. Bang! The two fists collided, and severe pain suddenly appeared in Ni-kun's arm. The terrifying force made his entire right hand feel like it was about to crack. How can a 5th-level Xianhuang have such terrifying power? Now you know, it's too late. It was another ordinary punch, but the power it carried was even more ferocious and deadly. It was like a huge wave collapsing a mountain, leaving Ni-kun unable to react. Puff! Blood spurted out, Ni-kun's face turned pale, and his eyes were full of shock. Mu Feng is only at the 5th level of Xianhuang, so how could he defeat me so easily? I am at the 7th level of Xianhuang. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Ni-kun suddenly burst into laughter, and the laughter was extremely painful and sad. Well. Mu Feng, you forced me to do this. A pill appeared in Ni-kun's hand and he swallowed it quickly. I originally wanted to use this violent spirit pill to deal with the disciples guarding the gate, but I didn't expect to use it on you. You should be proud of yourself for letting me kill you like this. As soon as he finished speaking, Ni-kun's spiritual power surged, and in a moment, he broke through the shackles of the 7th level of Xianhuang and reached the 9th level of Xianhuang. Mu Feng frowned slightly. The Baoling pill is a kind of pill that can temporarily increase strength, but after the effect wears off, it has serious side effects. Not only will it damage your muscles and bones, in severe cases it may even lead to a decline in your realm and even possession of your mind. I didn't expect that Ni Kun would even prepare such a thing. The next moment, Ni Kun appeared. The blow was like a violent storm, catching Mu Feng off guard. The extremely fast speed made Mu Feng unable to cope with it for a short time. But relying on the powerful body of immortal bones and demonic blood, Mu Feng quickly adapted. The two men fought so fiercely that the sky and earth were dark. Every punch and kick caused the surrounding rocks to break open layer by layer, which was terrifying. Ha ha ha. Mu Feng, did you see that? I'm so strong now, so strong. What do you have to defeat me? Ni Kun laughed arrogantly, his eyes were bloodshot, and his spiritual power was extremely unstable. It seems like it will get out of control at any moment. But as long as Mu Feng can be defeated, it is worth it no matter what the cost. Bang! A punch came over, but Mu Feng firmly grasped the wrist. Strong? How strong? Broken bones and remains. The other hand was suddenly raised, and endless demonic energy surged in the body, gathering in the palm of the hand and rushing towards Ni Kun. Bang! Ni Kun used his head to bear Mu Feng's attack. His body swayed and he almost fell to the ground. This scene made Mu Feng feel surprised. He didn't expect that the effect of this violent spirit pill was so powerful that it could allow Ni Kun to withstand his attack without dying. TSK, Mu Feng, is this all your strength? Then you can go and accompany my brother with peace of mind. Ni Kun grinned and jumped up. Whirlwind kick. Seeing the opponent rushing towards him with all his strength, Mu Feng sighed helplessly. Well, since you force me to be serious, then I will be serious. Call out. A long sword rushed out. Mu Feng made a seal with one hand. Sword 2. The long sword rushed straight towards Ni Kun's body. Seeing that the long sword's attack was so simple, Ni Kun couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha, you think you can defeat me with this move? You're dreaming. With a kick, Ni Kun was about to break the sword into pieces. At this moment, Mu Feng spoke again. Null. In an instant, the long sword turned into countless streams of light and disappeared into thin air, making Ni Kun's attack fail. Before he could react, the long sword condensed again, and this time, it was only half an inch away from his forehead. Impossible, impossible. What kind of weird sword move is this? This. Puff. Blood and brain matter were scattered all over the floor. Ni Kun fell straight down from mid-air, completely losing his breath. Seeing this, Mu Feng smiled slightly. Today, his strength has greatly increased, and he can already freely control the sword spirit within a short distance. This move, Sword 2. Void, allows Mu Feng to carry out many unexpected attacks. Looking at Ni Kun's body on the ground, Mu Feng smiled coldly and turned to look outside the deep pit. This is solved. There are still a lot of people outside. Outside the deep pit. Dozens of figures watched as Mu Feng dealt with the brothers Ni Tian and Ni Kun so easily. Trembling with fear. Even the Ni brothers were killed, let alone them. Just as they were preparing to escape. Mu Feng's action was one step faster. Where do you want to go? Hearing Mu Feng's voice, everyone stopped and dared not breathe. You, what do you want to do? Everyone turned around in panic, their eyes filled with fear. What do I want to do? Come on, hand over your badges to me. If anyone doesn't, Thank you very much, everyone. Goodbye, everyone. Looking at the dozens of badges in his hand, Mu Feng waved to everyone with a smile. Those people watched as the badges they had worked so hard to upgrade fell into Mu Feng's hands. Each face looked uglier than the other. But what can we do about it? You can neither beat them nor run away. If you are given the badge, you can safely exit the assessment. Otherwise, you can't. I'm afraid even my head will be smashed. Mu Feng leaped forward and handed the pile of badges to Shi Shan and Wen Suxin. My badges have reached the maximum level, so this pile of badges is prepared for the two of them. Looking at the badge in front of them, their eyes sparkled. Shi Shan, in particular, was shouting with excitement. Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. I knew it was the right thing to do to follow Big Brother. Mu Feng smiled slightly. Hurry up and divide these badges, and devour the tiger dragon's soul. This is the tiger dragon's habitat, and the spiritual energy is abundant. It is perfect for cultivation here. The two nodded slightly and began to divide up the dozens of badges. About 6 hours later. The injuries of the two have almost recovered. Shi Shan also successfully advanced from the 7th level of Xianhuang to the 8th level of Xianhuang because of swallowing the tiger dragon's soul. Although his realm is high, he always thinks that he is not as good as Mu Feng's Xianhuang 5th level. My eldest brother is a pervert. Don't compare yourself with anyone else. Not only that, Shi Shan's badge also got a level upgrade, successfully reaching gold. As for Wen Suxin, she is originally golden. It seems unlikely to upgrade to purple and gold, even though dozens of badges have been absorbed, including red badges. There is no sign of upgrading. Seeing this, Wen Suxin gave up. Instead of pursuing a higher level, it would be better to protect herself in the future and ensure that her golden badge would not be stolen by others. After the reorganization, the three of them headed towards the center of Litong Mountains again. Along the way, they saw many forces fighting each other, resulting in heavy casualties and rivers of blood. I didn't expect that during this assessment, many people would start to form forces. Wen Suxin said with some surprise. Mu Feng chuckled. You don't know this, don't you? Forming a faction can not only better intercept the players who fight alone, but also ensure that you will not be intercepted by others. What's more, some players have their own prestige, which makes it easy for them to attract people to join them. Brother is right. According to my understanding, most of the current power comes from those people with red badges. These guys are all disciples of the 10 major sections. Shi Shan nodded seriously, confirming Mu Feng's answer. The 10 great sects are the 10 affiliated forces under Kunling Academy, and they jointly control the entire Tianxian realm. It can be said that he is second to none and above 10,000 people. Even Shuiyue City is a vassal of one of these forces and has to pay a lot of taxes every year. You are also a disciple of the 10 great sects, why don't you form one? Mu Feng asked curiously. Shi Shan scratched his head in embarrassment. Hee, my reputation is too bad, no one wants to pay attention to me. I actually had this idea at the beginning, but those who saw me were either scared away by me or gave me the badge obediently. Hearing what the other party said, Mu Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. This big fool also knows that he has a bad reputation. It was late at night and Mu Feng was sitting cross-legged in a tree hole. With a calm mind, he arrived at the 7 evil prisons in the Sea of Sin. He still had many questions and wanted to ask Yuan for advice. It was still the familiar depressing scene. Yu Hunqing sat in the center of the 7 evil prisons of the Sea of Sin, looking at Mu Feng lazily. Kid, what are you doing here? I have absorbed 3 spirit souls, so I came here to show off. Get out, you little bastard. Yu Hunqing was about to raise his hand to blast Mu Feng out, but Mu Feng bowed with a smile. No, I just want to ask why I absorbed the spirit this time but didn't activate the other 5 of the 7 wonders divine art. By absorbing the sword shining spirit, Mu Feng activated the sword absolute, and by absorbing the blood demon spirit, he activated the demon absolute. However, this time when he absorbed the ice spirit soul, apart from improving his realm, he did not activate the other 5 supreme abilities. This made Mufeng feel strange. Boy, do you think the 7 absolute divine arts are so easy to practice? Not only do you need to find a spirit that corresponds to the 7 absolute divine arts, but this spirit must also be powerful. You are now able to open the 2 unique skills, which is already a great blessing. Don't ask for anything else, you should work hard to improve yourself. Yu Hunqing collapsed on a broken throne, looking at her own delicate hands while responding to Mufeng's words. Thank you for the advice, Senior. I have another question. Are these 7 elders from the era of the war between all races? The War of 10,000 Races was an extremely tragic war in the history of the universe, and its history was even older than that of the 10 heavenly emperors. In that battle, the human race was completely defeated, and countless powerful people died. Even the way of heaven was cut off. This caused the human race to have a nearly 10,000-year gap in cultivation, from which they are only gradually recovering now. Hearing this, Yu Hunqing frowned suddenly. The atmosphere around them suddenly became depressing. Mufeng could clearly feel that there were 6 pairs of eyes staring at him, except for the cage in the middle. There was no movement. Don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask. Go out. Don't come here if you don't have anything to do. The aura of the 7 evil prisons in the Sea of Sin is chaotic, which is not beneficial to your cultivation. After saying that, Yu Hunqing waved his hand and swept Mufeng out. Open your eyes. Mufeng shook his head helplessly. Although he gained a lot of benefits from the 7 evil prisons in the Sea of Sin, he was very worried because he couldn't figure out the origins of the 7 people. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Is all Mufeng needs to do just to help them out? Not necessarily. Forget it, let's improve ourselves first, and we can talk about these things later. Mufeng smiled slightly as he greeted the 2 people who were still sitting cross-legged in meditation. Get ready, we're going to be on the road. The final test is just ahead. The closer you get to the center, the quieter the surroundings become. Not only were there fewer battles, but there were hardly any people to be seen. After all, everyone who comes here is already an expert among experts. No one would be stupid enough to provoke a troublesome opponent at the last minute. Looking at Mufeng's purple gold badge and Shirshan's golden badge, everyone around them showed envious expressions. They fought hard, but their badge level was only red. This comparison really makes me feel frustrated. Half an hour later. Many people gathered in the center of Litong Mountains, but there was no palace here, only an endless open space. Just as everyone was looking at each other in confusion, I saw a white beam of light rising into the sky, covering everyone. As the dazzling white light dissipated, everyone was already inside a towering palace. Looking at the magnificent bronze carvings around, everyone's eyes were burning with excitement. Coming here means that they have become disciples of Kunling Academy. I didn't expect that there would be quite a few people passing this time. The familiar voice sounded again. Everyone looked up and saw Lin Qing stepping on the magic weapon and appearing in front of everyone again. Then can we enter Kunlingyuan? Someone suddenly shouted in the hall. For a moment, everyone started talking excitedly, as if the road to Kunling Academy was right in front of them. Lin Qing put his hands behind his back and looked around with a smile. He fixed his gaze on Mufeng again. Just be patient. According to the rules, all disciples with blue badges and above can enter Kunling Academy. But, everyone with the red badges, you still have one final test to go through. Hearing this, the faces of the people who received the red badges changed slightly. Mufeng, in particular, attracted the attention of almost everyone. In the final stage, you will face the gatekeepers from our spiritual academy. Only after gaining the recognition of the gatekeeper disciples can you enter the spiritual academy, and you will also receive generous rewards. If you fail, half of the current level badge reward will be deducted. Deduct half. Hearing this, many people gloated over the misfortune, and those who had obtained the red badge. His expression was also extremely bitter. Of course, if you feel that you have no hope, you can voluntarily withdraw and half of your reward will be deducted directly. Lin Qing spoke with a smile. Especially looking at Mu Feng. Mu Feng knew that Lin Qing was probably going to prepare another big gift for him. Lin Qing just clapped softly. Everyone, you can show up now. As soon as the words fell, a strong wind blew up in the palace, and surging spiritual energy surged, forcing everyone to cover their faces. Accompanied by the vibration of spiritual power, dozens of powerful figures descended into the palace. These dozen people were all young men and women, and they seemed to be about the same age as Mu Feng and other candidates. But the aura on his body is extremely powerful. Although we are all Xianhuang, facing these people makes people feel invincible. A red-haired woman with a hot body glanced at these slightly immature disciples with a charming look on her face. Lin Qing, the quality of the candidates this year is average. It seems that there are no outstanding roles. Tang Meiyao, don't underestimate the candidates this time. There are purple and gold badges this year. Lin Qing looked at Mu Feng with ill intention and said cheerfully. Purple and gold. Hearing this, everyone followed Lin Qing's gaze and locked onto Wen Suxin and Mu Feng. Especially the red-haired woman, who looked at Mu Feng with extreme curiosity. It seems as if he wants to see through it. Mu Feng's expression froze, and he was extremely surprised. The woman in front of him was actually a strong person who was half a step into the realm of heaven and earth, and her aura was not much different from Lin Qing's. No wonder this guy smiled so cunningly just now, it turns out he was waiting for me here. But I thought that as long as I defeated the guy in front of me, I could become Shui Rui's disciple. Mu Feng's eyes were suddenly filled with fighting spirit. Okay, now that everyone is here, I will tell you in detail about the upcoming assessment. In this assessment, 10 people received red badges, 4 people received gold badges, and 1 person received a purple gold badge. The 15 of you will be chosen by these 15 senior brothers and sisters from the Spiritual Academy to become your opponents. Of course, you can abstain. Inside the hall, everyone looked at each other, and Wen Suxin had already thought about giving up. The weakest one among them is at the peak of Xianhuang. She is already at the 5th level of Xianhuang now. How could she possibly succeed in such a challenge? Brother Feng, I want to give up. Wen Suxin spoke to Mu Feng in a low voice, with a look of fear on her face. Don't worry, I'm not afraid of the rock mountain, so what are you afraid of? Go up and try boldly. Didn't you say that you must make a name for yourself this time? How can you retreat here? That's right, sister-in-law. My brother and I will support you. Shirshan was also serious. Seeing this, Wen Suxin smiled slightly, mustered up her courage, and nodded vigorously. After saying this, the 3 of them stepped out together. The dozen or so people on the stage were constantly scanning these disciples and starting to choose their favorite opponents. A big man looked at Mu Feng's purple and gold badge and immediately became interested. Boy, I'll give you a chance. If you can take 10 of my moves, I'll recognize you. The big man was full of energy, and his muscles almost burst his clothes. It was shocking to see people around. Tarzan, get out of the way. Tang Meiyao spoke coldly, signaling the big man to get out. Taishan looked at Tang Meiyao bitterly. Sister Tang, I chose this person first. Tang Meiyao's brows tightened, and a powerful pressure swept out instantly, causing Taishan's face to change suddenly. Okay, I'll give it to you. Taishan stepped back timidly and turned to look at the stone mountain beside him. Shirshan, come here. I want to see if you have made any progress following Master over the years. Big brother, please be gentle. Sher Shan had a bitter look on his face. Why would his senior brother target someone he knew? On the other side, Tang Meiyao also came in front of Mu Feng. He was looking Mu Feng up and down. Everyone knows that Tang Meiyao is the best fighter among this group of people. She chose Mu Feng, and Mu Feng could only say that this assessment was dangerous. Why is there only Xianhuang level 5? This shouldn't be the case. Tang Meiyao had a strange look on her face. She originally thought that Mu Feng must have at least the strength of the 7th level of Xianhuang, otherwise he would not be able to obtain the purple gold badge. Even the senior sister who chose Wen Suxin thought the same. After all, even those with red badges are at least at the 7th level of Xianhuang, and they are the owners of the purple gold badge. The state of mind does not go up but goes down. This is not right. Mu Feng smiled slightly. Realm is not the only criterion for determining combat power. If you hold such an idea, you will probably suffer. Oh. Boy, can I take your words as a provocation? Hearing Mu Feng's words, Tang Meiyao smiled slightly and looked at Mu Feng with some disbelief. If you insist on thinking so, then take it as a provocation. Mu Feng clasped his hands together and spoke calmly. Looking at Mu Feng's seemingly humble but actually conceited appearance, Tang Meiyao burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, you funny boy. Seeing you are so confident, well, if you can take 3 of my moves, I will let you go. Sorry, senior sister, 3 moves are too few. What I want is for you to lose. Lose? Hearing these words, everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter. The other disciples who were originally concentrating on the battle also looked at Mu Feng as if he were an idiot. Everyone started looking at Mu Feng. Ha ha ha, this brat is really too arrogant. Doesn't he know that Tang Meiyao's ranking on the Xianhuang ranking is higher than senior brother Lin Qing? If you ask me, it's lucky that Shi didn't get defeated when he fought against the half-step heaven and earth realm at the 5th level of Xianhuang. Does this kid really think he can be so arrogant just because he has the purple and gold badge? Even Lin Qing looked at Mu Feng with some surprise. Mu Feng's performance was really beyond his expectations. In this entire palace, no one can say that they can definitely defeat Tang Meiyao, including himself. Seeing this, he could only smile helplessly. This kid is really interesting. Tang Meiyao, who was standing in front of Mu Feng, was also stunned by what Mu Feng said. Then he smiled coldly. This time, she was really annoyed by Mu Feng. Being told by a 5th-level Xianhuang kid that he would defeat me? How funny. Boy, saying something like this just to save face is not a good choice. Although you have the purple and gold badge, if you think you can beat me with this, then you are really wrong. How stupid. Mu Feng smiled faintly, looked at the angry Tang Meiyao, and spoke slowly. Senior sister Tang, forgive me for being blunt, but with your abilities, it's a bit of a stretch for you to be my opponent. As Mu Feng finished speaking, the entire palace fell silent in an instant. Even Lin Qing was stunned with surprise. This kid actually dared to say such things to Tang Meiyao? This is not a provocation at all, it is a naked mockery. Don't you want to live? You are looking for death. The surging spiritual power emerged, and the charming figure burst out with endless murderous intent. The towering breasts were also rising and falling due to Mu Feng's anger. Tang Meiyao moved, and a long red whip, carrying huge spiritual power, came towards Mu Feng. Seeing this scene, Lin Qing shook his head helplessly. This move, even if I want to follow it, I will have to use some tricks. Mu Feng was at the 5th level of Xianhuang, so it was a blessing that he wasn't beaten to death. Even the candidates in the audience couldn't help but close their eyes. They could all feel the power of this move. This kind of move was simply not something they could handle. In their eyes, Mu Feng was already a dead man who had been beaten into pieces. Bang! Mu Feng's body was filled with a powerful aura, which actually pushed the whip back. Everyone looked shocked. Not only did the scene of Mu Feng's tragic death not occur, but he was able to block the attack with spiritual power alone. Is this still the 5th level of Xianhuang? Impossible. Mu Feng smiled faintly and saluted with his hands clasped together. Sister, please forgive me for being rude. You must lose this battle. You only blocked one of my attacks, yet you dare to be so arrogant. Tang Meiyao's face turned pale, and her spiritual energy surged again, becoming even stronger than before. You are only at the 5th level of Xianhuang. I want to see how you can defeat me. As soon as she finished speaking, Tang Meiyao moved instantly, her long whip flying, and endless hot spiritual power filled the whip, attacking Mu Feng like a chain of fire. Jianju. The sword rises with the wind. A silver light flashed in Mu Feng's hand, and he swung his sword suddenly. The sharp sword energy collided with the long whip, and a powerful aftermath suddenly erupted. Everyone was so frightened that they stepped back. Is this still the 5th level of Xianhuang? Even someone like me who is at the peak of Xianhuang may not have such power. What a terrifying strength. This guy named Mu Feng seems to have some skills. The gazes of the crowd also changed from disdain at the beginning to expectation. Maybe, Mu Feng could really defeat Tang Meiyao. But when Lin Qing in midair saw this scene, he shook his head. Tang Meiyao's strength is more than just this level. Bang! There was a shocking explosion and the two of them retreated. Tang Meiyao smiled playfully, with no more contempt in her eyes. Boy, I didn't expect you to have some skills that are worthy of my seriousness. But from now on, you won't have any room to resist. Flame Phoenix burns the sky. Tang Meiyao's body was emitting red spiritual energy, and the temperature around her rose rapidly. In a short period of time, everyone in the hall was sweating profusely. It's so hot, what's going on? It's attribute spiritual power. Why can she control attribute spiritual power in the Xianhuang realm? Isn't that something that only the heaven and earth realm can do? Everyone started talking about it, looking extremely surprised. There are two benchmarks in the heaven and earth realm. One is the art of flying, which can use spiritual power to stimulate the physical body to achieve the effect of flying. The second is to awaken the spiritual power attribute. Different people have different spiritual attributes. Tang Meiyao was able to master fire-attributed spiritual power in the Xianhuang realm, which shows how terrifying her talent is. Mu Feng also frowned slightly. This Tang Meiyao is much more troublesome than he imagined. Seeing the Scarlet Phoenix rushing towards him with flames, Mu Feng didn't dodge or evade. The evil energy in the body immediately surged. Devil's absoluteness. Broken bones and remaining bodies. A punch was thrown. The fist and the phoenix collided, and in just a moment, the clothes on Mu Feng's right arm exploded and was burned into powder by the scorching flames. The surging force continued to emerge, and the situation was deadlocked for a while. Lin Qing shook his head helplessly. Mu Feng is strong, but not strong enough to defeat Tang Meiyao. To use the physical body to resist the attribute spiritual power, no one can do this unless they have reached the realm of heaven and earth. It seems that it can't hold out for much longer. Just when Lin Qing thought Mu Feng was going to retreat, Mu Feng just shouted loudly. Break it for me. Scarlet light filled his eyes, and endless demonic energy rushed out. Boom! With a loud roar, the fire phoenix was actually shattered. How is that possible? Lin Qing's face turned pale. A Xianhuang realm body could actually withstand a tribute spiritual power? How strong must this guy's body be? The flames dissipated, and Mu Feng's right arm was already scarlet. The skin above was burned beyond recognition by the flames. Call. Mu Feng looked a little tired and was breathing heavily. Obviously, cracking this move also consumed a lot of his energy. But Tang Meiyao would definitely not give him a chance to react. The figure rushed out again, with a flaming whip coming down head-on and red spiritual power rolling in. You are already proud enough for being able to take my flame phoenix burning sky. You will definitely lose with this next move. There is no time to dodge or avoid. In just a moment, several possible response scenarios emerged in Mu Feng's mind, but he rejected them one by one. He couldn't handle this move. No. There must be a way. Facing the attack that was so close, Mu Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. The spiritual energy in the body surged wildly. The extremely cold power coming from deep within the meridians suddenly burst out. Sword 3. Fly. The icy spiritual power emerged and condensed on the silver sword. The long sword flew up and down, and actually formed a dense sword net in front of Mu Feng. As soon as the long whip touched it, it was wrapped in endless frost. Layers of icy light emerged, completely covering the long whip, spreading towards Tang Meiyao, and even had the tendency to suppress the flames. Seeing this scene, many disciples burst into exclamations. Whenever they thought Mu Feng was going to lose, Mu Feng was always able to break his opponent's moves. Lin Qing's expression also changed suddenly. How is this possible? How can this kid have icy spiritual power, and can coordinate it with sword moves so perfectly? If you have this kind of power, why didn't you use it just now? Could it be that this kid is coming up with a strategy on the spot? Impossible, absolutely impossible. If this is true, then Mu Feng's talent is a little too terrifying. Bang! The raging fire invaded and the frost was immediately broken. In just a moment, the offensive reversed and headed straight towards Mu Feng. Flame Thorn. The long whip gathered flames and stabbed towards Mu Feng's heart. Tang Meiyao frowned, she had already vaguely sensed Mu Feng's strength. More powerful than she had imagined. Sister, this battle is over. A smile appeared on Mu Feng's face. Then, he held the sword tightly in his hand, and the cold spiritual power swept around madly and gathered on the blade. Sword Ju. Fleeting light and shadow, startling swallow. Mu Feng just swept his sword, and endless icy spiritual power rose up like a startled wild goose, heading straight for Tang Meiyao. There are so many of them, like a flock of geese passing by, it is overwhelming. This move is Jian Ju's second move. It was also Mu Feng's realization on the battlefield, a perfect move that was unleashed by fusing the sword and the ice spirit. Boom! The cold spiritual power was indestructible and it broke Tang Meiyao's attack in just an instant. The sword energy rushed towards Tang Meiyao. Faced with this deadly killing move, Tang Meiyao's eyes were filled with panic and she was a little at a loss. With this move, she will definitely die. Just when the sword energy was about to touch Tang Meiyao, Mu Feng just waved his hand, and the endless sword energy dissipated, turning into ice and frost all over the sky, slowly falling from the air. The frost sparkled with cold light, crystal clear, like falling snow, which was beautiful beyond words. This. Tang Meiyao looked at the scene in disbelief. I lost. I lose to you, and I accept it wholeheartedly. Tang Meiyao smiled bitterly and shook her head, speaking helplessly. The whole hall fell silent. They couldn't believe that Tang Meiyao actually lost. Brother, I knew you could win. Shi Shan shouted excitedly, completely ignoring the fact that he had a bruised face and nose, and cheered for Mu Feng. Wen Suxin also looked at the man in front of her quietly. His eyes were full of joy and excitement. The man she fell in love with was truly extraordinary. Lin Qing smiled helplessly. As a result of this challenge, Mu Feng wins. Next, all disciples, please return to Kunling City to recuperate for a month. After a month, you will officially enter Kunling Academy. Tang Meiyao walked to Mu Feng with a smile on her face and put her hand on his shoulder. Boy, you did a good job. You were able to defeat me across several realms, which shows that you are quite capable. I admit that I am a little interested in you. After entering the spiritual academy, perhaps we will have a chance to. Let's communicate. After saying that, Tang Meiyao reached out and gently patted Mu Feng's butt, then left with her slender waist twisting. Without waiting for Mu Feng to respond, the next moment, Lin Qing just pointed with one hand, and a formation suddenly appeared in the hall. Send all the disciples back to Kunling City. A month later, the square of Kunling City was once again crowded with people. The reason for waiting for a month is that most of the disciples need to recuperate. Secondly, there are still many disciples who need to be assessed, and Mu Feng and his group are just the first batch. After all, the Tianxian realm is so vast that not every disciple from every force can take part in the assessment in the first place. When Mu Feng arrived at the square, he noticed many unfamiliar faces that he had not seen in the first assessment. Everyone, I am Lin Qing, your host for this trip to the Spiritual Academy. Get ready, we are about to enter Kunlingyuan. Hearing Lin Qing's words, everyone became radiant and extremely excited. After more than 10 years of hard work, I finally get the reward today. Wen Suxin was so excited that she hugged Mu Feng's arms tightly. Brother Mu Feng, we can finally enter. You must join Shuling Peak with me. Looking at the cute Wen Suxin, Mu Feng smiled faintly. Okay, I'll go to Shuling Peak with you. Unexpectedly, when the people around heard this, they burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, do you really think that Shuling Peak is so easy to enter? If we go in, we will be outer courtyard disciples at best. We can't even get into the inner courtyard, let alone the 5 major peaks. You know, there are many masters on the Xianhuang ranking, but few of them can truly become disciples of the 5 major peaks. After hearing these words, Mu Feng did not argue. Whether you can enter or not will become clear when you go to the spiritual academy. The next moment, the familiar white light enveloped everyone again. Open your eyes again. Before my eyes was a vast mountain range with no end in sight. The mountain range was winding and full of abundant spiritual energy. There was even a lot of fog floating between the mountains. Those are spiritual mists formed by excessive spiritual energy. Seeing all this, Mu Feng sighed helplessly. Compared to here, Shuiyue City is simply a ruin. No wonder the disciples who came to take the test sneered when they heard that he was from Shuiyue City. Looking up, a huge stone tablet appeared in front of Mu Feng. The stone tablet was extremely black, towering into the clouds, and covered with gleaming golden light, which was extremely dazzling. Those golden lights are names of people one after another. This is the Xianhuang list. Lin Qing came to Mu Feng and started to explain. This is a list specially created for disciples in the Xianhuang realm of the Spiritual Academy. Only those in the Xianhuang realm can obtain rankings. This stone tablet records the strongest 1,000 disciples in the Xianhuang realm of the Spiritual Academy. By logging onto this list, you can receive a certain amount of spirit stones every month, which makes the competition on this list extremely fierce. The strongest 1,000 people. Mu Feng felt a little surprised. There are tens of thousands of disciples in the Spiritual Academy, and there are no less than hundreds of thousands of disciples in the Outer Academy alone. Only 1,000 people were selected from 100,000 people. It can be seen how powerful these 1,000 people are. I just don't know where I'll rank. Mu Feng touched his chin and spoke. Lin Qing smiled faintly. I don't know where you rank, but I can tell you that Tang Meiyao ranks 58th, and I rank 91st. That being said, it doesn't seem that difficult. Mu Feng smiled confidently. He would not miss the opportunity to get extra resources. At this moment, 3 white lights lit up, spread across the remaining 3 directions of the square. These people are members from other assessment locations. I heard that among the disciples who were assessed this time, besides you, there was another person who defeated the gatekeeper disciple. And the gatekeeper disciple he defeated was not much weaker than Tang Meiyao. Lin Qing looked in 3 directions and smiled faintly, as if reminding Mu Feng. There are still strong rivals among these new students. Mu Feng also became curious. Who is capable of such strength? As the white light faded away, the new students from the other 3 assessment locations also arrived. Looking at the huge crowd in the square, a middle-aged man walked slowly towards us with his hands behind his back. The realm of heaven and earth. Everyone's eyes were full of anticipation. Being able to fly across the sky, he is undoubtedly a powerful being in the realm of heaven and earth. This is a state they dare not even dream of. Everyone, I am the Guardian Elder of Kunling Academy, Elder GNI. Congratulations to all of you for becoming disciples of my Kunling Academy. Now please step forward, freshmen who have successfully passed the Gatekeeper Disciple trial. After hearing this, new students came out from all directions. At this moment, Mu Feng felt a powerful aura staring at him. His eyes fixed. Eyes met. The person in front of me was actually Pan Jiang. Many students in the first examination hall also started discussing. Didn't this guy withdraw from the assessment due to injury? I heard that after he recovered from his injuries, he went to another assessment location and successfully passed it. Not only did he pass, he also defeated the disciple guarding the gate. After all, as a disciple of one of the 10 sects, Pan Jiang's withdrawal from the assessment had attracted a lot of attention. Even Mu Feng felt it was incredible at this moment. With Pan Jiang's strength, it would be difficult for him to break through a stone mountain, let alone the disciples guarding the gate. How is it possible to grow so much in such a short time? Mu Feng looked over and saw Pan Jiang looking at him with a sneer. Mu Feng, long time no see. The teasing sound made everyone look sideways. These 2 freshmen are the strongest ones in this assessment, so it will be a good show to watch when they face off. After all, this greeting is more provocative. I didn't expect that you would successfully pass the test and defeat the gatekeeper disciple. But it's okay this way. If you're too weak, I won't have fun. After saying that, Pan Jiang raised his hand and gently clenched his fist. Mu Feng was a little surprised when he saw his hand. This hand was clearly crushed by me, so how come it recovered in just 1 month? Even with the best healing medicine, it is impossible to recover in a short period of time. Wrong. Mu Feng's heart was beating wildly. Because he sensed a different aura from that hand. That aura was extremely powerful, but it did not belong to Pan Jiang. The hand of heaven and earth. That hand came from a powerful person in the realm of heaven and earth. Pan Jiang actually cut off his disabled hand and transplanted the hand of a powerful person in the heaven and earth realm. This caused his strength to surge. I didn't expect you would even use this method to deal with me. Mu Feng grinned. This method can certainly improve strength in a short period of time, but this method is not native, and it is not certain whether it will cause rejection in the future. If he were to step into the realm of heaven and earth one day, this hand would be completely destroyed due to the incompatibility of the 2 forces of heaven and earth. It can be said that Pan Zhang's move is to cut off his own path to retreat. As long as I can defeat you, everything is worth it. I will let you understand how big the gap is between the disciples of a small city and the successors of a big force. Enjoy your present life, after all, you are not far from death. Pan Zhang said with a gloomy and ferocious look. Defeat me? Just with your transplanted hand bones? Ha 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 ha. Mu Feng was completely amused. Facing Mu Feng's sarcasm, Pan Zhang spoke viciously. Mu Feng, I, Pan Zhang, would like to give you a piece of advice today. Don't. Bang! A hand suddenly grabbed Pan Zhang's throat. Mu Feng just looked at him with a grim expression. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. If I kill you now, where are you going to live for the next 30 years? Don't think that I won't dare to kill you just because we're in the spiritual academy. Pan Zhang didn't expect that Mu Feng would be so lawless. As soon as I entered the spiritual temple, he dared to attack me. What made him even more terrified was that after he transplanted hand bones of the heaven and earth realm, ordinary people who were half a step into the heaven and earth realm were no match for him. But in front of Mu Feng, he didn't even have the courage to resist. Even Lin Qing was extremely surprised. Mu Feng's aura is even more powerful than when he fought Tang Meiyao a month ago. Presumptuous. Spiritual Academy is a sacred place. How can we fight without permission? The guardian elder spoke in great anger. This was the first time even he had seen such a lawless freshman. Facing the scolding from Elder Gni, Mu Feng did not lose any ground. What? This person flirted with women, took human life lightly, and has a very bad reputation. Now he wants to kill me. Should the spiritual academy protect such a person? Mu Feng spoke coldly, his hand showing no sign of loosening. It is his nature not to take revenge overnight. Eliminating the problem at its root is his first priority. If we don't kill Pan Zhang now, there will be trouble in the future. That's right, Pan Zhang wanted to tease my sister-in-law during his first assessment. I can prove it. Shershan quickly raised his hand to express his opinion. At one time, many disciples who had been suppressed by Pan Zhang also stood up to show their support. I can also prove that Pan Zhang had done all kinds of evil before. He killed an entire family just because of a few words. Yes, 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 this person is unforgivable, we must not let him enter the spiritual academy to harm others. Elder Gni's face turned livid. As a disciple of the 10 sects, Pan Zhang naturally knew what his reputation was like. But today he is the one bringing these freshmen into the spiritual academy, and if someone causes trouble on the first day, the dean will definitely blame him. Where will he put his face? Boy, no matter what, private fighting is prohibited in the spiritual academy. If you don't let go, I will have to execute you in the name of the spiritual academy. Mu Feng smiled coldly and looked at Elder Gni. Oh. But what if he is suspected of murdering the mentor's disciple? What crime should he be charged with? Murdering his own disciple. Everyone looked at each other and looked at Mu Feng in disbelief. This crime is not an ordinary crime. Those who can become the direct disciples of the 5 great masters are all dazzling existences in the spiritual academy. Which of these people is not highly expected by the spiritual academy? To murder them is equivalent to damaging the foundation of the spiritual house, which is a serious crime of treason. Elder Gni was also a little hesitant at this moment. If this charge is true, Pan Zhang must die. What evidence do you have to prove that I murdered my own disciple? Pan Zhang was also speechless at this moment. Why are they putting another accusation on him? How could he have murdered his own disciple? Boy, this matter is of great importance. If you don't have any evidence, I can only think that you are talking nonsense. Elder Gni looked heavy-hearted. He also became somewhat dissatisfied with Mu Feng. Evidence? I am the direct disciple of Master Xue Rui. If I say he is trying to murder me, then he is murdering me. Do you still need evidence? As soon as the words fell, the people around him fell silent, looking at Mu Feng in disbelief. There was no shock in his eyes, but disbelief. This guy, did he take the wrong medicine? He is the only disciple. Is it possible? How is it possible for a new disciple in the spiritual academy to become a direct disciple on the first day of entering the spiritual academy? This guy, his strength and brains are somewhat disproportionate. Even when Su Xin was stunned at this moment. She originally used this name to let Mu Feng enter the secret realm, but she just said it casually. Why did Mu Feng take it seriously? How to step down now? Boy! Do you know what you are talking about? Elder Gni could no longer suppress the anger in his heart at this moment, and spiritual power surged throughout his body. The disciples of the spiritual academy are all outstanding. How can you be qualified to be a disciple as a freshman? Let go of your hands. If you continue to make trouble, we will punish you according to the hospital rules. As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of powerful auras emerged from the surroundings, all aimed at Mu Feng. These are all disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall of the Spiritual Academy. When Lin Qing saw this scene, he hurried to Elder Gni and pleaded for mercy. Elder, Mu Feng is extremely talented, and Pan Jiang was indeed at fault first. Considering that he has just entered the spiritual academy and does not know the rules, please let him go. Lin Qing watched Mu Feng killing his way over. He really admires younger generations like Mu Feng. He also understood the consequences of violating the hospital rules. Punishment is a small matter. If you are targeted in the spiritual academy because of it, that would be a big deal. Lin Qing, get out of here. This matter has nothing to do with you. If you open your mouth again, I will think that this person is in cahoots with you. Elder Gni waved his hand, and huge force surged towards Lin Qing. Shock it back. Pan Jiang was also looking at Mu Feng proudly at this moment. Ha ha ha, Mu Feng, you want to kill me? It's not that easy. As long as I don't die today, you will be the one to die tomorrow, and your little beauty will also become my thing under my crotch. I am a disciple of the 10 great sects. No matter what method you use, Ling Yuan will not watch me die here. Facing Pan Jiang's provocation, Mu Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. Are you anxious to die? Humph, do you dare to kill me? If you dare to kill me today, Ling Yuan will not let you go. Snap. The sound of cervical vertebrae breaking was heard. Everyone was stunned. No one expected that Mu Feng would actually take action. Moreover, he killed the man in public, in front of the disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall and the Guardian Elders. You bastard! You actually killed someone in front of me. Catch him and execute him on the spot. Elder Gni was extremely angry and gave orders hastily. The disciples from the surrounding Law Enforcement Hall also rushed towards Mu Feng, wanting to kill him on the spot. Boom! A powerful spiritual force came from far away. The icy and bone-chilling force made everyone in the square feel as if they were falling into an ice cave and were extremely cold. It's so noisy, how can it be so disgraceful? The faint words made everyone concentrate. I saw a woman walking slowly towards me. With every step, ice appears under the feet, and a road of ice is built along the way. It's Teacher Xue Rui. Teacher Xue Rui from Shuling Peak. I didn't expect her to come. This kid pretended to be a direct disciple, I'm afraid he's doomed. Everyone was talking about it, and they all agreed that Mu Feng was dead. Impersonating a direct disciple and killing someone is an extremely serious crime. Teacher Shui, this person relied on his ability to defeat the gatekeeper disciple to pretend to be your direct disciple, and even killed the freshman in the same academy. His crime is unforgivable. I was just about to take him down. Shui Rui was a little surprised to hear what Elder Gni said. Look at Mu Feng. Is he telling the truth? Mu Feng nodded slightly. Yes, I was the one who killed Pan Jiang. Why kill him? He said he was going to kill me first. Hearing this, Shui Rui frowned slightly. Seeing this expression, everyone shook their heads. Mu Feng, it looks like he's dead. Unexpectedly, Shui Rui spoke coldly. Drag this body away and burn it. That's the end of this matter. That's it? Everyone's faces suddenly changed, even Elder Gni was confused. Teacher Shui, this person is killing fellow students. How can we stop here? Shui Rui turned back coldly. He said it so clearly, didn't you hear it? You attempted to murder your own disciple. You deserve to die. He is actually a direct disciple. I became a direct disciple on my first day here. How is this possible? Now that Teacher Shui has spoken, how could this be false? Everyone was talking about it, and the way they looked at Mu Feng became different. At this moment, everyone no longer regarded him as an idiot who talked big, and their eyes were full of envy. Even Elder Gni found it a little unbelievable. As an elder, he knew how difficult it was to become a direct disciple. Since you are Master Shui's direct disciple, this matter ends here, but I still want to remind you. Spirit Academy is a place where rules are followed. You can't act recklessly just because you are a direct disciple. Mu Feng smiled slightly and clasped his hands together. Disciple understands, please rest assured, Elder. Looking at Mu Feng's frivolous smile, Elder Gni sighed helplessly. Ask him to be at ease, can he really be at ease? This kind of thing happened on the first day, he didn't think Mu Feng would be quiet later. Forget it, let's continue with the admission of new students. Elder Gni shook his head and continued. Those who pass the Gatekeeper Disciple assessment for this admission will receive double the corresponding level of badges, while those who fail will have half of their rewards deducted. The rest of the disciples will be issued as usual. As soon as the words fell, a stream of light suddenly appeared on the badges on everyone's chest. Mu Feng looked at his badge in surprise. There were actually 20,000 extra spirit stones in the badge. There are also 16,000 spirit stones in the badges of Wen Suxin and Shirshan. Purple gold is 10,000, doubled to 20,000. This amount of spiritual stones is equivalent to 5 years' output of a mineral vein. Mu Feng couldn't help but exclaim. As expected of Kunlingyiwen, it is so wealthy. Then, Elder Gni continued to introduce. Your badges can store spirit stones, and in the spiritual courtyard, whether you are practicing or living, you need spirit stones. Spiritual stones can also be obtained by accepting missions from the Spiritual Academy or by trading in the trading area. Of course, if you can make it onto the Xianhuang list, you can naturally get a certain amount of spiritual stone subsidies every month. The number 11 gets 10,000 spirit stones every month. 10,000 per month. Wow! The crowd was shocked. Most of them only had blue badges, and they received only 2,000 spirit stones. 10,000 spirit stones are a great temptation to them. Even Mu Feng showed a slightly excited look. Okay, that's enough for the introduction. Next, the brothers who are going to meet you will take you to the residential area. As for those disciples who were recruited in advance, you can first report to the senior brothers and sisters who recruited you. There is also a disciple who can go to the teacher and ask her to assign a living area. This is a right that only direct disciples can enjoy. Elder Gni spoke in a bad mood, making Mu Feng feel a little embarrassed. Shi Shan came to Mu Feng excitedly. Brother, I didn't expect that we would be separated just after entering the spiritual academy. You can't forget me, your little brother. Looking at Shi Shan crying, Mu Feng wanted to kick him. Put away your idiotic face. It's not okay for a grown man to cry and make a fuss. When Su Xin smiled slightly and put her arm around Mu Feng. Brother Feng, let's go to Shuling Peak. I'll go find senior sister Ruqing while we're at it. Okay, let's go. Mu Feng nodded slightly, then looked towards the stone mountain. Stand up for me and don't embarrass me, your big brother. If you get beaten up someday, tell me and I'll help you get justice. Okay, okay. Take care, big brother. Ishiyama cheerfully made a gesture of invitation. This caused the surrounding disciples to despise him. But more disciples still felt it was a pity, especially those who were in the same examination room as Mu Feng. If they had recognized Mu Feng as their big brother like Shi Shan did. Now, doesn't he have a disciple to rely on? Under the envious gazes of everyone, Mu Feng pointed with one hand. Jian Yao's soul then flew out and turned into a long sword and stopped in front of Mu Feng. Su Xin, stand still. Mu Feng hugged when Su Xin's slender waist, stepped on the long sword, turned into a ray of light, cut through the sky, and rushed towards the distance. Wow! Flying with a sword, so cool. Tisk, it's just a flashy trick. What are you talking about? He defeated the gatekeeper disciple and became Master Xue's personal disciple. You can just be jealous. There are beautiful women throwing themselves into his arms, and he can also fly with a sword and show off. Under the envious and jealous gazes of everyone, Mu Feng walked away. Yu Hunqing sat on the throne of the 7 evil prisons of the Sea of Sin, his face extremely dark. This guy Mu Feng actually used the sword-flying skills she taught him to show off. The long sword spanned the sky, and soon, it crossed most of the mountain range. Arrived at the top of a snow-capped mountain. On the top of the mountain, there is a towering palace. Covered in snow, it looks extremely desolate and chilling. The two landed. Ruqing was already standing at the palace gate waiting. Senior sister Ruqing. Seeing Ruqing, Wen Suxin excitedly went forward and hugged her. Congratulations, you have finally passed the assessment. From today on, you are a registered disciple of Shuling Peak. Registered disciples can enter the 5 major peaks to practice. But there will be assessments every once in a while. If you fail the assessment, you will be stripped of the title of registered disciple and become an ordinary disciple of the sect. However, being able to become a registered disciple, the treatment is much better than that of ordinary disciples. Senior sister Ruqing. Mu Feng also stepped forward and greeted politely. You don't have to call me senior sister. According to the rules of the spiritual academy, you have become a direct disciple. Strictly speaking, should call you senior brother. Come in quickly, the instructor is waiting for you inside. Mu Feng nodded and pushed open the heavy door of the palace. In front of me, Xue Rui was standing with her hands behind her back, with an ice crystal slowly rotating in her hands. Seeing Mu Feng coming, Xue Rui raised her hand and waved. The ice crystals dissipated immediately. Disciple Mu Feng, greetings to Master. You just entered the spiritual academy and you killed someone. I kind of regret accepting you. Xue Rui shook her head helplessly. Mu Feng chuckled. Hee, if you don't remove the roots, they will grow again in the spring breeze. Besides, with you here, what do I have to fear? Don't be too proud. If you become my disciple, you must be obedient. If you do something, you will be in big trouble. Even I can't protect you. Xue Rui said unhappily. She had a feeling that what she said might be of no use to Mu Feng. I'm going to make 3 rules with you first, you must remember them clearly. First, no matter what, don't kill him. If you really have no choice, go to the life and death arena. The relationships in the spiritual academy are complicated. Pan Jiang is a freshman, so just kill him. If you accidentally kill an inner courtyard disciple or a disciple of another mentor, that would be a big trouble. Second, you must take first place in all future assessments. As my personal disciple Shui Rui, how will others view me if you don't take first place? And the most important thing is that you cannot touch Wen Suxin, let alone practice dual cultivation with her. If you dare to practice dual cultivation with her, I will cut you into pieces. After saying that, Shui Rui made a clicking gesture, which made Mu Feng feel embarrassed. Why does everyone think that he and Wen Suxin are a couple? Don't worry, Su Xian and I don't have that kind of relationship. I always treat her as my sister. Mu Feng spoke somewhat awkwardly. Then I feel relieved. Shui Rui then nodded with satisfaction. Wen Suxin has the tailing saint body, which is an extremely rare and top-notch cultivation physique in the world. Although it is not turned on now. But once awakened, Wen Suxin will surely make rapid progress. Different from Mu Feng's immortal bones and devil blood which were acquired later in life, Tai Ling holy body was innately blessed and enjoyed great favor from heaven. Mu Feng also knew the interests involved, so he naturally would not touch Wen Suxin. Not to mention dual cultivation. By the way, Master, I have a question for you. Ask. Shui Rui nodded and motioned for Mu Feng to speak. Have you ever heard of the Empress of the End? Of course, the Empress of the End is the only female among the 10 heavenly emperors. During the Great War between humans and demons, all the 10 heavenly emperors perished. It must have been tens of thousands of years ago. However, Empress End is lucky. The Empress Palace she founded has been passed down to this day and has become the top force in the world today. It is the force with the greatest hope of producing the next heavenly emperor. Empress Palace? Mu Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. If the princess revived, she would definitely take over her own power. If the princess completely took over the Empress Palace, Mu Feng would not be her opponent. But she is too weak now, so she should strengthen herself in other realms and go back when the time is right. In other words, Mu Feng might still have a chance to find the princess before she completely takes control of the Empress Palace. Although the chance is slim, Mu Feng will not give up as long as there is a 1 in 10,000 chance. Master, where is this Empress Palace? Where? Shui Rui laughed. Why, you want to go? You can't go even if you want to. The Empress Palace is in the 9th heaven. That place is too great for you, and even I dare not think about it. There are 9 levels in the universe, and the higher the level, the stronger the strength. The Tianxian realm where Mu Feng is located is only the first level of heaven. No, I'm just talking. Mu Feng laughed as if nothing had happened, but the plan in his mind was already clear. 9th heaven. Mu Feng will go to that place one day and uproot Princess Di and her Empress Palace. By the way, Senior, have you ever heard of a person named Yu Hunqing? Mu Feng leaned close to Shui Rui's ear and asked softly. Faced with this question, Shui Rui could only shake her head slightly. Seeing this, Mu Feng could only give up. The history of the war among all races has long been difficult to find, and now even Shui Rui does not know Yu Hunqing's origins. Mu Feng always has some inexplicable worries in his heart. If you have nothing else to do, stay at the foot of the peak. You have icy spiritual power in your body, so it would be good for you to practice with me. By the way, remember, you still owe me a condition. I'll tell you when I think of it. Shui Rui smiled coldly, patted Mu Feng on the shoulder, and walked away. Mu Feng could only sigh helplessly. These beautiful women like to make conditions. After leaving the palace, Mu Feng came to the foot of the mountain, where there were many independent small courtyards with a quiet environment and beautiful scenery. It is an excellent place for cultivation. Unlike the outer courtyards, the living quarters at the 5 great peaks are all free. Residences like those in the outer courtyard cost dozens or even hundreds of spirit stones a day. Living here helped Mu Feng save a lot of money. After finding a courtyard with a good environment, Mu Feng dived in. Lying on the bed, Mu Feng looked carefully at his purple gold badge. It is said that Kunlingyuan is rich in resources, but this spirit is so hard to find. Is there any in this spirit academy? Infuse a trace of spiritual power into the badge. In an instant, countless lights intertwine to form a glowing book. This badge is the basic introduction manual of the Spiritual Academy. In addition to introducing various information about the spiritual temple, this manual also has an important function. It records all items currently on the trading market. Any disciple who has something to sell can post the information, and other disciples can buy it. But Mu Feng skipped the transaction information and went straight to look at the Lingyuan's own trading products. If an ordinary disciple had spiritual soul, he would have absorbed it long ago. What fool would sell it? The Xian level technique, the highest grade Brahma seal. The lower grade earth level technique, the 100 battles divine fist. The blood essence of the 4th grade spirit beast chaos thunder beast. Looking at the dazzling items above, Mu Feng murmured in a low voice. These items do not bring much improvement to his current condition. What he needs after all is the soul. Only the spirit soul can help him improve the 7 absolute divine arts. It is also the key to his becoming stronger. Kuan Lingpa. The soul of Kuan's clan, the spiritual beast that guards Kuan Lingyuan, is ranked 5312th in the 10,000 Spirits Atlas. It actually exists. Mu Feng's eyes widened as he excitedly flipped through the information about Kuan Lingpa. Kuan is a special spiritual beast in the universe. It controls the power of yin deficiency, and for Mu Feng, who possesses both yin and yang energy, it is the best tonic among tonics. Rumor has it that with its physical body alone, it can shatter mountains and rivers, and a mere ordinary impact can reduce a city to ashes. It is the best among spiritual beasts. But when Mu Feng saw the selling price, he was immediately speechless. 10 million spirit stones, why don't you go and rob them? 10 million, who can afford this? Even the 10 major sects may not have such a rich foundation. No wonder it was included in the Wanling Atlas and ranked high, yet it hasn't been snapped up yet. It turns out it's so ridiculously expensive. It seems I have to find some way to make a fortune, otherwise it will take me a long time to be able to afford this Kuan spirit. Mu Feng frowned and said helplessly. At this moment, a special message in the manual caught Mu Feng's attention. Ice Soul Pill can enhance the ice spiritual power in the body, has a huge effect on ice attribute cultivators. The price is 30,000 spirit stones. Mu Feng couldn't help but feel excited when he thought that he now had ice spiritual power in his body. Although he could use the ice spiritual power of the ice soul, it was ultimately borrowed. It was the power of the soul and did not belong to him. If I could fully control the ice spiritual power, wouldn't I be able to become invincible in the Xianhuang realm? Senior Yu, what do you think? Is this ice soul pill useful? Mu Feng asked curiously. Yu Hunqing waved her hand gently. It's beneficial and harmless. You originally have immortal bone and devil blood. It won't be bad for you to master the spiritual power attribute in advance. Is it wrong to master the spiritual power attributes in advance? Mu Feng spoke with some surprise. For you, it's no problem, but for ordinary spiritual practitioners, it's a big problem. Why? Because your way of cultivation is wrong in the first place. I have never seen anyone separate spiritual cultivation from physical cultivation. I don't know who developed this stupid cultivation system. It is simply stupid. Yu Hunqing sneered mercilessly. But when Mu Feng heard this, he was stunned. According to his understanding, the practice of separate spiritual bodies for cultivation has been passed down for thousands of years, but Yu Hunqing actually said that this was wrong. Why? Why is it wrong? Mu Feng asked in confusion. The spirit and body are both inseparable parts of a person. If the spirit is strong but the body is weak, the body will not be able to withstand the strong spiritual power and will backfire. If the body is strong but the spirit is weak, the body will be too strong and overdraw its potential. Without the nourishment of spiritual power, doing so is tantamount to chronic suicide. For a long time, the only correct path is to cultivate both the spirit and the body. The reason why most of you before the heaven and earth realm cannot awaken the spiritual power attribute is not because the spiritual power attribute is unique to the heaven and earth realm, but because your physical body is too weak, so weak that the Xianhuang realm cannot bear the burden that the spiritual power attribute brings to the body. Yu Hunqing's words completely overturned Mu Feng's cognition. Is it possible that everything he thought was wrong? But if this is wrong, why has it been passed down for thousands of years? Since I was born, everyone has focused on one direction of cultivation. On the contrary, those who practice dual cultivation have stagnated in their realm. Mu Feng asked again. But this time, Yu Hunqing laughed coldly. The charm in her eyes made Mu Feng feel a chill. Kid, some things are not right just because they exist for a certain length of time, and they are wrong no matter how wrong they are. If you think it's right, then I ask you. After the fall of the 10 heavenly emperors you mentioned, why hasn't the next heavenly emperor appeared yet? Hiss. Mu Feng couldn't help but take a breath when he heard this. What Yu Hunqing said makes sense. If this cultivation system is correct, why has the human race not had any other heavenly emperors except for the 10 heavenly emperors in the past 10,000 years? Looking at Mu Feng's shocked face, Yu Hunqing smiled faintly. The attractive figure appeared in Mu Feng's eyes, and the looming body made Mu Feng's cheeks slightly red. Don't think so much, little brat. You are too weak now, and you still don't know many things. Yu Hunqing gently placed her hand on the top of Mu Feng's head, and looked at Mu Feng with a smile like a gentle older sister. At this moment, a discordant voice suddenly rang out. Humph, those who know this will understand that you are encouraging this kid, while those who don't will think you are seducing him. Third brother, can you please shut your filthy mouth? Yu Hunqing spoke angrily, raised his hand and waved it. A powerful force emerged, shaking the third cage like a sieve. Then he looked at Mu Feng. Boy, go get stronger. There are many things in this world that you are not qualified to know unless you become stronger. After saying that, Yu Hunqing nodded lightly. Mu Feng was sent out of the 7 evil prisons of the Sea of Sin. Thinking back to what Yu Hunqing said, Mu Feng felt more and more insignificant. The small land is like a speck of dust, and it is difficult to even see how high this world is. The desire to become stronger has never been so strong. At this moment, Wen Suxin gently knocked on the gate of the courtyard. Brother Mu Feng, are you in there? Come in. As the door closed, Wen Suxin skipped to Mu Feng's side. What are you doing here? Mu Feng asked with some curiosity. Why can't I come? Senior Sister Ruqing asked me to go down the mountain and choose a place to live, so I came to your place. Wen Suxin spoke with a smile, and while speaking, she took out various bedding, pillows and other daily necessities from her storage ring. Seeing all this, Mu Feng's face changed suddenly. You're not going to live with me, are you? Yes, I feel safer living with Brother Mu Feng. Hearing this, Mu Feng almost fainted. If Xue Rui knew about this, he would be severely punished. Mu Feng said with a somewhat amused look. Su Xian, there are so many empty courtyards around here, why do you have to squeeze in with me? I just want to live with you. Wen Suxin pouted pitifully and looked at her with tears in her eyes. Are you going to chase me away? Ah, this gave Mu Feng a headache. Okay, then you live downstairs and I live in the attic. You have to promise me that we won't bother each other when we have nothing to do. This was the only decision Mu Feng could make. After all, his previous experiences had left him with a deep-seated fear of women. Every woman he has ever met is a tough one. So Mu Feng had no choice but to do this. Great! I knew brother Mu Feng treats me the best. Wen Suxin cheered excitedly, but Mu Feng couldn't laugh at all. If at this moment, standing in front of him. How nice it would be to be that person. By the way, brother Mu Feng, what are you looking at? I'm looking at the Ice Soul Pill. Mu Feng showed the badge in his hand, which contained detailed information about the Ice Soul Pill. 30,000 spirit stones, so expensive, brother Mu Feng, can you afford it? Of course I can't afford it. My subsidy is only 20,000 spirit stones. I'm worried about these 10,000 spirit stones now. Mu Feng sighed helplessly. But I saw a delicate hand in front of me handing the badge to me. Brother Mu Feng, use mine. Senior Sister Ruqing said that I am the key person of Shuling Peak, so Shuling Peak will help me with many things, and I don't really need this spirit stone. How can that be possible? I can't take this spirit stone. Mu Feng shook his head and refused without any hesitation. As a man, how can you live off a woman? Besides, he knew that Wen Suxin was just comforting him and telling him not to have any psychological burden. But how can one practice martial arts without sufficient spirit stones? By the way, I can challenge the Xianhuang ranking. Mu Feng suddenly looked up, his eyes sparkling. Su Xian, do you still remember what senior brother Lin Qing told us? To be the first on the Xianhuang ranking, you will receive a reward of 10,000 spirit stones every month. Brother Mu Feng wants to enter the Xianhuang ranking? Wen Suxin asked in surprise. Good. Mu Feng nodded slightly. But senior brother Lin Qing said that these old disciples at the top of the Xianhuang ranking are not good men and women. Wouldn't it be an offense to those old men if we do this? Wen Suxin said with some concern. After working so hard in the spiritual academy for so long to achieve what he has today, he was surpassed by a new disciple overnight. No one would accept such a gap. Mu Feng smiled faintly and looked at the black stone tablet that was rising into the sky in the distance. What's the big deal? Being surpassed by me only means that their skills are inferior to mine. Not only do I want to be on the list, I want to be number one. If you want to do something, be the strongest. If you want to climb the highest. Mu Feng came here to become stronger, not to be a coward. His opponent is the princess of the 10 heavenly emperors. Su Xian, let's go. Mu Feng drove the sword and pulled Su Xian towards the black stone tablet. Soon, the two of them were standing under the black stone tablet. Brother Feng, I believe in you, come on. Wen Suxin jumped up and down, made a boxing gesture, and cheered for Mu Feng. Mu Feng grinned and raised his hand slightly. In an instant, endless spiritual power gathered towards Mu Feng's fist like a whirlpool, sucking up all the surrounding spiritual power. Throw out a punch. Buzz. The golden beam of light shot straight into the sky, creating a roar that spread out in all directions. The entire outer courtyard raised their heads and looked towards the golden column of light. Is there anyone trying to challenge the Xianhuang ranking? What an impressive scene. I'm afraid the ranking will be quite high this time. Which senior brother has come out of seclusion? Come on, let's go and take a look, maybe we can still see him. Soon, the square was filled with a huge crowd of people. And that column of light continued to rush upwards, pushing down one name after another. It's actually that freshman. He's a freshman? How is that possible? It's him, the direct disciple of Master Shui Rui. He also killed another freshman. I heard his name was Mu Feng. Ah, he is Mu Feng. Wait, his name has surpassed Lin Qing. Top 100 on Xianhuang ranking, how is that possible? Everyone's faces turned pale. Mu Feng, a freshman, had managed to push his name into the top 100 of the Xianhuang list. How could the old students like them feel embarrassed? But not only that, Mu Feng's name continued to rise, accompanied by flashes of golden light. Everyone in the square fell silent, their eyes filled with disbelief and shock. This isn't right. Tell me I'm not dreaming. He actually knocked Jia Tianlan off the number 1 spot. With everyone's eyes focused on it. At the top of the Xianhuang list, a row of golden names appeared. First, Mu Feng. Everyone stood there with eyes wide open, stunned. There were different looks in their eyes. Or fear, or envy. A freshman ranked first on the Xianhuang list on the first day he arrived at the spiritual academy. What a terrible thing this is. These old guys have been practicing here for several years, but they are unable to achieve this level. This guy is such a pervert. To be accepted as a personal disciple, one must be extraordinary. The title of number 1 on the Xianhuang ranking has been held by Jia Tianlan for a long time. Now that he has been squeezed out by a newcomer, I'm afraid he won't be able to sit still. Indeed, Jia Tianlan's strength is obvious to all. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is the best in the outer courtyard. I am afraid that this kid is in big trouble. Everyone was talking about it, and everything they said was that Mu Feng was going to suffer. The first bird to stick its head out gets shot. Mu Feng went too far this time. In a short time, the news spread like wildfire. Almost the entire Foreign Affairs College knew that there was an extraordinary person among the new students this time. The freshmen live in a secluded courtyard. A man who was sitting cross-legged in meditation quietly opened his eyes. Number 1 on the Xianhuang ranking? How interesting. I didn't expect that he would get restless so soon. But it's fine this way. If you do nothing, you won't be qualified to compete with me for the Great Spirit Saint body. At this moment, Shishan also howled excitedly. Big brother, my elder brother has become number 1 on the Xianhuang ranking. Seeing Shishan so excited, Taishan shook his head helplessly. Too reckless, Shishan. I advise you not to have too much contact with this person in the future. After hearing Taishan's words, Shishan asked in confusion. Why? You just arrived at the spiritual academy, so you don't know how terrifying this person, Jia Tianlan, is. He can be said to be the only person on the Xianhuang list who possesses the strength of the heaven and earth realm. Then why didn't he enter the inner courtyard? Jia Tianlan is a very arrogant person. He thinks he is number 1 wherever he goes. He will never enter the inner courtyard before he is sure of being number 1. But this does not mean that he is not qualified to enter the inner courtyard. Taishan said with a serious expression. You don't know that he had the ability to break through to the heaven and earth realm a year ago. He was reluctant to do so in order to advance further in the heaven and earth realm. If you provoke him, this guy named Mu Feng will probably be doomed. Shishan scratched his head, not understanding what he was saying. But Big Brother is Master Shui Rui's direct disciple. It is because he is a direct disciple that Master Shui Rui will not help him. If he cannot gain a foothold in the spiritual academy on his own, do you think it is necessary to keep this direct disciple? Tarzan said with a sneer. As soon as he arrived, he provoked Jia Tianlan. This young man really has no sense of propriety. At this time, Mu Feng couldn't help but be overjoyed when he saw the 10,000 spirit stones that had arrived in his account. He bought the Ice Soul Pill immediately. Brother Feng, is this the Ice Soul Pill? Looking at the crystal-clear pill in Mu Feng's hand, Wen Suxin asked curiously. Yes, this Ice Soul Pill is indeed a second-grade medicinal pill. Just smelling it makes me feel refreshed. No wonder it costs 30,000 spirit stones. Mu Feng nodded expectantly. He couldn't wait to swallow the Ice Soul Pill to see what its effects were. At this moment, a voice slowly sounded from within the 7 evil prisons of the Sea of Sin. Boy, this pill still has room for improvement. It would be a pity to swallow it like this, and its efficacy will be greatly reduced. Seventh brother, can't you help yourself when you see the elixir? Yu Huanqing's charming voice sounded, and she said with a smile. But that person ignored Yu Huanqing and continued to describe the Ice Soul Pill to Mu Feng. Boy, although this pill is a second-grade pill, if you can add another medicinal ingredient to refine it, it can break through to a third-grade pill and become an Ice Soul Pill, which can better enhance the ice power in your body. Seeing that Lao Qi didn't want to pay attention to her, Yu Huanqing felt embarrassed, rolled his eyes and stopped talking. When Mu Feng heard that there was a way to upgrade this pill to the 3rd grade, he also became interested. The spiritual consciousness jumped instantly and arrived at the 7 evil prisons in the Sea of Sin. How can I upgrade the quality of this elixir? I hope the senior can give me some advice. Seeing Mu Feng coming, the 7th cage also began to tremble. Countless streams of light emerged and gathered into the shape of an old man, appearing in front of Mu Feng. You don't have to call me senior. I'm King Jiashan, so you can just call me Elder Dan. The old man looked at Mu Feng with a smile. Junior Mu Feng, nice to meet Elder Dan. Mu Feng clasped his hands respectfully and saluted Dan Lao. This can be said to be the first senior who did not show any hostility towards Mu Feng, which made Mu Feng feel a little warm in his heart. Get up, kid. This volume contains the recipe for the Ice Soul Pill. The reason why the Ice Soul Pill can be upgraded to the Ice Soul Pill is because the 2 pills are of the same origin. However, because the Ice Soul Pill has one more ingredient than the Ice Soul Pill, the difficulty of refining the pill is greatly increased, comparable to a 4th-grade pill. This is why many alchemists are unwilling to refine it, but for me, it is not difficult. The medicinal ingredient is recorded in this pill recipe. If you can find it, I will be able to help you upgrade the Ice Soul Pill. A stream of light appeared in Mu Feng's mind. The recipes for the 2 pills suddenly appeared in Mu Feng's mind. The medicinal herb called Zuanyuanzi is the key to upgrading the Binghun pill. Thank you for your advice, Elder Dan. I will prepare it immediately. Mu Feng's face was filled with joy, and he immediately left the 7 evil prisons of the Sea of Sin, ready to look for the Xian Yuanji. After Mu Feng left, Yu Huanqing looked at Dan Lao with some surprise. 7th brother, you are usually very quiet and silent. How come you suddenly show up today? I just don't want my alchemy skills to be lost, so I came out to give some pointers. I'm different from you guys who have committed heinous crimes. Dan Lao's face turned pale. After responding to Yu Huanqing, he returned to the cage again. Yu Huanqing snorted coldly. Humph, hypocrisy. On the other side, Mu Feng had already brought Wen Suxin to the trading area of Lingyuan to look for the whereabouts of Zuanyuanzi. After all, the quality of medicinal materials cannot be determined from the manual. You still have to see the real thing before you decide to buy it. In the Kunling Academy trade area, countless disciples set up stalls and shouted loudly. Many disciples would go out hunting or picking herbs to sell and earn spirit stones. There are also some families that already have disciples who are alchemists or blacksmiths, and they will also resell the goods within the family. Mu Feng stepped on the long sword and drove quickly towards the trading area with Wen Suxin. Along the way, everyone who saw Mu Feng showed an envious look. But more importantly, I was surprised by Wen Suxin's beauty. As a holy being of great spiritual power, she seemed to have a natural attraction to the opposite sex. What a beautiful girl! When did a beauty of this level appear in our spiritual academy? I heard that he is a registered disciple of Shuling Peak. Have you seen that man? He is the direct disciple of Master Shui Rui, and his name is Mu Feng. Ah! That Mu Feng on the Xianhuang ranking. What a match made in heaven. I wish I had this kind of ability. Everyone was talking about it, but among the crowd, there was someone looking at Wen Suxin with extremely greedy eyes, as if he wanted to devour Wen Suxin completely. The Holy Spirit Body, a wonderful dual cultivation cauldron. Hello, is there any Xian Yuanji here? Mu Feng looked at the densely packed medicinal herbs on the stall and asked. Junior brother, you are too kind to me. My small stall sells some medicines for treating external injuries. Zuanyuanzi is so precious, how could I possibly have it? After hearing Mu Feng's words, the senior brother also spoke with a bitter smile. Upon hearing this, Mu Feng could only shake his head helplessly. I searched the entire trading area, but couldn't find any trace of Xian Yuanji. This thing is harder to find than he thought. Junior brother, if you are looking for Zuanyuanzi, maybe you can go to Dantang, where there are many medicinal herbs. Thank you for the reminder, brother. Mu Feng smiled and bowed to the senior brother in front of him, then hurried over with Wen Suxin. On the way, Wen Suxin asked curiously. Brother Feng, what are you looking for this Xian Yuanji for? Of course, to do something big. Mu Feng smiled mysteriously, accelerated the flying sword under his feet, and flew towards the distance. Dantang is the area in Kunling Academy that specializes in refining elixirs. There are many disciples here, and they mainly practice alchemy. Mu Feng looked at the attic in front of him where the heat waves were rolling, and couldn't help sweating. It's such a hot place. I'm afraid that disciples without fire attribute spiritual power won't be able to hold out for long here. Just by refining the elixir, they have such a big show. You really underestimate these alchemists. After all, in Mu Feng's mind, alchemists are a bunch of idiots who only know how to make pills and know nothing about other things. At this moment, a huge group of people have gathered at the entrance of Dan Hall. Seeing that he couldn't get in for the time being, Mu Feng could only obediently line up at the end of the queue. Brother Feng, it's so hot here. I can't stand it. After being unable to enter for a long time, Wen Suxin was already sweating profusely. Her realm was not high to begin with, and she had not yet awakened her spiritual power. Unlike Mu Feng, she did not possess the icy spiritual power that could offset the heat wave. Naturally, she could not endure this place for too long. Furthermore, the sweat will soon soak my long skirt, and it will be bad if I expose myself. Well, you go back to Shuling Peak first, and I'll come back to find you when I'm done. Aha! Wen Suxin nodded obediently, waved her hand and hurried towards Shuling Peak. I don't know how long it took before the long queue in front of me dissipated, and finally it was Mu Feng's turn. Name. In front of the main door of Dan Hall, Tang Meiyao held a brush in her hand and spoke weakly. Mu Feng felt a little embarrassed when he saw Tang Meiyao. Mu Feng. Hearing this, Tang Meiyao suddenly raised her head. It's you? Ah, it's me, what's wrong? Mu Feng shrugged and stood there with some confusion. Seeing this, Tang Meiyao stood up quickly. Come quickly, the test is about to start. It will be too late if you don't go now. Assessment? What assessment? Mu Feng was a little confused and asked with a bewildered look on his face. Of course it's the Dan Hall's assessment. Come with me. Wait, I'm not here to, hey. Before Mu Feng could finish his words, Tang Meiyao had already dragged Mu Feng to a hall. The scene in the hall shocked Mu Feng so much that he was speechless. Nearly 1,000 alchemy furnaces were placed on the extremely wide ground. Many disciples were sitting in front of the alchemy furnaces, rubbing their hands, ready to take the test. Mu Feng, please sit down. I knew you would come to see me. You must work hard. If you can't enter the alchemy hall, you won't be able to see me every day. Tang Meiyao happily pushed Mu Feng into his seat. He was not given a chance to explain. Mu Feng was forced to accept the upcoming alchemy hall assessment. Looking at Tang Meiyao's charming smile, Mu Feng was speechless. This woman, could it be that she has misunderstood? But whether it was a misunderstanding or not was a small matter. Tang Meiyao's words indeed aroused hostility from many people around her. Tang Meiyao is a famous flower in Dan Hall. Although her personality is a little difficult to control, her looks and figure are great. It can be said that at least half of the male disciples in Dan Hall came here for Tang Meiyao. Now seeing Tang Meiyao and Mu Feng talking and laughing like this, he naturally felt dissatisfied. Where did this kid come from? I've never seen him before. I heard that he is Master Xue's direct disciple. What? Is it the guy named Mu Feng? He came to Dantang when there's a beauty like Wen Suxin. What a philandering bastard. Everyone was talking about it, wishing they could eat Mu Feng alive. Mu Feng was also very innocent. He wanted to get up and look for Tang Meiyao to find out the whereabouts of Xian Yuanji, but Tang Meiyao disappeared as soon as she turned around. Where should he look for her in this vast sea of people? Just when Mu Feng was looking worried, Tang Meiyao appeared in the center of the hall. Please, all disciples who are taking the test, go to the alchemy furnace. The alchemy hall test is about to begin. As Tang Meiyao finished her words, people around her walked to the alchemy furnace one after another, rubbing their hands, ready to start refining the elixir. Everyone, the content of this assessment is the Qi gathering pill. There is a set of medicinal materials in front of your pill furnace. Your score will be determined by the grade of the pill and the number of pills you make. In addition to being able to use the medicinal materials in the Dan Hall to refine pills, you will also receive an additional spiritual stone subsidy every month. Remember, you must have a clear mind when refining the elixir. After all, you only have one chance. After saying that, Tang Meiyao did not forget to give Mu Feng a wink from a distance. But Mu Feng noticed that there were dozens of murderous auras around him that instantly locked onto him. This Tang Meiyao can't be an admirer, she can still laugh after being beaten by me, it's too weird. Mu Feng couldn't help but complain in his heart. But for now, I can only bite the bullet and take the test. As long as you become a disciple of Dan Tang, you can use the medicinal materials of Lingyuan, so Zuanyuanzi will be easy to get. Thinking of this, Mu Feng couldn't help but feel excited. But when he was about to start refining the elixir, he discovered. I know nothing about alchemy. Seeing Mu Feng's flustered look, the people around him secretly ridiculed him. I thought he was a genius who could make senior sister Tang care so much about him, but it turns out he is just an amateur who knows nothing. I didn't expect that he was a guy who couldn't even use a flint. I really overestimated him. Hearing the discussions among the people around him, Mu Feng took a deep breath. That's right, he is an amateur. But he is an outsider, and it is unlikely that he is an outsider. Master Dan. Help me, how do I make this Qi gathering pill? Why are you taking the alchemy test? Do you want to become an alchemist? Dan Lao said with some surprise. Sort of. Anyway, I just need to save my life quickly. How do I make this Qi gathering pill? It's just a Qi gathering pill, just do as I say. Speaking of alchemy, Dan Lao's eyes, which had originally been a little dim, suddenly brightened. In an instant, flames leaped up, and Mu Feng's hands moved extremely quickly. Following Dan Lao's instructions, he continued to throw medicine into the furnace. This scene made everyone laugh. In their eyes, this clumsy way of refining alchemy means that the person has no knowledge of alchemy and is just doing it in a mess. But Tang Meiyao looked at Mu Feng from afar, her beautiful eyes flickering. Thoughtful. The Dan Hall was bustling with activity. Many disciples devoted themselves to the examination. Alchemist is an extremely dazzling profession no matter where he is. Those high-level alchemists are worshipped by major forces. Wherever he goes, he will be admired by everyone. This has also led many people to dream of becoming alchemists since childhood. Tang Meiyao moved among the crowd, observing everyone's alchemy skills and methods, looking at these extremely young boys with a smile on her face. This junior brother, your technique is quite good. Tang Meiyao leaned down and approached a disciple who was refining an elixir. The alluring body fragrance rushed into the disciple's nose, and his face immediately turned red. With a slight side glance, the bottomless abyss was reflected in his eyes. Bang! The spiritual power went out of control in an instant, and the flames lost control of the spiritual power and immediately rushed out. With a loud bang, the entire furnace shook. The furnace exploded. With this little concentration, you still want to be an alchemist? Humph, get out. Tang Meiyao stood up and looked at the disciple coldly. If you can't even resist such a small temptation, you will probably be so scared that you will pee if you encounter a life-and-death situation in the future. He turned and looked at the other disciples. Many male disciples were secretly watching him, and wherever he went, they would glance at him. What a bunch of weak-willed bastards! Tang Meiyao cursed coldly in her heart. Even if these people could enter the alchemy hall, their purpose was not purely to make pills, so they would not be able to go far. She looked disappointed and walked away. An old man walked over slowly. When Tang Meiyao saw him, she immediately stepped forward and saluted. Meet the pharmacist. Well, Meiyao, how many people came for this assessment? About 1,200 people. Yes, yes. It seems that all the new disciples this time are interested in alchemy. I heard from others that the kid from the Chen family has also participated in the assessment. You should pay close attention to that kid. The Chen family is a family of alchemy and is well known in the Tianxian area. There is even a fourth-rank alchemist in the family, second only to Kun Lingyuan. The guy named Chen Kaigu? Tang Meiyao's beautiful eyes moved as she looked at a man in the corner who was conscientiously refining an elixir. Then, he walked towards him lightly. Walking to the alchemy furnace, Tang Meiyao raised her eyebrows in surprise. Chen Kaigu was seen holding a blazing flame, constantly controlling the fire in the furnace. His technique was skillful, far surpassing that of the other disciples taking the assessment at the same time. As expected of a fourth-grade alchemist who teaches you personally, this technique and skill is really good. I'm afraid this flame is not an ordinary flame. Tang Meiyao thought secretly in her heart. Maybe I won't pass the test, there's more to it than just this. With a thought in mind, Tang Meiyao slowly walked to Chen Kaigu's side and leaned down gently. I want to see if this disciple from a famous family is different from others. Faced with Tang Meiyao's seductive behavior, Chen Kaigu remained calm. His technique was always steady, and the fire in the furnace was not at all chaotic. Do not be distracted when refining the elixir. Any trace of dissenting thoughts will affect the elixir in front of you. But just because Chen Kaigu doesn't buy it doesn't mean others can tolerate it. Seeing Tang Meiyao's charming figure, many people around her could no longer control themselves, and some even bent their straight waists. It seems that you are different from other men, junior brother. Is it because senior sister is not beautiful enough? A gust of cold wind came out of Tang Meiyao's mouth and blew into Chen Kaigu's ears. Chen Kaigu's face froze, and the movements in his hands were so full that the fire almost got out of control. It seems that I am quite beautiful. Tang Meiyao smiled slightly, with a hint of pride on her lips, and turned around to leave. When the pharmacist saw this scene, he shook his head helplessly. Alchemy skills can be learned the day after tomorrow. But if you are not determined enough, it will be too difficult to make progress the day after tomorrow. It seems that there are no outstanding players in this assessment. Boom! A flame leaped high. I knock. Accompanied by an exclamation, it attracted everyone's attention. Many people who were harassed by Mu Feng cast unfriendly glances at him. But more people still looked at the dusty Mu Feng with sarcasm on their faces. This guy really doesn't understand anything. I really don't know where you got the nerve to take the test. Aren't you afraid of being embarrassed? Boy, I still advise you to pack up and go home. Alchemy is not suitable for a careless idiot like you, ha 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 ha. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone around him burst into laughter. But Mu Feng ignored all of this. At this moment, Mu Feng was following the instructions of Elder Dan and was busy refining the elixir. Although Dan Lao's theory was extremely solid, it was Mu Feng's first time refining the pill, and the flames almost burned the pill. Boy, don't be impatient. Alchemy requires a calm mind. Let go of your mind and put your whole self into it. Old Dan looked at Mu Feng's flustered appearance and shook his head helplessly. Mu Feng has an extraordinary talent in cultivation. He can even learn sword controlling in a short period of time, but he is not good at alchemy. It cannot be said that there is no talent, only that there is some, but not much. Just like practicing swordplay, you must focus on it. If you pursue recklessness blindly, you will end up losing more than you gain. Yu Huanqing's voice sounded. Let Mu Feng calm down. Close your eyes and take a deep breath. Recalling the moment when he was comprehending the art of sword wielding, Mu Feng quickly got into the state. Don't seek speed, just seek stability. Tang Meiyao walked towards Mu Feng with some curiosity. After she was defeated by Mu Feng last time, she developed a strong interest in him. This time, she also wanted to see how far Mu Feng could go. Oh, that's great. I didn't expect you to have such a deep understanding of alchemy. Seeing Mu Feng's alchemy furnace, Tang Meiyao spoke with some surprise. Although Mu Feng's technique was immature, his control over the elixir and the temperature of the flame were extremely precise. You have to know that warriors with fire attributes are born with a keen ability to control fire. The fact that Mu Feng can do this despite his ice attribute is enough to prove his extraordinariness. Seeing Tang Meiyao praising Mu Feng, the people around her turned pale with anger. Looking at him with great anger. But Mu Feng himself didn't hear anything at this moment and was wholeheartedly devoted to refining the elixir. Junior brother Mu Feng, why don't you look at me? Didn't you come here to find me? Tang Meiyao wanted to imitate and use this trick to confuse Mu Feng's Taoism. But Mu Feng who can get into the state, let alone Tang Meiyao now. Even if she took off all her clothes, she couldn't get Mu Feng to look up at her. But Tang Meiyao didn't believe it. She was so interested in Mu Feng, and she was so good, how could Mu Feng not even look at her? A mischievous thought like that of a little girl emerged in Tang Meiyao's mind. She was seen getting closer and closer to Mu Feng, with her nose almost touching Mu Feng's cheek. It was very inappropriate to lie on Mu Feng. When the people around saw this scene, their eyes widened, and because of the dry weather, many people had nosebleeds. Seeing this scene, the pharmacist shook his head helplessly. A bunch of useless guys, they don't even have this much self-control, they are not even worthy of carrying that kid's shoes. And when he looked at Mu Feng, there was obviously a hint of appreciation in his eyes. Bang! A spark came out of the furnace and flew towards Tang Meiyao's clothes. Tang Meiyao was completely unaware at the moment and was only thinking about getting Mu Feng to look at her. "I just don't believe you, you little brat, don't even look at me." Just then, the fireworks went out. Mu Feng stopped what he was doing and took a deep breath. The qi gathering pill is done. Looking up, he noticed Tang Meiyao was beside him. After taking a closer look, his expression suddenly changed. "Senior Sister Tang, there's fire." A cry of surprise made the surrounding disciples look up. Tang Meiyao was so flustered that she didn't know what to do. The robe she wore fitted her body to begin with, and now that it was burned by the flames, her delicate figure beneath the robe was even more exposed. The white touch on the waist made everyone fascinated. "Hurry, put out the fire." Tang Meiyao shouted in panic and raised her hand, trying to use her own spiritual power to draw the flame away. However, unexpectedly, the hall was already blazingly hot. Tang Meiyao originally had the spiritual power of fire attribute. With the help of the surrounding environment, the flames on her body were not suppressed, but burned even more vigorously. "Soon it will burn to the chest." "Oh, right, ice power." Tang Meiyao suddenly remembered that Mu Feng possessed ice power, which could help her put out the fire. Without waiting for Mu Feng to react, Tang Meiyao gave him a bear hug and hung on Mu Feng's chest like a koala. A pair of soft peaks pressed against Mu Feng's chest, making him gasp. Too fierce. As the icy spiritual power flowed in Mu Feng's body, the fire on Tang Meiyao's body was completely extinguished. But a big hole had been burned in her robe, and if she didn't hold Mu Feng tightly, she would be exposed immediately. "Senior Sister Tang, this is not good." Mu Feng opened his hands awkwardly, afraid of touching Tang Meiyao in front of him. But Tang Meiyao was not shy at all, instead she teased Mu Feng. "Why? Do you dislike me?" "Of course not, but it's not good for you to hang on to me like this." Mu Feng responded somewhat at a loss. "Then help me think of a solution. If I don't have clothes to wear, I will have to hang on you forever." Tang Meiyao said pitifully. This scene made the surrounding disciples wish they could eat Mu Feng alive. The flames in the alchemy furnace seemed to want to burn Mu Feng. Well, beauty is a disaster. Mu Feng could only shake his head helplessly. He raised his hand, and the deep blue spiritual power gathered in his palm, turning into a stream of light, attaching to Tang Meiyao's body. The blue spiritual energy quickly condensed into a layer of ice, wrapping Tang Meiyao's whole body like a long dress made of colored glass, making her already charming figure even more elegant. This ice can last for 2 hours, which is enough. After hearing Mu Feng say this, Tang Meiyao reluctantly climbed down from Mu Feng. "But you have seen her naked, you have to be responsible for her." Puff. Mu Feng was so surprised that he almost choked to death on his own saliva. This woman, why does she bring up things that are not relevant to the topic? "Meiyao, stop playing and come back soon." The pharmacist looked at his eldest disciple who was in heat, and his face looked a little embarrassed. It's understandable that a girl is in love for the first time, but it's really unacceptable for her to do this in public. Seeing this, Tang Meiyao waved towards Mu Feng. "Junior brother Mu Feng, I'm waiting for you." After saying that, he walked over to the pharmacist. Soon, the assessment came to an end. Taking 3 hours to refine the qi gathering pill is a rigorous test for many disciples. After all, it is a first-grade pill. It is still a bit difficult for them. Out of the 1,200 candidates, less than half were able to succeed in refining the essence. Among them, only a handful can meet the assessment standards. "Everyone, stop what you are doing, the time is up." Tang Meiyao spoke. Seeing this, all the disciples stopped. Many disciples looked frustrated, and it was obvious that they did not hold out much hope of entering the Dan Pavilion. Tang Meiyao stood up and began to inspect the alchemy progress of each disciple. Unqualified, unqualified, unqualified. A series of failures made Tang Meiyao a little impatient. This time, the assessment required not only to refine the elixir within the specified time, but also to refine 10 pills of top quality. An ordinary first-grade alchemist can make 16 pills, and the refining time will not exceed an hour. This is already the most basic elixir. Still unqualified. Tang Meiyao's brows furrowed further. Not to mention making 10 pills, so far, not a single qi-gathering pill of slightly better quality has been seen. 12 pills, all of them are of excellent quality, 10 of them are top quality. When Tang Meiyao came to Chen Kaigu's stove, she looked surprised. Nodded with slight appreciation. You passed the test. Thank you, Senior Sister Tang. Chen Kaigu bowed happily, but when he raised his head, Tang Meiyao was gone. An indescribable feeling of frustration welled up in his heart. When I was in the Chen family, I was always known as a genius in alchemy. But when he arrived at Kunling Temple, he didn't even get a word of praise. His eyes were on Mu Feng. Chen Kaigu was quite dissatisfied. Since you are so highly regarded, I want to see if you can refine this qi-gathering pill. When it comes to martial arts, Chen Kaigu is not as good as others. But when it comes to alchemy, he is definitely the best among this batch of freshmen. Xiao Mu Feng, do you have confidence? Tang Meiyao came to Mu Feng happily and put her hand on the lid of the alchemy furnace. Mu Feng said with a smile. Please take a look, Senior Sister. Seeing this, Tang Meiyao gently opened the stove. In an instant, a burst of elixir fragrance rose into the sky, and golden light shone out from the elixir furnace. Like the rising sun, it is dazzling. This is it, this is it. Top-grade elixir. The pharmacist walked quickly to the alchemy furnace and looked at the pills with an expression of extreme shock. Pills are divided into 3 levels, high, medium and low. The levels are determined by the poison in the pills. The more poison there is, the greater the damage to the human body. But the best quality elixir is more powerful than the top quality one. This is a pill that does not contain any poison. No matter how much you swallow, there will be no side effects. The price is also several times more expensive than top-grade elixirs. Boy, are you really not a first-class alchemist? The pharmacist looked at Mu Feng in disbelief. Calling him a first-grade alchemist is an understatement. For a normal first-grade alchemist, it is already considered good if he has one top-grade pill in a furnace. But Mu Feng's furnace has a total of 16 pills, all of which are top-grade. This is my first time making an elixir. Mu Feng scratched the back of his head and said awkwardly. He thought everyone was the same. I didn't expect that I used too much force. May I have your name? Disciple Mu Feng is the direct disciple of Master Shui Rui of Shuling Peak. The sonorous voice echoed in the hall. Everyone looked extremely shocked. He is actually Mu Feng, the freshman who ranked first on the Xianhuang ranking. How is this possible? He is number 1 on the Xianhuang ranking and can also make pills. With such a genius, are we going to die? Chen Kaigu's face was extremely gloomy at this moment. He was born into a family of alchemy, but he was outshined by this kid of unknown origin. How could his family put its face on this? He clenched his fists, feeling dissatisfied. Tang Meiyao hugged Mu Feng excitedly, and her soft breasts covered Mu Feng's face tightly. The pressure made Mu Feng breathless. My little Mu Feng, I knew you could do it. Senior Sister was right about you. Sister Tang. Senior Sister Tang, I can't breathe. After hearing Mu Feng's words, Tang Meiyao finally let go of her hand. The pharmacist picked up the qi-gathering pill from the furnace and looked at Mu Feng with joy on his face. Mu Feng, are you interested in becoming my Dan Hall disciple? Faced with the pharmacist's suggestion, Mu Feng didn't know how to respond for a moment. Isn't it a bit too utilitarian to say that I came here just for Zuanyuanzi? But if I join Dan Tang, how should I explain to Shui Rui? That woman's temper is even weirder than Tang Meiyao's. If you really provoke her, you will be chopped to pieces. After thinking for a long time, Mu Feng decided to tell the truth. Actually, I didn't come here to become a disciple of Dan Pavilion. I just heard that there might be Zuanyuanzi in the alchemy hall, so I came here. I accidentally joined the assessment and refined these pills. I have already been taught by Master Shui, and I just want to come here to obtain Zuanyuanzi. I hope Master Pharmacist can help me. Upon hearing Mu Feng's words, the entire hall fell silent. No one expected that Mu Feng would actually reject the pharmacist's invitation. Chen Kaigu was so angry that his face turned blue. What on earth does this guy think of alchemy? The pharmacist was also slightly stunned. He also didn't expect that Mu Feng would refuse even though he personally invited him. But wouldn't it be a pity if he didn't accept such a good talent as Mu Feng into the Dan Hall? How about this? The pharmacist smiled slightly and continued. You will join my Dan Hall and become my Dan Hall disciple. You don't need to come to me for training on weekdays. You only need to complete my Dan Hall assessment every month to get the spiritual stone subsidy equivalent to that of Dan Hall disciples. In this way, you are still a disciple of Shuling Peak and a disciple of my Dan Tang. Profit is the only driving force. The pharmacist believes that if enough benefits are given, Mu Feng will definitely agree. Hearing this proposal, Mu Feng thought secretly in his heart. Although I don't want to get involved in any assessment, after all, it's troublesome to think about it, but being able to get an extra subsidy is a good thing. Besides, the pharmacist has already given in to this extent, and it would be unreasonable for me to disagree. Thank you very much for your help, pharmacist. I, the disciple Mu Feng, am here to meet you, pharmacist. Okay. Hearing Mu Feng say this, the pharmacist nodded excitedly and said okay twice. Being able to have such a talented disciple like Mu Feng is a blessing not only for him but also for Kunling Academy. Tang Meiyao stood beside the pharmacist and looked at Mu Feng with a smile. Little Mu Feng, from now on we will be real senior and junior brothers and sisters. Senior sister Tang, you. Mu Feng was a little amused. Why does everything Tang Meiyao says sound like flirting? Meiyao, go get the Zuanyuanzi and give it to Mu Feng. Okay, master. Tang Meiyao took the Zuanyuanzi and handed it to Mu Feng. Thank you, pharmacist. Mu Feng took the herbs, his eyes full of excitement, and respectfully saluted the pharmacist in front of him. Why thank me? You are already a disciple of the alchemy hall. You can use the medicinal materials in the hall at will. Of course, if the medicinal materials are too expensive, you still need to inform us. The pharmacist spoke cheerfully. When the people around saw this scene, their eyes were filled with envy, jealousy and hatred. Not only can he gain the favor of the great beauty, but he can also be kept in the alchemy hall by the pharmacist himself. He is also the direct disciple of Shui Rui of Shuling Peak. Still number 1 on the Xianhuang ranking. Is this guy a human being? It's really frustrating to compare yourself with others. They now wish someone could come out and teach Mu Feng a lesson. This guy is simply too outrageous. In that case, I will leave first and come back to the alchemy hall when I have time. Mu Feng put away the Zuanyuanzi and turned to leave. Before leaving, he did not forget to take away an alchemy furnace. He couldn't wait to return to Shuling Peak and upgrade the Ice Soul Pill to Ice Spirit Pill. Looking at Mu Feng's back, the pharmacist's eyes were full of admiration. If this boy can study the Tao of alchemy a little, his future achievements will be limitless. At the same time, on the wide road, many people were talking about it. His eyes turned to the two figures in the middle of the road. Many freshmen had anger in their eyes, but when they saw the people in front of them, they dared not speak out. Second on the Xianhuang list is Tianlan. Jia Tianlan, what do you mean? Shi Shan stood in front of Wen Suxin, looking extremely solemn. He was at the 7th level of Xianhuang, but in front of Jia Tianlan, he couldn't help but tremble. Even when facing a tiger dragon, he didn't have this feeling. It was a fear that came from the heart. He dared to secretly search for treasure when Hu Jiao was sleeping, but in front of Jia Tianlan, he didn't even have the courage to raise his fist. But he still stood in front of Wen Suxin. Jia Tianlan looked at the two people in front of him with a grim expression and couldn't help but sneer. Where is Mu Feng? Tell him to come out and see me. What are you looking for, brother? Do what? Jia Tianlan's voice sank, and the spiritual energy around him suddenly surged, and countless onlookers couldn't help but step back. The overwhelming pressure made everyone nervous and made Shi Shan miserable. Mu Feng is so ignorant that he actually dared to snatch my #1 spot on the Xianhuang ranking. I came here today to teach him a lesson and let him know what the consequences are for disrespecting his teachers. Hearing Jia Tianlan's words, everyone's faces turned extremely angry. It was obvious that the Xianhuang list was for the most capable, but Jia Tianlan was looking for someone to vent his anger on just because someone pushed him down. This is too petty. Wen Suxin spoke even more unconvinced. It's obviously Brother Mu Feng who is so capable. Why don't you go and take back the #1 spot? Instead, you are showing off here. If I were you, I wouldn't even be able to face anyone. It's awful that he was replaced by a freshman after practicing for so long, but he's still thinking about revenge. Isn't that shameful? Hearing Wen Suxin's words, Jia Tianlan seemed to be ignited, and the anger in his heart instantly rushed to his forehead. Presumptuous. As soon as he finished speaking, a hurricane struck Wen Suxin. Bang! Two other powerful spiritual powers attacked from afar and blocked Wen Suxin and Shi Shan. Lin Qing, Tai Shan. When he saw the two of them, Tianlan's eyes were extremely gloomy. You two are so brave. Lin Qing looked at Jia Tianlan with a serious expression. Jia Tianlan, attacking a freshman is outrageous. That's right. What I, Tai Shan, hate most is people like you who bully others by taking advantage of your power. Tai Shan also spoke with disdain. But after hearing what the two said, Tianlan was not angry at all, but burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha, one is ranked 100th on the Xianhuang list, and the other can't even make it into the 100th place. How dare these two losers teach me a lesson? I will teach you a lesson today. Only if you are strong can you say the right thing. As soon as he finished speaking, Jia Tianlan's figure disappeared instantly. When he appeared again, he was already in front of the two of them. Such a fast speed left the two of them no time to react. He raised his fists and punched the two men hard in the stomach. Being both at the peak of Xianhuang, Lin Qing and Tai Shan had absolutely no ability to resist Jia Tianlan. Puff! The two men vomited bitter words and fell to the ground with pale faces. Jia Tianlan looked down at the two of them condescendingly. You want to stand up for the freshmen, but don't you look at your own level? You are a piece of trash who can't even touch the threshold of the heaven and earth realm. Get out of here and don't get in the way here. After saying that, Jia Tianlan looked at Wen Suxin and Shi Shan. Tai Ling Shengbu. You are so sharp-tongued. I want to see how powerful your Tai Ling Shengbu is. Sister-in-law, be careful. Shi Shan's face suddenly changed. He hurriedly circulated his spiritual power and waved his arms, ready to block Jia Tianlan's oncoming attack. However, the powerful wind-attributed spiritual power was like a strong wind that destroyed a forest. In just a moment, it pushed the stone mountain back. Puff! Blood spurted out, and Shi Shan's breath immediately weakened. His figure flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. Boom! A huge breath emerged and suddenly rushed out from the arms of the stone mountain, hitting the strong wind head-on. The violent storm was dissipated in an instant. After his figure landed on the ground, Shi Shan stood there gasping for breath. Jia Tianlan frowned and stared at Shi Shan coldly. Even he had to take seriously that sudden and powerful spiritual power. Who? A figure slowly walked out from behind Shi Shan and looked at Jia Tianlan with a smile. I am Mu Feng. You are Mu Feng. Jia Tianlan narrowed his eyes slightly and fluttered his sleeves. His eyes were full of viciousness and cruelty. You must be the former number 1 on the Xianhuang ranking, Jia Tianlan. Mu Feng smiled slightly and walked in front of Jia Tianlan. He added an extra layer of emphasis to the word before, making Tianlan even angrier. I didn't expect that the number 1 in the outer courtyard would be such a narrow-minded person. It's fine that he doesn't dare to compete for the ranking in the inner courtyard. Even freshmen from other colleges are suppressed. Alas, even dogs would shake their heads when they see this. Listening to Mu Feng's mockery of him, Jia Tianlan clenched his fists. He had been active in the outer court for several years, but when had he ever been ridiculed like this? And he was just a new disciple who had just arrived at the spiritual court a few days ago. You ignorant brat, do you really think you can show off just because you got the first place on the Xianhuang ranking? In terms of strength and realm, how can you compare with me? Mu Feng put his hands behind his back and shook his head helplessly. Wait until I beat you up one day, and then you'll know whether I can compare to you or not. Beat me up? Hearing this, Jia Tianlan burst into laughter, his eyes full of disbelief. Ha 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 ha, beat me up? Did you all hear that? This guy actually said he was going to beat me up. Taishan looked at Mu Feng with a serious expression. Doesn't this guy know what's going on? He's still so outspoken and provokes Jia Tianlan. And Jia Tianlan was also extremely angry at this moment. Boy, I will let you know how terrifying the number 1 in the outer courtyard is. As soon as he took a step forward, an endless gust of wind suddenly blew around him. The powerful aura made it hard for everyone present to breathe. Today, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of Teacher Shui, so that you will understand that being arrogant requires skills. And I happen to have one. As soon as he finished speaking, Jia Tianlan rushed out immediately. He raised his hand and punched, and a surge of spiritual power emerged and blasted towards Mu Feng. Facing this fierce attack, Mu Feng did not dodge or evade. He stood between heaven and earth. The demonic blood in his body surged instantly, and both the spiritual and demonic energies rose to the peak. Broken bones and remains. Boom! Huge smoke and dust filled the sky and the earth, and everyone looked at it curiously. When the smoke and dust cleared, everyone was shocked. This guy actually took on Jia Tianlan's attack. How is it possible that a Xianhuang 5th level person can have such strength? While everyone was talking, Jia Tianlan also frowned and looked at Mu Feng with some vigilance. I underestimated you. You were able to take my attack. In that case. Then I. Just as he was about to take action again, he heard noises coming from the sky. The law enforcement hall is here, private fighting is prohibited. Several disciples from the law enforcement hall came riding on flying carpets, holding spears. Seeing that he was about to capture Mu Feng but was stopped by someone, Jia Tianlan's face became extremely gloomy. Lin Qing, how dare you ruin my good deeds? Lin Qing is from the Law Enforcement Hall. He must have been the one who notified the Law Enforcement Hall to come over. Seeing the arrival of the Law Enforcement Hall, today's account naturally cannot be settled. Jia Tianlan could only grit his teeth and swallow his anger. Humph, kid, I won't touch you today because of the Law Enforcement Hall, but I will let you know in the outer courtyard competition in a month. Provoking me will be the decision you will regret most in your life. After saying that, Jia Tianlan leaped up and disappeared in the crowd. Seeing the other party retreat, everyone around finally breathed a sigh of relief. Mu Feng looked at Jia Tianlan's back and smiled slightly. Heaven and Earth realm, I want to see how strong it can be. Lift up the stone mountain on the ground. Mu Feng took out a few qi gathering pills from his arms. Quickly swallow this pill. You are seriously injured and cannot delay. Looking at the top-grade qi gathering pill in Mu Feng's hand, Shi Shan was slightly stunned. Brother, this medicine is too valuable. I can't accept it. Just take it when I tell you to. What a lot of nonsense. Mu Feng directly stuffed the qi gathering pill into Shi Shan's hand and turned to come to Lin Qing and Taishan. Second brother, thank you for helping me this time. It saved Su Xian from being affected. After swallowing Mu Feng's pills, their complexion improved slightly. It's okay. As your guiding brother, it's my duty to protect your safety. I just didn't expect Jia Tianlan to be so powerful. I'm afraid he could enter the realm of heaven and earth at any time if he wants. Taishan also looked at Mu Feng coldly. Boy, I advise you not to participate in the outer courtyard competition in a month. Although your strength is among the best among the freshmen, you are still far behind Jia Tianlan. If he successfully enters the heaven and earth realm, you will definitely not be his opponent. Although his attitude was cold, it was indeed well-intentioned. Lin Qing also nodded slightly, indicating that he agreed with Taishan's statement. After all, strong people at the level of heaven and earth realm can enter the inner courtyard, which is fundamentally different from them, the outer courtyard disciples. Mu Feng smiled slightly. Thank you two brothers for your advice. Mu Feng has his own ideas in mind. Seeing that Mu Feng was determined to participate in the external college competition, Taishan could only shake his head helplessly. Some mistakes can only be learned by people themselves. The crowd dispersed and Wen Suxin hurriedly ran to Mu Feng. How's it going? You're not scared, are you? Mu Feng looked at Wen Suxin and asked. Wen Suxin lowered her head in frustration. No, I just feel that I am too weak. Every time something happens, I have to wait for you to save me. I don't know when I can save you again. I'm your brother, so it's not my responsibility to save you. Besides, this matter started with me, so I shouldn't have involved you. Mu Feng gently wiped the tears from Wen Suxin's cheeks and took her hand. Let's go back to Shuling Peak. Aha. Wen Suxin nodded vigorously and followed Mu Feng towards Shuling Peak. In the small courtyard, Mu Feng set up the alchemy furnace, took out the flint, and prepared to upgrade the Ice Soul pill. Boy, do as I say. The process of upgrading pills is several times more complicated than refining pills. If you are not careful, the pills will be destroyed. Do you understand? Dan Lao's voice emerged in Mu Feng's mind. Mu Feng nodded slightly. Don't worry, Mr. Dan, I'm ready. Okay, let's get started. Following the instructions of Elder Dan, Mu Feng took out the pills and laid them out on the ground, then steadily started the pill upgrading project step by step. The raging fire burned, turning Mu Feng's face red. Watching the pill gradually melt, Mu Feng put the Zuanyuanzi into it. Boy, this next step is extremely critical. If you can't fuse these herbs, this furnace of things will be ruined. Dan Lao's reminder made Mu Feng's heart calm down again. Just like before, clear your mind of distractions. Dedicate all your energy to alchemy. Seeing this scene, Dan Lao and Yu Hunqing both showed surprised expressions. This state is an extremely terrifying state of cultivation, which is called entering into meditation. After entering into a state of meditation, one's mind will be free of distracting thoughts and one can focus on practicing. If the first sword-controlling skill was an accident, then the second alchemy test could also be called a coincidence. But the third time, it can't be described as a coincidence. This guy Mu Feng has actually mastered the state of meditation at such a young age. Ordinary people cannot enter this state even if they try hard throughout their lives, which leads to distracting thoughts during practice, and eventually a bottleneck and stagnation. What a terrifying cultivation talent! Yu Hunqing sighed in a low voice. This boy's soul power is extremely terrifying. His ability to be in this state is inseparable from his soul power. The third brother spoke. I just don't know how this kind of cultivation talent compares to that race. This sentence made everyone silent. That race is a topic that none of them have been willing to mention for thousands of years. Even Dang Shenmi, who was from the Blood Demon clan, seemed to be afraid to talk about this topic. After a long silence, Dan Lao's eyes suddenly lit up. It's done. At this moment, Mu Feng looked at the ice soul pill in his palm that was emitting a hint of coldness, with a look of ecstasy. Dan Lao, I did it, I did it. Now I have become a third-grade alchemist. You are dreaming, you little brat. When you can make a third-grade elixir without my guidance, you will be a true third-grade alchemist. Dan Lao spoke unhappily. Mu Feng laughed and couldn't wait to swallow the ice soul pill into his mouth. A surge of icy power surged out from Mu Feng's body. The top of Shuling Peak. Mu Feng sat cross-legged with his knees and closed his eyes to practice. The surrounding ice and snow spiritual power is constantly strengthening his meridians. After swallowing the Bingpa pill, Mu Feng felt the spiritual power in his body surge, and his realm also stepped into the 7th level of Xianhuang. Although it is only on par with Shirshan, the difference in strength compared to before is huge. Stinky boy, I haven't seen you for a few days, and you've made such rapid progress. Shui Rui stepped on the frost and slowly came to Mu Feng. Mu Feng opened his eyes and grinned. Disciple Mu Feng, greetings to Master. Do you still have me as your master in your eyes? Shui Rui pressed Mu Feng's head and pushed it down hard. What did I tell you? Keep a low profile. I've made an exception and accepted you as my personal disciple. I'm already under a lot of pressure in front of the dean, and you're still doing this in the outer courtyard. If you get beaten to death by Jia Tianlan, I can't do anything about it. Shui Rui's tone was quite angry, but there was also a hint of pride in it. It would be a lie to say that I am not happy to have a disciple like Mu Feng. But Mu Feng was indeed too impulsive. Jia Tianlan is a guy who can step into the heaven and earth realm at any time. The gap between the heaven and earth realm and the Xianhuang realm is not so easy to bridge. Mu Feng scratched the back of his neck awkwardly. I can't help it. I'm short of spirit stones to buy elixirs. Besides, I'm number 1 on the Xianhuang ranking. Doesn't that prove that you're awesome, Master? Humph, that's for sure, but are you really planning to participate in the outer school competition? Shui Rui asked. The outer college competition is the annual outer college competition of the spiritual college. All disciples on the Xianhuang list can sign up to participate. Although Jia Tianlan can be promoted to the heaven and earth realm, as long as he does not enter the inner courtyard, he is considered an outer courtyard disciple. Mu Feng's chances of winning against him are not high. Besides, life and death are unpredictable in the fighting arena, and Shui Rui is also afraid that Mu Feng, this guy who refuses to admit defeat, will really go against Jia Tianlan. Of course I'll join. What kind of man would I be if I don't beat him up? Mu Feng smiled and waved his fist, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. He was also very curious about how powerful the heaven and earth realm was. Seeing that Mu Feng was determined to join the war, Shui Rui could only shake her head helplessly. Well, just don't die. You still owe me a condition. Don't die easily before you complete that condition. Of course, I'm very tough. Mu Feng grinned, waved at Shui Rui, and leaped away. Looking at Mu Feng's back, Shui Rui couldn't help but sigh. Boy, don't let me down. The world above is much more wonderful than you can imagine. On the other side, in a secluded courtyard, a vortex of spiritual power was swirling continuously, and countless spiritual energies were flowing into the vortex and being sucked into it. The huge aura attracted the attention of people around. Many people went to the other courtyard to watch, showing shocked expressions. Who is practicing to cause such a huge phenomenon? That place is Jia Tianlan's villa. It's him. He is about to break through the heaven and earth realm. What, heaven and earth realm? Everyone was stunned. The realm of heaven and earth was the realm they had always dreamed of. The next moment, clouds gathered in the sky, layer upon layer, pressing down on the sky above the courtyard, making it hard to breathe. Boom! Only a roar was heard. A light blue beam of light shot straight into the sky, shattering the clouds and revealing a clear blue sky. High in the sky, a figure slowly rises. As the surrounding aura surged, the breath suddenly surged, emitting a brilliant glow. This is the realm of heaven and earth. The people around were already so shocked that they were speechless and their faces were frozen. Bang! The beam of light shattered, and a figure appeared with his hands behind his back, feet in the air, suspended in the sky. To control the heaven and earth is the realm of heaven and earth. Jia Tianlan looked at his hands, his eyes filled with ecstasy. Mu Feng, I wanted to stay in Xianhuang realm for a few more years, but since you want me to take action, I can only enter Tiandi realm ahead of time. I want to see how you fight me this time. Jia Tianlan had an arrogant look on his face as he looked down at the outer courtyard disciples who were looking up at him. Ha 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 ha, I'm number one, I'm the strongest person in the outer courtyard. Mu Feng, when the outer courtyard competition comes, I want you dead. After saying that, Jia Tianlan leaped up and headed towards Shuling Peak. Where is senior brother Jia Tianlan going? That direction is Shuling Peak. He is going to find Mu Feng. Let's go over and take a look, maybe there will be some fun stuff going on. Everyone followed Jia Tianlan and rushed towards Shuling Peak. The news that Jia Tianlan had broken through to the heaven and earth realm spread like wildfire and soon spread throughout the entire outer courtyard. At this moment, Wen Suxin was walking around the courtyard worriedly. Brother Mu Feng. Seeing Mu Feng coming back, Wen Suxin hurriedly stepped forward and grabbed the corner of his clothes. What's wrong? Why are you in such a hurry? Looking at Wen Suxin's somewhat panicked little face, Mu Feng asked curiously. Jia Tianlan has already broken through the heaven and earth realm in order to deal with you. Brother Mu Feng, you should not participate in this outer courtyard competition. Already broken through the realm of heaven and earth? Although Mu Feng expected Jia Tianlan to do this, he was not expecting it to be so fast. Brother Mu Feng. Seeing that Mu Feng didn't speak, Wen Suxin shouted here. Mu Feng finally came back to his senses, looked at Wen Suxin's nervous face and smiled slightly. Don't worry, your brother Mu Feng is fearless. I don't even take an opponent like this seriously. No matter how powerful she is, can she be as powerful as the Empress of the End? Mu Feng is not even afraid of her, so would he be afraid of this little Jia Tianlan? It's just the heaven and earth realm. When the time comes, just watch me, your brother, beat him to a pulp. Mu Feng patted his chest confidently, but he didn't expect what happened the next moment. A hurricane surged, and a powerful aura swept across the world, causing the two men's faces to change suddenly. What a powerful aura! Looking at the figure rushing towards him from the distant sky, Mu Feng's expression froze. Is this the oppressive feeling of the realm of heaven and earth? Arrogant boy, you are still stubborn even when you are about to die. Do you know how huge the gap is between the heaven and earth realm and the Xianhuang realm? Jia Tianlan's figure appeared in front of Mu Feng. The powerful aura made Mu Feng feel a little breathless. But in the face of this life-threatening pressure, Mu Feng remained calm. What? You just got promoted to the heaven and earth realm and you're showing off in front of me. Do you think the heaven and earth realm is amazing? Facing Mu Feng's sarcasm, Jia Tianlan smiled coldly. Boy, I have a new respect for you now. Being able to pretend to be so confident in front of a woman is indeed a skill. Whether you are pretending or not, you will know in the outer courtyard competition. Mu Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, and fighting spirit surged in his heart. The high fighting spirit even made him want to take action. Looking at Mu Feng's confident face, Tianlan smiled coldly. Ha ha ha, do you dare to challenge me to a life and death battle? A life and death battle, win or die. Hearing this, the people around couldn't help but gasp. The issuance of a life and death challenge meant that the two would fight to the death. At that time, even if Mu Feng really died in the outer courtyard competition, Shui Rui could not blame Jia Tianlan. Brother Mu Feng, no. He is already at the heaven and earth realm. You have no chance of winning this battle. Wen Suxin also grabbed Mu Feng's clothes and tried her best to dissuade him. There were also many new disciples around who came out to criticize Tianlan. Jia Tianlan, as an old disciple, you actually challenged a freshman to a life and death challenge. Don't you feel ashamed? That's right. A person in the heaven and earth realm is already qualified to enter the inner court, but you are targeting a freshman like this. If you have the guts, go target those people in the inner court. Hearing the condemnation from the people around him, Jia Tianlan didn't care at all and just looked at Mu Feng with a sneer. What? You don't dare to answer? Do you have to hide behind others and use public opinion to overwhelm me at this time? Ha 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 ha, if you don't dare, kneel down and kowtow to me, and I will let you go. Kneel down and kowtow? Mu Feng raised his eyebrows slightly and grinned. Why not? Just take it. Just answer it. Mu Feng walked out from behind Wen Suxin and looked at Jia Tianlan with great heroism. How can I stand behind a woman at this time? Since Jia Tianlan wants to fight, then fight. Everyone was shocked and looked at Mu Feng in disbelief. Wen Suxin looked at him with confusion. No one expected that Mu Feng would dare to accept Jia Tianlan's life and death challenge. Okay. You do have some courage. I'll be waiting for you on the stage of the outer courtyard competition. I hope you don't run away. Ha ha ha. Jia Tianlan laughed loudly, stepped into the air, and jumped away. After Jia Tianlan left, all the freshmen gathered around Mu Feng. Although he didn't know Mu Feng. But as freshmen, they have long been the targets of oppression in the spiritual academy. Seeing that Mu Feng finally had someone who could stand up and fight against the old man, they were reluctant to let Mu Feng go to his death. Mu Feng, why don't you just run away? The gap between the heaven and earth realm and the Xianhuang realm is too big. Not to mention you, even if there are 10 masters who are half a step into the heaven and earth realm, they can't be a match for Jia Tianlan. That's right. If you really can't do it, just admit your mistake. As long as you have the Green Mountains, you will never run out of firewood. Everyone's eyes were filled with anxiety. In their eyes, Mu Feng's behavior was tantamount to seeking death. Facing these people's concern, Mu Feng smiled slightly. I, Mu Feng, am here. Thank you all for your concern. However, I, Mu Feng, cannot bear to see Jia Tianlan bullying the new students. This battle is not only for me, but also for countless new disciples. Whether we win or lose, the most important thing is to let them see that we, the new disciples, are not so easy to bully. As soon as the words fell, everyone cheered. Mu Feng is right. We freshmen also have human rights. Why should we be targeted just because we got first place? That's right, Mu Feng, we support you. Don't worry, even if you are no match for Jia Tianlan, I will save you from the competition even if it costs my life. Yes, this is not just your battle. Mu Feng's words directly elevated the personal grudge between him and Jia Tianlan to an old conflict between freshmen and seniors. When these freshmen entered the spiritual academy, they were either oppressed by the old students or had their wages deducted when they were performing tasks at the spiritual academy. They have been suffering for a long time. Now that someone has finally come forward, they directly support him and can't wait to rise up in rebellion. For a time, Mu Feng became the spiritual leader of all the freshmen. The top of the snow mountain. Shui Rui looked at Mu Feng at the foot of the mountain and smiled with satisfaction. A figure came from the air and followed Shui Rui's gaze, locking on to Mu Feng. Do you really want him to fulfill your condition? Looking at Mu Feng, the man asked curiously. When Shui Rui heard this, the admiration in her eyes disappeared instantly, leaving only cold murderous intent. He doesn't have that strength yet. That person is not so easy to deal with. Hearing this, the man smiled slightly. You seem very pessimistic. There's nothing we can do. Those guys in the sky are too scary. Shui Rui shook her head helplessly, and when she looked at Mu Feng again, there was a hint of expectation in her eyes. The next morning, the outer courtyard of Kunling Temple was bustling with people. Almost all the outer courtyard disciples were rushing towards the central square. The outer court competition is Kunling Court's annual event. Not only will everyone on the Xianhuang list participate, but it will also attract many guardian elders and mentors to watch. If you are lucky and perform well, you may be noticed by an elder and accepted as a disciple. The future achievements will be limitless. Not to mention, there are extremely generous rewards for winning first place in the external college competition. Brother, sister-in-law. Shi Shan's voice came from behind Mu Feng and the others. Turning around, seeing the other party rubbing his hands in preparation, Mu Feng asked curiously. Are you also going to prepare for the outer school competition? Of course, I have successfully entered the Xianhuang ranking and am now ranked over 900. Shi Shan said with great pride. Although it is not as good as Mu Feng's first place, as a freshman who has just been here for a few months, he can achieve this result. Shi Shan can also be called a genius. Mu Feng, long time no see. A sudden voice was heard, and a man in a green robe walked towards Mu Feng. King Tiangshuan. Seeing the person coming, Mu Feng smiled slightly. Qing Tianxian can be said to be the second most important figure among the freshmen besides Mu Feng. His current ranking on the Xianhuang list has reached over 500. Tianxian walked up to greet him politely, his expression quite serious. Brother Mu, although you and I have not met many times, I still want to remind you that this war is extraordinary. The power of the heaven and earth realm is an unshakable existence in the Xianhuang realm. You must be careful. Thank you for the reminder, Brother Qing. I will. That's good. After simply reminding Mu Feng, Qing Tianxian turned and left. After all, the two of them were not familiar with each other, and he had done the most he could to this point. At this moment, strong spiritual power emerged, and 5 figures flew over. The colorful spiritual powers intertwined in the sky, forming a dazzling light, which fell from the sky. Like a colorful waterfall, it exudes dazzling brilliance. The 5 of them landed on the ground along with the waterfall, and walked steadily to the high platform of the square, overlooking the outer courtyard disciples. The 5 great mentors of Kunling Academy. These 5 people who are usually elusive are out together today. It's surprising. Mu Feng looked at the 5 people and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This aura is countless times stronger than that of Jia Tianlan in the heaven and earth realm. Just by sitting there, the 5 people made the spiritual energy of the world gather towards them, as if the world was in the hands of these 5 people. Teacher Shui, I heard that your new disciple will be participating in this outer courtyard competition. I wonder what his talent is like. Hua Dong, the mentor of Hualing Peak, asked Shui Rui cheerfully. This person has a stubborn character and is unteachable. It really gives me a headache. Shui Rui said helplessly. Jean Lingfeng's broken cloud sword smiled slightly. Instructor Hua asked about talent, but you answered about personality. What's the matter? Are you afraid that his talent is too good and we will snatch him away, so you start to speak ill of him, right? Being exposed, Shui Rui rolled her eyes at Duanyun's sword. You're the only one who talks too much, go and host the competition. Duanyun's sword smiled slightly, pointed with one hand, and a sword energy roared towards the sky. Buzz. The sword energy sank into the sea of clouds, emitting layers of vibrating sounds, attracting the attention of the surrounding disciples. Everyone, this outer courtyard competition is about to begin. Please take your seats in an orderly manner. Disciples on the Xianhuang ranking, please step out. As soon as he finished speaking, the disciples who were on the Xianhuang list came out one after another and came to the center of the square. Just as Duanyun's sword was about to speak again, a powerful aura came from all directions. Sensing the source of that breath, everyone frowned. His face was full of horror and fear. Jia Tianlan stood high in the air, his sleeves fluttering, looking at the participating disciples below with pride on his face. I'm sorry, everyone, I'm late. With a quick glance, he saw Mu Feng standing in the queue, and his look of amusement became even stronger. Tisk, TSK, I didn't expect you to actually have the courage to participate in the competition. I don't know whether I should praise you for being brave or scold you for being stupid. Mu Feng smiled faintly. Not only was there no fear in his eyes, but his will to fight became even stronger. Whatever you say, leave it as your last words. Then, he died with hatred in his heart. The two were on the verge of a fight and confronted each other. In the air, 2 spiritual powers were colliding, causing layers of vibrations. The powerful fluctuations made everyone in the square extremely frightened. Quiet. The sound of the broken cloud sword was heard, and this made the 2 stop fighting. Looking at Jia Tianlan's arrogant look, Duan Yunjian also had a hint of dissatisfaction in his eyes. Everyone, I will now announce the details of this competition. This competition is slightly different from the usual rules. In the past, we would hold competitions in a one-on-one format, but this was not only time-consuming and laborious, but also extremely inconvenient for the disciples who were watching. This time, we will fight in a defending manner. There are 10 arenas, with the top 10 disciples on the Xianhuang ranking as the champions. The remaining 990 disciples will be divided into 10 groups and challenge each other individually. If the challenge is successful, you will become the new champion and accept challenges from others. The first round will not be over until all the disciples have completed the challenge and the final 10 are selected. Wow! Hearing this rule, everyone was extremely shocked. For one person to face the challenge of 99 people is a huge drain both mentally and physically. It can be said to be extremely difficult. Especially Mu Feng, he was only at the 7th level of Xianhuang. Among the top 10, it can be said that his realm is the lowest. A low realm means that the spiritual power reserve is also the lowest. If too much energy is consumed in the first round, it may be difficult to persist in the battle later. Everyone, please go to your respective arenas according to your rankings and wait for the challenger to select you. As Duan Yunjian finished speaking, Mu Feng leaped and came to the first arena. Looking at Mu Feng's confident expression, Teacher Huadong smiled slightly. Teacher Shui, the rules of this first round are very disadvantageous to your disciple. How many challenges do you think he can endure? In response to Huadong's question, Shui Rui frowned slightly. Although Mu Feng is ranked first on the Xianhuang list, the list is not ranked based on hard power after all. Not only will he have to face 99 rounds of fierce fighting, but more importantly, these 99 opponents will be the 99 strongest people except for the top 10 on the Xianhuang list. Compared to Mu Feng, these people are more aware of the terrifying strength of the other old students. Mu Feng is naturally their first challenge target. As expected, accompanied by the announcement of the Broken Cloud Sword. The disciples ranked in the top 100 on the Xianhuang list rushed out quickly and came to Mu Feng's arena, ready to grab the top 10 spots. How despicable. These people bully Mu Feng just because he has a low realm. These people call themselves masters, but they only challenge the weakest one. Humph, a bunch of cowards. That's right. He keeps boasting about how great he is, but in the end he doesn't even dare to look at Jie Tianlan's arena. A group of freshmen spoke indignantly and cursed the disciples who chose Mu Feng. Although those disciples who were scolded were angry, they also understood that only by challenging Mu Feng would they have the greatest chance of winning. In order to win, being scolded is nothing. Everyone, the first round of the competition begins now. As Duanyun's sword finished speaking, a roar immediately sounded in the square. Boom! A man flew backwards from Jie Tianlan's ring and fell heavily to the ground. Looking at the man in front of him, Jie Tianlan put his hands behind his back and couldn't help but sneer. Useless! You dare to challenge me? You are overestimating yourself. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. It only took a moment for the battle to start and Jie Tianlan had already defeated his opponent. This speed was too fast. Is this the strength of the heaven and earth realm? It's really terrifying. The man he killed was ranked high. He was a registered disciple of Jinling Peak, as I remember. Yes, this person also has the strength of half a step into the world, but I didn't expect that he couldn't even hold on for a moment. Seeing everyone talking about it, Tianlan couldn't help but smile proudly. He enjoys being praised and admired very much, so he must defeat Mu Feng today to consolidate his reputation as the number one in the outer courtyard. At this moment, a red-haired man slowly walked up to Mu Feng's arena. The man's breath was hot, making people extremely uncomfortable. Just getting close to it made me feel a little short of breath and sweat broke out. It's Ray Sky, who is ranked 15th. I heard that he is a registered disciple of Huling Peak. As long as he becomes an inner courtyard disciple, he will most likely be accepted as a personal disciple by Master Huadong. Moreover, his flame is extremely special. If ordinary people are touched by it, they will be burned to death. Everyone was talking about it, and their tone indicated that Mu Feng was in danger this time. Even Huadong nodded in satisfaction when he saw Lai Kong. I haven't seen you for a few months. Lai Kong has improved his strength again. In a few months, he should be able to enter the heaven and earth realm. Teacher Shui, your little disciple is in danger this time. Humph, we haven't even started yet. It's a bit premature for Master Hua to say that. Shui Rui said without losing face. Although the 5 great mentors have no hatred towards each other on a daily basis, they still have some competitive thoughts when it comes to their disciples. But despite this, Shui Rui still looked at Mu Feng with some worry. Being number 1 on the Xianhuang ranking doesn't mean anything after all. My name is Lai Kong. I would like to ask you to give up this position. I will be grateful to you. As soon as he came on stage, Lai Kong said to Mu Feng with a smile. That smile was full of contempt and disdain. The kid of the 7th level of Xianhuang is really nothing in front of him. Brother seems very confident. Mu Feng smiled slightly, but his eyes were full of coldness. Of course. Although you are number 1 on the Xianhuang ranking, it doesn't mean that you are capable of doing it. I advise you to give up. Otherwise, you will be covered in bruises in the first round, which is too embarrassing. Lai Kong put his hands together, and a strange flame condensed in his palms. Oh. You have some skills. When Mu Feng saw the flames, he couldn't help but speak. Just a little bit of skill? Lai Kong frowned. His Xianling beast fire was extraordinary. It cost a huge price to devour him. In Mu Feng's eyes, he just has some skills. Ha ha ha, even at this point, you can still say this so calmly. I really admire you. Then let me see if your strength is as tough as your words. As soon as he finished speaking, Lai Kong rushed out quickly. 2 lines of fire rushed over quickly and hit Mu Feng's chest. Everyone exclaimed. There was no way they could withstand such an attack. Seeing this, Mu Feng raised one hand. The vast spiritual power gathered in the palm of his hand, and the yin and yang energies merged and became more surging. No matter how strong the flame is, it is nothing compared to the power of yin and yang. Brother, I'm sorry. Looking at Mu Feng's smile, Liakong's heart tightened and an indescribable feeling rose from his heart. It was a feeling he had never experienced before. I might lose. Boom. The spiritual power in Mu Feng's hand expanded instantly, stirring up hurricanes on the ring, and a vortex appeared in Mu Feng's hand. The surrounding spiritual power was uncontrollable and gathered towards Mu Feng's palm. One move, defeat you. Mu Feng looked at Lai Kong, his eyes full of fighting spirit. Bang! A punch was thrown out, before Lai Kong could react. The enormous force knocked him out with overwhelming force, and he fell to the ground. Looking at Lai Kong falling out, Mu Feng put his hands behind his back, walked forward with a smile and clasped his fists. I'm sorry, brother, I won. Yes, you win. Puff. Lai Kong struggled to get up, spurting out a mouthful of blood, his face extremely pale. Everyone fell silent, staring at the scene in disbelief. The next moment, the people around cheered. Mu Feng! Mu Feng! Mu Feng! Overwhelming cheers rang in Mu Feng's ears. All the freshmen were extremely excited. Defeating Rayquaza was something that had never happened before among the freshmen. Not only did Mu Feng do it, he did it with just one move. This not only represents Mu Feng's victory, but also an announcement to the entire outer courtyard. These new students are not someone that the old students can control at will. Shui Rui looked at Huadong proudly, the joy in her eyes was self-evident. Huadong was also touching his beard awkwardly, not daring to look at Shui Rui. Oh, the weather is really nice today. The disciples in front of Mu Feng's arena also showed embarrassed expressions at this moment. I thought the success rate of challenging Mu Feng would be greatly increased. However, they did not expect that Mu Feng was much stronger than they had imagined. Even the top-ranked Lai Kong was defeated in one move, let alone them. Junior brother Mu Feng, I admit defeat. I give up, too. Seeing that Mu Feng was so powerful, many people admitted defeat. If Mu Feng can deal with Lai Kong with one move, then it won't be difficult to deal with them with the same move. As for draining Mu Feng's physical strength so that the people behind him can succeed in the challenge, they wouldn't be so kind. This is exactly the effect Mu Feng wanted. His spiritual energy reserves are indeed vastly different from those in the heaven and earth realm. If he wants to face Jia Tianlan, he must be in his prime. He must intimidate these old disciples and make them give up voluntarily. Now, he has done it. After a series of surrenders, only 1 in 10 of Mu Feng's disciples in front of the ring are left. There are fewer disciples than those in front of the Tianlan arena. Seeing this scene, Jia Tianlan was so angry that his face turned blue and he cursed at the disciples below. You are a bunch of idiots. If you can't beat me, why don't you just admit defeat instead of wasting my energy here? It's really speechless. You don't know the difference between high and low. No wonder you are so weak. Compared to Mu Feng's constant smiling humility, Ji Tianlan's behavior this time attracted quite a few disciples. You are only at the heaven and earth realm, yet you are so arrogant. You want me to admit defeat, but I won't. Everyone, weaken his strength. Even if he can defeat Mu Feng, we can't let him win in a glamorous way. That's right, this Jia Tianlan is going too far, everyone fight with all your strength. These disciples chose Jia Tianlan because they wanted to learn from the Tiandi realm to improve themselves. But Jia Tianlan's attitude completely annoyed them. Not only did no one admit defeat, but each of them fought with all their might, making Jia Tianlan extremely annoyed. But despite this, there is a gap between the Tiandi realm and the Xianhuang realm. It cannot be compensated by quantity at all. Boom! With the last roar, the challengers on the Jia Tianlan arena were finally cleared out. You are a bunch of rubbish. If you don't surrender, I will beat you all into submission. Looking at the people in front of him who were covered in wounds, Jia Tianlan had a ruthless look and his momentum remained undiminished. And he also became the second disciple to successfully complete the first round of challenges. Seeing how ruthless Jia Tianlan was, several instructors frowned. Even if such a disciple could become the number 1 in the outer courtyard, his character would still be too bad. If he is cultivated into a talented person, his arrogant personality may backfire. But Jia Tianlan couldn't understand this. What he wanted was to be number 1. No matter what the cost, even if everyone despised him, he would be number 1. Soon, the challenge of the last ring ended. Nearly half of the 10 defenders were defeated. But except for Mu Feng and Jia Tianlan, the spiritual power of the other 8 people has reached the bottom. Duan Yunjian watched as the first round of the competition ended. He also stood up slowly and spoke softly. Everyone, the first round of the competition has come to an end, and the next round will be the second round. The second round will be a grand battle between 10 people. The ranking will be determined according to the order in which they leave the stage. Of course, the winner of this championship will not only receive a reward of 100,000 spirit stones, but will also be able to enter the first floor of the Spirit Academy Treasure Pavilion and choose an item at will. Lingyuan Treasure House. Everyone was shocked. The Treasure Pavilion of the Spiritual Academy is where all the treasures of the Spiritual Academy are collected. Even the treasures on the first floor are not something that ordinary people can possess. Tianlan became even more jealous when he heard this. If I can get this magic weapon from it, it will definitely be like adding wings to a tiger. As the cloud-breaking sword fell, 10 disciples stood on the stage and looked at each other. Looking at the people in front of him who were already injured and weak, Tianlan smiled coldly. You bunch of losers, just get out of here and don't disturb me and Mu Feng in my duel. With your strength, you are not worthy of standing in front of me. Seeing Jia Tianlan being so arrogant, several people were so angry that their faces turned blue. To have come this far, they are geniuses among geniuses. How can I be humiliated by others at will? But they knew very well that with their current strength, they would definitely not be a match for Jia Tianlan. Everyone, Jia Tianlan is so arrogant, I believe you all can't swallow this anger in your hearts. Humph, it's just a matter of practicing a few years in advance. Give me a few years, and I can also reach the heaven and earth realm. Stop talking nonsense. With our current abilities, it is unlikely that we can defeat him. The only way is... After the words fell, several people locked their eyes on Mu Feng. One of them laughed miserably and said, when you became number 1 on the Xianhuang ranking, I looked down on you. I never thought that now you have the best chance of defeating Jia Tianlan. In that case, since we are all upset with Jia Tianlan, let's give you a hand." As soon as he finished speaking, the man's body was filled with spiritual energy. He mobilized the power in his body with all his strength and glared at Jia Tianlan. "Junior brother, don't say that we, as senior brothers, didn't take care of you. You should recover your strength. We will do our best to wear him down. Whether we can win depends on you." Boom! In an instant, several people rushed out quickly and attacked Jia Tianlan together. Mu Feng did not expect that these senior brothers would actually help him, and he couldn't help feeling grateful. Today's battle was no longer a fight between freshmen and old students in the outer courtyard, but a fight between nearly all disciples and Jia Tianlan, who were dissatisfied with his arrogance. The disciples watching couldn't help but shout loudly. "Go ahead, brothers. Kill that guy. Go. This Jia Tianlan is so arrogant, teach him a lesson." Several instructors had not expected that these people would actually take the initiative to help Mu Feng consume Jia Tianlan. Because of Jia Tianlan's arrogance, he has angered almost all the disciples on the Xianhuang list. Huadong shook his head in surprise. This boy has good talent, but unfortunately has bad conduct. Humph, it's normal for him to be attacked by others for bullying the weak. Such a disciple should not have been admitted to the spiritual academy in the first place. Duanyun's sword was also somewhat dissatisfied. After all, Jia Tianlan's arrogant personality made him extremely unhappy. Only Xue Rui frowned. Even if these people are willing to help, how much of Tianlan can they consume when they are at the end of their strength? Seeing everyone rushing towards him, Tianlan was extremely angry. A bunch of losers, they are still huddling together for warmth even when they are about to die. Today I will show you the true strength of the heaven and earth realm. As soon as he finished speaking, Jia Tianlan jumped up. Endless spiritual power emerged, and unprecedented terrifying pressure swept across the entire arena. When 8 disciples joined forces, the powerful battle was extremely shocking. "Ants! Get out of here!" Jia Tianlan spoke angrily, and his hands condensed a powerful vortex of spiritual energy. Raging wind art. Wild wind destroys the forest. Endless strong winds emerged from between heaven and earth and bombarded the 8 people. The combined attack of the 8 people was actually broken down in an instant, and the rolling strong wind hit the 8 people fiercely. Puff! Blood spurted out, and the 8 people's faces turned pale in an instant and they fell to the ground. How terrifying! Is this the realm of heaven and earth? He actually defeated 8 senior brothers at the peak of Xianhuang realm at the same time. This strength is beyond the reach of Xianhuang realm. Everyone looked extremely surprised. Seeing several disciples falling to the ground, Jia Tianlan looked at Mu Feng with an arrogant expression. "Boy, the number 1 person in this outer courtyard must be me, Jia Tianlan. In front of me, there is no place for you ants to shout at me." Looking at Jia Tianlan, who was extremely proud in front of him, Mu Feng's face became increasingly gloomy. He spoke softly to the 8 disciples on the ground. Thank you, brothers. Leave it to me next. As soon as the words fell, the surroundings fell into silence, and everyone was waiting for this long-awaited epic battle. Call. The cold wind blew away the smoke and dust on the arena. Bang! The spiritual power vibrated, and two powerful spiritual powers collided in the air, causing a dull sound. The onlookers all held their breath, their hearts in their throats. The next moment, Jia Tianlan took the first step. He rushed towards Mu Feng quickly, with light blue spiritual power covering his whole body, and countless wind blades condensed from strong winds appeared all around him. I saw Jia Tianlan pointing towards Mu Feng with one hand. Wind blades rolled in, locking down all parts of Mu Feng's body. The first move was fatal. Mu Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, the sword spirit turned into a stream of light and rushed out, and the sword controlling technique was immediately activated. Sword 3. Fly. The long swords intertwined into a silver sword net, blocking Mu Feng in it, and the wind blades hit the sword net. There was a burst of ping-pong sounds. But he couldn't shake Mu Feng at all. Some skills. Jia Tianlan grinned, and when the wind blade dissipated, he punched towards Mu Feng. Mu Feng was quick-eyed and quick-handed. He used all the yin and yang power in his left hand, and the immortal bone demon blood reached its peak at this moment. Two surging forces collided with each other. There was a constant whistling sound, and everyone covered their eyes as they were swept away by the aftermath of the two forces. That's not all. The huge impact caused by the two spiritual powers actually caused tiny cracks on the solid arena. The arena that was originally used to strictly restrict the contestants was now completely destroyed by the two people on the stage. You are so brave to compete with me in the heaven and earth realm with spiritual power. Jia Tianlan's eyes were full of madness. He increased the spiritual power in his hands and pressed Mu Feng to the ground step by step. The simple and rough impact of spiritual power can clearly reflect the advantages and disadvantages brought about by the high and low levels of realm. In front of the Tiandi realm, no matter how strong the Xianhuang realm is, there is no way to resist. Seeing that Mu Feng was constantly losing the upper hand, the people around him became nervous. They clenched their fists and were worried about Mu Feng. Is Mu Feng really going to lose? Mu Feng, see. This is the difference between you and me. So what if I'm number 1 on the Xianhuang ranking? So what if I'm number 1 among freshmen? Unless you enter the realm of heaven and earth, you will always be a waste. Jia Tianlan was extremely proud, his eyes full of madness, and spoke to Mu Feng. He wanted to let Mu Feng understand that the first place in the outer courtyard would always belong to him, Jia Tianlan. Only he deserves the title of number 1, no one else deserves it. Seeing that Mu Feng's legs were sinking into the ground, several instructors looked at Mu Feng with some concern. Especially Xue Rui. It is unprecedented that Mu Feng can achieve this with the strength of the 7th level of Xianhuang. It is somewhat unrealistic to want to truly defeat the Tiandi realm. Wen Suxin also looked at Mu Feng anxiously. His eyes were full of panic. Senior sister Ruqing, brother Mu Feng will be fine, right? Looking at Wen Suxin's tearful eyes, Ruqing could only comfort her stiffly. Don't worry, your brother Mu Feng won't lose that easily. Boom. Just when everyone was feeling discouraged, Mu Feng's aura rose again. The spiritual power was shaking continuously, and a trace of blood red burst out in the eyes. The blood demon's spirit rolled wildly in the body, almost boiling the demon's blood. The deep purple demonic energy gathered around Mu Feng, and both the spiritual and demonic energies burst out, causing Tianlan to be shocked. The Mu Feng in front of him seemed like an ancient demon god. His crazy aura actually made him feel a little frightened. Bang! The spiritual power surged into the sky and actually shook Jia Tianlan high into the sky. When everyone saw this scene, they couldn't help but cheer loudly. Mu Feng succeeded. He actually took on Jia Tianlan's attack. He's worthy of being him. Hearing that the people around him were cheering for Mu Feng, Tianlan's eyes were filled with anger. His right hand was open, holding a spear tightly. Gale Gun. The third-grade spiritual weapon, the Fierce Wind Spear. Looking at the powerful spiritual power fluctuations emanating from the spear, there was no fear in Mu Feng's eyes. Bend your legs slightly and jump upwards suddenly. The huge force directly crushed the entire ring, and his figure also rose high into the air. The long sword flew again, carrying the spiritual and demonic energies, and slashed towards Jia Tianlan fiercely. Endless scarlet sword energy emerged, and Mu Feng was like a real blood demon, with a crazy bloodthirsty desire in his eyes. For a moment, Jia Tianlan was forced to retreat step by step. Impossible. Impossible. I am in the heaven and earth realm, how could I be forced to retreat by this brat? Impossible. Jia Tianlan's eyes were full of disbelief. He swept the spear in his hand and then punched. Confronted with Mu Feng. Boom. The two collided, but both ended up retreating, evenly matched. When his figure landed on the ground, everyone could see Mu Feng's expression at the moment and couldn't help but gasp. The slightly floating long hair has now turned purple-red, and the clarity in the pupils has also turned into a terrifying blood red. Even the originally silver-white sword began to exude a strange aura that did not belong to spiritual power. Mu Feng's demeanor. The five mentors looked at this scene in surprise, their eyes full of shock. Mu Feng actually kept adapting to the opponent's strength during the battle and found the most suitable technique to fight the enemy. This kind of combat capability is truly incredible. Even if you have extraordinary fighting skills, you still can't bridge the gap between you and me in the face of true realm advantage. Everything is in vain. Jia Tianlan narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Mu Feng, the murderous intent in his heart growing stronger. Today, Mu Feng must die. Wind control technique. Wild wind sweeps and kills. I saw Jia Tianlan shouting angrily with his hands open wide. The surrounding sky and earth changed color, endless strong winds emerged, and the surrounding spiritual energy turned into streams of light, converging towards the direction of Jia Tianlan. Mu Feng. Do you know the truly terrifying thing about the heaven and earth realm? It is to control the heaven and earth. And use it for your own benefit. No matter how strong you are fighting alone, how can you compete with the world? Ha 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 ha. As soon as he finished speaking, the strong wind behind Jia Tianlan almost condensed into substance, making the people around him extremely uneasy. This is the most powerful move of the Earth-level martial arts wind control technique. I didn't expect that Jia Tianlan would be able to perform it after entering the heaven and earth realm. This move is extremely powerful. Mu Feng is in danger now. Mu Feng, surrender quickly, you are no match for this move. Everyone couldn't help but shout loudly, trying to tell Mu Feng not to insist. Not to mention Mu Feng, even the top 100 masters on the Xianhuang list combined may not be able to block this move. Without entering the heaven and earth, we are all ants. Mu Feng, did you see that? You will lose, you will die. I am Jia Tianlan, the real number one, the one who is truly blessed by nature. Boom. A huge amount of spiritual power rolled down, sweeping across the entire square. Mu Feng took a deep breath, gripped the sword in his hand tighter, and his eyes became more fierce. I said before, you are not worthy to be my opponent. Even if you can rule the world, I will still go against the heavens. The sword and the devil become one, the ultimate art of the three peaks. The magic sword breaks through the air. Combining the three moves into one, Mu Feng unleashed an unprecedented sword intent, like the surging Yangtze River, with no end in sight. Everyone stood up and looked at Mu Feng. They all understood that this move was the winning move for both of them. The sword's shadow shot up into the sky, and the long sword emitted a strong demonic aura as it slashed down towards Jia Tianlan. Looking at the powerful sword moves in front of him, Jia Tianlan gritted his teeth and drove the strong wind behind him to attack. Mu Feng! Go to hell! The crazy voice echoed throughout the square, and the two spiritual powers collided with each other. Bang! Under the impact of spiritual power, the entire arena turned into powder, and countless afterwaves vibrated towards the surrounding disciples. The five great mentors' faces suddenly changed and they moved immediately. Standing at the five corners of the square, they worked together to cast a spiritual barrier that covered all the disciples. Bang, bang, bang. Endless smoke and dust emerged, covering the two of them. The smoke and dust gradually dissipated until the spiritual power gradually dissipated. The entire square in front of him had been reduced to ruins, but two figures were still standing proudly among the ruins, refusing to admit defeat. Who's winning? Countless eyes were looking ahead, hearts beating wildly. Looking at Jia Tianlan who was still standing in front of him, Mu Feng smiled, the sword in his hand dissipated, and he fell straight backwards. Seeing that Mu Feng was no longer able to fight, Jia Tianlan burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. I win, I win. I am the real number one in the outer courtyard. Puff. Before Jia Tianlan could finish his words, blood suddenly splashed into the air. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Jia Tianlan actually split neatly in the middle, and its two eyes separated in two places with reluctance. For a moment, everything was silent. Everyone opened their eyes wide, looking at what was happening before their eyes in disbelief. The next moment, loud cheers echoed throughout the square. Mu Feng! Mu Feng! Mu Feng! Mu Feng! Everyone raised their arms and shouted, the voices getting louder and louder, their eyes filled with eagerness. The Xianhuang realm defeated the Tiandi realm. This kind of thing that is impossible to accomplish happened to Mu Feng. Those who originally looked down on Mu Feng were now convinced by him. Even Shui Rui didn't expect that this young man who came from a remote city could achieve this point. Tang Meiyao and Wen Suxin hurried forward. Help Mu Feng who was lying on the ground. Brother Mu Feng, are you okay? Xiao Mu Feng, what's wrong? Seeing the two women looking at him with worry, Mu Feng's pale face flashed a bitter smile. I'm fine. At this moment, Shishan rushed towards him, crying loudly. Brother, brother. Are you okay? I thought you were going to die. Get lost. Mu Feng kicked out in anger, knocking Shishan over. Duanyun's sword looked at Mu Feng, then at Shui Rui. Teacher Shui, I see that this boy has superb swordsmanship. How about giving him to me and letting him learn swordsmanship from me? Don't even think about it, just go and announce the results of the competition. Shui Rui spoke unhappily. Before the competition, no one was optimistic about him, but after the competition, he wanted to compete with her. What kind of person is he? Duanyunjian smiled and shook his head, then came to Mu Feng. The champion of this external school competition is Mu Feng. With this announcement, the cheers reached a climax again. At this moment, Mu Feng, who should have been enjoying the praise and cheers, had his eyes go dark and fainted. I don't know how long it took. Mu Feng opened his eyes drowsily. Next to my ears, there was the sound of a fierce quarrel. Brother Mu Feng and I have been childhood sweethearts, so I should be the one feeding him. Childhood sweetheart? Little Mu Feng is a disciple of our Danfeng, and I brought him in personally. If he needs to be fed, it should be me, the senior sister. Humph, he and I are both disciples of Master Shui, so how come it's not your turn? Oh, you are quite arrogant, little girl. But I advise you to go back and grow up for 2 more years. I am afraid Mu Feng will not like your weight. Tang Meiyao looked at Wen Suxin proudly and pushed her breasts forward. The white rabbit wrapped in the gauze skirt almost jumped out. When Wen Suxin saw this scene, her face flushed and she gritted her teeth and said, "Obscene." Cough cough cough. A violent cough interrupted the fight between the 2 women. Seeing Mu Feng wake up, the 2 girls hurried to the bedside. "Brother Mu Feng, are you okay?" Wen Suxin asked anxiously. Compared to Wen Suxin's reserve, Tang Meiyao was much more passionate and directly hugged Mu Feng tightly in her arms. "My little Mu Feng, you finally woke up. Do you know how long you were unconscious? I was worried to death." Mu Feng was speechless. "Senior sister Tang, if you keep suffocating me like this, I'm really going to die." Seeing this, Tang Meiyao let go of her hand and looked at Mu Feng awkwardly. Just as the 2 women were about to start a new round of confrontation, a biting cold air swept over. Before the 3 of them could react, Shui Rui had already appeared in the courtyard. "Meet Teacher Shui. You 2 go down, I have something to explain to Mu Feng." "Yes." Seeing Shui Rui coming, the 2 girls could only leave in shame. Watching the 2 of them leave, Mu Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was quite a headache for him to face these 2 guys after he had just recovered from a serious injury. How is it going?" Shui Rui looked at Mu Feng with a smile and asked. "I feel like my condition is very bad. I can't mobilize even a little bit of spiritual energy." Mu Feng said with a wry smile. Although he had already found a way to fuse souls and spirits, and introduced it into his own fighting skills, achieving the unity of the 3 styles. But with his current strength, it was still very difficult for him to display it. "If I hadn't been holding on for a breath, I might have really died." "You are such a fool. You don't know how to take care of your body." Shui Rui pointed at Mu Feng's forehead with her index finger in annoyance, her eyes full of resentment. "This is a recovery pill. If you swallow it, your injuries will heal faster. By the way, according to the competition rules, the disciple who ranks first will receive a spiritual stone subsidy and the opportunity to go to the treasure pavilion. If you have recovered, go to the treasure pavilion as soon as possible to select items." "I understand. Thank you, Master." Mu Feng took the pill and swallowed it directly. His originally lifeless meridians instantly became active. "Also, this is for you." Shui Rui waved her jade hand gently and threw a badge towards Mu Feng. "This is?" Looking at the golden badge in his hand, Mu Feng was a little confused. "I took advantage of the chaos to get the badge of Jia Tianlan. It contains all of Jia Tianlan's spiritual stone reserves." Mu Feng looked at Shui Rui in surprise and exclaimed. "This is against the rules. When a disciple dies, shouldn't the badges be returned to the spiritual academy? What kind of rules are these?" "My rules are the rules. I'm leaving now. You should take care of your injuries." Shui Rui waved her hand nonchalantly and turned away. Looking at the badge in his hand, Mu Feng smiled slightly. The spiritual power penetrated and divided all of Tianlan's spiritual stones over. This guy has been occupying the first place on the Xianhuang ranking for so long, but he only has this little savings. Looking at the 200,000 spirit stones in the badge, Mu Feng couldn't help but frown. "I thought this guy must be a millionaire. Adding the 100,000 spirit stone subsidy, it is only 300,000 spirit stones. It can be said that there is still a long way to go before buying Kunlingpa. Forget it, let's go to the treasure pavilion first to see if there are any good treasures. After stretching, Mu Feng estimated that his injuries had recovered by 40% to 50%. He decided to put the matter of the spirit stones aside and go to the treasure pavilion. But Shui Rui's elixir is really extraordinary. The injury healed so quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Feng activated the sword spirit, stepped on the long sword, and rushed towards the treasure pavilion. Not long. A towering attic appeared in front of Mu Feng. The attic was extremely magnificent, with 7 floors, and each floor was as high as a mountain. The 7 floors stacked together made it impossible for Mu Feng to see the top at a glance. Outside the treasure pavilion, there are powerful fluctuations of spiritual energy. If my guess is correct, there should be a formation guarding it of a fairly high grade. After his feet landed on the ground, Mu Feng walked to the door of the treasure house. An old man was holding a broom, sweeping the fallen leaves in front of the treasure pavilion. The old man's aura was steady, like an abyss with no end to it. Mu Feng was a little surprised. Although the old man looked ordinary, his cultivation was extraordinary. Disciple Mu Feng, nice to meet you, senior. Oh. You are Mu Feng? The old man put down the broom in his hand and looked at Mu Feng with a smile. Senior, do you know me? You fought against the heaven and earth with Xian Huang. Who in the entire spiritual academy hasn't heard of your name? After saying that, the old man waved at Mu Feng with a smile. Go in quickly. You only have 1 hour. If you miss that time, you won't be able to get out. Thank you, senior. After saying this, Mu Feng rushed towards the treasure house. As soon as he walked in, the scene in front of him shocked Mu Feng so much that he stood there in a daze. Countless balls of light suspended in the air intertwined in midair, like a galaxy, so dazzling that Mu Feng couldn't help but stop and watch. Among them, the 3 light balls located in the center emitted the most intense light. As expected, these 3 balls of light must be the most valuable items in the treasure house on the first floor. With a leap, Mu Feng came in front of the 3 light balls. Look at it carefully. He raised his hand and the light dissipated, revealing 3 volumes of ancient martial arts techniques. The top-grade earth-level technique, falling leaf sword technique. The top-grade earth-level technique, the Big Dipper palm. The top-grade earth-level technique, the desolate cold wind technique. I didn't expect that there are actually 3 earth-level upper-grade techniques. This level of techniques can only exist on the first level. On the upper levels, there must be heaven-level techniques, or even spirit-level techniques. Mu Feng was extremely shocked. As expected of Kunling Academy, their actions are very generous. Why are you so shocked, kid? It's just a mere earth-level technique, and you look like this. Yu Huanqing's voice rang out, disturbing Mu Feng's interest. Hey, I finally got first place in the competition, can you please praise me? Praise you? You haven't fulfilled the conditions you promised me yet. 1 year, calculate how much you have left. If you don't work hard, the old guys behind me will be restless. Hearing Yu Huanqing's voice, Mu Feng's hair stood on end. But he could only smack his lips helplessly, feeling unhappy. Then tell me, which of these 3 exercises should I choose? Mu Feng asked. Compared to himself, Yu Huanqing's understanding of martial arts books must be more profound. But Yu Huanqing just shook his head slightly and said something quite arrogant, which made Mu Feng very angry. It's all garbage, it's useless. It's useless? Mu Feng frowned. These 3 martial arts books were already the most precious ones on the first floor of the treasure pavilion. How could they be considered rubbish? Yu Huanqing smiled slightly, his eyes full of disdain. Otherwise, these 3 exercises are of no benefit to you. If you practice them, they might even lower your level. There is no need for them at all. After hearing Yu Huanqing's words, Mu Feng could only give up on her reluctantly. After all, Yu Huanqing said so these 3 exercises must not be suitable for him. With a leap, Mu Feng started searching the first floor of the treasure pavilion. The treasure house not only contains martial arts techniques, but also various spiritual weapons. But most of them are first or second grade spiritual weapons, which are of little use to me now. As time passed, Mu Feng had finished browsing most of the items on the first floor. But Yu Huanqing either said it was rubbish or shook her head. No item caught her eye. After choosing for a long time, even Mu Feng felt a little frustrated. Boy, you have yin and yang energy in your body. Ordinary spiritual cultivation techniques are of no help to you. Why don't you change direction and see if there is any bodybuilding technique? Dan Lao spoke up. Although he specialized in alchemy, his cultivation was not low, and he quickly saw the problem. Hearing what Elder Dan said, Mu Feng's eyes lit up. All of his spiritual attributes are completely dependent on the yin and yang qi. Ordinary cultivation methods cannot bring out the effects of the yin and yang qi at all. It is better to find another way and forge your body. Thank you for your advice, Mr. Dan. Because physical cultivators are rare, there are not many bodybuilding exercises on the first level. Mu Feng ran toward several books on bodybuilding exercises, ready to choose one from them. At this moment, the entire treasure pavilion was filled with noises. Mu Feng, you don't have much time left, please come out as soon as possible. The old man's voice echoed in the treasure house, startling Mu Feng. Speed up your pace. In front of me are several books on bodybuilding exercises. The highest level is at the lower grade of the profound rank, and the highest is only at the lower grade of the earth rank. Although the level is not high, there is no more suitable exercise at present. The power of the vast sea and blue dragon. At this moment, a book of martial arts caught Mu Feng's eye, arousing his interest. A low-grade heavenly rank technique. Why is it in the treasure pavilion on the first floor? Mu Feng held up the technique in some surprise. Logically speaking, heaven-level techniques were extremely rare and should not appear here. After opening it, Mu Feng finally understood. The reason why this book of Hanhai Canglong Jin is at the first level is only because it is incomplete. The vast sea blue dragon power is divided into 7 levels. When practiced to perfection, 7 levels of energy can be stored in the body. It can not only consolidate the blood and strengthen the body, but also release the 7 levels of energy and then detonate it. It can be said to be extremely powerful. This technique is not bad, the lower limit is not low, but unfortunately the second half is missing, the upper limit is locked, and it is slightly inferior to ordinary earth realm techniques. Yu Huanqing spoke. So what do you think, Senior Yu, about this technique I choose? It can be used. Compared with ordinary bodybuilding exercises, it has more combat moves. If the missing parts can be found and completed in the future, it will be very powerful. Seeing this, Mu Feng nodded immediately. He joyfully put away the power of the vast sea dragon and rushed towards the gate. Hey, which martial arts book did you choose? Let me see. Seeing Mu Feng coming out, the old man asked with a smile. Seeing the vast sea blue dragon power in Mu Feng's hand, a hint of surprise appeared in the old man's eyes. It's actually this technique. You have good taste, kid. Thank you for the compliment, senior. Mu Feng smiled slightly and clasped his hands together. Since you want to practice this vast sea blue dragon power, you can go to the Qi Condensation Tower. The environment there is very beneficial for forging the body. Thank you for the reminder, senior. I will be there soon. Mu Feng nodded excitedly, leaped up, stepped on the sword and quickly rushed towards the Qi Condensation Tower. He couldn't wait to see how powerful this lower-grade heavenly technique was. The Qi Condensation Tower is a major holy place for cultivation in Kunling Academy. The spiritual energy in each level is extremely abundant. When practicing in it, the body will be squeezed exponentially by the spiritual energy to forge the body. The higher the level, the stronger the oppression. Originally only the inner court disciples were qualified to enter here, but as Mu Feng was Xue Rui's direct disciple, he was also qualified to practice here. In front of the dark tower, Mu Feng walked in excitedly. As soon as he entered, a strong sense of oppression hit his shoulders, almost making Mu Feng kneel down. What a terrifying feeling of oppression! If an ordinary Xianhuang realm cultivator came here, I'm afraid he would be crushed to pieces. Mu Feng's pupils trembled, and he finally understood why this Qi Condensation Tower was only open to the inner courtyard. It's really uncomfortable to come here without the strength of heaven and earth. Inside the tower, there were several disciples sitting cross-legged. The strength of these people is at the level of heaven and earth, several times stronger than Jia Tianlan. When he saw Mu Feng coming, a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. How did this 7th-level Xianhuang guy get here? Not only did he withstand the pressure of the first level of the Qi Condensation Tower, but he also seemed to be able to do it with ease. My fellow apprentice brother, the Qi Condensation Tower is only open to inner courtyard disciples. It is against the rules for you to barge in like this. A senior brother stepped forward to remind Mu Feng. If you are caught by the spiritual academy, the punishment will be severe. Facing the kind reminder from the person in front of him, Mu Feng smiled slightly. My name is Mu Feng, and I am the direct disciple of Master Xue Rui. According to the rules, I am also qualified to enter this place to practice. Thank you for the reminder, senior brother. Mu Feng. Upon hearing this name, the surrounding disciples were immediately horrified and retreated to the back. It was more of a retreat than a shock. It seemed as if he would be in huge trouble if he spoke a few more words to Mu Feng. Seeing this scene, Mu Feng didn't want to think too much. He just sat cross-legged and meditated, using his body to try to adapt to the oppressive feeling around him. Only after he became thoroughly familiar with the environment of the first floor did Mu Feng step into the second floor, seeking more exciting training. Looking at Mu Feng's back as he walked up, several people looked at each other. As expected, he is a monster that can defeat the heaven and earth realm. With this kind of talent for cultivation, if he is given a few years, I wonder how he will grow. Hush up. That person has spoken. As long as Mu Feng steps into the inner courtyard, he will be stepped on so hard that he can't raise his head. If he hears us, you and I will be finished. When they heard the other party mention that person, the faces of the people around them changed again and again. That person is not someone that these inner courtyard low-level disciples can afford to offend. His cold and cruel nature made them shudder. At this moment, Mu Feng has already arrived at the second floor of the Qi Condensation Tower. The oppressive feeling here is almost 10 times stronger than that of the first level. Even if Mu Feng has a strong body, he cannot withstand the pressure with his immortal bones and demon blood without activating his spiritual power to protect his body. But in front of Mu Feng, there was actually a man who was performing a set of boxing techniques. He had a slender posture and walked steadily, as if he was not affected by the oppression at all. His white robe was not stained with a trace of sweat. Although the movements were slow, the waves of spiritual energy emitted were extremely powerful. It feels like using softness to overcome hardness. Looking at this set of boxing techniques, Mu Feng couldn't help but feel a sense of familiarity. Isn't what the man in front of him is practicing the vast sea blue dragon power? After finishing a set of boxing, the man exhaled lightly, his eyes clear. He raised his eyes and found that Mu Feng was looking at him with some surprise in his eyes. With the strength of the 7th level of Xianhuang, he was able to reach the second floor of the Qi Condensation Tower. Although it looked a bit strenuous, this level of physical strength was unprecedented in the Xianhuang realm. You should be Mu Feng, who has become very famous recently. The man looked at Mu Feng and said with a smile. Mu Feng greets you, senior brother. I am really sorry for disturbing your practice without any reason. Mu Feng spoke with some embarrassment. Staring at others practicing was impolite, not to mention that he had been staring for so long. You don't have to call me senior brother, just call me Huaizhen. Huaizhen waved his hand gently and didn't bother with Mu Feng about this matter. Huaizhen. Hearing this name, Mu Feng felt somewhat familiar. Suddenly, he remembered where he had seen this name. Ranked 10th on the Heaven and Earth list, Huaizhen. He once single-handedly wiped out an evil sect and fought against 7 masters of the Heaven and Earth realm alone without losing the upper hand. His strength is so powerful. Brother Huaizhen, you are too polite. You are well known in the spiritual academy. Junior brother, you are joking. In terms of reputation, who in the entire Spirit Academy can compare to you? Huaizhen spoke with a smile, with admiration for Mu Feng in his eyes. Mu Feng is powerful but humble and polite. Compared with Jia Tianlan, that arrogant idiot, he is obviously more likable. Brother, are you here to forge your body? I came here to practice the vast sea blue dragon power. The power of the vast sea and blue dragon? Hearing this name, Huaizhen immediately became interested. People always like to be teachers. Seeing that Mu Feng also wanted to practice the vast sea blue dragon power, Huaizhen couldn't help but want to go up and give him some advice. Mu Feng also understood the ways of the world. When he saw Huaizhen wanted to teach him, he also started to flatter him. If an ordinary person boasted about his or her good practice, Huaizhen would still be dismissive and think that the person was just saying bullshit compliments. But Mu Feng is a well-known genius in the outer courtyard. If he praises himself for being good at practice, then he really is good at practice. With Huaizhen as his chief mentor, Mu Feng was able to master the vast sea blue dragon power at an extremely fast speed. In just a few days, he was able to compress the spiritual power in his body into qi power and gather it in his dantian. The energy penetrates the dantian and constantly stimulates the body. With the successful gathering of qi, Mu Feng could clearly feel that his body became stronger. Seeing that Mu Feng had successfully cultivated himself, Huaizhen nodded with satisfaction. The progress is very fast, several months faster than I was at the beginning, but it is still a long way from the first level of perfection. If you can forge your qi and blood with the dragon blood Xianhuang pill, it won't be difficult to enter the second level. Hearing Huaizhen's words, Mu Feng also smiled and nodded. Thank you for your guidance, brother. Mu Feng is very grateful. No need to thank me. You are a talented person, and I have benefited a lot from being able to teach you. However, I must remind you that you must not enter the 3rd floor of the Qi condensation tower before your vast sea blue dragon strength reaches the 2nd level. Otherwise, your meridians will be severed in an instant and you will die suddenly. Huaizhen warned Mu Feng seriously, which scared Mu Feng so much that he broke out in a cold sweat. If it weren't for Huaizhen, he would have already thought of rushing to the 3rd level. Okay, it's time for me to leave. You can continue practicing. By the way, you have to keep a low profile during this period. There's a guy targeting you. Targeting me? Why? Mu Feng asked doubtfully. You have a great reputation. You became a direct disciple when you first entered the spiritual academy. Do you know how many people hate you? You should know that although I am the 10th in the inner courtyard, I cannot become a direct disciple. Until now, I am just an ordinary disciple. Ordinary disciples are only one level higher than registered disciples, although they can also enjoy the guidance of the mentor. But it is still a long way to go to get the treatment of a personal disciple. I can convince you, but others may not. You need to pay special attention to one person. Who? Hearing this, Mu Feng couldn't help but frown. Ranked third on the heaven and earth ranking, Qi Yan. Huaizhen spoke in a low voice, then turned and left, leaving Mu Feng alone. Red Flame. Mu Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. Just by hearing the name, one could tell that this guy was not someone to be trifled with. It's really a headache. Never mind. Maybe the protagonist is prone to being hated by others. I'll just deal with it as it comes. Shaking his head with a wry smile, Mu Feng sat cross-legged and continued to practice. At the same time, in a valley full of lava, a red-haired man was sitting cross-legged in meditation. His entire body was engulfed in flames, but he did not feel the slightest bit of pain, as if the flames were growing from his body endlessly. Suddenly, flames burst out. A little out of control. The man's face suddenly changed, and he hurriedly stabilized the spiritual power in his body, which calmed the flames. He opened his eyes, which were filled with gloom. This damn beast fire, I can't even tame it now. After saying that, the man stood up, waved his hand gently, and the flames on his body were instantly absorbed into his body. This person is Qi Yan. Mu Feng, Mu Feng, I didn't expect that idiot Jia Tianlan couldn't kill you. Whatever. It seems that only I can deal with you personally. Oh, Holy Spirit body. If you could become my cauldron, what a wonderful thing that would be. Call out. The long sword broke through the air and Mu Feng quickly returned to Shuling Peak. After several days of hard training in the Qi Condensation Tower, he finally consolidated the first level of the vast sea blue dragon power. Not only did his physical body improve greatly, but his realm also entered the 8th level of Xianhuang. It's only a stone's throw away from the realm of heaven and earth. If the pharmacist had not had something urgent to do and had not gone to find him himself, Mu Feng would have wanted to continue practicing to the 2nd level. Just when Mu Feng arrived above Shuling Peak. Below, a lively discussion caught his attention. Countless people formed a circle and cheered loudly at the two people in the center of the circle. A man was standing in front of Wen Suxin with an eager look on his face, and it was unknown what he was saying to her. But Wen Suxin's face was full of panic, and she kept backing away. But the people surrounding her from behind blocked her retreat, leaving her with nowhere to retreat. Look at the posture. That guy, is he confessing his feelings? Mu Feng looked at the scene with some strangeness, although his feelings towards Wen Suxin were more of a brotherly one. But when he saw someone expressing his love to Wen Suxin, Mu Feng couldn't help feeling uncomfortable. He leaped and came to Wen Suxin's side. Brother Mu Feng. Seeing Mu Feng, Wen Suxin hurried over, hugged his arms, and clung to him tightly. Looking at the frightened Wen Suxin, Mu Feng looked at the people in front of him with a gloomy look. This place is at the foot of Shuling Peak. What do you want to do by barging in without reason? Do what? The man who confessed his love grinned and looked at Mu Feng with some joking. Are you Mu Feng? It's me. I came here for Wen Suxin this time. I want to become her Taoist partner. If you know what's good for you, just get out of the way. I'm not a loser like Jia Tianlan. If you make me angry, you'll be in big trouble. Inner Court Disciple. Mu Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. The aura of heaven and earth exuded by this person must be a disciple of the inner courtyard. Seeing Mu Feng's expression change, the man became even more proud. Are you scared? Get out of here and don't disturb my courtship. What if I don't leave? Do you dare to hit me at Shuling Peak? I am your direct disciple. Mu Feng grinned and spoke with great pride. The man snorted coldly. Humph, even if you are my personal disciple, you are nothing but a waste of Xianhuang realm. Get out of here. As soon as he finished speaking, the man punched Mu Feng. Seeing the punch coming towards his face, Mu Feng smiled triumphantly. I'm just waiting for you to take action. The next moment, Mu Feng's figure flashed, and in just a short moment, he arrived in front of the man. What a fast speed, you! Mu Feng raised his hand and gathered the energy in his body into his palm. Don't give the man a chance to finish his words. A palm blasted out. The power of the vast sea and blue dragon was unleashed, and the energy surged, ready to explode in front of the man. At this moment, countless auras rushed in from afar. The law enforcement hall is here, please do not engage in private fights. The voice of Elder GNI rang out, shaking the entire sky. But when Mu Feng heard this, he had no intention of stopping and continued to strike out with his palm. Puff! Blood spurted out, the man flew backwards, fell heavily to the ground, and was seriously injured. His figure fell to the ground, and the people around him looked at Mu Feng in disbelief, with dazed expressions. He really did it? This guy really doesn't take the law enforcement hall seriously. Last time he killed someone, this time he injured someone, I'm afraid Elder GNI won't let him off. No one expected that Mu Feng would dare to ignore the law enforcement hall and attack in public. No one expected that Mu Feng could use his Xianhuang realm cultivation to seriously injure an inner court disciple of the Tiandi realm with one move. Even Mu Feng himself did not expect that the power of the vast sea blue dragon force was so tremendous. He originally thought that this was just a method of strengthening the body, but he didn't expect the attack to be so fierce. Presumptuous. Elder Ji Ni's face turned pale and he quickly came to Mu Feng. Mu Feng, as a direct disciple, you actually broke the law knowingly and beat up inner court disciples in public. Do you still have the law enforcement hall in your eyes? Do you still have the spiritual court? Seeing Elder GNI coming in person, the disciples around him were silent and dared not speak. He looked at Mu Feng with sympathy. Before, Mu Feng killed someone in public, which made Elder GNI extra careful. This time, he was afraid that he would not be able to escape no matter what. Looking at the man lying unconscious on the ground, Elder GNI looked at Mu Feng again. Mu Feng, the evidence is here, do you have anything else to say? Facing the anger of Elder GNI, Mu Feng shook his head slightly. This person harassed the disciples of Snow Spirit Academy first and tried to attack me. I was just defending myself. How dare you? You said you were acting in self-defense. Are you injured at all? Elder GNI narrowed his eyes slightly, wishing he could beat Mu Feng up. What he hated most was this kind of difficult-to-discipline troublemaker. He was too useless. He didn't have time to hurt me and was defeated by me. If you don't believe me, you can ask the Shuling Peak disciples behind me. Mu Feng spoke righteously, and not only that, the disciples of Shuling Peak behind him also started talking. Mu Feng is right. He was the one who harassed junior sister Su Xian first. Yes, this person wanted to become a Taoist partner when he saw a beautiful disciple. He has bad behavior and deserves to be beaten. Looking at these people, Elder Ji Ni's face was extremely gloomy. No matter what, it is a fact that Mu Feng was seriously injured. If he could be cleared of his guilt by public opinion, then what is the point of the law enforcement hall? No matter what, Mu Feng must be punished today. The evidence is irrefutable, yet you still dare to lie. Teacher Shui didn't teach you well, so I will teach you what it means to follow the rules. After saying that, Elder GNI suddenly raised his hand. The powerful momentum immediately moved heaven and earth, and the enormous pressure made Mu Feng unable to move. What a terrifying strength! Is this the strength of an elder? Everyone's eyes were filled with surprise. Normally, no one could make Elder GNI make such a big fuss. No one expected that Elder GNI was so powerful. Mu Feng's face became increasingly gloomy. Withstanding the pressure from the extremely resistant elder, he gritted his teeth and spoke. You come to arrest people without knowing the truth. Why didn't you arrest this guy when he was harassing Su Xian just now? Could he be your illegitimate child? You little bastard, you still dare to talk nonsense after all this. Raising his hand, Elder Gni slapped Mu Feng on the cheek, and a huge amount of spiritual power surged out, leaving Mu Feng no way to avoid it. Helpless, Mu Feng could only mobilize the spiritual and demonic energies in his body and raise his hand to fight back. Boom! When the two spiritual powers collided, Mu Feng was thrown backwards, while Elder Gni took a few steps back. Looking up, Elder Gni's eyes were filled with shock. Even with his cultivation at the peak of heaven and earth realm, he was unable to subdue Mu Feng with just one move. Boy, you have some strength, no wonder you dare to be so bold. I will teach you a lesson today and let you know that there are always people better than you. Geni's eyes narrowed and he was about to attack again. However, unexpectedly, in the distance, a strong icy air broke through the air and enveloped the entire Shuling Peak. A slightly squeamish rebuke echoed through the sky. You are extremely rude. You dare to touch my disciple Xuerui? Do you want to die? As soon as he finished speaking, Xuerui came from the sky and appeared in front of Mu Feng in just a moment. Snow is as you wish. When Gni saw Xuerui, his face turned extremely green. Teacher Xue, your disciple injured someone, and I am taking him back according to the laws of the Law Enforcement Hall. Faced with the extremely perverse accusation, Xuerui didn't even glance at it, turned around and asked. Mu Feng, what happened? This guy tried to hook up with Su Xian, and I didn't like it. He wanted to beat me up, and I fought back. Mu Feng summarized what happened simply and clearly. Wen Suxin also nodded gently towards Xuerui, proving that what Mu Feng said was correct. Hearing this, Xuerui frowned even deeper and looked at Elder Gni with a gloomy expression. You are so rude. You heard what my disciple said. This guy was wrong first. Why did you arrest my disciple instead of punishing him? This person is at fault, and we in the Law Enforcement Hall will certainly punish him, but we in the Law Enforcement Hall will not sit idly by and watch Mu Feng injure someone. The Law Enforcement Hall has its own rules to judge right and wrong. Gni said in a strong and powerful voice that holding the rules was his greatest confidence. But the person he happened to meet was the one who hated rules the most. Fuck your bullshit rules. In Shuling Peak, my rules are the rules. Xuerui's face turned cold instantly, the aura around her body continued to surge, and frost spread out from under her feet, making the Shuling Peak, which was already a little chilly, as cold as an ice cave. Teacher Xue, you are going against the Spiritual Academy. No matter what, our Law Enforcement Hall must take Mu Feng away today. Gni gritted his teeth and looked at Xuerui unconvinced. I'll take you with me. Get out of here. Xuerui could no longer suppress her inner anger, and powerful spiritual power vibrated out, actually knocking Elder Gni away. What a terrifying strength. What realm is this woman in? True Spirit Realm? Or Earth Spirit Realm? Looking at Xuerui's back, Mu Feng couldn't help but sigh secretly. Teacher Xue, you protected Mu Feng from hurting someone today. I will report this to the dean. He steadied himself and looked at Xuerui fiercely. Report to the dean? Humph, this person has evil intentions towards my disciple. Don't say that Mu Feng beat him up. If it were me, I would beat him up too. As a mentor, how can you be so rebellious? Treason? I'll show you what true treason is. As soon as the words fell, countless icy rays gathered towards the man on the ground. In an instant, the man was wrapped in countless icy rays, and with a flick of Xuerui's hand, the icy rays exploded. It turned into ice crystals all over the sky and dissipated between heaven and earth. No one expected that Xue Rui was even more cruel than Mu Feng, and she actually killed this man alive. You. Elder Ji and I looked at Xue Rui with trembling body. I'll report to the dean now. No need to report, I'm watching it all. A voice sounded slowly, and everyone looked up. At some point, a middle-aged man appeared in the air, watching everything with an indifferent expression. Dean. Xue Rui protected a disciple who injured someone and even harmed the disciples in the academy. You need to distinguish right from wrong. Ji and I hurried to the dean and spoke. Seeing Ji Ni's panic-stricken look, the dean looked at Xue Rui lightly. Rui, what do you think? Xue Rui took a step back, stood in front of Mu Feng and Wen Suxin, and spoke loudly. Today, I want to protect Mu Feng. I will kill anyone who dares to move. Seeing this, the dean couldn't help but sigh helplessly. Elder Ji and I wanted to maintain the rules of the spiritual academy. His intention was good, but he was not tactful enough in his work. But Xue Rui, this guy, hates the so-called rules the most. What's more, Mu Feng is in the right, and Xue Rui will never let Mu Feng be detained by the law enforcement hall no matter what. As for the dead man? Just die. He thought of using his status and position to bully men and women. The last person who did that was split in half by Mu Feng, let alone this guy. Besides, in such a big spiritual temple, no one would notice the appearance of an unknown corpse. What's more, there is not even a corpse. Thinking of this, the dean touched his chin and pondered for a moment. Everyone was waiting for the dean to make a decision, looking at him eagerly. Dean, if there is any fault, put it on me. If it weren't for me, Brother Mu Feng wouldn't have hurt anyone. Don't punish him. Wen Suxin suddenly ran out, knelt in front of the dean, and spoke. Wen Suxin, please get up first. No matter how you look at it, this matter cannot be blamed on you. The dean said with a bit of a smile. Forget it. Mu Feng hurt someone, but it was also out of protection for his fellow disciples. I will deduct his spiritual stone subsidy for that month as a punishment. Deduct the spirit stone subsidy for that month? Is it that simple? Elder Ji Ni's eyes were filled with disbelief. Such a serious crime was met with such a light punishment. Dean, this. Am I the dean or are you the dean? How about you be the dean? Seeing that Ji and I still wanted to refute him, the dean spoke impatiently. Seeing this, Ji and I had to lower his head and dared not speak again. Rules are used to restrain those who have no power, while those who have power can create rules. But the person who created the rules was right in front of him. No matter how dissatisfied he was, he couldn't speak. Everyone, go away. That's all for today. The dean waved his hand gently. Upon hearing this, all the disciples around also retreated. The dean landed on the ground, came in front of Mu Feng and raised his hand. Mu Feng thought that the dean was going to punish him, so he closed his eyes. Unexpectedly, the dean put his hand on his shoulder. Listen carefully to your master's words and don't let her down. I understand. Thank you, Dean. Mu Feng opened his eyes and saluted respectfully with his fists clasped. Seeing this, the dean cast a helpless look at Xue Rui and turned away. At midnight, Mu Feng stood on the top of the mountain. He looked at Xue Rui with some doubt. Master, why don't you let Su Xian try to awaken the Great Spirit Saint body? This way, when I'm not around, she will be able to protect herself better. Mu Feng had long noticed that since Wen Suxin entered Shuling Peak, the training she had received was nothing more than that of a regular disciple. It is of no help in awakening the holy body of Tai Ling. With Xue Rui's ability, it is not difficult to help Wen Suxin awaken the Tailing holy body. Hearing Mu Feng ask this, Xue Rui sighed helplessly. You know, the supreme spiritual body is one of the 10 great spiritual bodies, and it is extremely precious. Once it awakens, all forces will definitely scramble for it. Even if it's me, I may not be able to stop it. But it's good. Your action this time should make many people afraid to have any bad intentions towards Su Xian. Our Shuling Peak can be peaceful for a while. If you do it again, I'll beat you up. If anything goes wrong, I'll cover it for you. I can't say anything about other places, but in Kunlingyuan, no one dares to say anything about me, Xue Rui. After saying this, Xue Rui's face was filled with pride as she looked down at the entire Shuling Peak with pride. Hearing Xue Rui's helpless words, Mu Feng nodded slightly. However, he was also very curious about why Xue Rui, as a mentor, repeatedly violated the rules of the spiritual academy, taking away Jia Tianlan's badge last time and directly killing people this time. All of this shows that this woman seems to have an extraordinary hatred for rules. This may be related to his third condition. Mu Feng had a hunch that only if he became a truly powerful man would he be qualified to know this condition. At the same time, in the lava valley, Qi Yan slowly opened his eyes. They don't even care about the rules of the spiritual academy. The people of the Xue family are really so overbearing. Well, it seems that if we want to fight for the great spirit saint body, we can't let Xue Rui find an opportunity to take action. Little Mu Feng, you finally came to the Dan Hall to see me. In the alchemy hall, Tang Meiyao excitedly stepped forward and hugged Mu Feng into her arms. Senior sister, I came here this time to find out if the alchemy hall has the materials to refine the dragon blood mysterious yellow pill. Mu Feng stuck his head out of the abyss somewhat awkwardly and spoke. Dragon blood Xianhuang pill? That's a third-grade pill. What do you want it for? Tang Meiyao let go of her hand, looked at Mu Feng with some confusion, and asked. It is used to temper the body. Well, we do have other medicinal herbs, but the dragon blood crystal is no longer in the Dan Hall. Tang Meiyao thought for a moment before speaking. Mu Feng sighed helplessly. If he could refine the dragon blood profound yellow pill, then it would not be a problem for him to condense the second level of qi. But if there isn't even a Dan Hall, there's no need to think about other places. Seeing Mu Feng's drooping face, Tang Meiyao smiled and said. Don't worry, just because there's nothing in the spiritual academy doesn't mean there's nothing outside. Dragon blood crystals are stored in underground mineral veins. I know a few such places. Then can you take me there, senior sister? Mu Feng raised his head and spoke excitedly. If you want to go, I will take you there. Let's go now. Tang Meiyao smiled and took Mu Feng's hand and walked out of the Dan Hall gate. She didn't know how happy she was to be able to travel with Mu Feng. For some reason, ever since she was defeated by Mu Feng, she has been thinking about Mu Feng all day long, always hoping that Mu Feng could defeat her again. Now that such a great opportunity is right in front of her, how can she not seize it? As soon as they walked out of the alchemy hall, a mighty spiritual power came slowly, making everyone in the alchemy hall immediately alert. A figure, with his feet on red flames and his hands behind his back. Walking slowly from the distant sky. The man's footsteps were extremely strange. He seemed to be moving slowly, but each step covered a distance of dozens or even hundreds of feet. Looking at the figure, Mu Feng's eyes revealed a hint of vigilance. This person is very strong. He was so strong that the moment Mu Feng saw him, he instinctively took a defensive stance. When the others saw this figure, they opened their mouths in surprise and stood there in amazement. The man was floating in the air with a smile on his face, looking Mu Feng up and down. You must be Mu Feng. Yes, I am Mu Feng. Mu Feng frowned and looked at the figure with some vigilance, ready to take action at any time. Seeing Mu Feng so alert, the figure laughed. Let me introduce myself. I am a disciple from the inner courtyard, and my name is Qi Yan. Red Flame. Hearing this name, the people around were suddenly shocked. The man who once defeated a 4th-grade spirit beast alone. Third in the inner courtyard, Qi Yan. Brother Qi Yan, what are you doing here? Looking at Qi Yan, Mu Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. Huai Zhen had reminded herself long ago to be careful with the man in front of her. What's more, with Qi Yan's strength, Mu Feng cannot afford to relax. Faced with my pressure, you can still talk to me so calmly. The rumors are true. You do have some strength. Listening to Qi Yan's lazy yet condescending words, Mu Feng became even more alert. The guy in front of him had an indescribable arrogance, and his strength was enough to match his arrogance, allowing him to evaluate Mu Feng in such a condescending manner. Why be nervous? I came here today to discuss something with you. Brother, please speak. With your ability, you can't protect Wen Suxin. She needs someone better to protect her. Can you give her to me? When Mu Feng heard Qi Yan's words, his expression changed drastically. The spiritual energy in the body surged involuntarily. Brother Qi Yan, what do you mean by this? This is for your own good, and for hers. Qi Yan said with a smile. I'm afraid that this matter won't go as you wish. Su Xian is not an object, and there is no such thing as giving it away. Mu Feng's expression became increasingly gloomy. Qi Yan, on the other hand, kept looking at Mu Feng with a smile on his face, and said in a gentle voice. Do you know that the power of the great spiritual saint body will attract many forces to fight for it? Only by becoming my partner can she be best protected. You are talented, but you are too weak now. Too weak. Looking at Qi Yan's condescending attitude, Mu Feng felt extremely angry. He spoke in a deep voice. Su Xian is doing well under my protection. There is no need for you to worry about her, brother. Yeah. Qi Yan smiled slightly and put his hands behind his back. A huge pressure was released instantly, like a mountain pressing on Mu Feng's shoulders. Boom! His feet sank into the ground and Mu Feng's pupils trembled. See? This is the gap between you and me. If you want to protect Wen Suxin, you are not good enough. She is a supreme spirit saint body. Only by becoming a Taoist partner with me can she receive the best care. Only I can complement her and forge the supreme path together. As for you? As soon as he finished speaking, Qi Yan pointed with one hand. Powerful spiritual power came from the sky, and the seemingly light blow made Mu Feng extremely frightened. He quickly raised his hands, and the power of yin and yang flowed, blocking the attack head-on. Boom! The huge propulsion force forced Mu Feng to move backwards continuously, and his feet left 2 deep grooves on the ground. This is just a lesson. Leave her. You don't deserve her. Do you understand? The spiritual power dissipated and Qi Yan spoke again. He understood that using tough measures to force Wen Suxin would only cause Xue Rui's dissatisfaction. But after all, the person Wen Suxin is infatuated with is Mu Feng. As long as Mu Feng leaves Wen Suxin, it will only be a matter of time for him to win Wen Suxin's heart. Brother, what you said is a bit too absolute. His body shook, and under tremendous pressure, Mu Feng walked in front of Qi Yan. His eyes were full of determination. What Su Xian wants to do is her business, but if you interfere in Su Xian's affairs again, I will have no choice but to defeat you together with you. Wow! As soon as the words fell, the people around him opened their mouths in amazement. Defeat Qi Yan? Not to mention the outer courtyard, even in the inner courtyard, few people dared to say such words to Qi Yan. He is a cultivator at the peak of the heaven and earth realm. The favored one standing at the top of the inner courtyard. How crazy. But I am very curious, how are you going to defeat me now? Qi Yan laughed in surprise. You're probably afraid that you can't even take 3 of my moves. Why don't you make a move now, senior brother, and let me try? Mu Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, ready to respond. Looking at Mu Feng ready to go, Qi Yan smiled and waved his hand. You are just an outer courtyard disciple. If I really attack you, I will be ridiculed. When you enter the heaven and earth realm, if you can withstand 3 of my moves, I will consider not interfering in the affairs between you and Wen Suxin. After saying that, Qi Yan leaped up and disappeared into the sky. Looking at Qi Yan's departing back, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They didn't want to experience that strong feeling of oppression a second time. But the entire spiritual temple was no longer peaceful from then on. Qi Yan challenges Mu Feng to a 3-move challenge, just to compete for Wen Suxin. One dares to speak, the other dares to answer. One group of people laughed at Qi Yan for bullying the weak, and another group of people laughed at Mu Feng for being ungrateful, but no matter how the two sides argued. This is already the case. However, everyone believed that this battle was a one-sided situation. Who is Qi Yan? He is a prominent figure in Kunling Academy. Not to mention Mu Feng, even among the inner court disciples, only a handful of them could withstand 3 of his moves. When Xue Rui heard the news, she was very angry and almost rushed to the lava canyon to beat Qi Yan up. If Xue Rui had not been stopped by the dean, she would have broken the rules of the spiritual academy again. After all, this was a challenge that Mu Feng took on himself, and as his master, she couldn't say much. But when it comes to the holy body of Tai Ling, she can't calm down. Inside the lava canyon, Qi Yan sat cross-legged with his knees, his face full of pain, which was different from his previous gentle appearance. There is a voice echoing in my heart. Kill Mu Feng. As long as you kill him, the Holy Spirit body will be yours. He is just an outer courtyard disciple, so just kill him. With a cauldron like the Great Spirit Saint body, it will be easy for you to break through the true spirit realm. Don't you understand? Only the Holy Spirit body can make you transcend the ordinary and become a saint. Faced with the repeated temptations of this voice, Qi Yan's eyes gradually became bloodshot. At the same time, Mu Feng and Tang Meiyao had already arrived at the mission hall. This is where the spiritual academy assigns missions. If you complete the mission, you will receive corresponding subsidies. The higher the mission level, the more subsidies you will receive. Looking at the task list posted on the bulletin board, Mu Feng couldn't help but feel dazzled. Yellow level mission, 10 sky crystal fruits, 1000 spiritual stones. Xian level mission, essence and blood of a 3rd grade spirit beast, 10,000 spirit stones. Earth level mission, the shell of the black ice ant, 100,000 spirit stones. Seeing these tasks, Mu Feng couldn't help but sigh that this spiritual academy was really black-hearted. Outer courtyard disciples can only take on yellow level missions, and the reward is small each time. Starting from the mysterious level, there is no way out if you don't have the strength of the heaven and earth realm. Tang Meiyao also wanted to take advantage of this trip to take on a few more tasks and earn some spirit stones. At this moment, a dark signboard appeared in front of Mu Feng. This is... The wanted list contains all the criminals wanted by the spiritual academy. Even the last-ranked wanted criminal is a heaven-level task, which is not something we can deal with right now. Tang Meiyao began to explain. Mu Feng looked at the portraits on the wanted list and couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. Number 100 on the wanted list, Mo Xuanzi. Realm, Heaven and Earth Realm Level 7. Crime, killing dozens of inner court disciples of the spiritual academy. Mission reward, 200,000 spiritual stones. Just the one ranked 100th would get 200,000 spirit stones. As for the one ranked first, Mu Feng couldn't even think about it. After browsing, Mu Feng found that most of these wanted criminals came from the same force. Demon Dragon Palace. It is said that this is a transcendent force second only to Kunling Academy. They have committed numerous evil deeds in Tianxian territory and are so powerful that even Kunling Academy can't do anything about them. Okay, I've received a few yellow-level missions, let's go. Tang Meiyao grabbed Mu Feng's clothes and happily headed out of the spiritual courtyard. There were 4 figures standing on the flying carpet. In addition to Mu Feng and Tang Meiyao, even Huaizhen and Wen Suxin came together. Mu Feng originally wanted to go and come back quickly with Tang Meiyao. But he met Wen Suxin by chance. When Wen Suxin saw Mu Feng going out, she cried and insisted on following him. As for Huaizhen, they were traveling together because they had the same destination. Seeing Wen Suxin happily hugging Mu Feng's arm, Tang Meiyao became so angry that her face turned blue and she sat in the corner of the flying carpet gritting her teeth. And Huaizhen looked at these fellow junior brothers and sisters with a smile from beginning to end. I heard that you and Qi Yan have a 3-move agreement. Halfway through the flight, Huaizhen suddenly asked. Mu Feng nodded slightly. Indeed, but I have confidence. It's good to have confidence, but Qi Yan is not that easy to deal with, right? Huaizhen smiled and shook his head, then spoke. Senior brother Huaizhen has fought with him? Of course, as fellow inner court disciples, how can we not fight? However, I can only last 10 moves. 10 moves. Hearing this, everyone's face changed suddenly. Huaizhen is already the top master in the inner courtyard, with strength at the 6th level of the heaven and earth realm. Even he can only withstand 10 moves from Qi Yan. What a terrifying existence that Qi Yan must be. His lustful beast fire is extremely terrifying. Once it is touched, it cannot be extinguished. Even the first and second guys in the inner courtyard are extremely troubled. But I believe in you. Although 3 moves are difficult for you, they are not impossible to deal with. Huaizhen encouraged Mu Feng with a smile. Then I'll borrow your good words, senior brother. Mu Feng said somewhat embarrassedly. It seems that he underestimated the gap between him and Qi Yan after all. We're here. Huaizhen snapped his fingers, and the flying carpet tilted slightly and dived towards the ground. Soon, the 4 of them stood in front of a huge city. This is Xianhua City, one of the affiliated cities of Kunling Academy, and it is ruled by the Lord of Xianhua City. Many disciples who go out regard this place as a transit station to replenish supplies or rest here. However, even if it is a subsidiary city of Kunling Academy, you must be extra careful. Sometimes, the identity of a disciple of the academy is an honor, but it can also be a danger. Hearing Huaizhen's words, Mu Feng couldn't help but frown. Brother, are you talking about the demonic dragon palace? Yes, in addition to the demon dragon palace, there are many other forces that have conflicts with Kunling Academy. Of course, the demon dragon palace accounts for the majority. Why does the demon dragon palace hate the spiritual academy so much? Because there is a legend that the demon dragon palace master was a former disciple who defected from the spiritual academy. He was dissatisfied with the spiritual academy, so he specially established this force. However, no one can tell whether it is true or not. We can only hope that we don't meet him on this trip. After all, many disciples of the spiritual academy have been attacked and they went out during this period. The 2 guys in the inner courtyard are still outside tracking down the lair of this group of people. Huaizhen smiled and led the 3 of them into Xianhua City. We are here specifically to collect various materials. Don't get into any conflicts with others. It's better to be careful. Hearing Huaizhen's warning, several people nodded and followed him quietly. Along the way, many people looked at Mu Feng and his companion strangely. Most of these eyes were focused on Tang Meiyao and Wen Suxin. One has a hot body, the other is petite and cute, and the two women's beautiful looks make many people have wild thoughts. But when he saw the badges of the spiritual academy on the four people, he no longer had this idea. Kunlingyuan has always been protective of its people. If someone is discovered by Kunlingyuan, they will definitely investigate to the end and may even put him on the wanted list of Kunlingyuan. There was once a family that insulted a female disciple from the inner courtyard, and was then chopped in half by Jin Lingfeng's mentor, Duan Yunjian, with one sword. But despite this, there are still some guys who are not afraid of death. Likes to stir up trouble. Just as the four of them were preparing to purchase supplies and go outside to search for materials, a group of fast horses were rushing down the street. On horseback, a man in a white robe was holding a long whip, waving it towards both sides of the street. "Get out of my way. You'll all die a miserable death if you block my way." Mu Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. The horse was a second-grade spiritual beast. If its realm was a little lower, it would be half-crippled even if it didn't die. This man is the son of Xianyue city lord, named Xianqing. He failed to pass the spiritual academy assessment at first, but because his father has an unusual background, he has obtained a lot of resources. Looking at this man, Huaizhen said with some disgust. A useless guy who didn't pass the spiritual academy assessment is so lawless just because he has a city lord as his father? This world is really unfair. Mu Feng took a deep breath, without thinking too much, stood up and prepared to leave. At this moment, Xianqing suddenly tightened the reins, and the huge horse raised its head high in front of the four people, making a shrill neigh. Wen Suxin was so frightened that her face turned pale and she grabbed the corner of Mu Feng's clothes tightly. When he saw Wen Suxin and Tang Meiyao, Xianqing's eyes revealed an indescribable greed. Such a beautiful woman is rare in Xianyue city. What a wonderful experience it would be to have these two beauties under me. Suddenly, Xianqing sensed a strong murderous aura that locked him tightly. Their eyes met, and they met Mu Feng's eyes full of murderous intent. The cold murderous intent made him shiver. He is from Kunling Academy, and he is very powerful. He should be from the inner courtyard. Seeing Mu Feng's attire, Xianqing immediately made some guesses in his mind, and then smiled coldly. "Huh, so you are from Kunlingyuan. No wonder you dare to look at me like that. I have something else to do today, so I won't bother with you." After saying that, Xianqing rode away on his horse. Looking at his back, Mu Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. If Huaizhen had not warned him in advance, he would have beaten this waste from the Xianhuang realm to death long ago. "Let's go." Huaizhen patted Mu Feng's shoulder gently and motioned him to leave. As Mu Feng and the others turned around, many eyes appeared in the darkness, all staring at the four of them, quietly observing their every move. Not long after, Xianqing dismounted from his horse and came to a figure in a black robe. "Sir, these are the spirit stones collected this month, a total of more than 200,000, all here." Looking at the storage ring in his hand, the black shadow nodded slightly. "Well done, this is a reward for you." A pitch-black stone was thrown into Xianqing's arms. The sinister aura emanating from that stone was actually demonic energy. Seeing the stone, Xianqing couldn't help but feel ecstatic. "Oh, sir, today I was in the city and met 4 people from Kunling Academy. 2 of them were very powerful, and one of them even reached the heaven and earth realm. If we can take them down, we will be able to complete the plan smoothly." "Oh? Heaven and earth realm? Not bad. If someone on the inner court is on the list, he might be able to complete the refining process successfully. By then, my Demon Dragon Palace will be able to make further progress in no time. Your Excellency is wise. Should I ask someone to do it?" Don't alert the enemy. If that person is strong, your identity might be exposed. There is no rush. It won't be too late to take action after they leave Xianhua City. Yes, my lord. Xian Qing clasped his hands together and retreated respectfully. When there was no one around, the Black Shadow couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha, master, I will tell you that you made the wrong choice after all. I am the one who is qualified to be the dean. I will make you pay for what you did. The night was dark. After Mu Feng and his group prepared the supplies, they rushed into the forest. As long as he can refine the dragon blood Xianhuang pill, Mu Feng's vast sea blue dragon energy will be able to condense the second level of qi. When the time comes to face Qi Yan, Mu Feng is confident that there shouldn't be any big problems. The four of them jumped and flew, moving quickly through the dense forest. But they didn't notice the hillside in the distance. The dark shadow folded his arms and watched their every move. Several people wearing black light armor appeared behind him, knelt on one knee, and began to report. Sir, we have investigated clearly. Among these four people, the strongest one is called Huaizhen, who ranks 10th in the inner courtyard and is at the 7th level of the heaven and earth realm. The other man, named Mu Feng, is a new disciple of the spiritual academy this year. He is quite powerful and I heard that he has killed a heaven and earth realm warrior. That mature woman is named Tang Meiyao, a disciple of the alchemy hall. Her strength is average, but she is a third-grade alchemist. As for that girl, she is a holy body of great spirit. After hearing the information from his subordinates, Black Shadow's face showed excitement and his pupils trembled. Tai Ling holy body. Ha ha ha, great, great. God has finally shown me favor. Go and bring these four people to me. Kill the other three and extract their blood essence. As for the great spiritual saint body, keep it for me. Yes. Several people nodded in unison, and the next moment, their figures disappeared. Call out. At this moment, Mu Feng and the other three were still moving quickly towards the direction of the dragon blood crystal, without noticing anything at all. Several figures have already locked onto them. Boy, someone is coming towards you. Yu Hunqing spoke with a hint of teasing in his words, as if he was gloating. Mu Feng frowned. It was a desolate mountain area, with a dark night and strong wind. It was probably not a good thing for someone to be here at this time. Suddenly, a strong murderous intent descended. Mu Feng's face changed suddenly. Senior Sister Tang, get out of the way. As soon as she finished speaking, Tang Meiyao quickly turned sideways. A sharp black arrow brushed past her arm, leaving a deep blood mark. The sharp arrow pierced through dozens of waist-thick trees before it stopped completely. What a terrifying power! Tang Meiyao looked at the sharp arrow in front of her with lingering fear. If Mu Feng hadn't reminded her just now, this arrow would have been more than just a scratch on her arm. Instead, it went straight through her chest. Brace yourself, we are surrounded. Huaizhen frowned. He had already sensed several strange auras around him, and these auras were extremely sinister. As the words fell, several figures rustled out of the dense forest. Each of them wore light black armor, carried a bow and arrow, and had a long sword on his waist. There is also a faint purple symbol on the armor on the chest. It reflects a cold light under the moonlight. That's a purple dragon. Demon Dragon Palace. Huaizhen frowned. Why would the Demon Dragon Palace notice them? Su Xian, Senior Sister Tang, hide behind me. Mu Feng spoke. He gathered spiritual energy in his hands and looked vigilantly at the figures in front of him. These guys all have the strength of heaven and earth realm. Although they are not as strong as Huaizhen's 7th level heaven and earth realm, their numbers make them not that easy to deal with. What's more, the aura they exude. This also shows that these people fought their way out of a sea of blood and corpses, and are not on the same level as ordinary people in the spiritual academy. The next moment, several people took action together. He drew the sword from his waist and rushed towards Mu Feng and his companions. "Brother Mu Feng, be careful!" Wen Suxin shouted in panic. Seeing the long sword approaching, Mu Feng pointed his finger and the sword's spirit quickly leaped up. Sword 3. Fly. The dense sword net firmly blocked the attacks of these people. Sword control technique. The faces of several people changed slightly. They originally wanted to get rid of Mu Feng first, and then kill Huaizhen. However, they did not expect that Mu Feng's strength was much higher than they imagined, and he could even master the sword technique of controlling the sword. However, these people are very powerful and will not be easily forced back by Mu Feng. They quickly split into several groups and went to fight Huaizhen, preventing him from protecting Wen Suxin and Tang Meiyao. Although the number of people at present had decreased, the suppression of their realm and numbers still made it difficult for Mu Feng to cope with it. He also had to take action to continue protecting the safety of the two women. If it was one-on-one, he had the confidence to face any one of these people, but under the influence of so many negative situations. At this moment, Mu Feng was constantly forced to retreat, and the injuries on his body continued to accumulate. Brother Mu Feng. Seeing that Mu Feng was in a tough fight, Wen Suxin wanted to join the fight, but was stopped by Tang Meiyao. Although she disliked Wen Suxin, if Wen Suxin dared to go up at this moment, it would be no different from committing suicide. Not to mention, it would distract Mu Feng, which would be even more detrimental to the battle situation. As for Huaizhen, although he was able to suppress the people in front of him with his powerful strength, they did not fight him to the death. Instead, they focused on tangle with him and did not let him participate in the support. Let Huaizhen be extremely anxious. Yin and Yang returned to their origin. Huaizhen's face was gloomy. He raised his hands, and Yin and Yang energy suddenly emerged from the soles of his feet, forming a Tai Chi pattern. The body spun, and the power of Yin and Yang swirled up. It transformed into a circular black and white gas shield, which repelled all the people around it. In an instant, his figure rushed straight towards where Mu Feng was. At this time, Mu Feng could no longer hold on. His sword was nailed to the ground, his body was exhausted, and blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. If he could use the 3 moves in one, he would be able to escape from the predicament, but that move took too long to gather energy and could not be used in the current situation. The long knife slashed across and fell towards Mu Feng's neck. Seeing this, Huaizhen couldn't help but shout. "Junior brother, retreat quickly." When Wen Suxin saw this scene, she was also panicked and trembling all over. She watched Mu Feng getting hurt in front of her, but she was completely useless. I can only keep blaming myself in my heart. Why is she so useless? If he hadn't been so stubborn and insisted on following out, Mu Feng wouldn't have been injured so badly. If she wasn't so weak, Mu Feng wouldn't be able to handle the whole thing alone. If she could awaken the Holy Spirit body, none of this would have happened. Boom! Powerful spiritual energy fluctuations burst out from Wen Suxin's body. It spreads layer by layer, destroying everything around it. In just a moment, the killers from the Demon Dragon Palace were knocked back hundreds of feet by the powerful spiritual energy. Several people noticed Wen Suxin's change and quickly retreated, but the next moment, something happened that they didn't expect. I saw countless white lines emerging from Wen Suxin's body, covering her entire body. Even her eyes were emitting bursts of white light. A bright light comes on. Everyone had to cover their eyes to avoid being blinded by the dazzling white light. The Holy Spirit body. Huaizhen stopped and stared blankly at the scene in front of him. A blue figure appeared before his eyes. At this moment, Wen Suxin's whole body was emitting blue light, like the Milky Way in the sky, and the white lines on her body looked more like stars. Solemn and mysterious. It makes people feel like worshipping it involuntarily. Even though he was at the 7th level of the heaven and earth realm, he could feel as long as Wen Su wanted to. Can kill yourself in an instant. This is the Tai Ling holy body. One of the 10 most holy bodies of cultivation in the world. As her feet touched the ground, Wen Suxin's eyes lost their former gentleness and panic. What replaced it was endless solemnity and murderous aura. She raised her head, looked at the assassins from the Demon Dragon Palace in front of her, and slowly uttered a sentence. Anyone who hurts Brother Mu Feng must die. Boom. The powerful spiritual energy vibrated wildly, and all the surrounding plants and trees were wiped out. The light blue spiritual power is as vast and boundless as the Milky Way in the night sky. Just looking at it makes people feel in awe. At this moment, Wen Suxin's entire body turned into a spirit-like existence. No flesh or blood, no breath. No one could sense what realm she was at. All they knew was that this kind of power filled them with fear. This is the Tai Ling holy body. As Wen Suxin finished speaking, several assassins from the Demon Dragon Palace frowned. The mission they received was to kill Mu Feng and the other 2 and take Wen Suxin away. But the situation at this moment was clearly beyond the capabilities of the 3 of them. Retreat. One of them spoke suddenly, and several people retreated quickly, heading towards the outskirts of the dense forest. They each went in different directions, trying to make it impossible for Wen Suxin to track them. But they could not have anticipated the power of the Tai Ling holy body. As soon as Wen Suxin took a step, several blue spirits emerged, and each spirit slowly walked towards a different killer. Although his steps seemed slow, in just a few moments he was behind the killers. When Mu Feng saw this scene, he couldn't help but gasp. He had only seen this scene on Qi Yen. This is a symbol that when one's strength reaches a certain level, one step forward can change the fluctuations in the surrounding space. Although it is not a complete control of the power of space. But it is enough to show how powerful Wen Suxin is at this moment. Wow, what a terrifying strength. Tang Meiyao was standing next to Wen Suxin at this moment, feeling the mystery and power personally. There was a hint of awe in her eyes when she looked at Wen Suxin. What is a genius? It is right in front of you. Boom. The spirit body pointed with one hand, an endless light blue spiritual energy gathered in the air and pressed down heavily. A killer was crushed into a pulp. There was not even the slightest chance to resist. When the other killers saw this scene, they also fled for their lives in panic. Su Xian, you must not let them leave. Once the news of your awakening of the great spiritual saint body spreads, there will be endless troubles. Huaizhen realized this and spoke quickly. Wen Suxin nodded slightly. He raised his hands, and the spiritual power at his fingertips gathered into countless thin silk threads, which bound the killers in place in a moment. Accompanied by the terrified eyes of this group of killers. Several spirits landed quietly on the ground and raised their hands expressionlessly. Ruthless killing. In just a few moments, several powerful men in the heaven and earth realm were completely wiped out by Wen Suxin. Mu Feng finally understood why Xue Rui had repeatedly disagreed with Wen Suxin awakening the Tai Ling holy body. If one could control this power, who in this world would be able to contend with him? The Tai Ling holy body awakened in Xian Huang realm has such power. What about the Tiandi realm, Zhenling realm, and Tianling realm? Thinking about it now, it's really scary. It is indeed a body blessed by heaven. Suxin. Suddenly, Mu Feng rushed out and hugged Wen Suxin, who was about to fall, in his arms. The blue light on his body slowly dissipated, and the mysterious white lines also slowly faded away, eventually returning to its original appearance. It just looked a little paler and weaker than usual. Let's find a place to have a good rest. The first awakening of the Holy Spirit body took too much energy from Su Xian. Mu Feng picked up Wen Suxin and said with a frown. The others nodded and quickly headed towards the depths of the forest. Everyone was resting in a tree hole. Huaizhen sat at the entrance of the cave, constantly watching the scene outside. I didn't expect the Demon Dragon Palace to target us so quickly. They must be here for the Great Spirit Saint body. Now our way back is probably blocked. Spiritual Court, I'm afraid I can't go back. That being said, as Huaizhen is at the heaven and earth realm, his flying speed is much faster than that of a flying carpet. If he wants to rush back, it's not a problem. Tang Meiyao also thought of this and immediately spoke. Brother Huaizhen, how about you fly back to the Spiritual Academy and ask the instructor to pick us up? No. Mu Feng simply shook his head. We have been closely watched. Once they find out that senior brother Huaizhen has left, they will immediately attack us. This place is 3 days away from the Spiritual Academy, so there is not enough time. Hearing this, Tang Meiyao felt a little discouraged. Are we really going to be trapped here to death by the Demon Dragon Palace? Don't worry, there will always be a way. If I can find the Dragon Blood Crystal, I can improve my strength and cooperate with senior brother Huaizhen, and maybe we can have a fight. Junior brother Mu Feng is right. This is the only way now. Junior sister Su Xian's awakening of the Great Spiritual Saint body was too accidental. She may not succeed next time. Huaizhen also nodded slightly, agreeing with Mu Feng's plan. However, we don't have much time. Now that we have been noticed by the Demon Dragon Palace, I am afraid that the next attack will come soon. When junior sister Su Xian wakes up, we will immediately go to the place where the spirit veins converge to look for the Dragon Blood Crystal. Good. Everyone nodded in unison, gathering their strength and preparing for the next challenge. On the other side, inside a dark palace. Several figures in black robes stood on both sides of the hall, looking at the man who was slowly walking towards them, and all of them knelt on one knee. Greetings to the Palace Master. This person is the Lord of the Demon Dragon Palace, the Demon Dragon Son, who is ranked first on Kunling Academy's wanted list and is worth 5 million spirit stones. Everyone, get up. Everyone, I, Demon Dragon, have returned today to announce something. That is, it won't be long before our Demon Dragon Palace will be able to officially go to war with Kunling Academy. By then, we won't have to hide under the sun. Go to war with Kunlingyuan. Upon hearing the news, everyone was shocked. Although each of them is extremely powerful, they are still far inferior to Lingyuan. If they really have the strength to overthrow Lingyuan, why would they hide here and there? They can only do things like hunting down disciples from the Spiritual Academy. Palace Master, this matter still needs to be carefully considered. Kunling Academy is extremely powerful, and the 5 great instructors are all true Spirit Realm Masters. If they attack head-on, we are no match for them. A middle-aged man with a goatee came up to Mo Longzi, bent slightly, and spoke. He is the military strategist of the Demon Dragon Palace, named Demon Snake. Ha ha ha, it's just the true spirit realm, what's there to be afraid of? It won't be long before I can step into the spirit realm. A small Kunling Academy won't be easy to capture. The spiritual realm. Hiss. Everyone gasped and looked at the Palace Master in disbelief. Could it be that the demonic dragon spirit is about to be successfully refined? Not yet, but we need the essence and blood of another heaven and earth realm expert to complete it. But the demon dragon spirit is very powerful. If there is no strong enough spiritual power to suppress it, it will be very difficult to refine it. The demon snake spoke with considerable concern. The demon dragon spirit is the demon dragon palace's century-long plan, and we cannot be careless even a little. Ha 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 ha, don't worry, I am confident I can handle this. Where are the 7 generals of the demon dragon palace? As soon as he finished speaking, 7 men of different shapes and sizes appeared in front of Mo Longzi. The 7 of you should immediately go to Xianyue City to find Xianqing. He will tell you what to do. Remember, this mission can only be successful, failure is not allowed. Upon hearing this, the 7 people smiled sinisterly. Palace Master, are you underestimating the 7 of us? Don't you understand the strength of our 7 brothers? If this mission fails, the 7 of us will be beheaded. Puff. Blood spurted out, and a head flew high and fell to the ground. Mu Feng dispersed the spiritual energy of the sword in his hand and narrowed his eyes slightly. When I looked up, I saw dozens of corpses lying in all directions. These people all come from the same force. Demon Dragon Palace. I really don't understand why this group of people keeps pestering us. Huaizhen spoke in confusion. Looking at the people from the Demon Dragon Palace on the ground, he couldn't help but sigh at their ruthlessness and recklessness. I'm afraid they are here for Su Xian's great spiritual saint body. These people who are trying to kill her are getting stronger each time. Next time, they might not be so easy to deal with. Mu Feng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, took out a few pills from the storage ring and swallowed them in one gulp. The training during this period allowed him to advance from the 8th level of Xianhuang to the 9th level of Xianhuang, which was a qualitative leap in strength. Sure enough, fighting is the fastest way to make progress. But despite this, he couldn't take it lightly. The Demon Dragon Palace was a behemoth that could compete with the Spiritual Academy. If he couldn't obtain the Dragon Blood Profound Yellow Pill, he would have no power to fight. Let's go meet up with Senior Sister Tang and the others. Mu Feng waved his hand, jumped, and rushed towards the distance. This wave is the 4th wave of enemies they have encountered. Although these people's fighting ability is not as good as the first wave, each of them is fearless and valiant. Even though he was seriously injured by Mu Feng, he had no intention of retreating at all. Still risking his life to die. Although Mu Feng and the others were also confused, the current situation did not allow them to think too much. The other side. 7 figures stood on the hillside, watching every move of Mu Feng and his companions. Brother, that kid named Mu Feng has some skills. Although he is only at the Xianhuang realm, he still holds his own against many Tiandi realm warriors. Whether it's combat skills or martial arts, they are all top-notch. Humph, what are you capable of? No matter how powerful you are just a kid in the Xianhuang realm. This group of useless demon dragon guards can't even deal with the Xianhuang realm, and yet they dare to say that they are the first guard of the Demon Dragon Palace. What a bunch of trash. As several people were discussing, the man standing in the middle spoke softly. Okay, stop arguing. These 2 guys are indeed quite powerful. Send a few more waves of dragon guards to consume their physical strength. When they are no longer able to fight, we will finish them off. After all, these people are just afraid of Huaizhen. If a master at the heaven and earth realm level is really in a life and death struggle, they will have to pay a certain price even if they can capture him. What's more, Huaizhen is not an ordinary master. As the 10th in the inner courtyard, he is fundamentally different from those ordinary disciples of the heaven and earth realm who grew up in a greenhouse garden. Mu Feng, the intersection of the spiritual veins is just ahead. We are almost there. Looking at the blood-red land on the top of the mountain, Tang Meiyao showed joy and quickened her pace as she rushed towards it. Mu Feng was also very excited when he heard this. If he could refine the Dragon Blood Profound Yellow Pill, his strength would be greatly enhanced. Just as the 4 of them quickened their pace. Roar! A roar reached the ears of the 4 people. Looking up, they saw a huge spirit beast raising its head, staring at the four of them hungrily, as if it would attack Mu Feng and his companions if they took another step forward. It will attack without hesitation. It seems that we have entered the territory of spiritual beasts. There are usually spiritual beasts guarding the treasures. It is true. I'm sorry, buddy, we have to go this way today. I can only say sorry to you. Mu Feng grinned, his fighting spirit growing stronger. It's just a third-grade spiritual beast. If you want to stop him, you still need to be skilled enough. Mu Feng gathered the power of yin and yang in his hands, and the power of the vast sea dragon rushed out with tremendous force, bombarding the spirit beast. Bang! A dull sound was heard, and the giant beast was knocked back several steps by Mu Feng's attack before it could come to its senses. Mu Feng's figure has appeared above its head. Jian Yao's soul rushed out and transformed into countless sword shadows, rushing towards the spirit beast. As countless spurts of blood spurted out, the spirit beast could only roar helplessly. In less than a moment, it collapsed in a pool of blood, without the strength to fight anymore. When Huaizhen saw this scene, he was also amazed at Mu Feng's rapid progress. Although the spirit beast in front of him was not extremely powerful, it was not something that ordinary heaven and earth realm disciples could deal with. However, Mu Feng defeated it with just a few moves. I am afraid that before long, my title of the 10th in the inner courtyard will be shaken. Mu Feng held a long sword in his hand, peeled open the body of the spirit beast, drew a drop of blood from its body, and threw it to Tang Meiyao. Senior Sister Tang, the last mission has been completed. We only need the dragon blood crystal. This time we will be successful. Tang Meiyao nodded with a smile and put the blood away. The four of them rushed up and headed towards the depths of the dense forest. The dragon blood crystal that Mu Feng longed for was right in front of them. After a while, several people fell down. Before my eyes is a bloody land. In the center of that scarlet land, there is a bloody lake. The lake was extremely strange. Not only was the water blood red, but it also constantly emitted scorching air waves and was constantly boiling. Just getting close to it makes one feel uncomfortable due to the high temperature. In the center of the lake, there is a huge rock, and on top of that rock, it was inlaid with a blood-colored transparent crystal, which was emitting a strong energy and blood force, making the four people look happy. Dragon blood crystal. A natural treasure where production and spiritual veins intersect. In an instant, Mu Feng's figure appeared, an icy spiritual power surged around his body, wrapping himself in it. After a few breaths, they arrived at the huge rock. Put the dragon blood crystal into your pocket. Now, all the medicinal materials have been prepared, and Mu Feng can't wait to refine the dragon blood Xianhuang pill. Let's find a secret place to refine the dragon blood Xianhuang pill. After returning to the group, Mu Feng couldn't wait to refine the pills. If he could use this to break through the realm of heaven and earth, the current predicament would be resolved in an instant. At this moment, a powerful spiritual power burst out and attacked Mu Feng fiercely. A sneak attack. Mu Feng's eyes darkened, he raised his hand to mobilize the yin and yang energy, and punched out. Shatter the attack in front of you. The three of them immediately took a defensive stance and looked at the dense forest not far away with serious expressions. I saw dozens of figures walking out of the dense forest, in a huge number. Each of these people had an evil aura and sinister looks in their eyes as they stared at Mu Feng. Someone from the Demon Dragon Palace. Huaizhen spoke softly, with a hint of solemnity in his words. Compared with previous times, the number of people this time is unprecedented. It's actually dragon blood crystal. I didn't expect to get an unexpected reward after tracking you for so long. 7 figures slowly approached. The leader looked at the 4 people with a teasing expression, as if he was looking at fish on a chopping board. Seeing these 7 people, even Huaizhen couldn't help but tremble. It's you guys. TSK TSK TSK, you are worthy of being an inner court disciple. You have heard of the reputation of the 7 of us. Considering that you have heard of us, I allow you to draw your sword and commit suicide, leaving you with an intact body. Arrogant words reflect absolute confidence in one's own strength. Huaizhen gritted his teeth. Faced with such a desperate situation, he didn't know how to break the impasse. The guy in front of him is one of the top 50 wanted people on the Spiritual Academy's wanted list. The brutal criminal who once teamed up to kill the elders of the Spiritual Academy and dozens of inner court disciples. Although he was not ranked high, his strength was extremely strong. The 7 generals of the Demon Dragon Palace. Mu Feng, run if you can, don't fight, I will hold them back. Huaizhen spoke, his expression extremely solemn. Even if he faced these 7 people, he had no guarantee of escaping unscathed. Mu Feng did not speak, but held the sword tightly in his hand. He had already sensed from Huaizhen's tone that the strength of these 7 people was extraordinary. These 7 people are extraordinary and are the backbone of the Demon Dragon Palace. Although their ability in single combat is not the strongest, when the 7 of them join forces, even a strong man in the Earth Spirit realm can be defeated in 2 moves. Because the 7 of them are brothers, they cooperate with each other very well. The eldest brother Ji Buchang is the strongest and has reached the peak of the realm of heaven and earth. The second brother Ji Boying has a strong physical cultivation. The third brother Ji Bachu is good at using 2 big swords and has fierce moves. The fourth brother Ji Bohei uses a longbow as his weapon and is good at sneak attacks. It was he who sneak attacked Mu Feng just now. The fifth brother Ji Boruan is the fastest among the 7 brothers and has excellent fighting skills. As for the 6th brother Ji Buduan and the 7th brother Ji Boda, they are also powerful and ruthless. Such a lineup would be impossible to handle without the presence of a Spiritual Academy mentor. Ji Buchang smiled coldly and raised his hand. The next moment, the surrounding demon dragon guards quickly stepped forward and killed Mu Feng and his companions. Retreat! Mu Feng shouted, signaling the 2 women to step back. One of them is an alchemist, and the other has not yet recovered, so they cannot participate in the battle at this moment. Although Wen Suxin really wanted to force herself to awaken the Tai Ling holy body again, she couldn't do it this time no matter how hard she tried. Mu Feng gripped the sword tightly and slashed at the demon dragon guard in front of him without mercy. Jianju. The sword rises with the wind. The sword blade flashed like a ray of light, and in just a moment, the heads of several demon dragon guards in front of him fell to the ground. Ji Bo often saw this scene and smiled and said, "I didn't expect you to be so powerful. I underestimated you. Unfortunately, you are still not qualified to fight back against me." Boom! In a flash, Ji Buchang was already in front of Mu Feng. The absolute suppression from the peak of the heaven and earth realm made it a luxury for Mu Feng to even raise his hand. Bang! A palm blasted out, hitting Mu Feng's heart. Mu Feng's pupils were dilated and he retreated quickly. His legs left deep grooves on the ground and his body hit the rock wall heavily. If it weren't for the powerful immortal bone and devil blood, this palm would be enough to shatter him into pieces. Brother Mu Feng. Wen Suxin rushed forward and helped Mu Feng up, her eyes full of grief. They originally thought that obtaining the dragon blood crystal would be enough to turn the tide of the battle, but now it seems that they were too naive. The powerful enemy before us cannot be defeated by just one pill. What to do? What should I do? A feeling of despair arose in the hearts of several people. Seeing Mu Feng's dazed eyes, his eyes turned black and he fell into a coma. Huaizhen clenched his teeth and trembled all over. Let's fight. Even if I die today, I have to drag a few people down with me. Just as he was about to take action, a powerful spiritual power fluctuation suddenly came from the sky, and a hearty laughter appeared in everyone's ears. Ha 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 ha, I dominate the sky. The world will crawl at my feet. A man broke through the clouds, with an arrogant look on his face, and slammed down to the ground. The man had a fierce demeanor and a resolute expression. He exuded a tyrannical aura, holding a broadsword tightly in his hand, his eyes filled with unrivaled dominance and majesty. When he saw this person, a hint of excitement flashed in Huaizhen's eyes. It's senior brother Fengxue, we are saved. Who are you? Feeling the power of the person coming, Ji Buochang's expression changed slightly and his brows furrowed. Huaizhen, why are you in such a mess? Did you fight to the death against these losers? The big man stood up slowly with a sneer on his face. Seeing that the other party ignored him, Ji Buochang became more and more angry. Boy, I'm asking you a question. In the eyes of the strong, there is no place for the weak. The big man's words made Ji Buochang stunned, and the next moment, he was filled with rage. You bastard, you dare to call me a weakling? You're courting death. Ji Buochang rushed past with demonic energy bursting out of his body, and punched the big man in front of him. Brother Fengxue, be careful. Fengxue turned around, smiled coldly, and slashed fiercely with the big knife in his hand. The sharp blade swept past and collided with Ji Buochang. Boom! With a loud bang, Ji Buochang was blown away and fell heavily to the ground. Fengxue ranked 4th on the inner courtyard list. The strongest person in the first echelon of the spiritual academy. Brother, are you okay? The brothers hurried forward and helped Ji Buochang up. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Ji Buochang stared fiercely at the wind and snow in front of him. We miscalculated. We didn't expect them to have such powerful reinforcements. In this case, we can only use that one trick. Seeing this, the brothers nodded. The bodies swam separately and attacked towards the wind and snow. Fighting alone is not what these brothers are best at, what they are good at is close cooperation. With perfect tacit understanding, they can unleash a fighting power that is greater than the sum of 1 + 1. Brother Fengxue, the 7 generals of the Demon Dragon Palace are best at fighting in coordination. Quickly disrupt their formation and do not let them attack. Huaizhen saw the attack behind him and quickly spoke up to warn. Seeing Ji Boying and Ji Boyu attacking, Fengxue snorted coldly and chopped them off with the sword in his hand. Countless ice swept past and pushed the 2 brothers back. But the next moment, Ji Boruan and Ji Boda followed closely behind, each using their own skills, attacking Fengxue from the left and right. Annoying flies. Fengxue frowned, and spiritual power continued to gather on the blade. The fierce fluctuations of spiritual power made people around him shudder. Breaking the air and icy slash. The knife rushed out with force, which was the unique skill he had practiced for decades. He was confident that this knife would be effective. The 7 people can only become dead souls. The blade broke through the air and swept across the surrounding area. The dragon guards were reduced to ashes in an instant at the slightest contact. With just one move, he wiped out dozens of powerful men in the realm of heaven and earth. He was truly powerful. The move stirred up a large cloud of dust. Just when Fengxue was full of confidence, a big hand suddenly reached out from the smoke and grabbed Fengxue's head. What's going on? Before Fengxue could react, countless attacks bombarded him one after another, and in just a moment, he was covered with bruises. How can you 7 possibly block my air-breaking icy strike? Humph, a kid like you who lacks combat wisdom in the spiritual academy, how can you understand the terrifying nature of us brothers? Weren't you very arrogant just now? Why aren't you arrogant now? Ji Buochang laughed loudly and kicked Fengxue to the ground. Huaizhen's face suddenly changed and he was about to step forward to rescue, but unexpectedly Ji Buchang pinched Feng Shui's neck with his 5 fingers. Boy, if you want him to live, then use the Holy Spirit body behind you to exchange for his life. Otherwise, I will make him lose his head right now. After saying that, Ji Buchang raised Feng Shui high up and exerted force with his 5 fingers. At this moment, Ji Buchang also realized that everything must be based on the ether spirit holy body. If it takes too long, Huaizhen might threaten him with the life of the ether spirit holy body. At that time, even if he killed all the people in front of him, the mission would fail. Looking at Feng Shui being lifted high up, Huaizhen was in a dilemma. On one side is the junior sister, and on the other side is the senior brother who lives with me day and night. No matter which side he failed to save, he could never forgive himself. At the same time, in the darkness, words full of disdain sounded again. Boy, why don't you wake up? How long do you want to stay unconscious? Where am I? When he was drowsy, Mu Feng slowly opened his eyes. He only remembered that he was hit by Ji Buchang's palm and fainted in Wen Suxin's arms. There was darkness before my eyes. A blurry figure was swaying in front of him. Oh my God! It's a ghost! A man in armor was looking at him angrily. The purple armor was covered with traces of battle, and the long crimson hair fell on his shoulders. A pair of red eyes, full of murderous intent. Even on the top of its head, there are 2 horns, but one of them has been broken and the other is full of deep marks. There were several dark purple lines on his face, which was different from the appearance of humans and shocked Mu Feng. In his entire life, he had never seen a guy with such a weird appearance. Get up, you little brat. The man grabbed Mu Feng and lifted him up. When Mu Feng regained consciousness, he discovered that he was in the 7 evil prisons of the Sea of Sin. Looking at the devil-like man in front of him, Mu Feng asked tremblingly. You are, Senior Dang Shenmi? Mu Feng asked in surprise. I had only heard his voice before, but I didn't expect that this guy would look so weird. Apart from the human-like body shape, there is nothing else about him that looks like a human. Seeing Mu Feng's sweeping eyes, Dang Shenmi's face froze and a strong demonic power was released, which scared Mu Feng so much that he dared not speak. By the way, Su Xian and the others are still outside. I have to get out quickly. Mu Feng's face changed. Ji Buchang and the others are still attacking. If he doesn't get out quickly, Wen Suxin might really be taken away by the people from the Demon Dragon Palace. Even if Su Xian could awaken the Tai Ling holy body, it would be difficult for her to be effective against a master of Ji Buchang's level. What's the point of you going? How can you turn the tide of the battle with such a weak body? Dang Shenmi spoke coldly. Even if I die, I have to go. I can't let Su Xian be taken away by them. And I can't just sit here and wait to die. Mu Feng looked determined and was about to return to his body when he was stopped by Dang Shenmi. Boy, if you want to die, I can kill you now. Hearing this, Mu Feng's face suddenly darkened. Senior, do you really want to stop me? His friends were still fighting outside, so how could he just hide here? Even if Dang Shenmi wants to kill him today, he must get out. Humph, if I wanted to kill you, you would have been wiped out long ago. Why do you think I asked you to come here? Dang Shenmi spoke with a cold face and quite angrily. What do you mean, Senior? Give up control of your body. This is the only way you can turn the tide of the battle. Dang Shenmi spoke coldly, his tone filled with unquestionable majesty. But Mu Feng hesitated. If you hand over your body, there is a risk of it being possessed by another body. Lin Qingshuang was possessed by the princess and her life or death is still unknown. If he were also possessed by another body, how would he complete his revenge? Boy, do you think that with your weak soul, we need to use this method to take over your body? Yu Hunqing sat on the throne and said with a smile. With the abilities of the 7 of them, they can wipe out Mu Feng's soul in an instant. If they want to take over his body, they naturally don't have to wait until today. Hearing this, Mu Feng gritted his teeth and nodded vigorously. Okay, since you said so, I'll leave it to you. Meanwhile, the outside world remains at a stalemate. Seeing that the wind and snow were gradually weakening, Huaizhen's face became increasingly gloomy. Feng Shui is already one of the top masters in the Spirit Academy, but he is still no match for the 7 generals of the Demon Dragon Palace. Hand over the Holy Spirit body, otherwise, I will kill him now. Ji Buchang smiled coldly and looked at everyone with smugness in his eyes. Bah! You are just a bunch of ants. Let's fight one-on-one if you dare. The strangled Feng Shui still refused to give in and spat on Ji Buchang's face. You are still so arrogant even when death is imminent. Ji Buchang wiped the saliva off his face, raised his hand viciously, and slapped Feng Shui in the chest. Bang! Scarlet blood spurted out of Feng Shui's mouth, and his breath quickly weakened. One more blow and he would be completely dead. Seeing this, Wen Suxin gritted her teeth and took a slow step forward. But he was stopped by Huaizhen. Su Xian, you can't go up. No matter what their purpose is, we can't let the Holy Spirit body fall into their hands. Brother Huaizhen, I can no longer rely on you to protect me. If I can get your lives back, I would rather go with them. Wen Suxin pushed Huaizhen's hand away and walked towards Ji Buchang with a determined look. Oh, she's quite a sensible little girl. Ji Bo often looked at Wen Suxin with a smile, his eyes full of greed. Tai Ling holy body, if it were possible to practice dual cultivation, what a wonderful experience that would be. Unfortunately, for the sake of the Demon Dragon Palace's grand plan, he cannot do this. Feeling that aggressive gaze, Wen Suxin trembled all over, but she still mustered up the courage to speak. I'll go with you, but you have to promise me that you'll let my brothers leave. Little girl, you don't have the room to speak here. Ji Bo often narrowed his eyes slightly. He hated negotiating with others the most. If you don't agree, I will draw my sword and kill myself right now. Wen Suxin's face darkened, and a long sword appeared in his hand, pressing against his throat. He pretended to row it down. Seeing this scene, Ji Buchang was also panicked and quickly let go of his hand. Okay, I promise, let them go. If Wen Suxin really died in front of him, the palace master would be furious and he would definitely not escape punishment. Su Xian, you can't go with them. Huaizhen clenched his fists and rushed towards Ji Buchang, wanting to bring Wen Suxin back. Court death. Ji Buchang's face darkened. He took a step forward and instantly teleported in front of Huaizhen. The 5 fingers formed into claws and pierced Huaizhen's chest. I promised this girl that I would not kill you, so don't push your luck. If you take another step forward, I won't mind letting you all die here. Bang! Kneeling down on his knees, Huaizhen covered his wound with his hands, his pupils trembling with fear. Too strong. The Ji Buchang in front of him was no match for him at all. Turning around, Ji Buchang looked at Wen Suxin with a sneer. Come with us, the Dragon Palace needs you. Everyone felt heartbroken when they saw Wen Suxin following Ji Buchang, but they were powerless to stop her. Just when Ji Buchang was about to leave. Behind him, there was a sudden and violent fluctuation of spiritual power. Everyone's expression changed. That fluctuation actually came from Mu Feng, who was already unconscious. Brother Mu Feng. Wen Suxin looked back excitedly and saw Mu Feng slowly getting up from the ground. Seeing Mu Feng stand up, Ji Buchang and his brothers also looked solemn. At this moment, Mu Feng's aura was completely different from just now. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Mu Feng took a step forward. The figure suddenly disappeared. Ji Buchang and others' faces changed drastically, and they hurriedly released their spiritual power in an attempt to sense where Mu Feng was. The next moment, Mu Feng had already arrived beside Wen Suxin. He reached out his hand and gently placed it on Wen Suxin's shoulder. Su Xian, you're going in the wrong direction. So fast. Several people looked at Mu Feng in disbelief. Mu Feng's movements just now were so fast that even they couldn't catch them. This is impossible. No matter how fast one is in Xianhuang realm, it is impossible to escape the pursuit of Tiandi realm. Boy, it's a pity that I couldn't kill you with just one blow. Now, you can't escape. Ji Buchang raised his hand and gathered his energy, then slapped Mu Feng. Wen Suxin opened her eyes wide and spoke quickly. Brother Mu Feng, let's go. Junior brother. Retreat quickly. Huaizhen also shouted. If he hadn't been seriously injured, he would have definitely helped at this moment. But now, even standing up is a luxury for him. Seeing that the palm was about to fall. Everyone closed their eyes, not wanting to see this bloody scene. Boom! The purple demonic energy spread throughout the sky and the earth, wrapping Mu Feng up in it. Ji Buchang was so confident that he could not shake Mu Feng with one palm. How is this possible? Who on earth are you? A completely different aura, an unprecedented demonic aura. The person in front of him is definitely not the kid just now. Oh. You can tell that I am not that guy. You have quite a good eye. Mu Feng raised his head and smiled coldly. His eyes were actually full of blood, without any trace of human life. Boom. The demonic energy was shaking, and Ji Buchang was the first to bear the brunt of it, and was directly knocked back hundreds of feet. Who the hell are you? Ji Buchang was also a little flustered at this moment. Who am I? Do you ants have the right to know? Mu Feng grinned and put his hands behind his back. How dare you look down on us? The faces of several people grimly appeared and they suddenly leaped up and rushed towards Mu Feng. Even if you are the Emperor of Heaven, you are only controlling a body at the Xianhuang realm. Killing you is easy. Ji Bo often had a fierce look in his eyes. At this moment, he no longer cared whether Tai Lingsheng's body would die or not. He wants to kill Mu Feng. Emperor of Heaven? What is he in front of me? Mu Feng raised his hand gently, always with a smile on his face. I saw his 5 fingers gradually closing together. A monstrous demonic energy rose from the ground, and the surrounding land cracked inch by inch, revealing a bright deep purple light. You are just a useless person who practices magic skills, yet you dare to show off in front of this general? You are looking for death. Ji Buchang's eyes moved, and several brothers around him attacked one after another. They, the Demon Dragon Palace, are originally cultivators of the demon race, practicing the demon race's techniques in the bodies of humans. Although they cannot practice dual cultivation of spirit and body, they are second to none in the field of magic cultivation, and no one in Tianxian territory dares to claim to be the first. At this moment, Mu Feng was seen releasing evil energy. They just thought that Mu Feng was showing off his skills in front of an expert. Devil weapon technique. Thousands of demonic blades. Ji Buchang shouted loudly, and the demonic energy shook, rushing towards Mu Feng. The two mighty demonic energies collided with each other. Seeing that Mu Feng had been held back by Ji Buchang, the other brothers also launched attacks. Mu Feng, be careful. Ji Buchang's goal is to hold you back. Huaizhen spoke quickly. However, facing this fierce attack, Mu Feng showed a sarcastic smile. No matter how united the ants are, they are still just ants that are more united. The other hand waved gently. There was an immediate explosion around them, and the ground collapsed completely. The brothers immediately lost their support and fell towards the ground. Several people quickly jumped up and wanted to launch an attack from the sky. The arrow was on the string, aimed at Mu Feng's head. "Now let's see whether you live or not. Call out." Bang! The sharp arrow was shot out, but stopped when it was 3 inches away from Mu Feng. Mu Feng let go of his hand and let the sharp arrow fall to the ground. He raised his head and looked at the people in the sky with a provocative look. While being in a stalemate with Ji Buchang, he was also able to face the attacks from several of them. "What is the origin of this guy in front of me? Have you had enough fun? Enough of playing, it's my turn next." Hearing Mu Feng's confident words, several people felt something was wrong. "Hurry, don't let him leave that place." Ji Bo often shouted in a hurry. Signaled the brothers to take action. With Mu Feng's speed, once he escapes from their attack, they will not be able to catch sight of Mu Feng at all. "It's too late." A faint voice sounded in Ji Buchang's ears. When he looked up, Mu Feng had appeared in front of him without him noticing. A hand was placed lightly in front of Ji Buchang. Mu Feng spoke softly. "Broken bones and remains." Boom! The evil energy surged and instantly rushed into Ji Buchang's body. As the evil spirit entered his body, Ji Buchang's bones shattered and he lost the ability to support himself. He collapsed to the ground with an unwilling look on his face. His eyes were full of fear. "You, who on earth are you?" "I am the real devil." Mu Feng grinned, grabbed Ji Buchang's head, and a surging attraction came from the palm of his hand. The next moment, Ji Buchang screamed in panic. "Ah!" Amidst everyone's shocked gazes, Ji Buchang's body gradually disintegrated, turning into strands of flesh and blood, gathering towards Mu Feng's mouth. In less than half a moment, only a white skull was left, which was held in Mu Feng's hand. Dropping the skull in his hand, Mu Feng licked his lips greedily. "After tens of thousands of years, I almost forgot what fresh blood tastes like." After saying that, he raised his head and looked at the people in the air. When they saw that the eldest brother Ji Buchang didn't even have the strength to resist, they were so scared that they were shaking all over. "Turn around and flee quickly." "Huh, you want to escape?" Mu Feng took a step forward, and countless evil spirits rushed out, enveloping all the brothers. Accompanied by howls one after another. Several white bones fell to the ground. After brushing off the dust on his body, Mu Feng turned around and looked at Huai Zhen and the others behind him. Seeing Mu Feng's bloodthirsty look, several people trembled all over. "I didn't even dare to breathe." "Mu Feng, what's wrong with you?" Huai Zhen mustered up the courage to ask. Mu Feng smiled coldly and was about to speak when his brows suddenly frowned. "Humph, why are you rushing me? I finally got out to play for a while, why should I rush you? Don't you know that if you occupy the boy's body for too long, his body won't be able to bear it?" Yu Hunqing spoke unhappily. This made Dang Shenmi extremely angry. Snort. With a cold snort, Dang Shenmi immediately gave up control of Mu Feng's body, turned into a stream of light, and returned to his own cage. And Mu Feng in the outside world lost control of Dang Shenmi. His eyes went dark and he fell to the ground. It was unknown how long it had been before Mu Feng opened his eyes again. A ray of sunlight splashed onto Mu Feng's face, making him feel a little dazzling. "Are you awake?" A slightly excited voice sounded. Mu Feng opened his eyes and found himself back in the courtyard of Shuling Peak. There were many people surrounding his bed. Shui Rui, pharmacist, Tang Meiyao, Wen Suxin, Huai Zhen, Feng Shui, and many other disciples from Shuling Peak. "Here? Why are there so many people? What do you want to do?" Mu Feng spoke blankly, somewhat confused about the situation. When Suxin threw herself into Mu Feng's arms and burst into tears. "Brother Mu Feng, I thought you would never wake up again." Shui Rui also shook her head helplessly. "Boy, I know you want to earn spirit stones, but you don't have to risk your life to kill the 7 generals of the Demon Dragon Palace. Do you know how much your body has been overdrawn? Even the pharmacist can't save you." Hearing this, Mu Feng looked at Huaizhen. Obviously, the other party did not tell Shui Rui about the abnormality that happened to him. Huaizhen also nodded slightly. Indicates that he understood Mu Feng's meaning. "Thank you all for your concern. Mu Feng is very grateful, but I am seriously injured and cannot stand up to thank you all. Have a good rest. It's not easy for you to wake up," the pharmacist said with a smile. "By the way, this is the bounty you received for killing the 7 generals of the Demon Dragon Palace." Shui Rui threw a storage ring to Mu Feng. After taking the ring, Mu Feng was a little surprised. He didn't expect that after surviving a near-death experience, he would still have an unexpected gain. As the spiritual energy penetrated, Mu Feng's breathing inevitably became rapid. 3 million spirit stones. 3 million. How long will it take Mu Feng to earn money? Mu Feng didn't expect that these guys were so valuable. But think about it, I still need 7 million to buy Kunlingpa, and I risked my life to get these 3 million. There are 7 million left, and I don't know when I can make the money back. I can't kill people so desperately every time. Those 7 guys may not help me a second time. After all, the last time, he had to wait and see what happened before taking action, but it's hard to say what will happen next time. Thinking of this, Mu Feng immediately became like a deflated ball. I'll divide these 300 spirit stones equally among you. All of you brothers and sisters have made great contributions to our victory over Ji Buchang and his 7 men this time. Mu Feng spoke with a smile. Anyway, buying Kunlingpa is a long way off, so it's better to give this spirit stone away. It's also good to bring the relationship closer. After saying that, Mu Feng divided the 3 million spirit stones into several portions and gave them to Feng Shui and Huaizhen, as well as Wen Suxin and Tang Meiyao. Tang Meiyao shook her head somewhat awkwardly. "Xiao Mu Feng, I'll forget about this spirit stone. I didn't help at all this time, and I was just a hindrance." Although she also wanted to take these hundreds of thousands of spirit stones, she really felt unworthy of them. "Junior brother Mu Feng means well, just take it." Feng Shui spoke with a smile. Although he was beaten badly, he was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling when he thought about the spirit stones. Mu Feng looked at Feng Shui, a tall and strong man in front of him, and felt a little strange. "Brother, I don't think I've seen you before." "Oh? You forgot to introduce yourself." "My name is Feng Shui, and I am also Shuling Peak's direct disciple." "Direct disciple?" Mu Feng looked at Shui Rui with some confusion. Wasn't he her only direct disciple? "He is the direct disciple of the guardian of Shuling Peak. He is not mine, but he is also considered a member of Shuling Peak." Shui Rui began to explain. Mu Feng showed a look of sudden enlightenment. "No wonder I had never heard of this senior brother before when I was at Shuling Peak. It was teacher Shui who heard that junior sister Su Xian and you had left, so she asked me to find you. I wanted to help you out, but I didn't expect, I was still saved by you." Feng Shui scratched his head in embarrassment. His appearance was very handsome, but his ending was extremely miserable. If Mu Feng had not taken action at the last moment, he might have died at the hands of Ji Buchang and his men. "Brother, you are too polite. If you hadn't arrived in time, our lives would have been in danger." Mu Feng clasped his fists and thanked him. He was right. Although Feng Shui was beaten badly, if he had not held back Ji Buchang and the others, Mu Feng might have been killed before he could be possessed by Dang Shenmi. Okay, now that Mu Feng has almost recovered, you can go and do your own things. Xue Rui waved her hand gently, signaling everyone to leave. After everyone bowed, they took their leave. When Huaizhen left, he did not forget to look at Mu Feng meaningfully. Wait until everyone leaves. Feng Xue walked forward happily and patted Mu Feng on the shoulder. I didn't expect that we at Shuling Peak have a good junior brother like you, not bad, not bad. With your ability, not to mention taking Qi Yan's 3 moves, even killing that kid Qi Yan won't be a problem at all. Hearing this, Mu Feng smiled awkwardly. Brother, you are too kind. I can't use this power anytime and anywhere, so please don't praise me. Being looked down upon by others is no big deal. It would be a big deal if someone with ulterior motives discovered that there were 7 ancient powerful beings living in Mu Feng's body. Okay, you take a good rest, I will continue to go out on the mission. If Qi Yan gives you a hard time, tell me and I'll teach him a lesson for you. What lesson are you talking about? You lost to them in the last inner courtyard competition. Why don't you go and practice? Xue Rui spoke angrily and kicked Feng Xue. TSK, I was careless last time, otherwise how could I lose to him in one move? Feng Xue pouted, rubbed his butt, and walked out of the yard with a look of dissatisfaction on his face. Xue Rui turned her head and looked at Mu Feng with a gleam in her eyes. Boy, I've heard everything. One person defeated 7 generals of the Demon Dragon Palace. Even ordinary Tiandi realm people can't do it, let alone you who are in Xianhuang realm. After saying that, Xue Rui suddenly lowered her body and came close to Mu Feng. Her lips were almost touching the tip of Mu Feng's nose. When their eyes met, Mu Feng felt his heart beating wildly and a warm feeling spread throughout his body. What secrets do you have, kid? I am increasingly confused. Xue Rui looked at Mu Feng suspiciously, constantly sizing him up. Faced with this, Mu Feng could only hide his embarrassment with a smile. Raising her head, Xue Rui turned and left. I have already asked them not to spread the details of what happened. I don't care what secrets you have. If you notice something wrong, just tell me. I am your master, and there are some things that I know that are not bad. After saying that, Xue Rui leaped up and disappeared into the sky. Looking at Xue Rui's back, Mu Feng smiled and shook his head. I don't know whether it is good or bad to have this cheap master. Mu Feng took out the dragon blood crystal from the storage ring, and a hint of enthusiasm flashed in his eyes. Dragon blood Xianhuang pill. He finally had the chance to refine it. Isn't this the day we've been waiting for, working so hard? Master Dan, do you know how to make this dragon blood Xianhuang pill? Mu Feng's mind moved, and he transmitted the voice to the 7 evil prisons of the Sea of Sin. Of course, a mere 3rd-grade elixir is easy for me to make, but with your ability, it may be a little difficult. What does Dan Lao mean? You don't have fire attribute spiritual power in your body. You can't maintain the temperature of the alchemy furnace for a long time just by relying on flint. What's more, your entry-level alchemy furnace can't withstand the tempering brought by the 3rd-grade elixir. Dan Lao said with a smile. Mu Feng touched his chin and began to ponder. The problem of the alchemy furnace is easy to solve. He has hundreds of thousands of spirit stones, so he can just spend some to buy one. But this kind of fire-attributed spiritual power is indeed hard to find. It is not easy to master ice attribute spiritual power in Xianhuang realm. Where can he find this fire-attributed spiritual power? There is a way. If you absorb another fire-attributed spirit, won't it be okay? Old Dan spoke with a smile, but Mu Feng couldn't laugh at all. Dan Lao, it's easy for you to say that. How can this fire attribute spirit be so easy to find? If I could find it, I would have absorbed it long ago. Mu Feng said helplessly. Every fire-attributed spirit recorded in the Atlas of all spirits is priceless. Even if you find one, you may not be able to obtain it. It is not necessary to absorb it. If you can use the fire attribute spirit to bless it, you can also refine the dragon blood Xianhuang pill. Dan Lao continued to speak. It's the same thing, the problem is that we can't find any fire spirits. Who said we can't find it? Yu Huanqing's voice suddenly sounded, causing Mu Feng to raise his eyebrows. Senior, do you mean the whereabouts of the fire-attributed spirit? Are you stupid? You have 3 kinds of spirits, but you don't even sense the fire spirit. You're practicing the 7 absolute divine art. You're really embarrassing me. Yu Huanqing said this unhappily, and her words were full of disapproval for Mu Feng. Senior, your perception is extraordinary. How can I compare with you? Where is this fire attribute spirit? Mu Feng asked hurriedly. If he could use the power of this soul to refine pills, then he would have hope of breaking through the vast sea blue dragon strength. It's in the Alchemy Hall of Kunling Academy. I thought you knew, so I didn't tell you. It turns out you're so stupid that you didn't even see it. Do you think the Alchemy Hall is so hot because of those people refining the elixirs? That's because there is a fire-attributed spirit under the Dan Hall, which continuously supplies heat. I see. Mu Feng made an "oh" expression and nodded slightly. No wonder the Dan Hall is so hot. Cultivators with a lower level of cultivation cannot stay there for too long. It turned out that it was affected by the spirit. Thinking of this, Mu Feng suddenly jumped up from the bed, stepped on the flying sword, and rushed towards the Dan Hall. Inside the Dan Hall, the pharmacist was pacing back and forth, instructing his disciples on how to make pills. Looking at the pills that his disciple took out from the furnace, the pharmacist's face turned pale. One by one, after entering the alchemy hall for so long, they can still only refine first-grade pills. Moreover, the quality of these first-grade medicinal pills is so mediocre. Not to mention top-grade elixirs, even ordinary high-grade ones are not in large proportion. It is hard to tell how far he is from becoming a true first-grade alchemist. At this moment, a fragrance rushed into the pharmacist's nostrils. Oh! A top-grade qi-gathering pill, Kaigu, you have made great progress during this period of time. Looking at the top-grade qi-gathering pill in front of him, the pharmacist cast an admiring look towards Chen Kaigu. Although there is only one, it is still among the best among the other disciples. Thank you for the praise, Master Pharmacist. I will continue to work hard. Chen Kaigu excitedly clasped his hands together and saluted the pharmacist respectfully. Well, you really need to keep working hard. You still have a long way to go to catch up with that kid Mu Feng. It's Mu Feng again. Hearing this name, Chen Kaigu's face suddenly darkened. As a member of an alchemy family, he should have enjoyed the praise and glory of the disciples around him. But Mu Feng deprived him of all that. This made him extremely dissatisfied. At this moment, a figure stepping on a sword broke into the Dan pavilion. Pharmacist, pharmacist. Senior Sister Tang, are you here? Mu Feng's voice echoed throughout the hall. Chen Kaigu clenched his fists tightly, and the top-grade elixir he had just refined was crushed to pieces. Seeing Mu Feng coming, the pharmacist excitedly stepped forward to greet him. Oh! Mu Feng, your injuries haven't healed yet. What are you doing in the alchemy hall? Do you want to learn alchemy from our master? After saying this, the pharmacist's eyes gleamed with brilliance and were filled with passion. Seeing this scene, Chen Kaigu was so angry that he trembled all over. Mu Feng, who came from a remote city, was actually favored by all the great mentors in the spiritual academy. How could this successor from a great family feel embarrassed? Mu Feng didn't notice Chen Kaigu's murderous look and smiled at the pharmacist. I wanted to find Senior Sister Tang and ask her to help me refine the Dragon Blood Xianhuang pill. Since she is not here, I have no choice but to refine it myself. Oh. Dragon Blood Xianhuang pill is a third-grade elixir. Do you know how to refine it? The pharmacist said with some surprise that the Dragon Blood Xianhuang pill was already a top-notch third-grade pill. Even some basic fourth-grade pills might not be as difficult to refine as it. Mu Feng can actually refine this thing? I understand. It's just that I don't have fire attribute spiritual power, so I want to borrow the spiritual soul under the Dan Hall. Mu Feng clasped his hands together and bent over to ask. Nonsense. A scolding came, which scared Mu Feng. Chen Kaigu took big strides and came to Mu Feng. The Flame Emperor spirit is the foundation of the Alchemy Hall. With it, the disciples of the Alchemy Hall can refine pills better and cultivate their own spiritual power at the same time. You are just a nominal disciple of the Alchemy Hall. How can you use the Flame Emperor spirit? Mu Feng was surprised to hear what Chen Kaigu said. He was not surprised that Chen Kaigu would come out to make a fuss, but he was surprised that there was actually a Yanhuang spirit soul under the Dan Hall. A soul that ranks on par with the Ice Soul in the Atlas of all souls. If I can absorb it, maybe I can continue to unlock the 7 wonders of the world. Seeing that Mu Feng not only did not retreat but became even more eager to try, Chen Kaigu became so angry that his face turned red and his neck became thick. Boy, I'm talking to you, can't you hear me? I heard you, but I don't care what you say. Mu Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes, and continued to look at the pharmacist, and said eagerly. Pharmacist, please let me in. I'll just make a pill and come out soon. Looking at Mu Feng's eager eyes, the pharmacist shook his head helplessly. Mu Feng, Kaigu is right. This Yanhuang spirit soul is related to the entire Alchemy Hall. Besides, you are only a first-grade alchemist. Even if you can get in, you may not be able to use the power of the Yanhuang spirit soul. You need to be at least a second-grade alchemist to draw out its fire attribute spiritual power to assist you. Second-rank alchemist. Mu Feng touched his chin. Does it mean that as long as I refine one batch of second-grade elixirs, I can be considered a second-grade alchemist? Ha ha ha. The pharmacist was amused by Mu Feng's words and said. It's not that easy to be a second-grade alchemist. Not only do you have to refine second-grade pills, but the proportion of high-grade pills required will also be increased. You are only a first-grade alchemist, so you'd better not think about it for the time being. Then if I refine a batch of second-grade top-grade elixirs, will that make me a second-grade alchemist? Mu Feng touched his chin and spoke in a serious tone. This statement really surprised all the disciples living in the Dan Hall. Even Chen Kaigu laughed out loud, his eyes full of disdain, as if he saw a huge fool. Laughing so hard that he fell backwards. Ha ha ha, you don't even understand the standards of a second-grade alchemist, and you still want to refine a second-grade pill? Mu Feng, do you think that just because you managed to refine a first-grade elixir last time, you think refining an elixir is not difficult? I, Chen Kaigu, tell you, even I, after all the family teachings, have not yet been able to step into the threshold of a second-grade alchemist, let alone you? He originally thought that Mu Feng was also inheriting some kind of elixir inheritance, but he didn't expect that Mu Feng really knew nothing. Even the theoretical knowledge about alchemy is blank. Instead, it was the pharmacist who looked Mu Feng up and down with some curiosity. A disciple who is chosen by Shui Rui must not be the kind of person who talks big but does not seem to be a second-grade alchemist given his age. You know, as a third-rank alchemist, Tang Meiyao is unmatched among all the disciples in the Alchemy Hall. Mu Feng's bold statement is indeed likely to arouse suspicion. Pharmacist, I think this person is a complete liar who wants to defraud the Dan Hall's subsidies and rights. I think he should be expelled from the Dan Hall to rectify the Dan Hall's style." Chen Kaigu clasped his hands together and looked at the pharmacist with a serious expression. "Want to expel Mu Feng?" Mu Feng narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Chen Kaigu strangely. "Brother, I haven't offended you, is there any need to accuse me right away? It's not right, so tell me, what's wrong with me?" "Humph. I come from a family of alchemists, so I naturally cannot stand opportunists like you who act recklessly. I am not as good as you in martial arts, but when it comes to alchemy, you are definitely not my opponent. I advise you to take care of yourself and not brag about yourself and make a fool of yourself." Looking at Chen Kaigu's confident expression, Mu Feng grinned. "Made medicine family? I have an external brain, how can you compare with me? Brother, I advise you not to be too proud. If I really refine a second-grade elixir, you will have no place to cry." Mu Feng spoke in a sinister tone, with a hint of dissatisfaction in his eyes. "Ha ha 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 ha, just you? If you can refine a second-grade elixir, Chen Kaigu, am willing to kneel down and apologize to you in front of the entire alchemy hall." After saying that, Chen Kaigu stepped out and looked at Mu Feng arrogantly. Seeing the strong atmosphere between the two, the pharmacist reached out and stopped the two who were about to start fighting. "Since both of you refuse to admit defeat, how about a duel?" "What? Competition?" The Dan Hall disciples around were all surprised upon seeing this. One is a disciple from an alchemy family who is well known to everyone, and the other is the number one person in the outer sect who has been making quite a splash in recent days. This competition is really interesting. Humph. I, Chen Kaigu, have been practicing the Tao of alchemy since I was young. Is he worthy enough to compete with him? Chen Kaigu spoke with great pride. It's not only the confidence in one's own ability, but also the absolute confidence in the family heritage. The Chen family is a family of alchemy. There are several third-grade alchemists in the family, and their attainments in alchemy are extraordinary. Mu Feng only passed the alchemy hall assessment by luck. He did not participate in the subsequent alchemy training and did not even know the standards for a second-grade alchemist. How to compare with him? The pharmacist smiled. Kaigu, the most taboo in the path of alchemy is to think too highly of yourself. Although Mu Feng has not undergone systematic learning, he may not be inferior to you. That's it. The two of you will each refine your best elixir, and the winner will be determined by the quality of the elixir. If you win, I will follow your words and expel Mu Feng. But if you lose, you have to apologize to Mu Feng, how about that? After saying that, the pharmacist looked at the two of them with a smile. He wanted to see whether Mu Feng was really gifted or just lucky, and he also wanted to see how far Chen Kaigu, a disciple from a family of alchemy, had grown. Humph, how could I lose in this kind of competition? Chen Kaigu smiled confidently, his eyes full of pride. On the other hand, Mu Feng was still thinking about the spirit. Pharmacist, if I win, can you let me borrow the flame spirit? Huh, if you can win, of course you can. Thank you, pharmacist. Mu Feng clasped his hands together and bowed respectfully to the pharmacist. Seeing this scene, Chen Kaigu couldn't help but sneer. He acts like he is sure of winning before the match even starts. He really doesn't know his own limitations. Today he will let Mu Feng see what the foundation of the alchemy family is. In that case, the two of you should each select herbs and make pills. After the voice fell, the two of them left and prepared to choose the elixir they liked. Dan Lao, what kind of elixir do you think I should refine? Mu Feng walked to the shelf where the medicinal herbs were placed, stroked his chin and began to think. You don't have fire attribute spiritual power, so forget about refining the third-grade elixir. Just refine the second-grade elixir. I think the second-grade qi and blood pill is pretty good. Dan Lao narrowed his eyes and spoke. Qi and blood pills are pills that strengthen the qi and blood in the body. They are also pills specifically designed to assist in physical cultivation. Then let's take qi and blood pills. Mu Feng smiled and nodded, walked to the shelf, and selected pills according to the recipe provided by Dan Lao. When the surrounding disciples saw this, they immediately started talking about it. This guy actually wants to refine the qi and blood pill, which is a second-grade elixir. Among all the disciples in the spiritual academy, Senior Sister Tang is the only one who can refine second-grade elixirs. Isn't he really a second-grade alchemist? How is that possible? The promotion requirements for a second-grade alchemist are harsh. First-grade pills must be at least 50% high quality, and second-grade pills must be at least 30%. You don't think he relied on luck last time, and he really has that kind of luck this time, right? Hearing the words of the disciples around him, Chen Kaigu looked at Mu Feng with some surprise. He suddenly grinned. What an idiot, he actually challenged the second-grade elixir blindly. He really doesn't understand anything. Thinking of this, Chen Kaigu couldn't help but feel excited. If he defeats Mu Feng, his reputation will surely rise to a higher level. In this way, not only he, but also the Chen family behind him will be able to shine. Mu Feng, I am not as good as you in martial arts, but when it comes to alchemy, you are not even qualified to carry my shoes. With a gleam of determination in his eyes, Chen Kaigu decided to refine a first-grade elixir. As long as he can increase the proportion of top-grade elixirs, he will definitely win this competition. He didn't believe that Mu Feng could refine a second-grade elixir of excellent quality. The pharmacist looked at the two people who were selecting pills, stroking his beard. He had been trying to figure out the two of them since the first stage of the competition. Chen Kaigu is calm and steady in his actions, and the elixirs he refines are his best qi-gathering pills. And Mu Feng actually challenged himself to refine a second-grade elixir. It seems that I am still too frivolous. Sometimes, the achievements in martial arts do not mean that the path of alchemy will be smooth sailing. The pharmacist shook his head helplessly, a hint of disappointment flashing in his eyes. Boom! The flames rose, and the two sat in front of the alchemy furnace and began to make the elixir. A group of disciples gathered around and began to observe the two of them. Compared to Mu Feng's second time refining the elixir, Chen Kaigu's technique was extremely sophisticated. He had refined the first-grade qi-gathering pill dozens of times, if not hundreds of times. In a short period of time, he entered the stage of melting the medicinal materials. In contrast, Mu Feng was in a hurry and would stop from time to look puzzled before continuing. It's like a student who can only get single-digit scores, but still pretends to know the answer during the exam and acts like he is thinking for himself. I think it's mysterious. This guy can't even understand these basic operations, let alone compare with Brother Chen. Of course. Brother Chen comes from a family of alchemists. I'm afraid that the proportion of top-grade elixirs will increase again during this refining process. I'm so envious. I wish I was born into a family of alchemists. Everyone looked at Chen Kaigu with envy and eagerness. After all, a strong person will be respected wherever he goes. Looking at Mu Feng, everyone shook their heads helplessly. With all the hectic operations, it would be an understatement to say that he was not even a beginner, let alone an alchemist. Dan Lao, are you sure it's okay to do this? Why is it a little different from before? Looking at the burning furnace in front of him, Mu Feng asked with some confusion. Of course they are different. There is a huge difference between a second-grade elixir and a first-grade elixir. However, the most important thing about this qi and blood pill is not the medicinal materials, but the qi and blood. If there is a strong essence and blood as the main ingredient, the effect will be stronger. Dan Lao spoke through the 7 evil prisons of the Sea of Sin. Powerful blood essence? Mu Feng frowned. In terms of essence and blood, who could be stronger than him? Cultivating both spirit and devil, immortal bones and devil blood. But isn't it a bit strange to use one's own blood and essence to refine pills? Forget it, never mind. Mu Feng put aside all distracting thoughts in his mind and let a trace of blood drip from his fingertips into the alchemy furnace. When everyone saw this scene, they burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha, you actually used your own blood as medicine, who taught you that? This is too outrageous. This is the first time I've seen someone make pills like this. Could he be thinking that there is an old man in the furnace that can be activated with blood and essence? Maybe he read too many books on the street stalls and thought he'd take a last-minute chance when disaster strikes. The pharmacist looked at Mu Feng with even more confusion. Even he couldn't figure out what Mu Feng was doing. Although qi and blood pills are pills for improving qi and blood, I have never heard of them being made from essence and blood. At this moment, a fragrant aroma filled the entire hall. Brother Chen succeeded. Everyone swarmed to Chen Kaigu and watched him open the furnace. There are a total of 13 pills in front of me, 5 of which are top grade, 3 are mid grade, 2 are low grade, and the remaining 3 are all top grade. There are actually 3 top grade elixirs. Brother Chen is indeed from an elixir family. As long as Brother Chen works hard, he will surely become the senior brother of the alchemy hall in no time. Even the pharmacist nodded with appreciation when he saw this. He has solid basic skills and sophisticated techniques. Although his control over the temperature is slightly insufficient, this shortcoming will be compensated as his realm improves. It can be said that he has a promising talent in the art of alchemy. Hearing these compliments, Chen Kaigu couldn't help but feel elated, and there was a hint of pride in his eyes when he looked at Mu Feng. At this moment, Mu Feng was still busy refining the qi and blood pill. He paid no attention to the sounds from the outside world. Completely immersed in his own world. Humph, no matter how hard you try, you can never surpass Brother Chen. Of course. Looking at how he's busy and flustered, does he look like an alchemist? He looks more like a firewood worker, ha ha ha. At this moment, a wave of heat shook out from Mu Feng's alchemy furnace. The surging energy of qi and blood surges up. Seeing this scene, everyone froze in place, their faces pale. Before they could react, Mu Feng's alchemy furnace suddenly exploded, and a blood-red light flickered, reflecting on everyone's face. Why did the alchemy furnace crack? Everyone was full of doubts. Normally, the alchemy furnace will only crack when it explodes, which means that the alchemy has failed. However, Mu Feng's qi and blood pill did not seem to show any signs of failure, but it still caused the alchemy furnace to crack. There is only one explanation for this. The quality of the qi and blood pill exceeds the limit that this furnace can withstand. The red pill lay quietly in the furnace, emitting bursts of strange fragrance. The pharmacist walked forward tremblingly, his eyes full of shock. This is actually a qi and blood pill? How is this possible? Seeing the pharmacist's reaction, Mu Feng's heart sank. Could it be that his essence and blood were used to ruin the qi and blood pill? Pharmacist, is there any problem with this qi and blood pill? Mu Feng asked quickly. But it drew praise from the pharmacist. There is a problem, a big problem. I have never seen such a powerful qi and blood pill in my life. This is not just a qi and blood pill, but a qi and blood pill that has broken through the grade and surpassed the second grade pill. Although it is not among the third grade ones, its medicinal effect is far beyond the reach of ordinary qi and blood pills. A qi and blood pill that surpasses the second grade elixir? How is this possible? Everyone looked horrified. As disciples of the alchemy hall, they had never heard that a pill could actually surpass its own grade. Chen Kaigu stood there with a stiff expression. Impossible, what's so special about this qi and blood pill? It's obviously no different from ordinary qi and blood pills. This pill is rich in qi and blood. Not to mention ordinary qi and blood pills, even the best qi and blood pills cannot compare to it. The pharmacist began to explain, then looked at Mu Feng with surprise in his eyes. This pill can have such an effect, I think you added your own blood and essence into it. Mu Feng, who told you this method? My master has been refining pills for many years, but he has never discovered this technique. In response to the pharmacist's question, Mu Feng laughed it off awkwardly. Start lying. I discovered this by accident. Since the qi and blood pill can strengthen qi and blood, it is not impossible to use blood essence as a medicine. I guess it was a lucky success. Before today, I had never thought of refining it this way. Genius. A 1-in-a-million genius. Hearing Mu Feng's explanation, the pharmacist took a breath of cold air. Only an experienced alchemist can work backwards from the effects of the elixir to choose more suitable medicinal materials. How old is Mu Feng? He has such ability at this age. The future achievements are limitless. Okay, you are worthy of being Shui Rui's valued disciple. You win this competition. I don't accept it. Why? Chen Kaigu spoke angrily, shouting loudly, looking at Mu Feng with eyes full of anger. He just succeeded by chance. If he wasn't so lucky, how could he have succeeded? Kaigu. A person should be able to take and let go. In terms of grade, the qi and blood pill is a second-grade one. In terms of quality, Mu Feng's whole furnace of pills are all top grade. If you lose, you lose. The pharmacist spoke with a cold face. He would not take sides, nor would he allow his disciples to do whatever they wanted. Chen Kaigu said these things now, it seems that he can't afford to lose. Cluck, cluck, cluck. His fists were clenched tightly, making a sound of bones rubbing against each other. Chen Kaigu stood there with his pupils trembling. He lost. As the heir of a family of alchemy experts, he actually lost in the art of alchemy to a kid from a remote city. And now, he has to kowtow to this kid and apologize. He is the successor of a great family. How will he face his family in the future after doing such a thing? Everyone was looking at Chen Kaigu, waiting for him to kneel down and apologize to Mu Feng. After all, these were the words he had just spoken. All right, pharmacist, I have won this duel. Can you let me go to the location of Yanhuang's spirit? Mu Feng spoke with a smile, he had no regard for Chen Kaigu's apology. What he wanted was to refine the dragon blood Xianhuang pill as soon as possible. But in Chen Kaigu's eyes, this was Mu Feng's charity. Compared to kowtowing to Mu Feng's charity hurt his self-esteem even more. I don't need your charity. Chen Kaigu shouted angrily, his eyes filled with rage that almost devoured Mu Feng. Hearing this, Mu Feng's expression froze and he raised his head coldly. Call out. The next moment, Mu Feng appeared in front of Chen Kaigu. When their eyes met, Chen Kaigu couldn't help but tremble all over, and fear appeared on his face. A chill ran from the soles of my feet to my forehead. Mu Feng's eyes were so cold and terrifying. He felt like he was falling into an abyss, and his whole body went limp. You are not qualified to be my opponent. Don't waste my time. From the beginning to the end, Chen Kaigu did not exist in Mu Feng's eyes, but he had obstructed Mu Feng time and again, which had made Mu Feng a little impatient. Mu Feng's only opponent is that one person. A surge of murderous intent swept over Chen Kaigu, and his already tense mind was completely shattered at this moment. Looking at Mu Feng's almost cannibalistic eyes, Chen Kaigu actually burst into tears. Wow! Mom, help! While crying, he ran away into the distance and disappeared from everyone's sight without looking back. Mu Feng was slightly stunned. I just gave him a simple warning, why is this kid so fragile? Scratching his head awkwardly, Mu Feng looked at the pharmacist. Pharmacist, what about the flame spirit? If you want to go, go ahead. It's your reward for becoming a second-grade alchemist. But you have to be careful. This Yanhuang spirit is extremely powerful. You are only at the Xianhuang realm. If anything goes wrong, get out immediately. The pharmacist spoke with a smile, his eyes almost showing his admiration for Mu Feng. Come with me, I will take you to the location of the Yanhuang spirit. Thank you, pharmacist. Soon, the two came to a staircase that wound downward. Go down here and you'll find the flame glory spirit. Because its temperature is extremely high, it could only be stored 100 feet underground. The pharmacist spoke up. Feeling this burning wave, Mu Feng's eyes flashed with a gleam. As expected of a spirit that can be included in the Myriad Spirits Atlas, it is indeed extraordinary. Pharmacist, I'm going down first. As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Feng waved his hand, and countless icy spiritual powers wrapped his whole body, and he jumped into the abyss in the middle. What an anxious boy. The pharmacist smiled, shook his head, and left the stairs. Bang! When his body landed on the ground, Mu Feng felt that the ground was about to melt. The scorching air waves swarmed towards him one after another. If he did not have an icy spirit, he would have been burned to death by this power in less than half a minute. Looking up, I saw a fist-sized soul in front of me. It is quietly suspended in the air, radiating hot spiritual energy. Everything is ready, Mr. Dan, I'll leave it to you now. Mu Feng took out the alchemy furnace that he had purchased at the cost of 100,000 spirit stones, and placed the medicinal materials for refining the dragon blood mysterious yellow pill neatly on the ground. With a single move of his hand, a trace of the power of Yanhuang spirit was drawn over by Mu Feng. In an instant, a raging flame ignited in the alchemy furnace, and within half a minute, the inner wall of the alchemy furnace was baked into a scorching red color. Listen up, kid. Old Dan smiled slightly and began to instruct Mu Feng to refine the dragon blood Xianhuang pill. As time passed, Mu Feng was already sweating profusely and breathing heavily. Boom! With a roar, a pill that flashed with golden light appeared in the furnace. The dragon blood Xianhuang pill is done. Taking out the pill, Mu Feng's eyes were full of eagerness and he couldn't wait to swallow it. He has been waiting for this day for a long time. The elixir entered his body and turned into a warm force that swept through Mu Feng's body. The three major spiritual souls in his body were also fully activated at this moment. Countless forces flowed through Mu Feng's limbs and bones. At the same time, the flaming spirit suddenly flashed with light and rushed towards Mu Feng. It's over, I forgot that souls can resonate. I haven't completely digested the power of the elixir yet. If I rashly absorb the flame glory spirit, I'm afraid my body won't be able to handle it. Mu Feng's expression changed, and before he could react, Yanhuang's spirit had already rushed into his body. At the same time, outside the Dan Hall, Tang Meiyao returned to Dan Tang happily, holding a bag of cakes in her hand and looking around. Pharmacist, I heard that Xiao Mufeng is here. Where is he? He is using Yanhuang's spirit to refine pills underground. You might as well go and take a look, in case anything goes wrong. Okay. Tang Meiyao nodded slightly and skipped forward. Suddenly, a scorching heat wave came, and the next moment. Boom! The red pillar of fire shot straight up into the sky, piercing through the entire Dan Hall, right in front of Tang Meiyao. It was extremely hot and difficult to approach. Tang Meiyao's pupils suddenly shrank. The cake in his hand fell to the ground. Mu Feng! Mu Feng! A trace of panic flashed in Tang Meiyao's eyes, and she rushed forward, wanting to rush into the pillar of fire. Meiyao! What are you doing? The pharmacist took a step forward and hurriedly stopped Tang Meiyao. What else can I do? I want to save Mu Feng. I want to save him. Tang Meiyao screamed hysterically and rushed towards the pillar of fire regardless of everything. Let me go, I want to save him, please let me go. No. The flame spirit is rioting. This force is not something you can withstand. If you rush in, you will surely die. The pharmacist looked solemn and was unwilling to let go of his hand. The spirits are rioting, and ordinary people are absolutely not allowed to enter. If the power of the spirit were to rebound upon oneself, the least that could happen would be death or even shattering of the meridians. Are we just going to watch Mu Feng die in there? Tang Meiyao cried and looked at the pharmacist, a tear streaming down from the corner of her eye. Mu Feng once saved her from danger, but when Mu Feng was in trouble, she was so helpless. He could only watch Mu Feng die in the sea of fire. The riot of Yanhuang's spirit quickly attracted a lot of onlookers. The 5 major mentors also rushed to the scene. Soul riots are of great significance and any carelessness can result in heavy casualties. Pharmacist, what's going on? Shui Rui said with a frown. Mu Feng wanted to borrow the power of Yanhuang's spirit to refine pills, so I let him in. I didn't expect. The pharmacist spoke in a low and dejected voice, his eyes full of self-blame. If he hadn't agreed, Mu Feng wouldn't have been trapped in the catastrophe of soul fluctuations. What did you say? Mu Feng is in there? The surrounding temperature dropped suddenly. Even though she was in front of the pillar of fire, it did not affect the fact that Shui Rui's body was covered in ice and snow. Shui Rui grabbed the pharmacist by the collar, anger flashed across her face, and murderous intent was in her eyes. Don't you know that the spirit power of the soul is violent? If you are not careful, it will cause a chain reaction and cause a riot. Such a simple thing, do I need to remind you? Why do you dare to let Mu Feng in? Seeing that Shui Rui was about to kill someone, Duan Yunjian hurriedly appeared and tried to stop her. Teacher Shui, don't be impulsive. How can I not be impulsive? If anything happens to Mu Feng, I will bury the entire Dan Hall with him. Hearing Shui Rui's words, the people around her couldn't help but shudder. Shui Rui was known for her explosive temper. If anything happened to Mu Feng, Dan Tang would probably be overthrown by Shui Rui. Now they can only pray that nothing happens to Mu Feng. After saying that, Shui Rui jumped up, ready to suppress Yanhuang's spirit and look for any signs of Mu Feng. With a wave of his hand, the icy spiritual power turned into frost all over the sky and rushed straight towards the pillar of fire. The frost spread, and the pillar of fire that shot up into the sky was quickly suppressed. In just a moment, the spiritual power that was originally surging up was frozen by Shui Rui. Finally it stopped. You are worthy of being Teacher Shui. It's a pity for Mu Feng. Even a master of the heaven and earth realm wouldn't be able to survive under this kind of power. Alas, God is jealous of talented people. Everyone was talking about it, and everyone sighed for Mu Feng's death. The young man who had created countless miracles just after entering the spiritual academy died in an accident that no one could have imagined. Tang Meiyao collapsed on the ground with a dazed look on her face, her eyes lifeless. Staring straight at the frozen land in front of him. Mu Feng. Just when everyone thought that the soul riot had been quelled by Shui Rui, the powerful spiritual energy fluctuated and rose from the ground again. Buzz. A powerful force shook the 4 directions and directly shattered the ice seal. A figure with long hair stepped into the air, and in full view of everyone, amidst the sky full of flames, he rushed straight into the sky. That's Mu Feng. Everyone's faces were filled with shock, and they looked up at the figure swimming in the sea of fire, their pupils trembling. They didn't even dare to get close to such a powerful and scorching spiritual energy, but Mu Feng swam freely in it without suffering any damage at all. On the contrary, it looks extremely comfortable and light. Boom! With a roar, the surrounding flames dissipated, leaving only a figure in the middle with a hint of confusion in his eyes. Is this the heaven and earth realm? Mu Feng felt the absolute power emerging from his hands, and his words were filled with joy. He originally only wanted to condense the second level of the vast sea blue dragon power, but he did not expect to accidentally trigger the flame yellow spirit, causing a resonance in the spirit. I had no choice but to absorb it. With the blessing of Dragon Blood Xianhuang Pill and Yanhuang Spirit, he successfully stepped into the realm of heaven and earth. Huh? Why are there so many people? Mu Feng was a little surprised when he saw countless figures on the ground looking up at him eagerly. He leaped up and landed lightly on the ground. Greetings to Master, Medicine Master, and all the instructors. Seeing the high-level leaders of the spiritual academy in front of him, Mu Feng clasped his hands together and saluted. Before anyone could speak, Tang Meiyao rushed forward and hugged Mu Feng tightly in her arms. Mu Feng, I'm so glad you're okay. You know, we all thought you were dead. Looking at Tang Meiyao crying, Mu Feng smiled awkwardly. Ahahaha, sorry for making everyone worried. Humph, I'm glad you're okay. Shui Rui said this lightly and turned away. The other instructors also breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. Fortunately, Mu Feng was fine, otherwise it would be difficult to deal with Shui Rui if she got angry. I didn't expect that by chance, you would be able to break through to the heaven and earth realm. This is quite a good opportunity, Mu Feng. The pharmacist stroked his beard and spoke cheerfully. Pharmacist, please stop mocking me. I know it was wrong of me to absorb Yanhuang's soul. From now on, there will be no soul power available in the alchemy hall. Mu Feng spoke a little embarrassedly. He didn't expect that Yanhuang's spirit would resonate with him. It's good that he's okay. Although his soul has been absorbed by you, the remaining soul power can still sustain for a while. During this time, you can find another soul with fire attribute. Although the spirits in the 10,000 Spirits Atlas are hard to find, ordinary fire attribute spirits are not difficult to find. The pharmacist comforted Mu Feng with a smile. For the spiritual academy, exchanging a mere flame glory spirit for a disciple with extraordinary talent was a sure win. As the instructor of the Dan Hall, he was naturally happy to see this happen. Senior sister, if you hold me any longer, I will be unable to breathe. Mu Feng spoke with a helpless look. From the beginning till now, Tang Meiyao had been hugging him tightly. Fortunately, when Su Xin was not there, otherwise it would have been another earth-shattering battle. Tang Meiyao pouted. Humph, I was so worried about you, so what's wrong with hugging you a little longer? And you absorbed the spirit of Dan Tang, how are you going to settle this account? I am the eldest sister of the Dan Hall. It is reasonable for you to give me some compensation. How can this be so reasonable? The corners of Mu Feng's mouth twitched and he could only shake his head helplessly. Seeing this scene, the pharmacist laughed heartily. The damage to the alchemy hall seemed so insignificant. At the same time, inside the lava canyon, a pair of evil eyes slowly opened. Heaven and earth realm, I didn't expect you to be so fast. Qi Yen murmured in a low voice, but another voice came from his heart. Kill him. As long as you kill him, the Holy Spirit body will be yours. As long as you can obtain the Holy Spirit body, you and I will be able to combine perfectly. By then, no one in the inner courtyard will be our opponent. The news that Mu Feng had entered the realm of heaven and earth spread quickly. As the only disciple in the heaven and earth realm in the outer courtyard after Jie Tianlan's death, Mu Feng's reputation is rising. The threshold of the courtyard was even trampled down by people. Many people want to make friends with Mu Feng. Among them are many famous masters on the inner court heaven and earth rankings. If it were before, Mu Feng had only shown that he had talent. Now, Mu Feng has transformed this talent into strength. He was able to defeat those in the Tiandi realm when he was in the Xianhuang realm, and no one dared to imagine how strong he was now. A group of people gathered in Mu Feng's courtyard and it was very lively. "Brother, you are worthy of being me. You have entered the heaven and earth realms so quickly. Do you have any tips for cultivation? Tell me." Shi Shan looked at Mu Feng with admiration in his eyes. At this moment, he was completely obedient to Mu Feng and completely prostrated himself to him. Even if Mu Feng told him that eating more could promote his cultivation, he would practice it as the truth. "I was just lucky. My talent isn't that great. I'm just a little luckier than you." Mu Feng replied with a smile. "Brother Mu, what you said is wrong. Luck is also the key to whether a person can succeed. If there is no luck, then no matter how hard a person tries, he will not succeed." Qing Tianxian spoke. "You're welcome, Brother Qing. By the way, big brother, I heard that you have a 3-move fight with Qi Yan. Do you really want to accept the challenge?" As soon as Shi Shan said this, everyone in the courtyard turned their heads to look at Mu Feng. You must know that Qi Yan had said that as long as Mu Feng entered the realm of heaven and earth, he would come to Mu Feng to fulfill the 3-move agreement. Now that Mu Feng has entered the realm of heaven and earth, the time for the 3-move agreement is about to come. Everyone was very curious whether Mu Feng had the courage to face the legendary third in the inner courtyard. I would like to ask this question as well. The sudden words reached everyone's ears. Everyone couldn't help but have their pupils dilate. Looking up, Qi Yan found himself standing in mid-air at some point, looking down at the people in the courtyard. "What you up to?" Seeing Qi Yan coming, Wen Suxin hurriedly protected Mu Feng behind her with a determined look. The holy body of Great Spirit. When he saw Wen Suxin, Qi Yan felt a surge of heat in his heart, and the spiritual energy in his body almost rioted. If he had not diverted his attention in time, he would have taken action directly and taken Wen Suxin away. "Don't worry, I don't want to do anything. I just came to see if Mu Feng has the courage to accept my challenge." Qi Yan spoke with a smile, his face always showing gentle kindness. But faced with such goodwill, no one dared to take it lightly. Qi Yan was a super-powerful man who defeated one of the 12 guardians of the Demon Dragon Palace. You know, even the 7 generals of the Demon Dragon Palace were ranked in the dozens on the wanted list, and the guardian of the Demon Dragon Palace killed by Qi Yan was actually ranked in the top 10 of the wanted list. This achievement alone makes many people sigh in despair. Ha 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 ha, Qi Yan, I think you're getting worse as you get older. You even want to bully the younger generation from our Shuling Peak. What? You don't dare to come to me, but instead you are targeting my junior brother? A loud voice came, with no attempt to conceal the sarcasm in it. As the words fell, Feng Xue came over with a big knife on his shoulder. The biting cold and the scorching spiritual power collided, and one of them ranked 3rd in the inner courtyard, and the other ranked 4th, which attracted everyone's amazement. It was senior brother Feng Xue. He lost to Qi Yan in the inner courtyard competition with just one move. With senior brother Feng Xue here, Mu Feng shouldn't have to accept the 3-move agreement. Alas, even if Mu Feng is at the heaven and earth realm, it would be difficult for him to take on Qi Yan's 3 moves. Hearing everyone talking, Qi Yan kept smiling. He just looked at Feng Xue and spoke softly. "Brother Feng Xue, how are you?" "I am fine, but you seem to be getting more and more evil. Although you were not very likable before, you would not do anything to embarrass the younger generation. But today, you actually want to attack Mu Feng for our junior sister from Shuling Peak. I can't stand you doing this. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, the spiritual energy under Feng Shui's feet began to fluctuate. Even though he was beaten badly by Ji Buchang and his 7 brothers, in a one-on-one fight, even Ji Buchang, the strongest of the 7 brothers, was no match for Feng Shui. Brother Feng Shui, why are you being so aggressive? I have loved junior sister Suxin for a long time and only want to become her Taoist partner. My junior brother Mu Feng and I had a legitimate fight. There is no such thing as bullying. Facing Qi Yan's words, Feng Shui couldn't help but snort coldly. You are at the peak of the heaven and earth realm. Let alone 3 moves, even 1 move is impossible for ordinary heaven and earth realm disciples to take. And you still say that you are not bullying others by taking advantage of your power? Really? Then Mu Feng can refuse my challenge, but if he refuses, how can he protect the Holy Spirit body? Qi Yan looked at Mu Feng with a smile. Mu Feng knew that Qi Yan was right. From the attitude of the Demon Dragon Palace, it was clear how passionate the Tai Ling holy body was. If he couldn't even take on Qi Yan's 3 moves, then there was no point in protecting Wen Suxin. Brother Mu Feng, don't be fooled, he is just trying to provoke me. I believe in your ability. You have protected me very well. Wen Suxin spoke hurriedly, fearing that Mu Feng would agree to the challenge. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Mu Feng patted Wen Suxin on the shoulder and looked at the red flames in the sky with a smile. Brother Qi Yan, since you want to fight, then fight. 3 moves today, tomorrow, I will defeat you fairly. Wow! When these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. 3 moves weren't enough, he wanted to defeat the opponent. Should I say this guy is ridiculously confident or just too crazy? Even Feng Shui was not 100% sure of being able to defeat Qi Yan. What's more, he had just entered the realm of heaven and earth. Beat me? In response to Mu Feng's bold words, Qi Yan burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha, you're very courageous, Mu Feng. I have to admit that I like you more and more. In that case, I'll wait for you tomorrow at the outer courtyard fighting arena. As soon as he finished speaking, Qi Yan leaped up and walked away. After Qi Yan left, Feng Shui looked at Mu Feng helplessly, with a hint of worry in his eyes. Junior brother, you are confused. Qi Yan is not that easy to deal with. Even if it takes 3 moves, you are not capable of taking it now. Do you know how terrifying the strength of the peak of the heaven and earth realm is? Thank you for your concern, senior brother. I have made up my mind. I must accept these 3 moves. Not only for Su Xian, I also want to verify how strong I am after entering the heaven and earth realm. Seeing Mu Feng's firm attitude, Feng Shui didn't say anything more. Well, then you must be careful. I always feel that there is something wrong with Qi Yan. If you sense the danger, give up immediately. After all, he has a lot of experience. Even if you admit defeat, no one will say anything to you. I see. Mu Feng nodded slightly. Watch the wind and snow leave. Everyone dispersed, leaving only Wen Suxin and Mu Feng in the courtyard. Wen Suxin lowered her head, feeling a little depressed, not daring to look at Mu Feng. Brother Mu Feng, I'm sorry. It's all because of me that I put you in danger every time. Looking at the pitiful Wen Suxin, Mu Feng laughed. Ha, don't worry, I'm your big brother. If I don't protect you, who else can? In fact, if it weren't for the fact that Qi Yan looks a bit evil, I think it would be a good idea to have him as your Taoist partner. When Wen Suxin heard Mu Feng's words, she stomped her feet in anger. Brother Mu Feng. I don't allow you to say such things. Snort. After saying that, Wen Su turned back to his room angrily and closed the door tightly. Hey, Sushin, I haven't gone in yet. You are punished to sleep in the yard tonight and are not allowed to come in. Mu Feng shook his head helplessly. This girl, I really don't understand. The morning light is dazzling and the sky is clear. Countless heads gathered in the square of the outer courtyard. Not only that, there were countless figures standing proudly in the air around them, staring at the fighting arena in the center of the square. The inner and outer courtyards gathered together today, a rare occasion. Let us pay attention to this unprecedented battle. Qi Yan arrived at the fighting arena early. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged in meditation, waiting for Mu Feng to arrive. Various discussions are heard everywhere. Some say that he, Qi Yan, bullies the weak, while others say that Mu Feng is ungrateful. In short, everyone has their own opinion, which makes this war a hot topic. Call out. Several figures came flying from the sky and slowly hovered on top of the fighting arena. Seeing these figures, all the disciples around them gasped. Even they are here. It seems that this competition is much more lively than expected. 7 figures, standing in different positions, stared at the fighting arena in unison. 8 of the top 10 people on the heaven and earth ranking are here today. This kind of grand scene is rarely seen on ordinary days. This is probably the largest number of people coming to the heaven and earth ranking, except for the inner court competition. Is this guy named Mu Feng so attractive? Haha, haven't you heard that this guy defeated Jia Tianlan from the Tiandi realm when he was in the Xianhuang realm, and even sniped and killed the 7 generals of the Demon Dragon Hall who were on the wanted list? Ordinary inner court disciples are no match for him. Humph, if you keep saying that, you are just a kid who has just entered the heaven and earth realm. There is no chance of winning against senior brother Qi Yan. As everyone whispered, a flame rushed towards the fighting arena. Boom! The flames fell to the ground, and the entire fighting arena shook. Qi Yan slowly opened his eyes, and the flames in front of him gradually dissipated. The figure wrapped in it appeared. Brother Qi Yan, I'm here. Mu Feng smiled and clasped his hands together. There was no fear in his eyes, but rather an eagerness to try. Mu Feng. Almost at the same time, all the disciples in the outer courtyard raised their arms and cheered. In the sky, the masters on the heaven and earth rankings were constantly glancing at Mu Feng. It seems that he is just an ordinary disciple of the heaven and earth realm. He actually dares to confront Qi Yan head-on. TSK, he has no idea of his own limitations. Those who underestimate him are the ones who truly don't know their place. Feng Shui smiled coldly, and his words were full of admiration for Mu Feng. He remembered the scene of that day vividly. If Mu Feng could exert that kind of power again, not only would he be able to take on Qi Yan's 3 moves, he could even kill Qi Yan with 3 moves. Even if he cannot use that power, Mu Feng himself is not comparable to ordinary disciples. Don't you want to go to the fighting arena? In the small courtyard, senior sister Ruqing walked up to Wen Sushin and asked. Wen Sushin looked at Ruqing with a smile. No need to go, because I know that brother Mu Feng will never lose. Boom! 2 powerful spiritual power fluctuations collided on the stage. Layers of aftermath spread out in all directions. The extremely solid arena could not even withstand the pressure from the 2 men and began to show cracks. 3 chances. If you can still stand up, it will be considered a testament to your ability. Looking at Mu Feng, who was eager to try, Qi Yan spoke with a smile. Please enlighten me. Mu Feng clasped his hands together, and the spiritual power in his body roared at this moment. Under this powerful aura, everything around seemed to be distorted. I've heard for a long time that senior brother Qi Yan has an extremely solid foundation, but I wonder if he is just getting the reputation for nothing? Wow! When everyone heard this, they were shocked. At this juncture, Mu Feng still has the mind to provoke Qi Yan? Doesn't he know how big the gap between them is? Even Feng Shui frowned. He knew that Mu Feng was not such an unwise person. If he pushed Qi Yan into a corner at this time, there would definitely be no good ending. But Mu Feng still chose such provocative words. Why is that? Qi Yan was also slightly stunned. He didn't expect that Mu Feng would dare to say such words to him. Then, he grinned. Since you want to see it, then I will let you see how terrifying the foundation of the peak of the heaven and earth realm is. As soon as he finished speaking, Qi Yan disappeared from the spot, causing people's faces to change suddenly. Fast, so fast that it's hard to grasp. Mu Feng had no idea where Qi Yan was. The next moment, a powerful force rushed towards Mu Feng. Qi Yan attempted to crush Mu Feng with his purest foundation. What on earth is Mu Feng thinking? Does he think his foundation can rival Qi Yan's? Everyone shook their heads and sighed, but the next scene made them drop their jaws. Facing the terrifying fire power that was coming at him, Mu Feng smiled. Well done. Seeing that the red spiritual power was about to hit him, Jian Yao's soul rushed out instantly. It transformed into a huge sword shadow and slashed down towards Qi Yan. Boom! Qi Yan's expression suddenly changed and he quickly retreated to the rear. He dodged the sword's blow by leaning sideways. You tempted me to fight with you, but then you used your sword to cut me. Junior brother Mu Feng, you are too cunning. Qi Yan grinned, a hint of fear flashing in his eyes. This guy Mu Feng is a little more difficult to deal with than he imagined. This is the first move. The long sword soared gracefully in front of Mu Feng, and Qi Yan was slightly stunned. Then he burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha, I didn't expect that. Not bad, this is the first move. It's just a pity that you can only use a trick like this once. Can you handle this next move? As soon as he finished speaking, the air around Qi Yan suddenly twisted, and countless flames appeared out of thin air, making people sigh in fear. In less than 3 breaths, the floor tiles under Qi Yan's feet turned red. The temperature was so high that the arena was almost melting. This move is... Feng Shui's expression changed drastically when he saw this. As Qi Yan's opponent, he was very familiar with this move. Qi Yan's famous skill. Molten Inferno. I didn't expect Qi Yan to be serious about this. This move is not so easy for Mu Feng, even for those guys in the top 10 of the heaven and earth ranking to take it on. This is too bullying. Tang Meiyao was so angry that she stomped her feet on the spot, wishing she could go up and slap Qi Yan twice. You are wrong. It is precisely because Qi Yan recognizes Mu Feng that he uses this move and goes all out. This is the highest level of courtesy to the opponent. Lin Qing said with a smile. But it attracted Tang Meiyao's complaints. Beating someone half to death is not a courtesy. Next time I fight you, I will treat you in the same way. Do you want me to? Ah, I'll let it go, Sister Tang. The corners of Lin Qing's mouth twitched and a trace of cold sweat ran down his forehead. Like Tang Meiyao, everyone was worried about the second move. Although the first move was defeated by provoking the opponent, the second move is obviously not so easy to deal with. The molten flames spread to Mu Feng's feet. It suddenly stopped a few inches away from Mu Feng, and the cold spiritual power had enveloped Mu Feng's whole body at some point. He could clearly sense that this move was more powerful than any opponent he had ever encountered. Even Ji Buchang is not as good as him. Jianju. The sword rises with the wind. Holding the long sword tightly in his hand, Mu Feng's expression became increasingly serious. This time, there was no room for his laughter. Raising his hand, he used the most mature sword move. The sharp sword energy crossed the sky, swung towards the red flame, and collided with the molten flame. However, unexpectedly, in just a moment, the sword energy was swallowed up by the molten flames. There was no time to retreat, and Mu Feng was also enveloped by the molten flames. Mu Feng. Tang Meiyao covered her mouth nervously. Everyone held their breath and dared not speak loudly. Countless eyes were focused on the scene, and everyone was worried. Is Mu Feng going to lose because of this move? Feng Xue held the sword tightly on his shoulder. If anything happened to Mu Feng, he would rescue him without hesitation. The other disciples were also watching this scene with great nervousness. Tang Meiyao even covered her eyes, not daring to look any further. You know, few people who are trapped in the molten purgatory can get out. Boom! A pillar of red gold fire shot up into the sky, repelling all the molten flames that enveloped Mu Feng. A light appeared in everyone's eyes. Mu Feng's figure was reflected in everyone's eyes again. Under the tattered clothes were muscles as sharp as if they were carved by knives, and wisps of white smoke were emanating from the skin. Call. Mu Feng was breathing heavily in a somewhat embarrassed manner, his eyes staring straight at Qi Yan in front of him. Obviously, this move has already stretched him a little. Mu Feng is fine. Someone shouted and the crowd cheered again. Qi Yan frowned. He looked at Mu Feng with some surprise. His own molten flame purgatory was difficult to resist even for cultivators at the 5th level of the heaven and earth realm and above, but Mu Feng was able to break it so easily. I underestimated you. Thank you for showing mercy, brother. Mu Feng smiled slightly. Possessing a spirit with dual attributes of ice and fire, he has a strong ability to adapt to fire attribute attacks. If it weren't for the Yanhuang spirit, Mu Feng really wouldn't have been sure he could take this move. Seeing that Mu Feng was fine, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. But the tense minds still did not relax. Tang Meiyao's eyes were full of heartache. Little Mu Feng, if it really doesn't work, let's just admit defeat. You're already amazing enough to take the second move. It was already amazing enough for an outer court disciple to be able to withstand 2 moves from Qi Yan. But everyone knows that this third move is the real killer move. This is his last chance. Qi Yan will never give up. Brother Qi Yan, please. I have the guts. There aren't many people in the entire spiritual academy who can make me use this move. Qi Yan smiled and raised his right hand slightly. A stream of light rushed into the palm of his hand and turned into a spear, which he held tightly in his hand. Seeing the spear, Feng Xue's expression changed drastically. Not only that, several disciples at the top of the heaven and earth ranking in the sky also revealed expressions of shock. They even took out the black fire war spear. Qi Yan is planning to be serious. Taking out this spear shows that he already regards Mu Feng as his opponent. The Xuanhua War Spear is a genuine 4th-grade spiritual weapon. It can greatly improve the cultivator's abilities, and it also has extremely special effects. It can deal with all attacks from fire-attributed spiritual power and absorb them. It can be said that in front of Qi Yan, cultivators with the same spiritual power attributes have no advantage at all. Mu Feng's flaming spirit was of no use at all. Seeing the spear emitting violent fluctuations of spiritual energy, there was no fear in Mu Feng's eyes. He took a deep breath and gripped the sword in his hand even tighter. The demonic energy around his body expanded violently, and the roars that erupted were like the roars of an ancient demon god. Feel the powerful aura emanating from Mu Feng. Everyone's eyes focused on him, and they were extremely surprised. Just stepping into the realm of heaven and earth can cause such a violent fluctuation of spiritual power. This Mu Feng really deserves the reputation of being the best in the outer courtyard. This move is the same one that defeated Jia Tianlan. Lin Qing's eyes were sharp and he immediately saw the move that Mu Feng was about to perform. 3 styles in 1. It's a top fighting skill that is a fusion of the sword technique created by Mu Feng himself and the 2 major methods of sword and magic from the 7 absolute divine arts. Feng Xue shook his head helplessly. Indeed, Mu Feng has many extraordinary methods, and with the blessing of the 3rd level of spiritual sword cultivation, he is invincible in the same realm. But the person in front of him is also another invincible gifted child of heaven at the same level. How much weaker than Mu Feng's talent could a monster who could become the 3rd on the heaven and earth list? Looking at the surging spiritual power in front of him, the smile on Qi Yan's face faded. A flame shot out and attached to the spear. In a moment, the flames exploded, covering the entire spear, and the flame fluctuations were extremely terrifying. Even the audience seats hundreds of feet away could feel the heat wave coming towards them. Desire Beast Fire. Qi Yan's true trump card. Feng Xue's voice was slightly trembling. At this moment, he could no longer care about anything else and spoke hurriedly. Mu Feng, admit defeat now, you can't take this move anyway. The fire of the evil beast is an extremely rare and strange fire in the world. Not only is it extremely powerful, but it can also crazily devour the enemy's spiritual power when it touches the enemy's body. Unless the enemy's spiritual power is completely devoured, it cannot be destroyed at all. No matter how strong Mu Feng is, he can't be the opponent of this attack. But in the face of Feng Xue's reminder, Mu Feng seemed to be deaf to it and did not move at all. He can't retreat. If I retreat now, how will I face the person who once stood at the top of the world in the future? The end of the Queen. Boom. The raging flames shot up into the sky. The entire arena finally couldn't withstand the powerful pressure from the 2 men and was completely shattered in the roar. That is this moment. Qi Yan moved. Mu Feng, you should be proud of yourself for losing to this move. There was a flash of murderous intent in Qi Yan's eyes. The evil beast fire transformed into a giant dragon that soared into the sky, swooped down from mid-air and killed Mu Feng. Xian Long Zhan Tian. With a loud roar, the flaming dragon opened its huge mouth, ready to swallow Mu Feng in one gulp. When everyone saw this, their hearts rose to their throats. If it were them, there would be no way they could handle this move. At this moment, Mu Feng slowly raised his sword. 3 styles in 1. The magic sword reigned supreme. Astonishing spiritual power fluctuations spread all around, and the monstrous demonic energy swept across the entire earth in an instant. The purple-gold color filled the sky, covering half of the sky. Amid countless shocked gazes, Mu Feng gently slashed forward with the sword in his hand. Boom! The surging sword energy rushed straight towards the dragon. At the moment of impact, an extremely bright light burst out, like the sun descending to the ground, forcing everyone to close their eyes. The entire square could no longer bear the pressure and suddenly collapsed at this moment. Faced with the powerful aftermath of spiritual power, the disciples with slightly lower realms were directly knocked back hundreds of feet and vomited blood. 2 figures stood proudly above the collapsed square. Qi Yan's face was grim and his eyes were full of disbelief. On the other hand, Mu Feng smiled. The pale face was covered with blood. His clothes had been torn into rags, and his strong body was covered in blood, with countless areas having been baked black like charcoal by the flames. But he still won. Brother, I won the 3-move agreement. As the last sentence came out of his mouth, the light in Mu Feng's eyes disappeared, and he fell straight to the ground. Tang Meiyao rushed out quickly and caught Mu Feng steadily. Xiao Mu Feng, are you okay? Many disciples also rushed forward and surrounded Mu Feng. Various healing pills were pushed and stuffed next to Mu Feng. Mu Feng's performance today was enough to make them admire him. Whether in the inner or outer courtyard, everyone recognized Mu Feng's strength this time. But Qi Yan's face became increasingly gloomy as he watched all this. The sound from within the body came again. Useless. You can't even defeat a mere heaven and earth realm disciple. A piece of trash like you still wants to merge with my lustful evil beast fire? You are just dreaming. Without the holy body of tailing, you understand nothing. Faced with the constant humiliation from that voice, Qi Yan's face became even gloomier and his fists were clenched tightly. I'm not useless. Even without the Holy Spirit body, I can still control you. Control me? Who gave you the courage? With your current weak resolve, can you suppress me? As the teasing voice sounded, a hint of surprise flashed across Qi Yan's face. Before he could react, his bright eyes reflected a sharpness that did not belong to him. The Holy Spirit body must be mine. Qi Yan grinned, and the sound he made was completely different from before. Only by getting rid of Mu Feng can he obtain the Tai Ling holy body. Mu Feng must die. The purple flames burned fiercely, covering the red flames. Feng Shui's expression suddenly changed. Qi Yan, the duel is over, what do you want to do? Call out. Ignoring Feng Shui's words, Qi Yan swooped down and headed straight towards Mu Feng. The speed was so fast that everyone present was unable to react. Looking at Mu Feng lying on the ground seriously injured and dying, Qi Yan sneered. I have waited for this day for too long. Great Holy Spirit body. Ha 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 ha. Mu Feng, get out of the way. Feng Shui turned pale and shouted loudly. But now Mu Feng no longer had the energy to hide. He could only lie on the ground and watch Qi Yan rushing towards him. Boom! Powerful spiritual power burst out, and a beautiful figure stood in front of Mu Feng. With a flick of his hand, all the surrounding flames were extinguished. Looking at the red flame in the air, Shui Rui said coldly. Are you looking for death? Teacher Shui is here. Seeing Shui Rui coming, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. With Shui Rui's protection, Mu Feng will definitely be safe this time. But everyone was confused. Mu Feng had clearly won, so why did Qi Yan still kill him? Although Qi Yan's style is not pleasing to the eye, he is not the kind of person who disregards the rules of the spiritual academy. His aura is different from before. There's something strange about it. Duan Yunjian took light steps and came to Shui Rui's side. He could sense such a violent fluctuation of spiritual power from several miles away. He was quite familiar with the disciple Qi Yan. This kind of manic and evil aura is absolutely different from Qi Yan. Looking at the two mentors standing in front of Mu Feng on the ground, the evil beast fire showed an unwilling look. He almost killed Mu Feng. Humph, you are such a lucky kid. I will let you go this time. After saying this, Qi Yan's whole body was burning with purple flames. It turned into a line of fire and rushed towards the distance. Oh no, he's trying to escape. Duan Yunjian spoke hurriedly, but Shui Rui had already made her move. As he took a step forward, countless cold air gathered in front of him, blocking the escape route of the evil beast fire. Want to leave? I don't care who you are. Get off Qi Yan now, or I will kill you along with Qi Yan. Shui Rui spoke coldly. Being at a high level, she could tell at a glance that the aura in front of her was just residing in Qi Yan's body. If Qi Yan died, it would die too. Facing Shui Rui, the desire beast fire laughed disdainfully. Ha ha ha, a mere human dares to speak so arrogantly in front of me. Today, I will let you see the true power of the desire beast fire. As soon as he finished speaking, countless flames condensed out of thin air. The moment the deep purple flames touched the surrounding ice and frost, they directly melted it. They also followed the path where Xue Rui emitted her spiritual power and attacked Xue Rui. Xue Rui's face darkened. His eyes were full of gloom. I thought it was something extraordinary, but it turns out to be just a flame that produces spiritual intelligence. How dare you look down on me like this, you lowly human? I will make you pay the price. The evil beast glared angrily, and the surrounding flames expanded instantly. The blazing fire directly swallowed Xue Rui. Teacher Snow. Everyone was shocked. When did Qi Yan become so strong? Even Xue Rui was no match for him. Just when everyone was surprised, a large snow-white hand suddenly stretched out from the flame and pinched gently. The surrounding flames were extinguished instantly. A huge spirit slowly raised its head and looked at the red flame in front of it without any emotion. The spirit was completely snow-white, and was filled with countless icy spiritual powers, which made people afraid. The silvery white light appears extremely holy and solemn. Just standing there, it has a temperament that is proud of all living beings and looks down on the world. Under the influence of powerful spiritual power, snowflakes began to float all around Xue Rui, covering the entire square in a short time. True Spirit. A powerful realm above the realm of heaven and earth. Once you enter this realm, you can resonate with heaven and earth and awaken your own unique true spirit. The higher the level of the true spirit, the stronger the power it exerts. Duanyun's sword saw this scene and smiled slightly. I haven't seen her take action in a few years. I almost forgot that this snow girl spirit is a real heaven-level spirit. As soon as she finished speaking, the snow girl gently raised her hand and grabbed towards Qi Yan. Before Qi Yan could resist, he was grabbed by the snow girl. Even if they catch me, what can they do? This kid and I have become one. If you kill me, this kid won't survive. The evil beast fire spoke loudly and hurriedly. This may be a difficult problem for others, but not for Xue Rui. It is easy to destroy the intelligence of a flame. Endless spiritual energy poured into Qi Yan's 7 orifices and roamed freely in Qi Yan's body. You do whatever you want. The evil beast fire screamed in panic. The next moment, white light penetrated the mouth, nose, and eyes and reflected out. Ah! A wailing sound was heard, and horrifying blood flowed from Qi Yan's 7 orifices. His breath became weak, and his whole body collapsed in the palm of the snow girl. After landing on the ground, Xue Rui threw Qi Yan to the ground. Take Mu Feng back to Shuling Peak. After saying that, he left without looking back. Duan Yunjian shook his head helplessly. Xue Rui was still so unique. He turned around and picked up Qi Yan, who was unconscious on the ground. You kid, you're in trouble now. This epic battle finally came to an end under the watchful eyes of countless people. Looking at the nearly destroyed outer courtyard square in front of them, everyone couldn't help but be amazed. Today, Mu Feng had completely established his reputation in Kunling Academy. No matter in the inner courtyard or the outer courtyard, everyone couldn't help but respect him at this moment. A strong person will be the focus of everyone's attention wherever he goes. After all, many inner court disciples might not be able to withstand Qi Yan's 3 moves. This alone is enough for them to admire Mu Feng. Although Mu Feng's current strength is not as good as Qi Yan's, everyone knows it. The title of 3rd place on the heaven and earth list will one day be changed to a different name. In the small courtyard of Shuling Peak, Mu Feng sat cross-legged on the bed, gradually recovering the empty spiritual power in his body. He couldn't help but admire the powerful true spirit. He was very curious about what realm Xue Rui was in. Why would such a powerful person live in the small Kunling Academy as a mentor? Senior Yu, can you tell what realm my cheap master is in? Mu Feng asked Yu Hunqing curiously. But faced with this question, Yu Hunqing just shook his head slightly. It's hard to tell. She has been hiding her realm, and her method is extremely advanced. But I can tell you very clearly that this woman is far beyond the true spirit realm. More than just the true spirit realm. Mu Feng's mouth opened slightly, with a hint of shock in his eyes. The true spirit realm is a realm that many people can only dream of, but Shui Rui is actually above the true spirit realm. Could it be the earth spirit realm, or the legendary heaven spirit realm? Boy, instead of thinking so much, why not help us break the first seal as soon as possible, which will also be regarded as fulfilling your original condition. Yu Hunqing looked at Mu Feng's gloomy face and spoke with a smile. If other people saw that charming figure, they would surely want to devour her voraciously. But Mu Feng looked at her every day, and at this moment he had no interest at all. If you want me to break the seal, at least tell me how to do it. How can I help you if you don't tell me? Mu Feng responded unhappily. Just as Yu Hunqing was about to speak, a powerful aura arrived in the courtyard. Red flame? Mu Feng frowned, walked out of the courtyard, looked at Qi Yan with a smile, and a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect that Qi Yan would find his way here. Seeing Mu Feng's murderous intent, Qi Yan waved his hands hurriedly in embarrassment. Brother Mu Feng, don't get excited. I'm not here to fight you. I'm here to apologize. Apologize? Here are 1,000,000 spirit stones as my compensation to you. Previously, I was bewitched by the desire beast fire and coveted the supreme spirit saint body. I caused you a lot of trouble. I'm sorry. Looking at the small storage ring, Mu Feng was not polite at all. 1,000,000 spirit stones, don't miss it. Qi Yan beat him so badly, it's only right that he should be given some medical expenses. You came here just to apologize to me? Putting away the ring, Mu Feng asked suspiciously. Qi Yan smiled slightly. Of course not. I came here not only to apologize to you, but also to remind you of something. What's up? Qi Yan walked to the table and chairs in the courtyard, sat down, looked at the Shuling Peak in the distance, and spoke softly. Have you ever heard of the world above the sky? Above the sky? Hearing Qi Yan say this, Mu Feng couldn't help but frown. He had heard this statement more than once, and vaguely sensed that Shui Rui had a close relationship with Tian Jishang. But he searched various books and found no news. Even the seniors in the 7 evil prisons of the Sea of Sin said they had never heard of such a statement. Do you know that our Tianxian territory is located in the first heaven of the universe, and above the first heaven, there are the other 8 heavens, a total of 9 heavens. Each level is much stronger than the lower planes, and the major areas on the first level are what we call the heaven above. According to legend, the universe was originally a whole, but for unknown reasons, it was divided into 9 layers. This may be related to the 10 heavenly emperors. Qi Yan continued to speak, and Mu Feng seemed to be thinking about something after hearing what he said. The 10 heavenly emperors? The history of the 10 heavenly emperors is only 10,000 years long. No wonder those guys in the 7 evil prisons of the Sea of Sin don't know anything about the 9 heavens. After all, they have existed for much longer than the 10 heavenly emperors. During the era of the 10 heavenly emperors, these guys were still tickling their toes in the 7 evil prisons of the Sea of Sin. The voice continued, and Qi Yan immediately spoke. I've strayed off topic. What I want to tell you is actually related to junior sister Su Xian. Oh? Senior brother, are you still obsessed with Su Xian? Mu Feng said jokingly, causing Qi Yan to shake his head in embarrassment. I have no thoughts about junior sister Su Xian. I was just bewitched by the desire evil beast fire before. But I want to tell you that once the great spirit saint body awakens, it is very likely to provoke the forces above the sky and descend on the Tianxian territory. Those forces, even Kunling Academy, cannot stop them. Not to mention stopping them, they don't even have the qualifications to talk face to face. Hearing this, Mu Feng frowned. Xue Rui had talked about this topic before, but at that time, he did not have a clear concept of what was above the sky. But after hearing Qi Yan say this, Mu Feng realized the seriousness of the problem. In Mu Feng's eyes, Kunling Academy is already a behemoth, so big that he has only seen the tip of the iceberg. If the forces above this sky were this powerful, if they wanted to take Su Xian away, I wouldn't even have the strength to resist. But fortunately, junior sister Su Xian has not awakened yet. In addition, the 9 heavens are not connected to each other, so even if someone from heaven comes, it will take quite a while. This period of time is your only chance to grow. Qi Yan looked at Mu Feng and spoke with a smile. He didn't know that when Su Xin had awakened, but he was right. This period of time was Mu Feng's last chance to grow. Maybe in 10 or 20 years, or maybe tomorrow, no one can tell. Looking at Qi Yan's smiling face, Mu Feng's mind was filled with a myriad of thoughts. That's all I have to say. What happens next is up to you. But I remind you that the next time we meet, it will no longer be a 3-move agreement. I will defeat you fairly. After saying that, Qi Yan patted Mu Feng on the shoulder, took a step, and jumped out of the courtyard. Looking at Qi Yan's back, Mu Feng clenched his fists. A strong fighting spirit burst out from his eyes. Squeak! The wooden door of the courtyard was pushed open and Wen Suxin jumped in. Brother Mu Feng. Su Xian, is today's training over? Aha! Wen Suxin walked quickly to Mu Feng, pulled his clothes, and looked at him with a smile. When their eyes met, Mu Feng's face couldn't help but turn red. I don't know why, Mu Feng, who saw Wen Suxin every day, never had any reaction, but today. His heart suddenly began to beat. This inexplicable special feeling has only appeared in one person. That is Lin Qingshuang. And now, there is one more person. Brother Mu Feng, why are you blushing? I didn't, don't talk nonsense. Mu Feng turned his head away somewhat awkwardly, not daring to look directly at Wen Suxin. Looking at Mu Feng's back, Wen Suxin's face showed a touching smile, but beneath the smile was a sadness that no one noticed. Looking back, Mu Feng had suppressed the throbbing in his heart, and the look he gave Wen Suxin had become calm. Just as they were about to speak, a sudden voice interrupted them. I really don't want to disturb you too, but now, there is something I must tell you. Xue Rui's figure suddenly landed, interrupting their conversation. Looking at Xue Rui's serious expression, Mu Feng also realized that this matter was unusual. Mu Feng, come with me, someone wants to see you. Who is it? You'll know after you leave. Before Mu Feng could react, Xue Rui grabbed Mu Feng by the collar and rushed away. Looking at Wen Suxin on the ground, Mu Feng waved his hands hurriedly. Suxin, I'll come see you later. Wen Suxin looked at Mu Feng with a smile and nodded slightly. Not long after, Mu Feng and Xue Rui arrived in front of a tall and majestic hall. The hall is towering into the clouds and is extremely majestic. Just standing in front of the door of the hall, Mu Feng felt his own insignificance and powerlessness. The main hall of Kunlingyuan. This was also his first time coming to this place. As we entered the hall, we saw a long table with people already sitting on both sides. On one side are the various mentors of the spiritual academy. On the other side were several disciples who ranked at the top of the inner courtyard. The leader was Qi Yan, and the two behind him were Feng Shui and the rest was a woman. Mu Feng had seen that woman before. She had appeared to watch the battle of 3 moves. In the middle of the long table sat a middle-aged man. Disciple Mu Feng, greetings to the dean, and all the instructors, brothers and sisters. When Mu Feng saw these people, he immediately clasped his hands together and saluted. In terms of seniority and strength, he is the weakest among the group, so it is only natural for him to bow. The dean looked at Mu Feng with a smile, his eyes full of admiration. Now that you're here, take a seat. The meeting is about to begin. Pulling out a chair and sitting down, Mu Feng looked around somewhat uncomfortably. The dean took a deep breath and spoke softly. Everyone, I called you here today because I have a mission to announce to everyone present. According to the previous investigations by two disciples, Ling Yun and Ji Xuanyu, the Demon Dragon Palace has been carrying out a huge plan during this period. Not only has it captured many heaven and earth realm masters, it has also hunted down countless spirit beasts and collected their blood. All this information indicates that the Demon Dragon Palace is refining a terrifying existence. I asked you all to come here because there is a super heavenly mission related to the Demon Dragon Palace that I want you to complete. Super heavenly mission? Everyone's faces grimly. Only disciples who are ranked on the heaven and earth list are eligible to take on heaven-level missions. And the super heavenly level mission is probably the first time it has appeared in the history of Kunling Academy. Mu Feng was slightly stunned and looked a little embarrassed. Dean, I don't seem to be qualified to accept a mission of this level, right? The dean looked at Mu Feng with a smile. Whether you are qualified or not is up to me. Hearing this, Mu Feng's heart sank. Nothing good must be happening with such a smiling expression. However, if you don't want to go, that's fine, but if our mission is successful, there will be a reward of 5 million spirit stones. 5 million. When Mu Feng heard this number, his eyes widened. With these 5 million, it won't be long before he buys Kunlingpa. Dean, I think it would be great if I could be allowed to hone my skills. If I don't go, wouldn't that be a waste of the dean's efforts? You said it, don't regret it. The dean supported his chin with both hands and spoke with a forced smile. I promise I won't regret it. Mu Feng patted his chest, looking ready to give it a go. In that case, I am relieved. This mission consists of 2 parts. The first is that all the mentors will work together to set up a large formation to protect the courtyard. The second part is all the young people present here. Go to the forbidden area of Dragon City and search for the origin of heaven and earth. The origin of heaven and earth. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but gasp. The origin of heaven and earth is an extremely special force that can only be formed after hundreds of years of sedimentation and convergence. Not only can it enhance the cultivation of the monks, but more importantly, the origin of heaven and earth has an extremely important characteristic. That is destiny. Destiny seems to be elusive and traceless, but according to the history of Tianxian realm, anyone who obtains the origin of heaven and earth will become a powerful person in the future. Therefore, later generations speculated that the luck accumulated over hundreds of years was completely absorbed by one person, which led to such an effect. Those who can obtain the origin of heaven and earth can at least enjoy 100 years of glory. Seeing everyone blushing, the dean smiled slightly with a cunning light in his eyes. Don't be impatient. The location of this mission is the forbidden area of Dragon City. If you are not careful in that place, you may even lose your life. The forbidden area of Dragon City is one of the most mysterious secret places in Tianxian territory. According to legend, the demons once fought a great war with humans there, and the aura after the war has not dissipated for thousands of years. Not only might there be remnant souls of demons there today, but there is also a greater chance of encountering demons that have been sleeping for 10,000 years. It can be said that there are many crises. But if the origin of heaven and earth is there, everyone would want to give it a try even if it means death. Indeed, it is not an exaggeration to say that it is a super heavenly level mission. According to the information from your senior brothers Ling Yun and Ji Xuanyu, the news that the Dragon City Forbidden Land contains the origin of heaven and earth has spread throughout the Tianxian region. What you have to do is to prevent the Demon Dragon Palace from getting it. The Dean spoke softly. Dean, it's just to stop the Demon Dragon Palace. There's no need to call it a super heavenly mission, right? It's enough for me to go alone. Feng Shui patted his chest and said confidently. Humph, if your head is half as big as your muscles, you shouldn't be ranked 4th in the inner courtyard. The Dean asked us to go together, which must mean that the troops dispatched by the Demon Dragon Palace this time are extraordinary. The woman spoke with a sarcastic tone, which made Feng Shui very angry. Zhongli. Don't think I won't beat you up just because you're a woman. Come out and practice with me if you dare. Snort. Facing Feng Shui's challenge, Zhongli snorted coldly, turned his head and ignored it. The Dean waved his hand gently, signaling everyone to be quiet. Don't make a noise. Zhongli is right. The origin of the world seems to be related to the plan of the Demon Dragon Palace. They have already sent a lot of people to the forbidden area of Dragon City, so I asked you all to go out. It would be best if we can seize the origin of heaven and earth. Even if we cannot obtain it, we cannot let the origin of heaven and earth fall into the hands of the Demon Dragon Palace. When Mu Feng heard this, his mind quickly turned and an idea emerged. Dean, in this case, I have a request. No. Before Mu Feng could say anything, Shui Rui refused immediately. I haven't said it yet. Mu Feng looked at Shui Rui with some surprise, his eyes full of confusion. You want to obtain the origin of heaven and earth to help Wen Suxin improve her cultivation, but this is too dangerous. Not to mention that Wen Suxin is only at the Xianhuang realm, the Great Spirit Saint body alone is much more attractive than the origin of heaven and earth. Once you leave Kunling Academy, you will be targeted by more forces than just the Demon Dragon Palace. Shui Rui spoke coldly. As Mu Feng's master, how could she not know what Mu Feng was thinking? The only reason Mu Feng made the request at this point could be because of Wen Suxin. Seeing that Shui Rui saw through his intentions, Mu Feng could only sit down helplessly. He really hoped to help Wen Suxin obtain the origin of heaven and earth. Perhaps with the existence of an elusive destiny, Wen Suxin would be less concerned about so many forces. The Dean looked around and saw that no one was speaking, so he immediately raised his hand. In that case, without further delay, please pack up and get ready to go. Yes. Everyone stood up, saluted to the Dean, and walked out of the hall. As soon as he walked out of the hall, Zhongli looked at Mu Feng with a sneer. It's fine if you got in through connections, but you want to bring in another burden? Do you really think that the Spirit Academy is ruled by your mentor Shui alone? I don't know what the Dean was thinking, to put someone like you in the team. I'll make it clear to you in advance. If there is any danger, don't expect me to protect you. Facing Zhongli's accusation, Mu Feng smiled slightly and responded quite politely. Don't worry, senior sister. Although my realm is not high, I still have the ability to protect myself. It would be better. After saying this, Zhongli left with a gloomy face. Looking at Zhongli's back, Mu Feng sighed helplessly. Sure enough, sometimes being too much attention is not a good thing. It was Qi Yan before, and it was Zhongli this time. Those two guys ranked first and second. I don't know if I will fight with myself because of this. Don't bother with this vicious woman. Let's go back and pack up and leave in a few days. Feng Shui patted Mu Feng on the shoulder and spoke to comfort him. Mu Feng nodded gently, turned around and looked at Qi Yan behind him. Senior brother Qi Yan, goodbye. Well, prepare well. This mission is extraordinary. Naturally, the two of them were happy to see Mu Feng's arrival. After all, one of them was from the same school as Mu Feng, and the other already felt apologetic towards Mu Feng. After that, everyone dispersed and headed towards their own residences. In the sky, the dean looked at Mu Feng's figure and sighed helplessly. Is it too difficult for him to complete such a task? Shui Rui, who was standing aside, still had a cold expression on her face and shook her head slightly. My time is running out. He must grow up faster. How long will it take? 2 years at most. 2 years. Upon hearing this, the dean frowned slightly. Do you want me to negotiate for you? It's useless. People from that family are not so easy to talk to. A few days later, in the small courtyard, Mu Feng packed up everything and was ready to go. Just as he was about to leave, Wen Suxin took a step forward and leaned on Mu Feng's shoulder. She naturally knew that Mu Feng was going out on a mission today. But her attachment to and concern for Mu Feng made her want to stay with him for a while longer. I have to go, my brothers and the others are still waiting for me. Mu Feng held Wen Suxin's hand and said with a smile. I can't bear to leave you, and that place is so dangerous, I'm afraid. Crow's mouth. Mu Feng placed his index finger on Wen Suxin's lips to stop her from continuing. Then you have to promise me that when you come back you will look for me first and not look for senior sister Tang. Okay, I promise. Looking at Wen Suxin's slightly jealous look, Mu Feng smiled and nodded. After saying that, Wen Suxin tidied Mu Feng's clothes, as if they were a young couple who were parting. I have to go. Wait for you to come back. After she finished speaking, Wen Suxin gently held Mu Feng's cheek and walked forward to give him a kiss. The warm touch made Mu Feng deeply attracted to it for a moment. Not long after, the two separated. Wen Suxin looked at Mu Feng lovingly. If Mu Feng had not left for something important, she would have wanted to ask for more. Mu Feng didn't say anything more. He jumped up and flew away. My heart was pounding. Fortunately, I just kept the bottom line, otherwise Shui Rui would have found out and she would have really cut it off. Boy, you are so lucky. Yu Huanqing's joking voice made Mu Feng frown. No, why are you looking at everything? You wouldn't watch me take a bath, would you? Yeah, it's not like I haven't seen it before. Abnormal. Mu Feng spoke unhappily and fell to the ground. In front of the gate of Kunlingyuan, there were already 3 figures waiting for him. They are Qi Yan, Feng Shui and Zhongli, who are ranked 3rd, 4th and 5th in the inner courtyard. You're really late. Are you having sex with your little woman? Zhongli spoke with some dissatisfaction, making Mu Feng so embarrassed that he wished he could find a hole to crawl into. Okay, now that everyone is here, let's go. Qi Yan interrupted Zhongli's words. As the strongest one, he would naturally be the leader in this mission. I've caught up. As soon as he finished speaking, Qi Yan rose into the sky, transformed into a line of fire, and rushed straight forward. The others were not to be outdone and followed closely behind him. Several gorgeous figures attracted admiration from the surrounding spiritual academy disciples. Wen Suxin sat upright in the small courtyard, sewing clothes for Mu Feng needle and thread, looking at the twinkling lights in the sky. There was a hint of loneliness in his eyes. Longcheng is a huge city in the northern part of Tianxian territory. There are many forces here, and the territory is vast. The battle situation occupies nearly 10% of the Tianxian realm. Although the overall strength is extremely powerful, due to the division of various major forces and no one to unify, Longcheng is always in a state of chaos. Even Kunling Academy did not want to interfere in Longcheng for fear of causing trouble. This shows how dark this city is. The center of Dragon City is the forbidden area of Dragon City. One of the several battlefields where the legendary war between spirits and demons took place. 10,000 years ago, a shocking war broke out between humans and demons. The human race is led by the 10 heavenly emperors to fight against the invasion of the demons. After the war, although the demons were repelled, more than half of the 10 heavenly emperors died, and the rest of the heavenly emperors also retreated from the world. The Empress Dowager Diji of the End was one of the fallen emperors. These remaining battlefields are now daunting because of the invasion of evil spirits. But high risk means big profit, and these dead warriors left behind everything they learned throughout their lives. If it can be obtained, it is enough for an ordinary person to soar into the sky and become a well-known strong man in the Tianxian realm. Once there was a man who inherited the legacy of a swordsman in the forbidden area of Dragon City. In just a few decades, he became the leading sword master in Tianxian territory. That is the instructor of the Golden Spirit Academy, Duanyunjian. Several figures cut through the sky and drove quickly towards Dragon City. It was Mu Feng and his companions. Zhongli looked at Mu Feng with some surprise. After flying for 7 whole days, Mu Feng not only did not show any sign of fatigue, but instead followed Qi Yan steadily. This is impossible for any disciple at the first level of the heaven and earth realm to do. But Mu Feng is able to do this, which is enough to prove his excellence. It seems that asking him to go along wasn't entirely because of their relationship. The Dragon City is ahead. The situation here is chaotic, the personnel are complicated, and there are many masters in the heaven and earth realm. As news of the origin of heaven and earth spreads, many people should have gathered here. Everyone must be careful. Looking at the city that was gradually becoming clearer in front of him, Qi Yan spoke up to remind them. A few people nodded slightly and rushed towards the Dragon City at full speed. The closer they got, the more Mu Feng sighed in his heart. The city in front of us has a city wall that is hundreds of feet high, like a small hill. At a glance, we can't see the end of the city wall at all. With this scale, not to mention a small city like Xiuyue City, even Kunling Academy cannot compare with it. A rough calculation shows that it is the size of several thousand snow moon cities. Everyone landed in front of the city gate and followed Qi Yan into the city. Walking on the street, several people looked around vigilantly. The people here are all filled with bloody and murderous aura, and once you enter, you will feel uncomfortable. Even when bloody incidents such as fights occur, people are used to it and pretend not to see them. A rough glance showed that half of them were masters in the heaven and earth realm, and even if the rest were not in the heaven and earth realm, they were at the high level of the Xianhuang realm. No wonder the Spiritual Academy only sent a few of them here. The rest of them would most likely die here if they arrived. Let's find a place to gather some information first. Although this place is a little far from the Dragon City Forbidden Land, judging by how busy it is, I'm afraid people from other forces have already moved in. Qi Yan spoke. Naturally, the others had no objections. After all, Qi Yan was the strongest, so there was no problem in listening to him. After taking many turns, they entered a bustling inn. Find a secluded corner and sit down. I ordered a few side dishes and pretended to eat while listening to the discussions of the people around me. As expected, most of these people were discussing the news of the birth of the origin of heaven and earth, and based on these people's discussions. This time, not only the local forces of Longcheng will participate, but also the other forces in Tianxian territory, no matter how big or small, have sent people. Obtain the origin of heaven and earth, and you will enjoy glory for hundreds of years to come. This attraction makes these forces willing to give it a try even at the cost of their entire fortunes. Some people may think this behavior is stupid. But Mu Feng understood that only by risking everything could he gain the final victory. Once he seized the seemingly slim chance, he would be able to soar to fame and success. At this moment, several figures slowly walked into the inn, looking for a location. When he saw that man, Mu Feng frowned. That guy was none other than Xian Qing from Xianyue City. After meeting them once in Xianyue City, Mu Feng was hunted down by people from the Demon Dragon Palace. He always felt that there was something wrong. What surprised Mu Feng was that the last time he saw Xian Qing, he was only at the Xianhuang realm. And this time, he has already stepped into the realm of heaven and earth, and his realm is not low. This cultivation speed is even more incredible than mine. Seeing Xian Qing, Zhongli smiled and was about to step forward. Senior sister Zhongli, what are you going to do? Mu Feng hurriedly stopped Zhongli and spoke in a low voice. I need to report to you what I did. Let me go. Zhongli's face suddenly turned cold and he started to yell at Mu Feng. Seeing this, Qi Yan hurriedly stopped the two of them and turned to look at Zhongli. Don't fight among yourselves. Zhongli, you are so anxious, what are you going to do? Xian Qing and I are old friends. His father and my father have a very good relationship. I want to go up and find out if there is any news about the forbidden area of Dragon City. Zhongli spoke coldly. Mu Feng insisted on stopping him. You can't go. You said I can't go, so I can't go? There's something wrong with Xian Qing. Mu Feng hurriedly spoke and told Zhongli what happened to him in Xianhua City, fearing that Zhongli would come forward and expose his identity. If Xian Qing is really related to the Demon Dragon Palace, their trip will probably be in a lot of trouble. How is it possible? Xian Qing's father is a loyal and honest man, how could he be related to the Demon Dragon Palace? Mu Feng, I won't bother with you too much for the sake of Teacher Shui, but if you want to frame a good person, I won't let you go. On one hand, there are old friends who have known each other for many years, and on the other hand, there are young people who joined the team through connections. Zhongli naturally didn't want to think about who to choose to believe. Seeing this, Mu Feng could only look helplessly at Qi Yan and Feng Shui. Seeing this, Qi Yan also spoke, signaling Zhongli not to act rashly. What Mu Feng said makes sense. Even if he has nothing to do with the Demon Dragon Palace, the fewer people who know about our deployment, the better. Mu Feng also took the opportunity to express his own guess. Xianhua City is just a subsidiary city of Kunling Academy, and its sphere of influence is not that large. Why did Xian Qing, the spoiled son of the city lord, travel thousands of miles to this dragon city? How could a spoiled guy who couldn't even pass the Spirit Academy assessment come all the way to Dragon City to fight for the origin of heaven and earth? That's ridiculous. Zhongli still didn't believe it. She didn't think that someone she had known for more than 10 years would collude with the Spiritual Academy's biggest enemy. Just about to get up and say hello to Xian Qing. Mu Feng on the side acted quickly and pressed Zhongli down while he was not paying attention. Seeing that Mu Feng not only stopped him but also dared to touch him, Zhongli couldn't help but get furious and was about to explode. Qi Yan put his hand on her shoulder. The other hand pointed in a direction. Looking in that direction, Zhongli saw that the people beside Xian Qing all had a token on their waists. It was a purple dragon. Xian Qing looked around curiously. He felt like someone had been watching him since he entered the inn. Looking around, I found that there were 4 guys in black cloaks in the corner who looked a little suspicious. I didn't notice anything unusual. After all, Longcheng is so chaotic and there are many people hiding their identities, so it's nothing. Only after Xian Qing looked away did they raise their heads. It seems that the repeated misfortunes that the disciples of the Spiritual Academy encountered in Xianhua City are not a coincidence. This Xian Qing has already defected to the Demon Dragon Palace. Feng Shui said with a grim look. As disciples of the Spiritual Academy, their friends had all been attacked by the Demon Dragon Palace to varying degrees. Now seeing this scene, he wished he could eat Xian Qing alive. Zhongli was extremely angry. He stood up and wanted to kill Xian Qing on the spot, but was stopped by Qi Yan. Qi Yan, don't stop me. I'm going to kill this traitor right now. Don't be impatient. Now is not the time to take action. They came to Dragon City for the origin of heaven and earth. Follow them closely, and you may get unexpected gains. Qi Yan spoke in a low voice, signaling Zhongli not to act rashly. The situation in Dragon City is complicated, and no one knows how many people from the Demon Dragon Palace have infiltrated. If they are noticed, it would be difficult for the four of them to cope with it alone. Seeing Xianqing stand up, Mu Feng and the other three threw a few spirit stones on the table. Keeping a distance of several hundred feet, he followed behind Xianqing and the others, trying his best to lower his own aura to avoid being noticed by the people from the Demon Dragon Palace. Several hours passed before Xianqing and his companions stopped. Before my eyes was a dark abyss with no bottom in sight. Just by standing on the edge of the cliff, I could feel the strong demonic energy emerging from below. A young man in a purple robe, with his hands behind his back, stood on the edge of the cliff, waiting for Xianqing and his companions to arrive. The man exuded an extremely cold aura, and just the fact that he was close to him made Xianqing tremble all over. The enchanting face made Xianqing speechless and he dared not look up. Xianqing greets the young palace master. The young master of the Demon Dragon Palace, the son of the Demon Dragon, Machi. Ranked second on the wanted list. The four people in the dark corner couldn't help but gasp when they saw this scene. They didn't expect that the Demon Dragon Palace would even send such a big shot over for the origin of heaven and earth. In terms of cruelty, Machi is far superior to his father, Mulongzi. The disciples of the spiritual academy who were captured by him were all tortured and suffered. His methods were insidious and vicious. Half-step to the true spirit, this is trouble. Qi Yan frowned and looked a little ugly. If Machi attacks, the four of them alone may not be able to stop him, and they may even die. What's going on? Seeing Xianqing, Machi did not turn around, but continued to stare into the abyss indifferently. Ling Yun and Ji Xuanyu have been entangled and cannot reach the forbidden area in a short time. This time, the origin of heaven and earth must belong to our Demon Dragon Palace. Xianqing spoke in a flattering manner, nodding and bowing, which made Mu Feng and the other three very annoyed. But due to the current situation, the four of them dared not act rashly, for fear of attracting Machi's attention. Hearing that Ling Yun and Ji Xuanyu were both entangled, Machi smiled. Well done. When I get the origin of heaven and earth, I will go back and report to my father and reward you well. But now, we have to deal with those little tails that are following us first. As soon as the words fell, Mu Feng and the other three's faces suddenly changed and they quickly retreated. They had tried their best to conceal their aura, but were still detected by Machi. This kind of perception ability was too terrifying. Seeing Mu Feng and the other three, Xianqing trembled violently and spoke quickly. Young Palace Master, this is none of my business. I didn't bring them here, you have to believe me. In the face of Xianqing's plea for mercy, Machi ignored him and took a step forward, killing towards Mu Feng and the other three. Now that you're here, why do you need to leave? A cold voice sounded, and the four people's hearts couldn't help but beat wildly. Qi Yan took the lead, holding the spear tightly in his hand and sweeping it towards Machi. A master of this level would not allow him to be careless and would use the most fierce killing move. Bang! The sound of metal knocking was heard, and the gunshot swept across Machi's chest, causing brilliant sparks to burst out. A spiritual weapon for protection. I don't care what kind of protective magic weapon he has. I will kill him with one strike of my sword. Feng Shui held a big knife in his hand and slashed at Machi's back. A surge of knife energy emerged, and icy spiritual power swept around in an instant. Freeze the whole world in an attempt to hinder Machi's progress. Bang! A huge recoil force was felt, causing Feng Shui's palm to crack and the sword in his hand to almost slip out of his hand. But even so, Machi's speed did not slow down. Machi raised his hands, with devilish energy lingering around his fingertips, transforming into sharp claws, and waving towards the four people. The seemingly disorganized attack was actually aimed at the vital points of several people. The strongest people in the inner courtyard were completely unable to fight back in front of Machi and were completely suppressed. Without Ling Yun and Ji Xuanyu, you guys alone still want to stop the Demon Dragon Palace's plan? Dream on. Machi looked at the people in front of him teasingly. When his eyes locked on Mu Feng, a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. Oh? You were the one who killed the 7 generals. The sudden chill made Mu Feng tremble with fear. The sword in his hand quickly condensed and he slashed at Machi head-on. Got it. Seeing the long sword accurately hit Machi's head, a hint of joy flashed in Mu Feng's eyes. But the next moment, the joy froze. Machi actually held on to Mu Feng's sword, raised his head, and looked at Mu Feng with a sneer on his face. The chill made Mu Feng's hair stand on end. Is that all your power? It's hard to imagine how Ji Buchang could die in your hands. Mu Feng, retreat quickly. Feng Shue's face suddenly changed and he shouted hurriedly, but Machi and Mu Feng were already too close. It is simply a pipe dream to escape from Machi's lock. The sharp claws pierced through Mu Feng's heart. Are you going to die? Mu Feng's pupils trembled violently, and the fear of death descended into his heart. Even though he had died once, when death really approached, he still couldn't help but feel fear. Am I really going to die? The sharp claws so close at hand made Mu Feng ask himself again. Seeing Qi Yan and Feng Shui rushing towards him regardless of everything, Mu Feng's heart trembled suddenly. Can't die. There are people waiting for him. The power in the body swirled rapidly. The power of the soul expanded rapidly at this moment. The power of the immortal bone demon blood reached its peak at this moment. Blood-red lines filled his eyes, and the demonic energy that permeated the heavens and the earth shook the surroundings. It was like an ancient demon god descending to the sky, looking down on the world. Such a strong demonic aura. Feeling this powerful demonic energy, Machi retreated quickly. He could feel that this demonic energy was not only extremely powerful, but also had an indescribable oppression. That is a kind of suppression from blood. Just by standing in front of Mu Feng, he couldn't help but bow down in submission. Impossible. You are a human, how come you have such a strong demon bloodline? Machi spoke in some disbelief. It was obvious that he was the demon cultivator, but Mu Feng looked more like a demon than him. Devil's absoluteness. Broken bones and remaining bodies. There was no emotion in Mu Feng's eyes, like a cold killing weapon. Rushing towards Machi quickly. Damn you, kid. Don't think I'm afraid of you just because you have some tricks up your sleeve. Machi gritted his teeth and opened his hands. Devil Dragon Art. Dragon Roar. Roar. A roar sounded, and the demonic energy around Machi gathered and rushed towards Mu Feng, roaring like a demon dragon, shocking all around. Just when Machi was confident that he could use this trick to stop Mu Feng. Mu Feng actually endured this whistling wind and came in front of Machi. He placed a palm on Machi's chest. The mighty demonic power swept out, penetrated Machi's chest, and caused his internal organs to tremble. Seeing the demonic energy eroding his body, Machi's pupils suddenly shrank and he roared. Get back! Boom! A huge force gushed out. Mu Feng's figure fell straight backwards like a kite with a broken string, and the demonic energy around him dissipated in an instant. Qi Yan rushed out quickly and caught Mu Feng steadily. Let's go directly into the forbidden area. After saying that, he took a step forward and rushed towards the abyss. Although Machi was injured, his injuries were not serious. They had no way of fighting with the unconscious Mu Feng. The only way now is to take advantage of the time when Machi recovers his energy, go to the forbidden area of Dragon City and get rid of them. Several people jumped, falling into the pitch-black abyss. Watching the figures of Mu Feng and others disappear into the abyss, Machi's face became extremely gloomy. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stood up viciously. Damn it! Damn it, I was actually injured by a kid at the first level of the heaven and earth realm. What a great shame. That kid must have a secret. Thinking of the intense demonic energy on Mu Feng, Machi's eyes were filled with greed. If he could obtain that power, he would not be able to break through to the true spirit realm. It is not impossible to replace Demon Dragon and become the Palace Master. Mobilize the troops and conduct a carpet search of the forbidden area. I must find that guy, alive or dead. At the same time, the dark abyss, like a big mouth, swallowed up several people. The horrifying aura that emerged was like countless demons struggling in the abyss, trying to devour them. The figure fell, penetrating through countless dark clouds. Endless demonic energy swept over, making several people feel suffocated. Bang! The figure fell to the ground. Before my eyes was an extremely dark and desolate area. There is no sun, no moon. The scarlet sky, as if stained with blood, looks extremely evil. The demonic energy and spiritual power intersected with the heaven and earth, and the faint smell of blood had never dissipated after thousands of years. A dull and depressing atmosphere shrouds this extremely special world. Is this the forbidden area of Dragon City? Zhongli looked around with a frown on his face. Even though he was at the peak of the heaven and earth realm, he still felt a chill in the face of such a bizarre scene. Hiss! Mu Feng's brows suddenly frowned and he opened his eyes tremblingly. Seeing the three people looking at him, he gave a helpless smile. I'm sorry for causing trouble to you, brothers and sisters. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have been forced into this situation by Machi. Mu Feng understood that although Machi was powerful, he was only at the half-step true spirit realm, which was ultimately within the realm of heaven and earth. The realms of Qi Yen and the other two were already at the peak of the heaven and earth realm. Even if you are not my opponent, it is not difficult to escape. It was because he was too slow and was entangled by Machi that they entered the forbidden area of Dragon City early. It also deviated from the intended route. What bullshit are you talking about? You beat up that Machi kid. If it weren't for you, we would probably have lost some limbs. Feng Shui interrupted Mu Feng's words, and Qi Yen on the side also smiled and nodded to Mu Feng, indicating that there was no need for him to take the responsibility on himself. Seeing this, Mu Feng said no more. He got up and stretched comfortably. The injuries he had just suffered from Machi recovered very quickly at this moment. The spiritual and demonic energies in the body also grew rapidly. This scene really surprised the three of them. In this forbidden land filled with demonic energy, they have to consume a lot of energy just to resist the demonic energy. But Mu Feng not only seemed so happy, but he also recovered from his recent injuries extremely quickly. Thinking of the demonic aura that Mu Feng had just revealed, several people cast suspicious looks at Mu Feng. What are you all looking at me for? Mu Feng looked at the three people with some confusion. Mu Feng, is your mother a demon? You are a mixed-race child. Feng Shui touched his chin and looked Mu Feng up and down. Hearing this, Mu Feng's mouth twitched. Senior brother Feng Shui had such a wild imagination. Seeing that the other two were also looking at him with some curiosity, Mu Feng simply went along with it and pretended to be helpless. Ahem, our family does have demon blood, but it's especially strong in my generation, and I don't know why. After all, the blood demon spirit was a secret that he could not tell, so he could only fool everyone in this way. Qi Yen looked Mu Feng up and down with some suspicion. Mu Feng thought that his lies could not be hidden from him, but he did not expect that Qi Yan would analyze the reason why Mu Feng's bloodline was so strong. According to ancient records, blood will be activated and reawakened when it reaches a certain probability. This process is called atavism. Junior brother Mu Feng should be like this. Maybe. Mu Feng wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and stopped discussing this topic. Fortunately, the environment of this forbidden land is extremely suitable for me, otherwise, if I were in the outside world, I don't know how long it would take to fully recover from the injuries I just suffered. This place is a forbidden area for Qi Yan and the other two, but for Mu Feng, it is a real paradise. Mu Feng secretly sighed in his heart at the power of the blood demon's bloodline. Even though he had already reached the heaven and earth realm, he was still unable to fully control the power of the bloodline explosion. He could only let it burst out unconsciously, with extremely serious consequences. Okay, now that everyone is okay, let's prepare to head to the location given in the intelligence. Seeing that everyone was fine, Qi Yan spoke. Several people nodded slightly and followed Qi Yan. Everyone flew into the air, and what came into view was a devastated land with corpses and ruins everywhere. This shows how brutal the battle between spirits and demons was. According to intelligence, the origin of heaven and earth appeared in the outer area of the Dragon City Forbidden Land. If we fly forward for another half a day, it should be about the same. Qi Yan looked at the map in his hand and spoke. The outer area is much safer and the signs of human activities are more obvious, while the inner circle of the forbidden area is rarely visited by people. According to rumors, there are real demons there, and no human who encounters them can come out alive. Call. In the air, Zhongli breathed heavily, and his breathing was obviously a little disordered. Even his speed is much slower than the other three. She was a woman to begin with, and her physical body was not as strong as the other three. She also had to share her spiritual energy to protect herself from being eroded by evil spirits. Flying for several hours had already consumed a lot of her energy. Why don't we just take a rest here? I think senior sister Zhongli is a little tired. Looking at the lush forest below, Mu Feng spoke. But facing Mu Feng's kindness, Zhongli's face darkened and he refused angrily. No need, keep moving forward. She was very competitive and she thought Mu Feng was the weakest member of the team from the beginning, but now she wanted everyone else to wait for her to recover. She couldn't bring herself to do that. Okay, now is not the time to act rashly. Conserving our energy is the most important thing. If the people from the Demon Dragon Palace take advantage of our huge losses and attack us, we will be in great danger. The consequences are disastrous. Qi Yan stopped Zhongli from acting like a spoiled child, landed on the ground first, and called a few people down. Zhongli snorted coldly and had no choice but to follow everyone down to the ground. Entering the dense forest, Feng Xue looked around curiously. I didn't expect that trees could grow in such a desolate place. But these trees are very strange. They are different from those in the outside world. Even the leaves are blood red. Feng Xue picked a leaf and put it to his nose and smelled it. The strong smell of blood almost made him vomit. Ugh, what a disgusting smell. These trees look like they grew out of a pile of dead bodies. After hearing Feng Xue's words, several people showed indescribable expressions and sat down under the shade of the trees, preparing to recover their spiritual power. Mu Feng closed his eyes and frowned slightly. He could vaguely sense that there seemed to be demonic energy wandering around, and that demonic energy was different from the demonic energy in this forbidden area. That evil energy came from living things. World of Warcraft. Mu Feng suddenly opened his eyes, jumped up, and spoke hurriedly to the three people below. Hurry up, this forest is alive. As Mu Feng finished speaking, the entire forest began to tremble. Countless branches and vines emerged from the ground and swept towards Qi Yan and the other two, attempting to devour them. Zhongli didn't react for a moment, and his feet were tightly entangled. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't break free from the hard tree roots. What is this thing? A trace of anger flashed across Zhongli's face. He clasped his hands together and powerful spiritual energy vibrated out. The wind-attributed spiritual power hit the tree roots and transformed into several wind blades, trying to cut all the roots into pieces. But as one wave chopped her apart, more vines emerged the next moment and wrapped around her. Sword 3. Fly. With a light shout, Jian Yao's soul turned into a long sword, flying around Zhongli, and turned into a huge sword net, cutting off the invading tree roots from all sides and protecting Zhongli firmly in the middle. Seeing that the attack on Zhongli was unsuccessful, the group of tree roots quickly changed their target, rushing towards the three people in midair. What the hell is this? Mu Feng frowned. This entire forest seemed to be alive, and it was impossible to kill all of them. This is a demon beast from the demon world, named Blood Sun Luo, and it is good at devouring the flesh and blood of living creatures. Once entangled, it is extremely difficult to escape. Dang Shenmi spoke up. As a blood demon, he was naturally very familiar with this kind of monster. Is there any way to deal with it? Of course, we only need to cut off its main vein to kill it. This Blood Sun Luo is not of high quality, and its main vein should be on the crown of the tree in the middle of the forest. Thank you, Senior. Hearing Dang Shenmi's words, Mu Feng leaped up, released raging flames from his hands, and repelled the attacking tree roots around him, rushing towards the center of the dense forest. Mu Feng, what are you doing? When Fengxue saw this scene, he hurriedly started shouting. It was already extremely difficult for them to resist the erosion of evil spirits while dealing with this strange forest. There was no time to escape, but Mu Feng counterattacked towards the enemy's lair. Soon, the dense tree roots enveloped the three people, plunging them into darkness. Except for Qi Yan, who was able to gain a slight advantage by relying on the attribute restraint of spiritual power, the other two were exhausted and their physical strength decreased rapidly and soon reached the bottom. Call out. Mu Feng narrowed his eyes slightly and rushed forward. Looking at the huge tree trunk in front of him, he took a step forward and rushed straight to the top. Bang! The tree's thick roots and branches poked towards Mu Feng from top to bottom. A sharp sound of breaking wind was heard, so fast that Mu Feng's face changed slightly. If someone were to be stabbed by this enormous force, their body would probably be pierced through. Mu Feng's body moved around as he had an idea. Red spiritual energy lingered around his body, and raging flames burned around him, resisting the attack of these branches. Flying high up, before one's eyes was a main vein formed by countless scarlet vines interwoven together. The main vein kept beating like a heart, making Mu Feng feel extremely nauseous. Cut it off. With a thought, the sword spirit turned into a long sword. Endless sword energy condensed on the sword blade, emitting a cold light. Jianju. The sword rises with the wind. Call out. The silver sword energy fell vertically, and the entire tree broke directly in the middle and fell to both sides. The scarlet main vein shrank instantly, twitched continuously, and finally turned into a black sticky liquid. Mu Feng frowned when he saw this. He knew that things in the demonic world were strange and bizarre, but he didn't expect them to be this disgusting. As a demon, Dang Shenmi's appearance is still too conservative. With the death of the main vein, the entire dense forest suddenly withered, countless blood-red leaves flew everywhere, and the vines that surrounded the three people also lost their ability to fight. This, dead? Fengxue looked around in surprise. The tree roots that were full of vigor just now collapsed to the ground and withered away in the blink of an eye. This is too weird. Go check quickly, Mu Feng is still deep in the forest. Qi Yan passed by and spoke. The two reacted and followed closely. Soon, Mu Feng was seen holding the sword Yaolingpa, standing in front of the big tree that had been split in half. Junior brother, are you okay? Feng Shui stepped forward and asked hurriedly. Don't worry, I'm fine. I've cut off the main vein of this dense forest. It has completely lost its threat. Hearing this, the three looked at the dark liquid on the ground in surprise. Mu Feng actually knows the weakness of this monster. This made them believe even more that Mu Feng was a human-demon hybrid child. I didn't expect that this forbidden area of Dragon City is more dangerous than we thought. Even though it is on the outskirts, it is not something that ordinary people can enter. Qi Yan sighed helplessly. He originally thought that his strength was enough to deal with the coming crisis. However, he didn't expect that in this forbidden area, not only would his own strength be suppressed to only 70%, but in the face of this demon beast, he had to rely on Mu Feng, who had the lowest realm. Be careful next time. There is an abundance of demonic energy here, which nourishes many demonic creatures. For them, humans are the best supplements. Mu Feng said with a serious look. At this moment, Feng Shui at the side showed a look of surprise and spoke with some joy. There seems to be something here. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Shui ran to the sticky liquid and gently picked out a crystal-clear object with a big knife. Soul. When several people saw this, their eyes lit up immediately. This is an extremely rare treasure. Whether it is used for cultivation or refined into pills, it can greatly enhance spiritual power. What do you say? Do you want us to divide this spirit? Feng Shui spoke with a smile. Although the three were somewhat surprised, they were not interested in this spirit. Zhongli looked at the sticky juice on it with a bit of disgust and shook his head stiffly. Mu Feng already had a lot of spiritual souls in his body, and the blood Sun Luo spiritual soul was dispensable, so his demand for it was not high. However, as Qi Yan was a cultivator dominated by fire attribute, absorbing wood attribute spirits was actually a weakening for him. Seeing that none of the three wanted it, Feng Shui happily prepared to accept it. Boom! A powerful spiritual force vibrated from afar. It hit the big knife in the wind and snow hard. The big knife flew out of his hand and flew high into the sky. Along with it, there is also the blood Sun Luo spirit. Before the others could react, a figure quickly rushed out and grabbed the spirit in his hands. He turned around and looked at the four people proudly. The man had a young appearance, wearing a gray robe, with a long sword on his back. He had a sharp aura and an ostentatious attitude. Tisk, TSK, I was still racking my brains over how to deal with this monster. I never thought that I would be defeated by the four of you. Moreover, there is an unexpected surprise. Thank you very much. You bastard, you dare to steal your grandfather's treasure. Are you tired of living? Feng Shui angrily picked up the long knife and shouted angrily at the man in the air. The expressions of Mu Feng and the others were also extremely gloomy. Ha, this treasure belongs to the capable. If you are incompetent, don't blame me. The young man looked at the four people jokingly and put away the blood Sun Luo spirit. Court death. Feng Shui was extremely angry. He took a step forward, and his icy spiritual power turned into a storm that filled the sky and bombarded the man. You are not qualified enough to want me to die. Seeing the wind and snow rushing towards him, the man did not dodge or evade, but always had a smile on his face. The next moment, two guys holding broken swords suddenly appeared in front of the man, attacked together, and forcibly repelled Feng Shui. The young man glanced at the four people, his eyes stopped on Zhongli, and a sinister smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This little girl is pretty good, come and play with me. Faced with the obscene eyes and playful expression, Mu Feng froze in an instant. Suddenly came in front of the young man. Before he could react, he saw Mu Feng's pupils filled with murderous light staring at him. The murderous intent in his eyes was obvious. He raised his hand and punched him in the head. "I'll play with you." A punch landed, and the man crossed his hands and blocked hastily. But Mu Feng's physical strength was not something he could easily block. Bang! A dull sound was heard, and the man's body flew towards the ground like a cannonball. It directly smashed a big hole in the ground and embedded itself deeply into it. Snap, snap, snap. Wonderful, really wonderful. The sudden sound caught Mu Feng's attention. "We at Broken Sword Villa have been in Dragon City for hundreds of years, and we have never seen such an ignorant fellow." The man looked at Mu Feng with a smile. Behind him, there were several monks wearing broken swords. Upon hearing the other party's origins, Qi Yan and the other two frowned. Broken Sword Villa is one of the three major forces in Longcheng. Its owner has reached the realm of true spirit and is extremely terrifying. "Well, you see it now," Mu Feng said coldly. "You are only at the first level of the heaven and earth realm, and you dare to challenge us at Broken Sword Villa? You are courting death." One of the subordinates spoke angrily, with a fierce look on his face. But before he could react, Mu Feng had disappeared. Without any nonsense, the iron fist blasted out like the roar of a blue dragon, and the second level of the vast sea blue dragon force rose up. The man was a little surprised to see that Mu Feng actually dared to attack him. He drew out the broken sword from behind and slashed towards Mu Feng. "I want to see what qualifications you, a first-level heaven and earth realm kid, have to be so arrogant." Puff! The iron fist penetrated through the layers of sword energy and hit the man's chest. Blood gushed out immediately, and his body flew backwards heavily and fell to the ground, his life or death unknown. Seeing Mu Feng's fierce attack, the leading man took a step forward. Broken sword started, in an instant. Countless sword energies filled the air and attacked Mu Feng in unison. The sharp sword energy made everyone around retreat. But when Mu Feng saw this, he smiled coldly. When it comes to swordplay, this guy is no match for him. The sword glowed with spiritual power and turned in his hand, and the second level of the sword was raised. Sword Ju. Fleeting light and shadow, startling swallow. The sword energy of both sides intertwined between heaven and earth, and astonishing air waves swept around. The already withered dense forest instantly turned into pieces, raising thick smoke and dust. The long sword swept across, and the sharp blade forced the man in front of him back. When everyone looked closely, they saw that the man had 5 or 6 wounds of varying depths on his body. In contrast, Mu Feng. Not only was he not injured at all, but his breath was steady and he was not affected at all. "Young master." Upon seeing this, several followers were so shocked that they hurried to the man's side. As the young master of Broken Sword Villa, the man's strength has reached the 7th level of heaven and earth realm, but facing Mu Feng, who is at the first level of heaven and earth realm, he is actually at a disadvantage. How is this possible? Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, a hint of surprise flashed in the young master's eyes. He was horrified to realize that Mu Feng's strength was not suppressed by the evil energy of this forbidden area. Even Qi Yan and the other two looked at Mu Feng in disbelief. They knew that Mu Feng's strength was unmatched in the same realm, but they did not expect that even the young master of the 7th level of the heaven and earth realm was not Mu Feng's opponent. Especially Zhongli. At this moment, she was greatly shocked. Not only had she been rescued several times by Mu Feng, but this time Mu Feng stood up for her and directly confronted the people from Broken Sword Villa. On the other hand, she was still suppressed by demonic energy and didn't even have the ability to fight. This made her feel extremely complicated. Hand over your soul and get out. Mu Feng looked at these people coldly and spoke without mercy. Faced with Mu Feng's frightening murderous look, these disciples of Broken Sword Villa, who had been dominating Longcheng, felt for the first time what terror was. Qi Yan and the other two were also ready for battle. Although the three of them consumed a huge amount of energy, as the top disciples in the inner courtyard, they were confident. The two sides fought, and the people from Broken Sword Villa could not gain any advantage. When the young master saw this scene, his face felt a little cold. He originally wanted to take advantage of the four people's fierce battle with the monster to intercept them, but he didn't expect that Mu Feng still had most of his physical strength retained, and although the other three people had consumed huge amounts of energy, their cultivation had reached the peak of the heaven and earth realm. If we want to take it down in a short time, I'm afraid the cost will be high. My father hasn't come yet, so we can't confront them head-on now. After making up his mind, the young master winked at the guy who took the soul, and the latter immediately threw the soul to Feng Shui. After taking the soul, Mu Feng and the other three instantly flew away into the distance. Although it seems that the four of them still have the strength to fight, except for Mu Feng, the consumption of the other three is not enough to sustain a battle. Just now, I was just pretending. In a hidden canyon, four people sat cross-legged in meditation, slowly recovering their spiritual power. Mu Feng, I really want to thank you this time. If it weren't for you, we would be in danger this time. Feng Shui looked at Mu Feng with gratitude. When they left the spiritual academy, Shui Rui also told him to take care of Mu Feng. But now, it is Mu Feng who is taking care of them more. Brother, you are too polite. I just happen to be able to adapt to the environment here. If I were to go to another place, I really wouldn't be able to do anything to those people. Mu Feng said helplessly. It's not that he's being modest. With the advantage of time and location, he has the ability to suppress the group of people from Broken Sword Villa, but if he were in the outside world, Mu Feng would face them alone and would be in a lot of trouble. Since everyone has almost recovered, let's get on the road as soon as possible. Qi Yan stood up and spoke to the three people. Everyone nodded and were about to leave, and Mu Feng took out a jade pendant from his arms and handed it to Zhongli. Senior sister Zhongli, please wear this. This is? Zhongli looked at the jade pendant in Mu Feng's hand with some curiosity. This is a jade talisman that I made using demonic energy. It can reduce the erosion of demonic energy. When seeing this jade talisman, Zhongli's face turned a little red. The heartbeat gradually quickened. Was this jade talisman made by Mu Feng specifically for himself? He took the jade talisman, which was filled with a faint demonic energy, forming an imperceptible air shield that enveloped Zhongli. As soon as the surrounding evil energy approached, it was refined by the gas shield. Oh, why are you thinking of senior sister Zhongli? Don't I have a share? Feng Shui put his hands on his hips with some dissatisfaction. In his opinion, Mu Feng's behavior was a bit biased. Mu Feng scratched the back of his head awkwardly. It's not that I don't want to continue refining, but refining a jade talisman like this requires me to consume too much magic energy. If I refine another one, I'm afraid I won't be able to continue the next battle. Hearing Mu Feng say this, Feng Shui could only shake her head in disappointment and looked at the jade pendant on Zhongli's neck with some envy. Qi Yan smiled slightly and waved to everyone. Let's go to our destination. The next moment, four figures rose into the sky and flew quickly into the distance. With Mu Feng's jade talisman, Zhongli no longer had to consume too much spiritual energy to resist the erosion, which was obviously a lot easier. The four of them had their own thoughts. But one thing is surprisingly consistent, that is, they are all extremely curious about the origin of this day. The four of them are all gifted children, so how could they not have a fighting spirit? Unknowingly, their goal changed from preventing the demon dragon palace from obtaining the origin of heaven and earth to seizing the origin of heaven and earth. Suddenly, Qi Yan, who was in the lead, stopped. "We're here." Following Qi Yan's gaze, he looked forward. An extremely magnificent city stands in the desolate yellow sand. The place where the origin of heaven and earth is hidden, the destination of this forbidden journey. Soul Burial City. I didn't expect that there is such a vast city in this forbidden area. Mu Feng clicked his tongue and said in surprise. Although the forbidden area is located in Dragon City, it is not adjacent to the Tianxian territory. Instead, it is a small world independent of the Tianxian territory. That's why so many strange things appear here. Qi Yan began to explain. If the forbidden area and Dragon City could be connected, then these strange monsters and undead would be an unspeakable disaster for the entire Tianxian realm. Hearing Qi Yan's words, Mu Feng nodded in amazement. To be able to open up a small world, one must be a very powerful being. Even the strong ones in the three spiritual realms of True Spirit, Earth Spirit and Heaven Spirit cannot do this. With the arrival of Mu Feng and the other three, many people also came to the Soul Burial City one after another. Soon, a huge crowd gathered in front of the Soul Burial City, waiting for the opportunity to open it. So many people have come. It seems that the origin of heaven and earth is quite attractive. Feng Shui looked around with some surprise. All forces, big and small, came to participate in the fight. This time the situation was much more tragic than he had imagined. According to records, this Soul Burial City was one of the important battle sites in the Great War between spirits and demons. Countless powerful spirits and demons were buried there, and there were many opportunities and treasures. However, because it was too dangerous, few people entered. Now that the origin of heaven and earth has been opened, it is natural that people flocked here.